I find myself amidst a campus ravaged by malevolent fiends, a veritable slaughterhouse of despair. Yet wielding a blood-soaked cleaver, one charges forth with a fierce resolve. Not only unafraid of injury, Zeke wielded the bloodied blade, pursuing with fervor, as demons and monsters scurry through the streets. Even the demons curse, proclaiming me a madman. As I awaken, I find myself entwined in the authority of the god of slaughter. Not only does one disregard the sensation of pain, but the more creatures one vanquishes, the stronger the blood becomes. Zichi's whimsical artistry can even solidify blood into a Gatling gun. The inverted world has unexpectedly become my hunting ground for enhancing my power. Zichi man. Even my colleagues from the 749th Bureau blame me for the numerous kills, leaving them with no tasks to undertake. They collectively urge me to take a leave of absence. The timer for task completion loomed before Chen Nian, a vivid crimson countdown. Task completion, random. Divine fragment. 3 years of traversing. In pursuit of survival for 3 years. He has honed himself to perfection. In 10 minutes, he shall touch the divine essence. The outside world dimmed abruptly, as dark clouds, akin to spilled ink, devoured the light of the sky. Blood like lightning roiled within the clouds. The world was shrouded in gray. With a thunderous roar, the school gates were shattered. A colossal beast, clad in dark green scales, crashed into the square. Like a runaway war machine, it sent students flying. Blood splattered upon the ground. Chen Nian. Disregarding classroom discipline? The teacher's furious reprimand. The monster has arrived. Flee quickly. Chen Nian burst through the back door, racing out of the classroom. Laughter erupted. Perhaps the dream has not yet ended. A cacophony seeking attention. The roar that shatters glass resounds from below. Laughter freezes. Screams fracture the classroom. A torrent of people rushes through the corridors in a desperate escape. Chen Nian swims against the tide, charging toward the rooftop terrace. The last 7 minutes. The rooftop is the sole avenue of escape. A throng of students rushes towards the rooftop. The iron gate teeters precariously under the pressure. How could such an incident occur within the confines of a school? In just a few fleeting minutes, the rooftop became overcrowded with nearly 100 individuals. Chen Nian had no time to succumb to panic. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, calculating the most prudent escape route, as if the very light had been frozen in ice. Eyes glimmering like tempered ice. Hurry, lock the door. A voice shrieks. The monster is approaching. A group of boys was about to close the door together. Xia Yun, accompanied by several girls, desperately pushed against the gap, exclaiming, "Let us in." In the fleeting moment when the iron bolt fell, Xia Yun caught sight of Chen Nian in the corner. Consumed by rage, with her eyes aflame, she rushed over, exclaiming, "Selfish waste. Only concerned with your own escape while we nearly perished outside." Chen Nian lifted her gaze. A cold smile, sharp as a blade, sliced through the air. "When I called you a monster, you laughed resoundingly." Xia Yun, in a fit of rage, raised her hand, yet her wrist was firmly grasped by a hand as unyielding as of ice. In the next moment, her head was forcefully slammed against the concrete wall. Blood trickling down from her brow like a crimson stream. With a chilling cry that summoned the beast, Chen Nian grasped her hair, pressing her against the wall. The voice, icy and penetrating, sent shivers through the marrow of one's bones. "You shall not escape my wrath." As Xia Yun collapsed like a heap of mud, a robust young man lunged forward, exclaiming, "What kind of beast are you? What does it mean to strike a woman?" The whisper of the wind brushed past her ears. Chen Nian turned sideways, lifting her knee, striking her opponent's chest with a muffled thud. In an instant, she pressed her foot upon the back of his head, grinding it against the concrete ground. "If you cannot tolerate this, what will you do?" Zichi's carefree demeanor. How eloquent you can be. His shoe sole grinds against the others. The convulsing face. Shut your eyes. Amidst the suffocating silence of the crowd. The last sound from below. Zizhan's warmth. The scream abruptly ceases. Before Zichi's warmth. The iron door bears the imprint of a fist, as large as a bowl. The entire panel distorts under the force of a heavy blow, resembling the taut surface of a drum. Each indentation feels as though treading upon the throats of the multitude, where every sound is silenced, and only the throat, stifled in hushed agony, trembles in muted resonance. The iron door was violently deformed under the creature's assault. Xie Yan screamed at Chen Nian, "Dilly, if you're a man, then go and block the door. What kind of bravery is it to bully a woman?" Chen Nian feigned ignorance. "She man." Her eyes solely focused on the countdown reaching 0. Task completed. Acquired divine fragment. Would you like to activate it? In a fleeting moment, consciousness descends into chaos. The throne of blood and jade. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. The awakening of the divine god of slaughter. Seizing authority. In the realm of consciousness, cards whirl and spin. Chen Nian decisively unveils one. Ziki Man. Authority sequence 003. Blood Monarch unique. Primary effect, manipulation. Of one's own blood. Any shape shifting. Side effects, numbness to pain. Accelerated wound healing. Strength grows with each kill. Extraordinary power. Chen Nian bitten through his fingertip. With a single thought. A droplet of blood. Instantly transforms into a sharp blood spike. Useful. Immensely powerful. With a thunderous crash, the iron gate swung open. A dark green monstrosity surged into the crowd, inciting a chorus of desperate screams. The divine mission has commenced. Eliminate any demons. Chen Nian smiled. It is just the right opportunity to make you my target. He swam against the current, seizing the fruit knife from the boy beside him. Allow me to borrow this. You have lost your sanity. Monsters encroach upon the corner, terrifying the paralyzed girl. Chen Nian raises her hand. A fragment of stone strikes accurately upon the creature's back. Everyone was utterly horrified. This person has truly lost their mind. The demon disregarded the incapacitated girl and suddenly turned around. Chen Nian's challenge ignites. As the trolls roll in like war chariots, the rooftop trembles. Chen Nian resolutely sliced open her wrist, and the gushing blood instantaneously froze, transforming into a crimson long knife. A crimson long blade. In the blink of an eye. The blade gleams like a blood-red crescent moon, cleaving down. Severed heads roll away, coming to rest at Xie Yan's feet. A scream rends the air. The blood blade flowed back into Chen Nian's body, and the wound on his wrist healed rapidly. Divine task completed, blood strength permanently increased by 6. Killed a demon, hunting desire triggered, blood strength increased by 2. Blood as a weapon. Strength enhancement surge in offense and defense. Hunting demons and monsters becoming stronger. Opportunity for card draw. Infinite card draw mechanism. Chen Nian's heart surged with emotions. He vanquished the monster. Thank you. The girls, having survived the ordeal, were overwhelmed with tears. The blade. Chen Nian possesses such power. Without him, we would all perish. The burly man clutches his agonizing chest. His mind blank. He did not employ this tactic against me. I am truly fortunate. I foolishly stepped forward for a mere woman. The dark clouds swiftly disperse. The light of day re-emerges. The somber atmosphere fades away. The inner world dissipates, returning to reality. The deceased, yet cannot be revived. The rapid sound of footsteps echoed as they ascended to the rooftop. A man clad in tactical attire stood frozen in place, his gaze fixated on the lifeless body of a demonic second-tier green giant, formidable enough to rival a mountain-moving psychic. Astonishingly, he had been slain by a student. In an instant, his eyes narrowed, locking onto the calmest figure within the crowd, Chen Nian. Aftercare team. Injury treatment. Memory erasure. Confidentiality agreement. He swiftly issued the command. The crowd was rapidly evacuated. In the warmth of the morning, only Chen Nian remains. A man steps forward, his gaze piercing. Hello. He is Zhou Lin, an intern investigator from Bureau 749. The demon was slain by you. I assert it was not me. Do you believe it? Chen Nian shrugged. Zhou Lin ignited a fiery blaze. Impressive. We are psychics. Awakened to harness sequential abilities. Sequence 78 Flame Sphere. Sequence 11. The first 10 are the chosen ones. Zhao Qian hurried over. It has been resolved. The junior is impressive. Explanation. The rift of the reverse world. Two worlds misaligned. Merged with demons and monsters. Ziqi Manjian. Joined the 749th Bureau. Zhao Qian stated. Base salary of 30,000. Complimentary training accommodation. Legal firearm possession. Beautiful psychologist. Guaranteed job placement. Chen Nian's heart stirred, to grow stronger, to acquire resources, to enjoy convenience. Do I have any reason not to join? What would happen if one were to refrain from joining the 749 Bureau? Chen Nian pressed for an answer. Registration records. Monthly follow-ups. Ensure that you do not pose a threat to society. Shang Lin responded hastily, fearing that Zhao Qian might take the credit. Recruitment comes with rewards. Your talents are truly remarkable. Slaying second-tier demons must surely be your forte. Zhao Qian scoffed. Is it beneath me to take care of my junior? When you soar to great heights in the future, do remember me. Chen Nian addresses the crux of the matter directly. How to cultivate strength and become more powerful. Zhao Qian showcases the terminal light curtain. Her realm is at the mountain moving stage, level 34. She must fill all 100 spirit apertures within her body to achieve a breakthrough. Method of advancement. Absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Utilize resources for assistance, such as elixirs. In the inverted world of slaying demons, the warmth you feel after vanquishing your foes signifies your ascension. Task completion. Transference to the reverse world. However, the mortality rate is elevated. Zhou Lin adds, the tasks are randomized. One may refuse them. Engaging in passive cultivation is also an option. Chen Nian was contemplating the origin of the task. Text appeared before him. Survival task received. Survive for 8 hours. Transmission countdown, 168. I have received a survival mission. When does it commence? In 7 days. It's alright. You may choose to forfeit at that time. One should immerse oneself for an additional month or 2. Typically, a novice requires 3 months of study before entering the realm of the inverted world. Go! Take me to Bureau 749. Chen Nian is eager. Yearning only to cultivate and prepare. For 7 days hence, to reverse the world. His divine status. Only by defeating monsters can one grow stronger. Zhou Lin rejoiced. I shall send you to the Bureau. The 749 Bureau is the most professional and legitimate. Arrival at the entrance of the secret base. Traversing through the subway platform 0. The train speeds towards the outskirts of the city. Valley 749. A vast underground facility. Zhou Lin proudly introduced. This is the headquarters. Registration has been completed. Zhou Lin bid farewell to Zhao Qian. I have brought you here. If you need anything, feel free to contact your senior. After leaving a phone number, he departed. How much can he score in the assessment? Zhou Lin inquired. Over 90, Zhao Qian instinctively sensed that he would become a prodigy. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Chen Nian embarked on a tour of the glass corridor housing the captured demons and the grand training facility, which is equipped with state-of-the-art amenities. Choose a terminal, the receptionist gestured towards various styles. This one will suffice. Chen Nian selected the black watch style. He was the star player and the charming prince of the basketball team. However, on the very evening of the new school term, he mysteriously withdrew from school. Until today, Ziqi Jian Chen Nian encountered him at the training ground of 749 Bureau. At that moment, the former captain, Wang Xiao, was fervently competing for a spot on the rookie leaderboard, injecting adrenaline into his veins. At that moment, he suddenly looked up and beheld the petite figure in the audience above him. The piano goddess, who had captured the spotlight at the opening ceremony with her remarkable performance of Big Fish, had also vanished 3 months prior. It turned out she had been absorbed by the 749 Bureau. Brother Song, it is your turn now. The top prize for 3 bottles of cultivation essence awaits your decision. The crowd suddenly erupted in commotion as the screen displayed the fierce competition between the rising stars Wang Xiao and Song Shuhan, when an unfamiliar name abruptly emerged: Chen Nian, historical highest score of 0. Ziki Wenqian. Who is so oblivious? Wang Xiao rushed over and seized Chen Nian by the collar. Cancel my place in line. As I scroll through the pages, my words remain unspoken. With a swift motion, Chen Nian's fingertips danced in and out, piercing through with crimson claws, instantly grasping Wang Zhao's throat. The 200-pound behemoth found himself suspended in midair. I am a timid soul. The grip of my bloodied hand tightens evermore. Whoever threatens me, I cannot find solace until they are vanquished. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Xiao clutched his bruised neck, retreating, his eyes filled with uncertainty and suspicion. Onlookers were astounded. Brother Wang has suffered a loss. The newcomer is remarkably fierce. He took action, deducting his disciplinary points. Wang Xiao urgently called upon the artificial intelligence. The silver-haired lowly appeared. The cold verdict declared, "You bring shame upon yourself," and then vanished. Wang Zhao's expression turned ashen. The broadcast resonated. Chen Nian entered the evaluation arena. Ji Qi, oblivious to him, stepped into the venue. The instructor handed over the protective suit. It is mandatory for newcomers to wear it. In case of severe injury, it is unnecessary. It is up to you. The instructor exited the scene. Remember, there are 5 levels of difficulty. With each level, an additional attack orb is introduced. Surviving for 1 minute constitutes a success. If unable to endure, simply call for a stop. Outside the spotlight, attention is drawn to the newcomer daring to challenge Wang Xiao. Is he a dragon or a mere insect? With a resounding roar, the gates swung open. A colossal metallic sphere, towering at 2 meters, came crashing down. More than half of the newcomers were unable to withstand this impact. Instructor. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Chen Nian, clad in blood-red armor, unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The metallic bowling ball was sent flying, crashing into the net. Accelerating, Chen Nian flicked his wrist. At the moment of the second-geared dual ball strike, crimson surged within his palm, transforming into a formidable hammer. The 2 alloy spheres detonated in succession, bursting forth like meteors. When the third tier of 3 projectiles descended upon us, the crimson hue could effortlessly transform into gauntlets of fury. Amidst the sound of shattering air, 3 clusters of scrap metal became ensnared within the protective net. Level 4. The monitor tore open his tie. 4 suspended orbs transformed into fleeting shadows. Chen Nian's blood, akin to a living entity, pierced through the skin, intertwining in midair to form a crimson armor. The metallic clang reverberated, causing the observation window to hum. The young trainees clung tightly to the glass, witnessing the inaugural test of a newcomer legend soaring towards level 5. The command room screen flickers with a blue light, showcasing the top 10 killing sequences. Behold the swift lethality of his blood-congealed weapon. The spherical monitor relays the imagery back. 5 overclocked metallic spheres suddenly hovered in midair. Chen Nian wiped away the blood from his nose and chuckled softly. As the blood-red spear spun in the palm of his hand, all the metallic spheres emitted a simultaneous sound. The resonant hum of the nuclear furnace ignited. Chen Nian spat out a mouthful of blood. The metallic spheres continued their frenzied collisions. The operator shook his head, poised to deactivate the mechanism, when suddenly, 5 metallic spheres were pierced by a colossal spike of blood. Electricity crackled violently. The command center erupted in an instant. A dart pierced through 5 test balls. Quick, look at the score. As the display illuminated with a perfect 100, the entire training ground erupted with excitement. Onlookers watched as the student clutched their hair, screaming, "The testing apparatus has been utterly destroyed, achieving a perfect score. Is this truly a human weapon?" Originally supporting Wang Xiao, the girl released her grip on her endorsement. Gazing at the rankings, with their overwhelming scores, she suddenly felt that the meticulously maintained allure of the campus heartthrob had lost its charm. With a grim expression, Wang Xiao stormed out of the training ground, as behind him echoed the persistent pleas of his peers, urging him to take them alone. Chen Nian toyed with the blood crystal nestled in her palm. The piano in the audience area stood silent. The young girl turned and departed. Enclosed within the icy crystal lay the invitation. A blood-red rose. Faintly discernible. Faintly discernible, the blood-red rose. The emblem was gradually melting away.
Chapter 5. The Contest for a Mentor. We all want Chen Nian. Chen Nian focused her gaze. At the center of the icy crystal lay an object resembling a medicinal pill. Once the ice melted, the pill rested in the palm of her hand. Amy, please scan this item for me. Point the terminal at the object you wish to scan. Scanning in progress. The item has been identified as a spirit healing pill produced by batch 749. Consuming it will rapidly heal injuries, requiring 5 contribution points for redemption. A healing pill, indeed? What does it mean that she silently gifted me this? Chen Nian pondered, perplexed. She had sustained injuries earlier, with her blood surging due to the intense impacts endured. However, after consuming the pill, a warm current coursed through her body, significantly easing the injuries to her internal organs. The effects were remarkable. There was no need to visit the infirmary. Yet, she felt she owed a favor to someone, and Chen Nian was not fond of being indebted. Perhaps she would find an opportunity in the future to repay this kindness. After Lu Lin left the training ground, she encountered her mentor and aunt, Zhang Xian. Every intern investigator must follow a mentor, akin to how graduate students seek advisors. Lin, how about making some friends? Zhang Xian asked, exasperated. In future missions, you'll need a partner. It's not ideal if you have no friends, especially since you lack social skills. Zhang Xian was quite troubled. She had brought Lu Lin in 3 months ago. Her talent was unquestionable, being a top 10 chosen one in the Water God sequence, with an evaluation score of 98. Yet, she was perpetually aloof and taciturn. Most importantly, she preferred high-difficulty tasks, so she hoped for equally skilled teammates. But how many could match her prowess? I made a friend. Lu Lin nodded. How did you manage that? Zhang Xian's expression brightened. I gifted a medicinal pill. And then? Did you exchange any words? Did you engage in a brief conversation, perhaps mentioning that you hope to collaborate on future missions despite your social awkwardness? Lu Lin shook her head. No. Oh my. You reckless girl. You gave away a precious medicinal pill redeemable with contribution points and didn't even utter a single word. Lu Lin slightly puffed out her cheeks, expressing her dissatisfaction. Wait, a call is coming in. Zhang Xian answered the phone. Oh, they're selecting new recruits in the conference room? I'll be right there. After hanging up, she hurriedly said, My dear niece, find out who caught your eye. I'll strive to bring them to my side, so you can easily form teams and communicate in the future. Lu Lin pondered for a moment, then raised her index finger, using frost breath to inscribe a character in the air. Chen, you're feeling shy. The surname is Chen, I see. I must investigate this Chen's abilities to understand why they have captured your discerning attention. Zhang Xian hurriedly made her way to the conference room. At a long table sat 7 mentors, including herself, with the deputy director presiding over the meeting. Everyone is here, the deputy director announced. Amy, please retrieve the profiles and assessment scores of the students who currently lack mentors. Understood. Suddenly, a projection appeared on the desktop. The newcomers' avatars, personal information, ages, and test scores are displayed on the luminous screen. No need to look further. I want Chen Nian, exclaimed a male instructor, the first to speak, well informed about Chen Nian's assessment score prior to this meeting. Deputy Director, I also wish to have Chen Nian, another instructor raised his hand. The deputy director frowned. What is the rush? Let us adhere to the rules and review all the newcomers' information before making selections. Zhang Xian mused to herself. Could it be that Chen Nian is the companion Lin Lin has set her sights on? What on earth is happening? Why is everyone so eager to claim him? As if he were treasure? Soon, Chen Nian's information illuminated the screen. Chen Nian, male, 19 years old. Ability assessment, killing sequence. Test score, 100. What? Zhang Xian immediately slammed her hand on the table, capturing the attention of everyone in the conference room. Apologies for my outburst. As she sat back down, a tempest of emotions surged within her. No wonder that girl is interested in this young man. A perfect score of 100 indicates he is indeed an extraordinary talent. I also wish to have Chen Nian. Zhang Xin raised her hand again. Wait a moment, Director Zhang. You recently took in Lu Lin, who is a rare chosen one. And now you want to snatch another genius who is likely to be a chosen one. Aren't your ambitions a bit too grand? Alas, what can I do? My introverted girl wants to befriend this young man. She has no interest in other novices. The deputy director raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by an introverted girl? One with no charm, no beauty, and no figure? No, she is devoid of expression, emotion, and desire, deputy director. That's enough. I object. I have yet to take in such a talented newcomer. I cannot let you have him all to yourself. This is how it stands. Anyone who wishes to contest for Chen Nian will have to face me. Are you being unreasonable? Come, let us settle this on the training grounds. Whoever wins will be Chen Nian's mentor. As the instructors became increasingly combative, the deputy director cleared his throat twice and remarked tersely, "We are all adults. Let us not behave childishly. In the interest of fairness, we'll draw lots. Whoever draws the lucky slip gets him." 7 paper balls were placed on the table, and one by one they selected. Oh no, how unfortunate. It wasn't Teeming, who has drawn Chen Nian's slip. A meticulously dressed male instructor unfolded his crumpled paper, revealing the name Chen Nian written boldly upon it. Li Xiao, you've lucked out. Deputy Director, this drawing isn't rigged, is it? Everyone knows your daughter is under Li Xiao. Assigning Chen Nian to him could very well temper your mischievous daughter's spirit. Indeed, it's quite plausible. Everyone knows that your daughter is fearless and unruly, making her hard to manage. If she encounters such a genius, perhaps she will learn to focus and cultivate herself. Deputy Director, cough, if there is nothing more, let us continue selecting other students. Deputy Director, your plans are clever, but come what may, your daughter might end up enchanted without even realizing it. The Deputy Director raised an eyebrow. If I recall correctly, you were 2 minutes late to the meeting the day before yesterday. Chen Nian arrived at the newcomer's dormitory. After scanning the terminal, her information was promptly registered. The dormitory matron, with a warm smile, said, "Chen Nian, your assessment results are excellent. You may choose between a single or a shared dormitory. The single dormitory offers tranquility, while the shared one, which consists of individual rooms, fosters friendships and teamwork." Considering her options, Chen Nian thought that during her breaks, she could enjoy the solitude of her own home. Yet she also valued the opportunity to forge friendships within the 749. I'll choose the shared one, she decided. Room 304, to scan the terminal to open the door. Wishing you a pleasant stay at 749. The dormitory assignments were based on the mentors, ensuring that roommates shared the same supervisor for mutual support. Upon reaching room 304, she scanned the terminal, and with a chime, the door swung open. The dormitory exceeded her expectations. The first sight was of a beautifully decorated living room. A girl lounged on the sofa, absorbed in her phone, a lollipop dangling from her mouth. Upon noticing Chen Nian, the girl quickly removed her headphones and stood up. You must be Chen Nian. With her vibrant orange-red hair and a relaxed, oversized hoodie, she exuded a casual charm, her denim shorts revealing long, slender legs reminiscent of a comic book character. Her fashion was strikingly avant-garde, as if she had stepped out of a two-dimensional world. I'm Yaya, and we'll be roommates from now on. You don't have to treat me like a girl. We're more like bros. The girl extended her fair right hand, radiating a sense of ease. Hello, Chen Nian. Our rule in 304 is that the one with the strongest fist takes the lead. There's a task tomorrow. Care to join? Absolutely, Chen Nian replied eagerly. Recognizing that to grow stronger, she must engage in battles, and she was more than willing to participate. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Chapter 6, The Initial Mission, The Case of the Vampire Demon. The door swung open. A middle-aged man, donned in a crisp white shirt and tailored suit trousers, with glasses perched on his nose and a thermos in hand, entered. It was their mentor, Li Xiao. Greetings, Director Li. Li Xiao nodded and stepped inside, surveying the surroundings. He casually picked up a strand of hair from the floor. He exhibits a compulsive nature. Approaching Chen Nian, He retrieved 3 vials of spirit liquid from his storage bag. Chen Nian, this is your ranking reward. Your performance is unmatched, so I have brought your reward directly. Pour into the bath while soaking in 30 minutes. It will be fully absorbed, significantly accelerating your cultivation speed. Chen Nian accepted the items. Thank you, Director Li. Let us proceed to the logistics department, where I can assist you in selecting suitable combat techniques. As they were about to leave, Li Xiao suddenly halted at the entrance of Yi Yaya's room. Through a narrow crack, he glimpsed the chaotic assortment of socks, undergarments, cosmetics, and plush toys strewn about. This is unfortunate. Yi Yaya covered her face. I have reiterated countless times that your room and appearance must be kept tidy to cultivate a meticulous work ethic. Should I witness this again, you shall run 30 laps around the playground. Understood, understood, she replied, somewhat resigned. As they made their way to the logistics department, Chen Nian absorbed a wealth of knowledge along the journey, including the 6 primary realms: Spirit Awakening Realm, Mountain Moving Realm, Sky Breaking Realm, Star Crystal Realm, Clear Light Realm, and Sun Radiance Realm. There are additional realms beyond these, but they remain temporarily beyond Chen Nian's reach. Each awakened ability of a spiritual practitioner is attributed to a specific deity, such as the god of thunder, the god of fire, or the god of water. The logistics department serves as a veritable treasure trove, housing an array of cultivation resources, spiritual artifacts, and martial techniques. Chen Nian, I have observed your abilities. You belong to the slaughter sequence, a top-tier combat sequence. Of course, you need not disclose the specific effects. That is personal information. However, I surmise you can transform your blood into weapons. Thus, I recommend selecting appropriate weapon techniques to effectively enhance your combat prowess. Indeed, he is a meticulous mentor, Chen Nian thought. Very well, I shall choose a blade technique. Before long, the two passed through an identity scan and arrived at the martial technique section of the logistics department. These are the blade techniques you seek. Ordinary newcomers may select techniques under 10 contribution points. Given your exceptional assessment results, you may freely choose one technique under 50 contribution points. 50 contribution points are earned only through the completion of multiple tasks. The advantages of a high score are indeed plentiful. Chen Nian began to thoughtfully peruse the options. After considerable deliberation, his gaze settled on a technique titled the Dragon's Graceful Dance with the Blade. Description: this blade technique is as graceful as a startled swan and as fluid as a swimming dragon, swift and ethereal, striking down foes in the blink of an eye. First form: the drawn blade technique, akin to a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, is a preemptive swift strike. Second form: the flood dragon calming the sea, a chaotic dance of blades, resembles a flood dragon thrashing in the ocean, capable of both offense and defense. Final technique: the bewildering dragon pierces the sky, swift as lightning, quick as thunder, striking with lethal precision. Below are the requisite contribution points. 100 points? Alas, that seems rather steep. Perhaps I shall opt for a more economical choice. Just as Chen Nian contemplated returning it, Li Xiao intercepted him midway and proceeded directly to the logistics administrator. The administrator remarked, "Old Li, this exceeds the limit. Just use my 50 contribution points to offset it. It's a trivial matter." Haha, it appears you're quite pleased with this newcomer. Soon, Li Xiao handed the bewildering dragon blade to Chen Nian. "Take it, practice diligently." "Thank you, Director Li," Chen Nian replied. While he welcomed the favor, he firmly believed in reciprocating such kindness in the future, a principle he upheld. With this blade technique, he would no longer need to rely on haphazard slashes when utilizing blood transformation skills. First, he would practice the blade, then delve into the various knowledge of Bureau 749. Tomorrow, he would persuade Yi Yaya to embark on a mission. After bidding farewell to Director Li, Chen Nian went alone to the training grounds to practice with the blade, returning to dormitory 304 only at midnight. The first form had shown some progress. Dragging his exhausted body, Chen Nian entered the bathroom, filled the tub with water, and poured in a vial of cultivation elixir. The surface of the water shimmered with a pale yellow hue. Immersing himself, he felt as though every pore in his body was unfurling. He could distinctly sense a warm current entering his being. It must be the spiritual orifices absorbing the spiritual energy. As the orifices began to fill, Chen Nian could see his level rising on the terminal. Level 9, Level 10, Level 11, estimating that an hour of soaking would elevate him by at least 10 levels. "Hey, Chen Nian," came Yaya's voice from outside the bathroom. "I just snagged a mission. We depart tomorrow at noon." "Sounds good," Chen Nian replied loudly. "How long do you intend to monopolize the bathroom?" "I want to take a shower too. We're all friends here. Come in and wash together. I can even let you soak in the cultivation elixir." There was suddenly silence outside. After an hour of soaking, Chen Nian emerged feeling invigorated and glanced at the terminal information. Name: Chen Nian Realm. Spirit Communication. Level 18. Permission level. In turn, investigator contribution points. 0, however. Such elixirs should not be used excessively. Otherwise, the meridians within would develop a tolerance, rendering future effects negligible. The following day, Chen Nian practiced with the blade for another morning, showing further improvement. After lunch, the two officially embarked on the Bureau subway. Their mission location was Tianhai City. "Add me as a friend. I'll send you the mission details," Yaya said. Chen Nian and she scanned each other's terminals, and the mission information immediately appeared before them. Case file number: CA 8300, location: Tianhai City, Chuyang District. Overview: 3 recent homicides have occurred, with the victims all being young women around 20 years of age. The bodies were found as mummies, with all blood completely drained from their systems. Inference suggests a vampiric entity, specifically a blood-sucking centipede. Current developments indicate that a man named Zhang Wei has been implicated in dealings with this creature, luring young women to hotels where the entity then drains their life essence. Zhang Wei has been apprehended by the local security bureau and is currently undergoing interrogation. Mission objective: assist in the interrogation of Zhang Wei, identify the creature, and either eliminate or contain it. Reward: 10 contribution points and 30,000 currency units. Numerous supernatural beings possess the ability to inhabit human bodies, even assuming human form, thus rendering them exceedingly elusive. The two individuals prepared themselves to visit the security bureau for an update. In the Chaoyang district, within the interrogation room of the security bureau, a portly man with a scarred face sat uncomfortably in a chair, clearly someone hardened by life as trials. This was Zhang Wei, the man responsible for luring young women and indirectly causing the demise of 3 lives. "Zhang Wei, confess where you met the perpetrator. Where can we find him?" Officer Lin Feng demanded vehemently. "Big brother, I truly do not know," Zhang Wei protested. "You've unjustly bound me here, questioning me for an entire night. I am innocent." With a resounding slap, several photographs were thrust onto the table. "Do you see these 3 girls? Their blood has been completely drained. The monster that killed them is a matter of life and death." Lin Feng exclaimed, his finger accusingly pointed at Zhang Wei. "How can you sleep at night?" Conscience Zhang Wei tilted his head. "Can conscience be eaten? I'm starving. I can't go on like this." He closed his eyes and slumped in his chair. "I need food, please. I need to eat." With fists clenched in frustration, Lin Feng reluctantly ordered a meal to be brought to him. However, as Zhang Wei took a mouthful, he spat it out in disgust. "What is this slop? Is this what you people eat? Do you have any Coca-Cola?" "Damn it." Lin Feng raised his fist, but was restrained by his subordinate, who whispered, "Captain Lin, reinforcement from Unit 749 have arrived." Reluctantly, Lin Feng lowered his fist and turned to greet the agents from Unit 749. Zhang Wei chuckled from behind. "Officer, without evidence, detention can only last 24 hours. Please expedite this process." He then began to hum a tune to himself. Outside, a visibly perturbed Lin Feng welcomed the agents from Unit 749, Chen Nian and Yaya. After reviewing their profiles, Lin Feng's expression darkened further. 2 trainee investigators? Was this case not being taken seriously enough? Yet, he stifled his frustration and briefed them on the case details. "This is infuriating. I could just give him a beating to make him talk." Yaya exclaimed it, cracking her knuckles. "Allow me. It is unbecoming for a lady to resort to violence," Chen Nian asserted as he pushed open the door to the interrogation room. Stepping into the dimly lit space. "Hey there," Zhang Wei greeted Chen Nian with a playful whistle. "Is there no one else at the security bureau? You sent a mere youth to interrogate me? I suddenly find myself quite thirsty. Could someone fetch me a bottle of water?" Chen Nian approached Zhang Wei. Without uttering a word, she swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his plump face, causing the excess flesh to ripple. Zhang Wei was immediately sent sprawling to the ground. Blood oozing from his mouth and nose, and 2 bloodied teeth flew out. As he attempted to speak, the sole of a black leather boot came crashing down upon his face, vigorously rubbing back and forth. I apologize, I just finished using the restroom. I hope you don't mind if I wipe my shoes on your face. Chapter 7. The Hotel Arrest of the Demon. Chen Nian is bitten by a vampire. You dare to strike me? This is an act of violent enforcement. Someone come quickly. There is a violent enforcement happening. Chen Nian extended her index finger, and a slender, bloodthirsty spike abruptly emerged. This instrument was delicate, non-lethal, and would not cause one to faint. Rest assured. Having said that, the blood spike plunged into Zhang Wei's arm. It resembled a particularly painful injection known as a skin test, where a thin needle pierces the skin. Those who understand, understand. Ah! The excruciating pain made him wail like a dying pig. I don't know. I truly don't know. Did I inquire anything of you? The blood spike twisted within Zhang Wei's flesh. Even the group of security personnel next door felt a shiver run down their spines. When did the intern investigator from 749 become so ruthless? I confess, I will divulge everything. Please stop. Stop it. I do not wish to hear it now. After a prolonged moment, Chen Nian retracted the blood spike and cast a dispassionate glance at Zhang Wei, who was slumped in his chair, ashen-faced and drenched in sweat. I shall step out for some tea. Reveal what you will when you are ready. There are still 3 hours until the 24-hour mark. Take your time. With that, she exited the room. Upon her departure, Yaya could not help but give Chen Nian a thumbs up. That was immensely satisfying. Truly impressive. Is it too much to call you Brother Chen? That is not permitted. The task has only just begun. The outcome remains undecided. Not long after, Lin Feng approached Chen Nian. He has confessed everything. They arranged to meet every Friday evening at the hotel, where Zhang Wei would deliver the girls he had lured in exchange for money. To consort with demons for a mere pittance. How despicable. Yaya éclamet in Enguv. Tomorrow is Friday. Let him maintain contact with them. We shall confront him at the hotel then, Chen Nian replied. Friday arrived, shrouded in rain. Chen Nian and Yaya stood under a large black umbrella at the roadside, facing the hotel where Zhang Wei had arranged his clandestine rendezvous. At that moment, the other party was already waiting inside. If events unfolded as usual, yet another young girl would be drained of her life that day. However, today it was Chen Nian and Yaya who arrived. Old Yi, you shall play the role of a young and beautiful lady to entice him to open the door. We will handle him from within. Chen Nian instructed. Could you refrain from calling me that? Old Yi sounds terribly outdated. That is how brothers address each other. Let us go. The two crossed the dimly lit road and entered the hotel, taking the elevator to the 10th floor. Stepping onto the plush carpet, they approached room 1009. Chen Nian sheltered behind the wall with the umbrella, while Yaya took charge of knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief pause, the door swung open. Standing there was a bald, greasy man, whose eyes nearly bulged out upon seeing Yaya. Ah, I did not expect the girl to be such a stunning beauty. Come in quickly. As Yaya entered the room, Chen Nian followed closely behind, deftly shutting the door. Who the hell are you? The bald man glared at Chen Nian. Her brother, Chen Nian retorted, before delivering a forceful kick to the man's chest, sending him flying 2 meters across the room. Chen Nian then stepped inside and settled into the soft embrace of the sofa. Go ahead, old Yi, ladies first. The competition between them was about to commence. The one who vanquished the monster first would claim the authority of the dormitory leader. Yaya twisted her neck and flashed a mischievous smile. Then I shall not hold back. In the next instant, her body crackled with electricity. Thunder God Sequence 005, 5 Thunder Justice. At that moment, Yaya resembled a Pikachu discharging a staggering 100,000 volts. The lights above flickered and short-circuited, while the surrounding appliances crackled violently, even causing the television screen to shatter. After 10 breaths, Yaya ceased her electric onslaught, gasping for air, her hair standing on end. The bald man lay on the ground, his body charred and emitting wisps of smoke, leading one to wonder if he had been scorched. This girl possesses formidable powers, She must be a genius, Chen Nian thought, unable to suppress his admiration. It's done. From now on, my sister Yaya shall be the leader of dorm 304. You have no objections, right, Xiao Chen? Yaya clapped her hands, her face aglow with pride. Just then, a voice filled with malice resonated from behind them. You bastards, do you not hold me in regard? Ah. The bald man slowly rose, his eyes bloodshot with fury, his body twitching unnaturally, as if a monster within him was awakening. How is this possible? Yaya murmurit in disbelief. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the man's head exploded, and a massive blood-red centipede burst forth from his body. As the demon fully manifested, the super AI, Amy, was capable of assessing its appearance and power, providing a quantifiable data. Level 24, bloodthirsty centipede. The creature was 2 ranks higher than them. Be careful. In a flash, Chen Nian yanked Yaya back onto the sofa, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Seeking death, the centipede's tentacles plunged into Chen Nian's chest, beginning to siphon his blood. Chen Nian, the monster spoke with human words, laughing maniacally. Meanwhile, Yaya's complexion turned pale, as she had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. What is happening? My body. I can't move? Suddenly, the bloodthirsty centipede stiffened, feeling every vein in its body constricted, its limbs deprived of blood flow and vitality. What was happening? Chen Nian seized the centipede's tentacle and yanked it from his chest. How audacious of someone to attempt to drain my blood. This is getting interesting. Chen Nian, how is it that you are unscathed after having so much blood drained from you? Yaya, bewildered, watched as Chen Nian suddenly hurled the black umbrella towards her. Open the umbrella, he commanded. Why are we using an umbrella? She protested, yet complied, for she had just been saved by him. As she unfurled the large umbrella, Chen Nian cast his gaze upon the grotesque and terrifying centipede, a smirk playing upon his lips. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a resounding crack echoed through the room. In an instant, the myriad of blood vessels within the centipede erupted, reminiscent of a watermelon bursting open. Within moments, the room was awash with splattered blood. Thanks to the umbrella, Yaya was shielded from the deluge of gore, blinking in confusion as the intent behind Chen Nian's actions dawned upon her. In stark contrast, the blood droplets that flew toward Chen Nian seemed to hover around him, as though ensnared by an unseen force, leaving him untouched. Countless droplets coalesced in his palm, transforming into a blade of blood. With a swift thrust, Chen Nian pierced the chest of the demon. Are you attempting to deceive me? Chapter 8. Acquiring a new sequence, the Blood Moon Great Bow. Chen Nian swiftly dispatched the centipede. Containment? That was out of the question. Why not slay monsters to grow stronger? Permanent blood strength 2. Current blood strength 10. Divine resonance effect triggered. Divine gift received. Simultaneously, the splattered blood returned to Chen Nian's body. Reclining on the sofa, although he would not perish from excessive blood loss and the wounds did not hurt, such significant injuries certainly required treatment. Wow, Chen Nian, you're incredible. Yaya could not help but exclaim. Who is Chen Nian? Did you get the name wrong? All right, Brother Chen. Look at your smug expression. Are you hurt? I have healing pills here. You should take one quickly. Yaya handed a pill to Chen Nian. Another pill? Chen Nian chuckled, noticing that the beautiful women of 749 had a penchant for offering him elixirs. What do you mean, another? Aside from you, is there anyone else so generous? This costs 5 contribution points. There is, and she had no prior acquaintance with me. She just tossed it my way and left. Her generosity makes me question her intentions. Are you implying that I am stingy? Chen Nian chose not to continue their banter and summoned Amy. The mission is complete. Let the cleanup crew handle the aftermath. Target confirmed dead. Mission complete. Rewards received. You may check the 749 app for details. Chen Nian opened the terminal app to find both currency and contribution points credited. Next, he pondered the nature of the so-called divine gift. With a thought, 3 cards materialized before Chen Nian's eyes. 1. Acquire a random sequence ability of Slaughter 2. Increase blood reconstruction speed by 5-3. Fill 10 spirit veins, a choice among 3. Was there any doubt? Only the first card presented a valuable ability for further extraction. This was a rare opportunity to draw. Who could resist? Without hesitation, Chen Nian selected the first card. In an instant, blood light erupted. Authority Sequence 015, Blood Moon Great Bow of Ratani. Description: Ratani, a general under the god of slaughter, excels in range combat. His signature ability, the Blood Moon Great Bow, has struck down 100,000 foes in a single arrow. Main ability: manifest the Blood Moon Great Bow, unleashing a powerful arrow. This ability consumes 70 of blood. Sequence 15, a commendable rank indeed. Ordinary individuals draw sequences ranging from 11 to 100, which is already considered exceptional. However, the cost of this ability was exorbitant. It would drain 70 of his blood. Without the Blood King's innate talent, using it just once could lead to his demise. Fortunately, I possess it, allowing for perfect adaptation. Moreover, this is precisely a ranged ability. The Blood King's blood transformation becomes ineffective at a distance from the body, thus compensating for that shortcoming. I hope its power does not disappoint. In the 749 office, the deputy director remarked, "I have heard that your precious daughter accompanied the newcomer Chen Nian on a mission. Having reviewed the mission report, it was executed with remarkable efficiency and immediate results. It seems that, Deputy Director, you have indeed achieved your objective. Chen Nian has truly outperformed your daughter. Completing the task in less than 2 days is undeniably impressive, especially considering the elevated difficulty of slaying formidable foes, a rising star indeed." The Deputy Director nodded with a smile, yet expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. "What is lacking?" The demise of that monster was far too gruesome. The scene was nearly unbearable. If we could have contained it, it would have been perfect. Oh, it's a child's first assignment. Simply accomplishing it is commendable. In the future, as they mature, containment will be a breeze. Hearing the mentors praise their students brought comfort to Li Xiao, knowing that the contribution points he provided to that lad were not in vain. After all, as a mentor, he also reaped rewards when his students completed tasks. He chuckled as he opened his thermos and sipped the goji berry-infused tea, only to notice Director Zheng approaching. "Is there something you need, Director Zheng?" "Li, could you allow Chen Nian to join my little prodigy for tasks? I'll treat you to a meal another day." "No problem. However, Director Zheng, your button has come undone. You old rogue, what are you staring at?" Countdown, 74 hours. This marks the countdown to the initiation of tasks in the reverse world. In the following 2 days, Chen Nian diligently prepared. Under Director Li's guidance, he engaged in intense training during the day and soaked in a bathtub infused with spiritual liquid at night. His practical combat skills and level ascended rapidly. 2 days later, Chen Nian had reached level 37. Although this progress was gratifying, a restless desire simmered within him. He yearned to slay monsters. Only through such victories could he enhance his blood intensity and elevate his combat prowess. On this day, Director Li informed Chen Nian and Yaya, "Tonight, there will be a simulated training session for intern investigators." "Simulated training? You will train in the training ground against virtual monsters generated by Amy." "Virtual? How dull." Chen Nian immediately lost interest. Only by vanquishing real demons and monsters can one achieve true growth. "Hold on. Don't be so hasty to refuse. Many intern investigators will participate, as the reward for the top performers are quite enticing. The Spirit Elevation Pill, a precious elixir that can only be consumed once, yields the best effects when taken during the spirit realm." Yi nodded. "It seems so. My father gave me one before, and it opened up 30 spirit apertures at once." "Damn nepotism," Chen Nian could not help but retort. "In the future, you can consider me your junior. Sister, you can arrange one for you. How about that? I'd rather strive for the first place in this simulated training." Li Xiao's Mila. "Aren't you eager to head out and take on tasks? If you secure the top spot, I'll put in a special request for you." All right. Chen Nian felt invigorated. He heard that fellow, Xie Yi, was also returning to participate in the training. Yaya added, "He is the lowest among us in 304. Especially fond of spouting pointless nonsense. It feels strange not to have beaten him in a while. Before I came, 304 was rather bleak." Soon, evening arrived. The training ground was abuzz with excitement, filled with the vibrant sounds of nearly 100 attending intern investigators. Among those present were Wang Xiao, who had previously clashed with Chen Nian and the aloof Lu Lin. A plethora of formidable individuals gathered, many of whom had joined the ranks of 749 within the past year. Yi Yaya eagerly prepared for the challenge. At this juncture, Amy announced the rules for the simulated training exercise. Teams of 3 would defend a designated stronghold against waves of zombies. Each zombie slain would earn 1 point, while a zombie breaching the stronghold would result in a loss of 1 point. The team with the highest score would emerge victorious. Xia, let's team up with your brother Chen. Together, we shall be invincible, Yi Yaya declared. A vein pulsed on her forehead as she retorted, "It's not that simple. In such team competitions, free selection is implausible. Amy will allocate teams based on big data." Big data allocation? The stronger participants will be paired with the weaker ones to ensure balanced capabilities, allowing every group a chance at victory. Just wait. The teams will be announced shortly. Soon, Amy released the team assignments on the terminal. All participants, please locate your teammates. The simulation training will commence in half an hour. As anticipated, Chen Nian and Yi Yaya were separated. Although Yi Yaya may not possess Chen Nian's strength, she was still a top 10 selected candidate, surpassing 99 of the inter investigators. "Chen, if I win this round, you shall call me Sister Ya," she teased. "No problem, Xia. Chen won't hold back," he replied. And they parted ways to find their respective teammates. During his search, Chen Nian brushed past the enigmatic Lu Lin. "Hey, thanks for the elixir last time," he greeted her. Lu Lin acknowledged with a slight nod, secretly pleased. Though she was not adept at conversation, her thoughts were vibrant. "We attend the same university. I saw you play the piano at the freshman gala," she mused internally. "Can we be friends?" Despite rehearsing this sentiment in her mind, her expression remained placid as Chen Nian was called away by others. "Associado Fupa. Oh my, you are Chinga? How fortunate I am to be placed on the same team as you," exclaimed Cheng Su, one of his teammates, clearly exhilarated. "What's your ability?" he asked. "I'm useless, huh? If I weren't, how could I possibly be matched with someone like you?" Chen Nian remained silent. After some discussion, Chen Nian learned that Cheng Su possessed wind-based abilities. Advanced wind manipulation could be lethal and as formidable as a divine weapon. Yet he could only conjure a wind wall, somewhat useful, but not particularly impactful. Before long, their third teammate arrived, a girl with a doll-like face and large round glasses, clad in black sportswear that accentuated her curves. What a typical two-dimensional glasses girl, Chen Nian thought. Hello, I'm Tang Ji," she stammered, appearing shy and fixated on the ground, unable to even catch a glimpse of her shoelaces. "What is your ability?" Chen Nian inquired. "I'm from the War God sequence, capable of gene liberation. Essentially, I can enhance my physical form." "And you?" Cheng Su chuckled, observing the delicate young girl before him. "So, you are a practitioner of physical enhancement? Come, strike me with your best punch." I apologize." Tang Ji bowed in apology, her fingers curling into a fist. Bang! Her punch landed squarely on Cheng Su's chest, nearly bending him backward, the force of the blow visible in the air. Cheng Su sank to his knees, while rising in his throat. I'm so sorry. Tang Ji hurriedly bowed again, her face flushed with embarrassment. Cheng Su's expression conveyed a sense of defeat, as if he were proclaiming, "I am utterly useless." Meanwhile, Tang Ji's face mirrored her regret. "I too am inept. What on earth is happening?" Amy, sensing the unfairness of the situation, expressed her suspicions. Is this grouping truly equitable? Originally, Chen Nian had intended her comment as a jest. However, her words were fortuitously overheard by a passing individual, who responded with a sarcastic laugh. "This is a judgment based on big data analysis, devoid of bias towards any individual," came the retort. Turning around, Chen Nian encountered a striking young man with dyed red hair, clad in black gloves and leather boots, exuding an air reminiscent of a super agent. "And you are?" "Ren Xiaojia. I arrived 6 months prior. I've heard you've been quite the sensation lately. So what are you implying?" Instead of lamenting the unfairness of the grouping or the inadequacies of your teammates, it would be more prudent to exert yourself further. That is my point. With hands tucked into his pockets, Ren Xiaojia spoke as if imparting wisdom to a junior. Their essay saying, "ISNT there?" When the emperor is not anxious, it is the eunuchs who are. Perhaps you should bow and step back. I find this spectacle unappealing. Are you insulting me? Chapter 9. Simulated training, new abilities emerge. Ren Xiaojia belongs to the fire god sequence, and the stereotype of fire abilities is often a simple-minded brute. He is not far off, as his temper is notoriously explosive. Just as he spoke, a fist enveloped in flames was raised, hovering ominously above Chen Nian's head. However, Ren Xiaojia's action was suspended mid-air. 4. A blood-red spike was also poised just before his eye, less than an inch away. Should his fist dare to descend, the spike would pierce his eyeball. The two stood in a stalemate, the air thick with a palpable tension. At that moment, the arena's PA system suddenly crackled to life. All groups, please proceed to the holographic simulation training room. The simulation is about to commence. Repeating, all groups please enter. Huh! Ren Xiaojia lowered his fist. I have no desire to bully you. Later, I will ask my two teammates to remain still. And I hope you won't lag too far behind. Chen, let us hurry along. It is time for us to enter. Onward. In the office, the mentors of room 749 had already tuned into the live broadcast to witness the unfolding drama. Who do you think will seize the first place? Deputy Director, your daughter Xiaoya's team is quite formidable. At least her teammates are all competent. It's hard to say. It's a fierce competition. Many skilled agents who have been on missions outside have returned. Is Ren Xiaojia from the Fire God sequence also among them? Having joined 749 for half a year, his destructive output during missions has exceeded the revenue from tasks, and he has even faced confinement. Not only is he powerful, but his range of abilities is extensive, giving him a significant advantage. Zheng Xin, I have long heard that your niece is impressive. This time we can truly assess her capabilities. What do you think Chen Nian can achieve? If this were a personal challenge, I believe he could even hold his own against Ren Xiaojia, who has been in the game for half a year. Unfortunately, this is a team battle. Just look at Chen Nian's two teammates, neither of whom excels. Indeed, I wonder how Amy made the assignments. It feels severely unbalanced. In my view, Chen Nian's team will be lucky to make it into the top 10. Chen Nian's team entered the holographic simulation training room, surrounded by white walls devoid of any extraneous objects. Simulation begins. The scene is generating. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a desolate wilderness. The ground was strewn with fallen leaves and dry grass, the air thick with the scent of earth, accompanied by a cool evening breeze and the sound of rustling foliage. It was astonishingly realistic. It was nearly impossible to discern that this was a fabrication. Suddenly, in the distance, a colossal zombie matriarch appeared, its mouth agape, dripping corrosive saliva that pooled on the ground, releasing swirls of white mist. Simultaneously, a horde of zombies emerged around her. These grotesque, decaying creatures surged towards the trio. Tang Ji let out a startled cry, curling in fright as her trembling legs drew close together. 1 point for each zombie killed, but a point deducted for each that breaches our defenses. The matriarch seems to remain stationary. Hold the line. Chen Nian uttered these two words and charged directly into the horde of zombies. Blood transformed into blades as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Limbs were severed, and heads flew in disarray. The score of his team began to rise steadily. In the adjacent room, Ren Xiaojia's team had also entered the scene. He cast a casual glance at his two teammates behind him. Stay put. Brother Jia, although we may not be strong, we can still help you score some points. No need. He was determined to win this simulation training solely by his own prowess. Relying on teammates would only provide Chen Nian with an excuse to maintain his pride, as he would surely claim their inadequacy as a reason for his own performance. Ren Xiaojia plunged into the mass of monsters, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Boom! Nearly 10 zombies were instantly blasted away. Among the other teams, Lu Lin was also a lone wolf, disregarding his teammates as he charged in to wreak havoc. Yaya was so infuriated that she stamped her feet. Damn it! Why won't these zombies die from electricity? Is this setting truly reasonable? The simulation lasted a total of 10 minutes, and now only 1 minute remained. Hunking, Ren Xiaojia's team, 1,823 points 2. Lu Lin's team, 1,659 points 3. Wang Xiao's team, 1,599 points 4. Yaya's team, 1,522 points 12. Chen Nian's team, 999 points indeed. Chen Nian's team was lagging behind by a whole 100 points. The instructors began to form their judgments. It appeared that Ren Xiaojia would take first place in this simulation, as his innate abilities allowed him to soar ahead without the need for assistance. After all, having trained for 6 months, his performance was to be expected, though it did seem a tad unfair. Zhang Xin's niece was also quite impressive, managing to secure second place. However, Chen Nian's situation was rather dismal. His team was inherently disadvantaged, and his skills were ill-suited for dealing with large hordes of monsters. This kid nearly soared after entering 749, experiencing a bit of hardship isn't a bad thing. Just then, Li Xiao suddenly stood up, fixating on the large screen. Wait, what is this kid planning to do? Chen Nian was acutely aware that his team's score was rather low. He had been pondering a question since earlier. Since our objective is to slay smaller zombies to gain points, what is the purpose of the colossal zombie mother's appearance? Is it merely to frighten us? Coupled with the requirement to defend the designated area, one would naturally assume that the sensible strategy would be to remain stationary, preventing zombies from entering the area to avoid losing points, while killing zombies to gain points. What if I were to slay the zombie mother? Intriguing. With this thought in mind, Chen Nian stepped back. You two hold the line and buy me some time. Understood. Cheng Su's wind wall came into play, effectively resisting the surge of zombies into the area. Tang Ji dealt with the stragglers, smashing zombie heads with powerful punches. As for Chen Nian, he activated his new ability on the spot. Slaughter Sequence 015, Blood Moon Great Bow of Ratani. He assumed the stance of drawing a bow, and before him materialized a blood-red Great Bow. Concurrently, 70% of his blood transformed into countless droplets, surging forth to ultimately coalesce upon the bowstring, forming an arrow. This crimson shaft glimmered with a faint dark red luminescence, reminiscent of a blood moon in the night sky, breathtakingly captivating. With his energy fully amassed, Chen Nian released his fingers. Bang! The air erupted in a circular explosion. The arrow soared through the void, striking the head of the zombie matriarch with pinpoint accuracy. Another resounding crash echoed through the space. For an instant, the entire room was enveloped in a fleeting whiteness, akin to a malfunctioning television screen. The holographic projection of the desolate wilderness dissipated and all zombies vanished. The room returned to its former state. A crater was blasted into the pristine superalloy wall, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. My goodness, what just transpired? The simulation training facility is damaged. Cheng Su was left utterly stunned. Chen Nian smirked, surprised to discover that there was indeed a means to forcibly conclude the simulation training. In the next moment, a cold, emotionless broadcast echoed. Team Chen Nian has completed the hidden achievement in the simulation training. Total points 5,000, Chapter 10. Seizing the victory. Undertaking the task of Haunted Mansion just a minute ago, Ren Xiaojia found this competition somewhat tedious. He occupied the first rank, while Chen Nian's presence was utterly absent from the top 10. He was, however, eagerly anticipating the expression on Chen's face when they finally met. It promised to be quite spectacular. Would that defiant visage reveal any traces of unwillingness or humiliation? How amusing. At that moment, the rankings shifted. All teams in the top 10 experienced a decline in their standings, while one team surged forth like a dark horse, catapulting to the first position. 1. Chen Nian's team, 5,999 points. 2. Ren Xiaojia's team, 1,823 points. His pupils constricted in shock. What on earth was happening? Had Amy encountered a glitch? Chen Nian's team completed a hidden achievement in the simulation training. Total points 5,000. Hidden achievement? Was this even a thing before? He had never heard of it. Did this imply that Chen Nian was the first to accomplish such a hidden achievement? Ren Xiaojia stumbled backward in disbelief, gazing at the vast point difference. His spirits plummeted from the heights to the depths. How could he possibly catch up now? In the office, even the mentors exhibited expressions of incredulity. Is this for real? Even I was unaware of the existence of hidden achievements. It was entirely reasonable. Under normal circumstances, one would defend the perimeter of the area, abandoning the unconventional approach of actively attacking the zombie matriarch outside the defensive zone. Li Xiao adjusted his glasses, although his tone remained calm. Everyone could discern the pride woven into his words. It was as if he were proclaiming, Did you see that? This is one of my students, haha. This kid was astonishingly capable, managing to surpass expectations even in unfamiliar territory. Talented, strong, and clever, this young man had boundless potential for the future. Deputy Director, I believe the previous draw was somewhat lacking in rigor. I request a redraw. The simulation test had officially concluded. Chen Nian's team led with an insurmountable advantage, leaving all other teams in their wake. Even now, his two teammates remained in a state of bewilderment. Stop dawdling. Let us head out, Chen Nian urged. Cheng Su suddenly snapped back to reality, practically bouncing off the ground in excitement. Wow, that was incredible. I cannot articulate my emotions right now. Chen, are you filming a movie? Initially, he had come merely to ride on someone else's coattails, and he held no grievances about a low ranking. Yet now, they had claimed first place. What a delightful surprise. Although the reward of the spirit-elevating pill for ranking first would be bestowed only upon the MVP, they would still receive other rewards for their efforts. I'm sorry for holding you back, Tang Ji said, biting her lip with a hint of embarrassment. Being first, and you're apologizing for what? Chen Nian smiled at her. Besides, you were quite impressive. Really? Tang Ji's eyes sparkled with delight. Receiving Chen Nian's affirmation seemed to bring her even more joy than their victory. As each team departed from the simulation training room, a flurry of discussions ensued. No one expected Chen Nian to emerge victorious. The hidden achievement was simply astonishing. Ren Xiaojia had traveled back from afar to participate in the 749, only to face a significant setback, overwhelmed by a newly arrived investigator. It seemed he would find it difficult to sleep that night. Wang Xiao, the first to have a disagreement with Chen Nian, had initially considered himself quite gifted. However, he now recognized the vast chasm between himself and Chen Nian. Even a prodigy like Ren Xiaojia had faltered. It was clear that he could never hope to compete with Chen Nian without courting humiliation. By sheer coincidence, as Chen Nian stepped outside, he spotted Ren Xiaojia emerging not far away. With a composed expression, Ren strode past Chen Nian, remarking, "This time, consider yourself fortunate. I hope to have the opportunity to face you directly next time." Indeed, he believed this assessment did not reflect true prowess in actual combat. He was certain he would prevail effortlessly. Certainly, Lu Wenjia, we shall find an opportunity to spar. You. Ren Xiaojia was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the other party wouldn't even remember his name. His chest swelled with indignation. His face flushed as he hurriedly exited the scene. At that moment, Yi Yaya approached, delivering a hearty slap on Chen Nian's back. Impressive. I never expected you to surpass and clinch first place. Truly worthy of being from 304. Why even discuss it? Your Chengge will always be your Chengge. How delightful. Let's grab a late-night snack. It's on me. I'll also introduce you to old Xie, who still doesn't know you're his roommate. All right, you all head to the cafeteria first. I'll catch up shortly. Chen Nian decided to claim the reward for ranking first. With his spirit elevation pill in hand, he felt a surge of satisfaction as it promised to elevate his realm further. Meanwhile, Director Li called. Chen Nian, your application has been approved. You can officially commence your mission tomorrow. Great. Thank you, Director Li. Chen Nian felt reassured about his decision to join 749, blessed with a reliable mentor and intriguing friends. In the cafeteria, Yaya had ordered an extravagant spread of barbecue delicacies, already indulging with gusto. Yaya, a young man clad in a bright yellow tracksuit, hurried over, introducing himself as Xie Yi, one of 304's roommates. It feels like an eternity since we last met. 7 days feels like a week apart. Sit down and eat, Yaya urged, glancing at him. The aroma of the barbecue was irresistible. Can you not ramble for once? By the way, did you see how impressive that Chen Nian was today? I heard he's a recent arrival, and I never expected him to finish in first place. Look, here he comes. Xie Yi turned abruptly, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chen Nian, our new roommate from 304, and also under Director Li's wing. Gee, a chatterbox with little else to offer. Yi Yaya succinctly introduced them both. Hello. Chengge appears quite formidable, and indeed, he is no weakling. Xie Yi exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. Pleasure to meet you. We are now comrades. Chen Nian unceremoniously took a seat and began to eat, declaring, You've thrown me a celebration banquet. Yaya, you're quite generous. Xie, he stared at Chen Nian in disbelief, astonished that he dared to address Yu Jie in such a manner. What was even more alarming was that Yu Jie did not seem offended. She merely cast him a disdainful glance. What on earth was happening? Had 304 experienced a revolution? From now on, you shall refer to him as Chun Ge. While I shall decide based on my mood, Yi remarked casually. Tian Yi, little minister has long suffered under the oppressive reign of the former tyrant. Now that you, the new king, have ascended the throne, 304 is finally poised for a refreshing change. Enough of your incessant prattling, buzzing about like a fly. Xie chuckled, then mysteriously added, do you know that scientific studies show that those who frequently indulge in barbecues at night consume one additional barbecue meal? How dare you? Ja, exclaimed, delivering a civiv kiktat sant ji frink. That evening, Chen Nian consumed the ascension pill, replenishing the 30 spiritual apertures within his body with abundant spiritual energy. His level surged from LV37 to LV67. The most immediate sensation was the complete restoration of the spiritual energy expended during the test, now even more vigorous than during his peak. An abundance of spiritual energy signifies prolonged combat endurance, especially since utilizing sequence abilities relies heavily on it. Naturally, his physical attributes had also seen a notable enhancement. Simultaneously, Chen Nian received a new Divine Series task. Current task: eliminate any second-tier demon or monster. Note, this task is a prerequisite for realm breakthrough. A prerequisite task implies that one must complete it before elevating to LV100 in order to successfully break through realms. After consulting Director Li, Chen Nian learned that this task was exclusive to the Chosen Ones. Ordinary individuals do not require such prerequisites. They can break through as long as their comprehension and talent meet the standards. Thus, he disclosed to Director Li that he was one of the chosen, though this was no longer a secret. After all, his extraordinary combat prowess had already led many to speculate. Xiaoya, have you ever received a similar prerequisite task for a breakthrough? Indeed, I was instructed to confront a lightning strike head-on. So I ventured to a mountain during a thunderstorm and was struck, an experience akin to undergoing a thunder tribulation. Yi, being of the thunder god sequence, found this quite reasonable. I belong to the slaughter sequence. I simply need to eliminate monsters. However, it appears deceptively simple. The challenge lies in locating second-tier demons or monsters. As Chen Nian perused the task section of the app, a mission titled Ghostly Haunt at the Abandoned House caught his eye. Case file number, CB9822, location, Tianhai City. Suishur Ancient Town. Overview. In the ancient town, there lies an old, dilapidated house, long uninhabited. Recently, for university students, 3 males and 1 female ventured into the house for exploration. Ultimately, only the female managed to escape, claiming she had seen a ghost. Current progress. The local security bureau dispatched 2 officers for investigation, but they too have gone missing. It is presumed that supernatural entities reside within, hence the task has been transferred to Bureau 749. Task objective: ascertain the whereabouts of the 3 missing male university students and the 2 security officers, and uncover the cause of the disturbances at the haunted house. If any supernatural beings are found, contain or eliminate them. Reward: 15 contribution points, 30,000 currency. Chapter 11. I have arrived. This place is under my command. After reviewing the task dossier, Chen Nian found it exceedingly daunting. It was no wonder that this mission had gone unclaimed for so long. Several individuals had already vanished without a trace, presumably succumbing to the horrors within the haunted residence. Additionally, the scant information available rendered it impossible to ascertain the nature of any supernatural entities lurking inside. Should they prove formidable, an inexperienced investigator could easily meet with disaster should they venture in recklessly. In contrast, investigators preferred assignments with clearer parameters, tasks that posed a lower risk and were more straightforward. However, the senior investigators at 749 were perpetually occupied, traversing the nation. It was unrealistic to assign such a perilous task to the upper echelon from the outset, leaving it to languish as a hot potato in the lower tiers. Nevertheless, Chen Nian was not particularly discerning. As long as there was a confirmed supernatural presence, he was willing to take on the challenge. The regulations stipulated that 2 individuals were required for the mission, allowing for mutual support and increasing the likelihood of success, while simultaneously reducing the risk of fatalities. Just accepted the haunted house mission, seeking a teammate. Must be afraid of ghosts, obedient, and ready to follow orders. Chen Nian posted an inquiry on the forum. Within 10 minutes, dozens of replies flooded in. X, wow. Is that my bro Chun? X, Chen, notice me. X, I can shout 666 and provide emotional support. My combat skills are decent too. X, I'm a sweet yet formidable girl who can wear black stockings. Can I tag along? Cuck X, who is Chun? I haven't heard of him. He must be out on missions. X, to the poster above, Chun just joined a few days ago, scoring a perfect 100 in the newcomer test and outshining Ren Xiaojia in simulated exercises. He is impressive. 28L, may I join? I'm afraid of ghosts and very obedient. Why was Chen seeking someone terrified of ghosts for a haunted house? Because supernatural beings possess awareness. If indeed there were spirits within, what would happen if they noticed the presence of 749 personnel and chose to hide? If they concealed themselves, it would be challenging to dispatch them. Therefore, it was best to recruit someone who genuinely feared ghosts, to coax the spirits out first. The individual on 28L was a familiar face, Tang Ji. Wait, recalling the mission synopsis, only one woman had survived among the 4. There might be something amiss. Securing a female partner would provide an opportunity to investigate further. At this moment, Tang Ji lay nervously on her dormitory bed, fixated on her screen. She typically refrained from teaming up with others for missions, fearing that her lack of skill would hinder her companions, and thus she spent her days practicing on wooden dummies. Over the course of a month, she had already destroyed 10 dummies, much to the chagrin of the maintenance staff at the training facility. When she saw Chen Nian seeking a partner, she recalled their previous collaboration during a simulated exercise and mustered the courage to leave a bold comment. Yet, a moment of doubt washed over her. She felt Navi. With the number of replies exceeding 100, many more capable individuals were vying to join Chen Nian. How could he possibly consider her? Just then, a new message popped up. Chen Nian, meet at the subway station at 10 a.m. Tang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief, and upon confirming she had not misread, an exhilarating sensation of astonishment surged from her heart. The following day, at 10 in the morning, Chen Nian arrived punctually at the subway station. From a distance, she spotted Tang Ji seated on a bench, her gaze fixated on the tips of her shoes, lost in thought. Good morning, Captain, Tang Ji exclaimed, springing to her feet. She was still clad in her black athletic attire, her hair styled into 2 playful ponytails, and her large, excited eyes peered out from behind black-rimmed glasses. What time did you arrive? At 8 o'clock. Why arrive so early for a 10 o'clock gathering? Yes, I'm sorry. There's no need for apologies for arriving early. Just get on the train. The 2 boarded the high-speed maglev train bound for Tianhai City, the special subway line 749, which had stations located on the outskirts of major cities nationwide. Captain, I prepared a lot of things. I wonder if they'll be useful for our mission. What have you brought? This is a talisman for exorcising spirits. I exchanged it at the logistics department. If we affix one to ourselves, it will emit a golden light to repel any ghostly attacks. Danzi et lai. That's a rather extravagant use of your contributions for such an item. And this is black dog blood, and this is a calming elixir. If we accidentally inhale too much ghostly energy, it could lead to discomfort or even fainting. This could be taken. Chen Nian was rendered speechless. The rewards from completing this mission, 1T, even match the cost of what you've brought. Will they? You're so eager to improve. It's overwhelming. Listen carefully. Accompanying me on missions is quite simple. All you need to do is lure out the demons and dispose of them. However, these items of yours are of scant utility. Seeing the pitiful expression on Tang Ji's face, Chen Nian eventually accepted her goodwill. Before long, the 2 arrived at the 0 subway station in Tianhai City. Chen Nian had already summoned Amy to arrange for an off-road vehicle, and soon they were driving towards Zwisher Ancient Town. The ancient streets and tiled houses of Zwisher Ancient Town exuded a nostalgic charm, lacking the ostentation of high-rise buildings, instead embracing a sense of history and liveliness. The duo headed straight for the haunted house. This residence was a traditional Sihuan, a quintessential classical mansion, surrounded by yellow caution tape, devoid of any nearby inhabitants, as it was rumored that the residents had fled due to ghostly disturbances. As Chen Nian and Tang Ji approached the entrance, a figure resembling a Taoist priest approached them, dressed in a simple blue robe and cloth shoes. Fellow practitioners, the Taoist called out to them. Have you come to investigate this haunted house as well? And you are? I am Lu Yun, a humble Taoist from a small temple 10 miles up the mountain. I heard tales of disturbances in this ancient town and came to see for myself. With a mysterious smile, Lu Yun continued in a hushed tone. If I am not mistaken, you two must be the capable individuals from 749, given that a murder occurred here just days ago. Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. And? I entered the house this morning and found no spirits. You may have come for naught. Chen Nian chuckled. Do you take me for a fool? The front door is locked, and the dust on the ground is undisturbed. You claim you've been inside? Stepping back for a moment. What are you doing here without any spirits? Have you simply eaten your fill? A sudden shock coursed through Lu Yun's heart. This young lad, seemingly naive, turned out to be rather astute, not easily deceived. His true intention was to subdue the spirits within, using them for his own cultivation. He had initially hoped to concoct a reason to trick Chen Nian and his companion into leaving, only to find his ruse easily unraveled. Just a jest. Spirits appear after midnight, when the Yin energy is at its peak. Why not accompany us into the fray? The more hands we have, the greater our strength. Do you believe you are worthy? A single remark from Chen Nian caused a smile on Lu Yun's face to abruptly freeze. Although Xiao Dao was merely a rogue cultivator without any organizational backing, one must adhere to the rules of the martial world in our line of work. Are you, in 749, above reproach? Not at all. Chen Nian replied coolly. Since I am here, this place falls under my jurisdiction. Should you have any issues, I wouldn't mind addressing the source of the problem first. You. The Taoist was momentarily flustered. Are the youth of 749 so audacious now? Concealed within his mountain temple were 9 spirits, and if he could capture this one, refining 10 souls would allow him to break through to a higher realm. He lacked the courage to confront someone from 749, but was unwilling to abandon this location. Thus, he retreated to observe from a distance. Chen Nian refrained from rashly entering and alarming the spirits, reasoning that the Taoist had a point. The probability of spirits manifesting was indeed greater at midnight. He decided to wait for the opportune moment. However, it wasn't long before an unexpected visitor arrived. A tall, robust man, clad in loose-fitting cloth, approached, clearly a skilled practitioner. I am Lei Zhe, a lay disciple from the Golden Buddha Temple, here to subdue the demons and spirits. Is this the haunted residence? Another contender for the spirits. Chen Nian, growing impatient, dug at his ear and said to Tang Ji, tell him to scram. Oh, very well. Wait, let us be courteous, after all. We represent an official organization and must not be unreasonable. What should we say then? Simply ask him to leave. Chapter 12. Be Saul. Let us slaughter together. Tang Ji obediently stepped forward, gazing up at the towering figure of the man, who was a full head taller than her. I beg your pardon. Please, just leave. The girl, appearing somewhat familiar, was unexpectedly volatile. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my elders. Leze raised his palm. In the next breath, a flash of crimson blade sliced through the air. Swoosh! Vivid droplets of blood floated past. What? Leze staggered back 2 steps, glancing down to find his shirt torn, revealing a ghastly wound upon his chest. I have cultivated the Vajra body of the Buddhist path. My flesh is impervious even to bullets. How could I be so easily harmed? He lifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes at the youth before him. This young man is no ordinary individual. When did the 749th Division produce such a remarkably gifted investigator? Furthermore, his methods are exceedingly ruthless. Do the official forces harbor no reservations when dealing with organizations like ours? Chen Nian casually flicked the blade, causing a line of blood to stain the ground. Listen well, both you and the Taoist lurking behind. I do not hesitate to eliminate anyone who crosses the line. A flicker of wariness crossed Lei Ze's features, while the hidden Taoist trembled with unease. My apologies for the disturbance, he said, turning to leave. Chen Nian sheathed his bloodied knife and smiled at Tang Ji. Well done. Thank you for the praise, Captain. Just as Lei Zhe retreated, the wandering Taoist suddenly blocked his path. Fellow Taoist, since there are two of them, why don't we join forces and see if we can benefit from the situation? Very well. As midnight approached, Chen Nian glanced at the time. Let us proceed. With that, he kicked open the door, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Captain, do you still want some black dog blood? Keep up. No time for chatter. The shadows of the courtyard appeared particularly profound under the moonlight, the stone path cloaked in moss, while a solitary, withered tree stood in the corner. A chill breeze swept through the yard, evoking a sensation of unseen entities brushing past. Tang Ji shivered slightly. Captain, may I tug at your sleeve? No. Tang Ji. QQ, what if you become frightened, and the ghosts inside do not reveal themselves? Chen Nian strode into the main hall, beginning his search, while faint rustling sounds echoed from the shadows. There is nothing on the first floor. Let us ascend to the second. The two made their way to the corridor of the second floor, and suddenly, Chen Nian halted. Unbeknownst to Tang Ji, she collided with Chen Nian's back. Oh, I'm so sorry. Take out your phone and snap a picture. Only then did Tang Ji notice two corpses in the corridor. Those of the two missing security personnel. With trembling hands, she began to take photos, knowing they were essential for the mission report. After capturing the images, the two continued deeper inside. Chen Nian pondered, wondering if the spirits within were being overly cautious. As they had yet to emerge, it seemed that extraordinary measures would be required. Little Tang, you go investigate the innermost room. Wait, alone? Follow orders. Despite the overwhelming fear that gripped her heart, Tang Ji resolutely obeyed the command and timidly ventured into the innermost part alone. Chen Nian deliberately allowed her to act independently, intending to bait a trap. He then pushed open the door to another room. With a creak, the faint moonlight illuminated the dust-laden air. This appeared to be a bedroom. Chen Nian's gaze fell upon a bedside cabinet where a dusty photo frame contained an image of a man and a woman. Just as he picked up the photograph for a closer inspection, a sudden crash echoed as a corpse fell from the ceiling, inverted. The ghastly visage met Chen Nian's eyes, causing him to stagger back instinctively, only to be confronted by two more hanging bodies behind him. The three missing male university students had reunited. A chilling wail emanated from their lips, coalescing into a ghostly apparition suspended in midair, a disheveled female specter. Unaware of the afterlife, she dared to approach with murderous intent. Any man who trespassed here would meet his demise. To Chen Nian's astonishment, the first target of the female ghost attack was not the terrified Tang Ji, but himself. It seemed she harbored a deep resentment towards men, embodying a sentiment that all men should perish. While contemplating this, Chen Nian did not hesitate in his actions. With blood transformed into a blade, he struck forward. The female ghost let out a piercing shriek as Chen Nian's knife found its mark, her form dimming significantly. Infuriated, the specter fled through the door into the corridor, colliding with Tang Ji. A ghost! Tang Ji screamed, spilling black dog blood in a panic. Another anguished cry erupted as the ghost emitted tendrils of white mist, clearly injured. To Chen Nian's surprise, his efforts were indeed effective. Suppressing a grin, he dashed forward, delivering a swift and decisive blow. The ghost dissipated into nothingness, vanquished by his blade. Hunting desire effect triggered, blood intensity permanently increased by 1. Are you all right? Chen Nian asked as he helped Tang Ji to her feet. I'm fine. Is it really over? She stammered, still apprehensive, gripping his arm tightly. By the way, Captain, my black dog blood was useful, wasn't it? Yes, he replied. But Captain, why didn't you contain the female ghost? If we took her back to 749, we might even receive a bonus. Chen Nian chuckled. In my eyes, there is no containment. Let's call it a day. As they descended the stairs and stepped into the courtyard, they found the two individuals from earlier waiting. They were Taoist Lu Yun and the lay disciple Lei Zhe. We meet again, fellow Taoist, Chen Nian remarked coldly. It seems you have forgotten that I drew a line at the entrance earlier. We entered over the wall. Lei Zhe replied earnestly. We kindly request that you hand over the ghost. Otherwise, do not blame us for teaming up against 749. Lu Yun threatened with a chilling tone. Tang Ji mustered her courage and exclaimed, "The captain has already killed that female ghost. How can we give her to you?" "What? You killed her?" Both Lu Yun and Lei Zhe were momentarily taken aback, their pupils widening in disbelief. No. Why did you have to kill her?" Lu Yun exclaimed, his defenses shattered. He had intended to use that ghost to aid in his own breakthrough, but his plans had utterly collapsed. "Aren't you 749 primarily focused on containment?" he shouted in protest. Chen Nian grinned broadly. "I killed her because I wanted to, whether it be that female ghost or you." However, upon hearing this, Lei Zhe did not react with anger. He merely sighed softly and raised his hand. "Amitabha, may you journey well." To everyone's astonishment, the robust man shed tears unknowingly. Why is he crying? Tang Ji wondered, perplexed by the unfolding events. Even the Taoist was bewildered, thinking to himself, "We agreed to be cautious, yet you are here, gazing at the sky with tears in your eyes. What does this mean?" The reason was that it was his wife who had died. Chen Nian held up a photograph, the same one he had seen earlier in the room. It depicted a man and a woman, the woman being the ghost and the man being Lei Zhe. Generally, individuals only transform into ghosts when they are filled with hatred and resentment at the time of their death. During their first exploration, for university students, 3 males and 1 female had ventured in, yet only the female had managed to escape. The 2 security personnel who had died were also male. Furthermore, the ghost had initially attacked him, not Tang Ji. This indicated that the ghost harbored a profound hatred for men. Why? Because you killed your wife with your own hands. Lei Zhe did not deny this. After a brief silence, he sighed. "Ever since I married her, I have been burdened with thoughts of her, and my cultivation has stagnated." A worldly disciple is ultimately bound by impure thoughts. A chill flickered in his eyes. To seek rebirth, one must sever all worldly ties. Recently, I heard rumors of hauntings in this ancient town, particularly in the place where we once resided. I knew it was possible that her vengeful spirit lingered. Thus, I came here, intending to give her a final farewell. To sacrifice one's wife for the sake of cultivation is utterly inhumane. Lu Yun could not help but curse vehemently. Chen Nian burst into laughter. "Aren't you just as inhumane? You were well aware of the ghost's presence, yet allowed her to kill, all to nurture her strength for your own gain. How do you know this?" Lu Yun stared at Chen Nian, incredulous. "You said the Taoist temple is only 10 miles away. You must have arrived long ago, yet you chose to come at this late hour?" His words implied that ghosts appear at midnight, and upon hearing my confession of killing the female ghost, your agitation clearly indicates your intent to exploit her. Blood began to flow slowly from Chen Nian's hand, forming a crimson blade. "Thus, since you are all inhumane, let us slay you all." Chapter 13. The Catastrophic Demon, the Birth of the Ghostly Infant. Just as Chen Nian was poised to take action, a thunderous rumble erupted. The house behind him suddenly collapsed, transforming into a heap of rubble. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, a dense aura of ghostly energy permeated the air. "Captain, the Qingxin pill." Tang Ji handed over the elixir, and Chen Nian was surprised that it could indeed be of use. As the pill took effect, clarity began to return to his mind. Yet, he was perplexed. He had already slain the female ghost, and the reward had been credited. Why was there still such a heavy presence of ghostly energy? In the chilling evening breeze, none dared to act rashly. At that moment, from the ruins emerged a frail little hand, slowly reaching out from the debris. What crawled forth was an infant. Its tiny face was ashen, devoid of color, and its eyes were a deep, shadowy abyss that sent shivers down one's spine. A ghost! A ghostly infant! The Taoist priest, Lu Yun, suddenly exclaimed, "That woman was pregnant before she died." The unborn child perished alongside its mother, harboring immense resentment, and having absorbed a great deal of her dark energy, it manifested as this malevolent, ghostly infant. This was the most ferocious of spirits. The creature clawed its way from the rubble, inching closer to the group, its form swelling and transforming into that of a giant child. A chill crept over them. Lu Yun had indeed been aware of the female ghost's presence. He had intended to wait until she had claimed a few more victims to grow stronger before capturing her. However, he had not anticipated the existence of a ghostly infant. Chen Nian called out to Amy, "Assess its level." A line of green text materialized before them. LV-26, ghostly infant catastrophic. Among humans, there are prodigies and, similarly, demons of the same realm vary greatly in strength. The official classifications are ordinary, catastrophic, calamity, dragon, and ghost. A catastrophic demon is at least 30 stronger than an ordinary demon of the same rank. Immediate retreat is advised. Amy suggested, based on data analysis, that the enemy before them was beyond the capability of Chen Nian and his companion to confront. How painful! It hurts, the ghostly infant wailed, its terrifying cries sending shockwaves that pounded against their eardrums. At that moment, Riser stepped forward, softly calling, "Son, I am your father." He coaxed gently, "Come here, my son, I will not harm you." "Dad, Dad!" The enormous, ghostly infant slowly crawled towards him. Just as they were within a meter of each other, Riser abruptly produced a golden talisman and pressed it against the infant's forehead. The talisman burst forth with radiant light, prompting the ghostly infant to emit a piercing scream. "Aya, let me extract some final value from you, to refine my father's artifact," Riser declared, producing a string of Buddhist beads and swiftly manipulating them in his hands, intending to subdue and capture the ghostly infant. Unexpectedly, the infant extended a chubby hand and suddenly seized Riser's head. "It hurts, Dad, it hurts." With a sickening crunch, Riser's head was instantly crushed. Like a bursting watermelon, it overflowed from the crevices of the ghostly infant's fingers. "Damn it, I must take my leave. This ghastly path is unbearable." The flowing clouds dared not linger another moment and fled in haste. Yet, Chen Nian and Tang Ji remained resolute. Should this ghostly infant escape, the surrounding ancient town would surely meet its doom. Even Tang Ji, trembling with fear, stood her ground. For the investigators of the 749 Bureau had an obligation to safeguard the common folk. "Little Tang, you should go first." "What about you, Captain?" "Of course, I shall remain here to slay it." A hint of excitement danced upon Chen Nian's lips. Blood flowed from his palm, yet he felt no pain. In midair, it transformed into a long sword, grasped firmly in his hand. Suddenly, the ghostly infant lunged forward like a wild beast. With a swift draw, the blade gleamed, unleashing a torrent of blood-red light. Crack! The infant's hand was severed in an instant. "It hurts!" A piercing wail echoed as the ghostly infant struck out with its other hand. Chen Nian intended to block with his sword, but to his surprise, Tang Ji appeared at his side, raising her right arm to shield him from the blow. Gene liberation upon activating this ability, her physical strength and resilience surged dramatically. Bang! A muffled impact sent shockwaves through the air. Tang Ji was hurled away, crashing into the rubble of a collapsed building. Yet within mere seconds, she rose again, blood at her lips, but her gaze resolute. "Captain, I'll buy you time. You use that technique very well. Take care of yourself." Tang Ji affixed the ghost-repelling talisman she had purchased earlier to her body. Clenching her right fist, she raised her left hand, taking a deep breath and lowering her center of gravity. "Mom, Dad, I will kill you, kill." The ghostly infant charged forth, engaging Tang Ji in a fierce melee, the talisman providing her temporary protection. As for Chen Nian, he had initially intended to take a risk, maximizing the activation of the Blood Monarch, power through overwhelming blood loss. However, it now appeared unnecessary. He leaped onto another rooftop, preparing to draw his bow. Killing Sequence 015, Blood Moon Great Bow of Ratani. Countless droplets of blood coalesced into arrows, their dark crimson glow reminiscent of a blood moon in the night sky. Charge complete. "Little Tang, get back." "Got it." Tang Ji sprang aside, just as the arrow was loosed, striking the ghostly infant. Boom! Dust billowed forth, and the ground was blasted into a deep crater. The ghostly infant lay within, the scarlet arrow piercing its form completely. "It hurts, Daddy, it hurts, good night." With a swift motion, Chen Nian drove his blade through the ghostly infant's skull. At last, the infant fell silent, dissipating into black mist that vanished into the air. Divine task completed. Blood intensity 6, slaying the formidable demon. The hunting desire effect triggers blood intensity 3. Once the demon was vanquished, it released a surge of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, which both Chen Nian and Tang Ji could absorb in the vicinity, having ascended a full 10 levels. His rank soared from 67 to 77. Chen Nian leapt down, his blood returning to his body, and his pale complexion improved considerably. "Are you all right?" "Fine." "Captain, it seems I have broken through a barrier," Tang Ji exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. Her state of mind had recently been elevated, and having absorbed a surge of spiritual energy, she effortlessly achieved her breakthrough. Congratulations. Chen Nian had completed the preliminary tasks for his own breakthrough. He merely needed to fill his body with energy from 100 spiritual orifices to advance. "Thank you, Captain." Tang Ji recognized the substantial gains from this mission and hurriedly bowed in gratitude to Chen Nian. The two prepared to rest for a moment and to notify the relevant units to handle the aftermath. Current blood strength increase, 20. Divine gift available. Chen Nian focused his thoughts. Within the realm of his consciousness, 3 cards materialized before him. 1. Blood strength, 3, 2. Enhanced blood monarch effect. When your own blood is present, it will automatically defend against any attacks. 3. Acquire the ability Wailing Ghost. Sit on the ground and cry out loudly, releasing a powerful sonic wave attack against enemies. What absurd abilities are these? Chen Nian naturally chose the second option. The enhancement mechanism was far too crucial. The prospect of automatic defense from his blood sounded remarkably formidable. Was it not akin to Gaara's sand automatically shielding him in Naruto? If someone were to fire upon him unexpectedly, his blood would form a barrier to protect him without requiring Chen Nian's direct control. Yet, the events were far from over. Chen Nian summoned Amy. "Amy, please assist me in locating the nearest Taoist temple within a 10-mile radius." Location established. Shadi activata navigación? Yes, activated. It was time to confront that Taoist priest. Chapter 14. What? He slaughtered the ghost infant. 10 miles outside the ancient town, a small Taoist temple stood atop the verdant hills. Lu Yun, having fled back to the temple under the cover of night, was panting heavily, still shaken from his harrowing encounter. How could this be? I merely intended to capture a female ghost, yet I stumbled upon a ghost infant. Fortuitously, I had not crossed paths with it, or I would surely have met my demise. In retrospect, those two must also be doomed. The ghost infant harbored such deep resentment that its mere existence would spell death for anyone in its path. They could not possibly stand a chance against it. With this thought, Lu Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stretched lazily, preparing to lie down for a much-needed rest before devising his next course of action. However, just as he reclined upon his bed, he had scarcely begun to drift into a peaceful slumber when a thunderous crash resounded outside. Who could it be? Lu Yun hastily rose to investigate, only to behold the grand wooden door lying in ruins on the ground, with 2 figures stepping through the wreckage. "It was you. You're alive?" Lu Yun was taken aback. Indeed, the intruders were none other than Chen Nian and Tang Ji. "Should I be dead?" Chen Nian replied with a smirk. "You fled? As a member of the 749 Bureau, do you not care for the safety of the townsfolk?" Lu Yun instinctively assumed they were deserters. Tang Ji interjected, "The ghost infant has been vanquished by our captain. We would never indulge in allowing ghosts to harm innocents for our own gain, unlike you." That cannot be. How could you possibly have defeated the ghost infant?" Lu Yun stammered, disbelief etched across his face. "Does your belief hold any significance? What matters is that I am quite displeased." Chen Nian's demeanor shifted, a sanguine aura enveloping him as he advanced step by step. Lu Yun, paralyzed by fear, felt his legs weaken and fell to his knees. "Brother, I was wrong. I am willing to return to the 749 Bureau for judgment. The ghost was not my doing. I merely turned a blind eye. Do you think I journeyed this far merely to apprehend you?" Chen Nian's voice dripped with menace. You intend to kill me?" Lu Yun's heart skipped a beat, realizing he had encountered a particularly deranged investigator from the 749 Bureau, who had pursued him in the dead of night to enforce that ruthless decree: transgressors must perish. With a stoic expression, he rose to his feet. "Out there, perhaps I am not your equal, but here, defeating me will not be so simple. Seal the ghost furnace, activate." With a resounding boom, the temple erupted, and 9 malevolent spirits surged forth. "Kill it for me." "Oh, I never anticipated such unexpected gains. Chen Nian's eyes sparkled with delight. In an instant, the 9 evil spirits lunged at him. The swiftest among them, upon nearing Chen Nian by less than half a meter, collided unexpectedly with a blood-red barrier. The remaining 8 spirits attacked from various angles, yet nearly all were thwarted by the barrier, unable to inflict a single scratch upon Chen Nian. The automatic defense was remarkably effective. Standing in the center of the temple, he casually tucked one hand into his pocket while the other idly scratched his ear. Could you exert a bit more effort? I'm nearly dozing off. Seeking death. Let's see how long you can endure. Lu Yun once again summoned his spiritual energy, pushing the talismans within the bodies of the malevolent spirits to their utmost limit, causing them to recklessly assault Chen Nian with wild abandon. Chen Nian extended both hands, and streams of blood flowed down his arms, intertwining and coalescing into 2 long blades, one in each hand. The stunning dragon blade, second form, the dragon subduing the sea. Chen Nian danced with twin blades, resembling a raging dragon tumultuously thrashing about in the ocean, unleashing a flurry of intersecting and crisscrossing blade energies. The ground and walls bore countless scars from the blades. Even the ancient tree in the courtyard came crashing down. Blood strength permanently increased 1. Blood strength permanently increased 2. The twin blades whirled chaotically, slaying all 9 malevolent spirits, 8 of lesser rank and 1 of higher rank, resulting in a 10% increase in blood strength. Lu Yun was utterly astounded. The 9 malevolent spirits he had painstakingly gathered had vanished just like that. Wait a moment. 749 has no qualification to execute humans. This is against the rules. You cannot harm me. Don't come any closer. If you desire something, you may tell me, and we can discuss it slowly. Not interested. With a swift motion, Chen Nian severed the head of the Taoist priest. Unfortunately, they were not demons or monsters, so no rewards were granted. Time to wrap up. Back to 749. Speaking of which, Captain, I have always had a question. You often have blood spurting out. Doesn't it hurt? It doesn't hurt. My wounds heal rapidly. Oh. Tang Ji silently retracted the elixir he had prepared to offer the captain. He had intended to present it as a gift. On the way back, Chen Nian activated a new round of divine bestowals. 3 cards immediately materialized. 1. Instantly fill 10 spiritual apertures. 2. Enhance the effect of Blood Monarch. Range of effect increased by 4 meters. 3. Blood production speed increased by 5. Without hesitation, Chen Nian selected the second card, for its effect was simply too powerful. Currently, blood could only extend about 2 meters from his body, meaning he could generate a weapon approximately 2 meters in length, thus limiting both his attack and defense range to within 2 meters. Therefore, he lacked the capability for large-scale attacks. An additional 4 meters in range would effectively double his attack and defense capabilities. Now, centered around Chen Nian, the attack range would extend to 6 meters. In the conference room of 749, the deputy director presiding over the morning meeting had yet to arrive, and the mentors began to chat among themselves. Chen Nian has returned. Have you seen his mission report? Zhang Xian inquired, having always kept a keen eye on Chen Nian. What is there to see in an intern investigator's mission report? Indeed, Director Zhang, you shouldn't dwell on Chen Nian so much. Wait until he matures. Then you can pay attention gradually. Zhang Xian shook his head. You wouldn't believe it. He undertook a mission to investigate a haunted house and encountered a second-tier ghost infant. What? A ghost infant? You must be joking. Those are no easy adversaries. Thankfully, Chen Nian is unharmed. Otherwise, we would have lost a genius. Zhang Xian shook his head again. He didn't flee. Killed the ghost infant. The mentors exchanged glances, and a brief silence enveloped the conference room. A ghost infant is a calamity. It even surpassed Chen Nian by a significant realm. And he managed to slay it? Indeed, although the slaughter sequence exhibits formidable prowess in actual combat. I must admit that this is the first time I have encountered such an extraordinary individual. His capabilities are undeniably monstrous. During the execution of his mission, he also encountered other rogue practitioners, all of whom met their demise. In short, he left no survivors in his wake. How ruthless this fellow is. Li Xiao adjusted his glasses. There is no issue. Investigator 749 possesses the authority to make flexible decisions in response to obstacles posed by other psychics encountered during investigations. In urgent circumstances, he is permitted to engage in lethal action. The mission report indicated that the Taoist had manipulated a multitude of spirits to besiege Chen Nian, nearly resulting in his demise. He narrowly escaped with his life. A rather dubious tale, isn't it? Chen Nian successfully returned to the 749 Bureau. Teleportation countdown, 21 hours. In approximately 1 day, the first survival mission will officially commence. He resolved not to venture out again, opting instead to diligently acquire knowledge and experience regarding the reverse world, while further honing his combat abilities. He aimed to prepare thoroughly to avert any potential calamities. After extensive research on the app, Chen Nian deepened his understanding of the reverse world. Each individual possesses a ladder score that symbolizes their prowess. Initially, this score stands at 1,000. Should one decline a mission to the reverse world, their ladder score will be deducted. Similarly, failure in a mission will result in a reduction of this score. Should the ladder score reach 0, one would lose the favor of the divine, and their sequence abilities would vanish permanently. Novices regard a journey to the reverse world as a nightmare to be evaded, whereas the strong perceive it as an opportunity, sought after yet elusive. The disparity between the weak and the strong is thus established. Those who frequently traverse the reverse world, provided they survive each time, can experience breakthroughs in their realms at a rate several times that of ordinary individuals. Depending on the ladder score, the tiers of the reverse world vary. Currently, it comprises 7 levels, ranging from shallow to profound. Basic level, ladder score 1 to 1,000 intermediate level, ladder score 1,000 to 2,000 challenging level, ladder score 2,000 to 3,000 and so forth. Of course, there are individuals of higher realms who attempt to intentionally suppress their scores. However, such high-level practitioners find no advancement in the lower tiers, ultimately rendering their efforts futile. As I venture into the reverse world for the first time, I should be placed in the basic level, matched with others who possess scores below 1,000. What is there to fear? Let's proceed. With time still on my side, I decided to practice at the training ground. Little did Chen Nian anticipate that shortly after arriving at the training facility, he would witness a dramatic confrontation between 2 young women. Chapter 15. Provocation and the deduction of disciplinary points in the training ground for intern investigators. Zhao Qian was engaged in a shot-put practice with her close friend, tossing the heavy sphere back and forth to build strength. She was the senior who had previously led Chen Nian into the 749 unit. With the recent completion of their regional patrol duties, they had returned to the bureau. Qian, you want to believe it? A monstrous new recruit has arrived. He scored a perfect 100 in the assessment. Unbelievably strong. Huh, is his name Chen Nian? Zhao Qian replied with a proud smile. How could I not know? We attended the same university, and I'm his senior. Seriously? No way, her friend exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. Do you know how formidable he is? The deputy chief's daughter, Yaya, who usually behaves recklessly, has been brought to heel by him. Yes, I've heard. Even though I just returned, I've seen quite a bit on the forums. Since you know him, doesn't that mean you can ride on his coattails? It's merely a fleeting acquaintance. He is a genuine genius. Whether he even remembers my name is uncertain. Let us not overthink it. Hard work is essential. Let us continue training. At that moment, 3 girls entered the training area. Xiao Zhao, you're back? Why didn't you greet me? How unfriendly. Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhao Qian's smile instantly faded. The leader, a blonde girl named Song Jinxiu, was her former roommate. Every time Zhao Qian visited the cafeteria, Song Jinxiu would demand she bring food back to their dormitory. What was worse, upon receiving the meal, she would often refuse to pay. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Zhao Qian confronted her, only to be met with a cold laugh. We're sisters in the same dorm. Why fuss over such trivial money? You're being petty. Their relationship soured from that point onward, leading Zhao Qian to request a transfer to a different dormitory. What brings you here? Nothing much. Just that we sisters wanted to train here. Why not join us? You wouldn't refuse your good friends, would you? Zhao Qian realized she was attempting to take over the space. Don't go too far. Zhao Qian frowned. Come on. Calling each other good friends is a bit too formal. I'm not trying to take over. I just want to practice together. As she spoke, she bent down and picked up a shot put from the ground with one hand. Suddenly, she hurled it with tremendous force. Her affinity was for enhanced strength. Driven by her immense power, the shot put flew through the air like a bullet, crashing heavily against Zhao Qian's chest. Staggering back 2 steps, Zhao Qian clutched her chest as a wave of blood surged within her. Great throw. So precise, Sister Song. The other 2 girls clapped and laughed. Song Jinxiu tossed her hair over her shoulder and chuckled. Just don't apply for an assessment by Amy. Okay? This is merely a normal practice session. It's just that you're too weak to handle it. And don't take it personally, with your mediocre talent. Don't you think it's a waste of training facilities to stand here? Zhao Qian had no retort and could only grit her teeth, swallowing her frustration. Her talent was indeed quite ordinary. Even Song Jinxiu surpassed her. Forget it, Qian. Let South find another place to train. Don't stoop to her level. As Zhao Qian tugged at Zhao Qian to leave, another young man entered the training ground, striding directly towards Song Jinxiu and her companions. It was Chen Nian. Zhao Qian gasped. Not everyone had encountered Chen Nian. Most had merely seen discussions about him on forums, and Song Jinxiu had never laid eyes on him. You wouldn't be the fool that woman enticed, looking to defend her honor, would you? Chen Nian uttered no superfluous words. Suddenly, his index finger shot forth, a stream of blood coalescing into a bloody hand. With a slight flick of his finger, the blood hand swatted down from several meters away. This was a newly unlocked technique following the enhancement of the Blood King's attack range. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. A vivid red palm print instantly appeared on Song Jinxiu's fair cheek. In disbelief, she clutched her stinging face, glaring furiously at Chen Nian, her voice shrill. You dare strike me? My father has never laid a hand on me. How dare you? No worries. I can play the role of your father today. Damn it. Were you pretending to be Big Brother? With a swift motion, Song Jinxiu summoned the heavy lead ball from the ground into her grasp. With all her strength, the lead ball shot forth like a cannonball. The automatic blood defense mechanism activated, forming a barrier that perfectly intercepted the lead ball mid-air. What? Song Jinxiu froze for a second, astonished that the force she exerted, capable of demolishing a wall, was effortlessly blocked by him. At that moment, a girl nearby trembled and whispered Sister Song. He seems to be Chen Nian. Upon hearing the name Chen Nian, Song Jinxiu's pupils constricted. Though she had never seen him, she had certainly heard of his reputation. How could that wretched Zhao Qian possibly have a connection with Chen Nian? Did she even deserve it? So it's Brother Chen. You should have mentioned it earlier. I didn't recognize you just now. My apologies. Her demeanor shifted instantly. She had always been adept at reading people and adapting her approach, which was why she navigated social circles so smoothly. No worries. I merely wish to practice with you, Chen Nian replied with a slight smile. The feigned smile on Song Jinxiu's face faltered, suppressing her anger as she softly responded. Brother Chen, the trivial matters between my friends, and I shouldn't concern a steadfast man like you. Right? Such eloquence. There was a reason why a seductive vixen could maneuver through life so easily. Being able to call someone brother while flaunting her charms was a tactic most could not compete with. Chen Nian nodded. You make a valid point. It indeed has little to do with me. Right, brother? Then perhaps you could step aside for now? I'll treat you to a meal another day. Next time, you can strike wherever you wish. Smack! The blood hand delivered another slap to Song Jinxiu's left cheek. Now, is there a connection? This time, her cheeks were finally symmetrical. If Director Li, with his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, were here, he surely would not have been able to resist complimenting me, Chen Nian mused. You, Chen, truly have no sense of boundaries. Do you think I can be bullied so easily? Indeed. You, by the way, in my eyes, you're also worthless. Don't you think occupying the training ground is a waste of resources? In Chen Nian's eyes, everyone present was indeed worthless, indistinguishable from one another. The harsh words that had just been spoken returned like a boomerang, leaving Song Jinxiu with a burning face and utterly humiliated. Typically, when encountering such a man, who could resist the temptation to smile sweetly and act coy? It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. Yet Chen Nian truly had the audacity to do so. Amy, he openly assaulted a colleague. I demand an immediate disciplinary ruling. Song Jinxiu was beside herself with rage. The virtual image of Amy materialized in midair. Retrieving surveillance footage, determining, classified as provoking trouble, deducting 50 behavioral discipline points, ruling complete. A smile crept onto Song Jinxiu's face. Well deserved. In the next moment, a notification popped up on her terminal. Provoking trouble, deducting 50 behavioral discipline points. Indeed, it was well deserved. Zhao Qian, standing behind, could not help but chuckle. Amy, I was the one who got hit. Why are my points being deducted? This damn artificial intelligence. Insulting Amy, deducting 100 behavioral discipline points. Notification. Your behavioral discipline points are too low. All field operations are temporarily suspended. Please engage in community service to improve your points. Song Jinxiu's face turned completely green. Just wait for me. Someone so arrogant and newly arrived will soon have consequences. With a huff, she stormed off, and the onlookers dispersed. Thank you, Chen Nian. I've disliked her for a long time, and thanks to you, I've finally vented my frustration. It's truly satisfying. No need for such formality, Senior, Chen Nian replied with a smile. In this day and age, still engaging in school bullying, it's a self-inflicted wound. However, Song Jinxiu knows many people. She might send someone to trouble you later. No matter. It's just an opportunity for some amusement. All right, I'm off the train. After Chen Nian departed, her close friend hurriedly approached. Wow, I didn't expect you to have such a connection with Chen Nian. He's incredibly handsome. I was just captivated watching him. I wouldn't call it a connection. It merely demonstrates his good character. That evening, after returning, Song Jinxiu summoned Ren Xiaojia. Rian, I've been bullied by Chen Nian. She clung to his arm, imploring, if you don't help me take a stand, I won't be able to survive at 749. Chen Nian? Ren Xiaojia took a puff of smoke. He is indeed a bit too arrogant. I was just looking for a chance to spar with him. You want to challenge him in real combat? Song Jinxiu was overjoyed. Great. I'll issue the challenge tomorrow on the forum, stirring up the crowd to ensure he is mocked and trampled upon the moment he loses. Chapter 16. Enough chit-chat. I am in a hurry in dormitory 304. The living room. Chen Nian and Yaya sat on the sofa, indulging in snacks. Xie was diligently tidying up the dormitory, not out of obligation, but rather due to Li Zhao's profound influence that instilled in him a commendable habit of cleanliness. Chen Nian, you are rather inconsiderate, aren't you? Yaya remarked it, munching on potato chips. You don't even call me Sister Yu when such good fortune arises. That pretentious woman, Song Jinxiu, has long been irksome to me. I could have taken the opportunity to bully her. Huh, who doesn't know you are the daughter of the deputy director? They wouldn't dare to act brazenly in your presence, and the subsequent events would be avoided. You have quite the wicked heart. Chen Nian chuckled. By the way, I plan to venture into the reverse world tomorrow. Just giving you a heads up. What? Both Yaya and Xie exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Yaya said, You've only just awakened. Are you in such a hurry to enter the reverse world? Isn't that a bit rash? I've only been there once. Xie added, Brother Chun, while I'm not an expert, I would like to offer you a suggestion. It may not be particularly mature. As I mentioned earlier, I am not a professional. Have you completed your first mission? Chen Nian inquired of Yaya. Yes. Then that settles it. If you can succeed, what is there for me to fear? You really are asking for a beating, aren't you? Yaya retorted, playfully kicking Chen Nian with her bare foot. Afterward, she retrieved a technologically advanced gray-white sphere from her storage artifact and tossed it to Chen Nian. What is this? Press the button on the side, and, after 5 seconds, it will explode, releasing a torrent of electricity. I have even enhanced it with my own abilities. It should at least incapacitate a monster. Sisterya. This term of endearment struck a chord with Yaya, especially since she had given him something valuable. Later, Chen Nian informed Li Xiao about his plans to enter the reverse world. The director did not dissuade him, but meticulously shared numerous experiences and lessons, providing him with a simultaneous translation earpiece, as encounters with foreigners in the reverse world were possible. The following morning, bright and early, Chen Nian had yet to rise when Yaya burst into his bedroom. What's wrong? Quick, check the forum. That woman, Song Jinxiu, has issued a challenge against you. She challenged me? Has she lost her mind? To be precise, it is she representing Ren Xiaojia who has issued the challenge. Those two often collaborate behind the scenes, Yaya explained. It seems Ren Xiaojia is still resentful after losing to you in the last assessment and wishes to prove himself in actual combat to redeem his honor. Chen Nian glanced at the forum, with the most trending post read. Challenge. Who is the strongest intern investigator? Ren Xiaojia officially invites Chen Nian to battle. Time, 10 a.m., location, arena. The replies had already exceeded 100. X. Oh, this is going to be entertaining. X. This is a true pinnacle showdown. X. Chen Nian seems not to have reached the mountain-moving realm yet. ISN T. Ren Xiaojia being a bit of a bully. X. He mentioned he would suppress his spiritual energy to the spirit communication realm. X. Enough talking. I've already woken everyone in the dormitory. Hurry up. The crux of the matter is whether Chen Nian will accept the challenge. Of course, he must. You all know how audacious he is. If he declines, wouldn't that make him a coward? Chen Nian quickly discerned that many comments were deliberately stirring the pot. Best to ignore them. Aren't you about to venture into the reverse world? How could you waste time on him? The duel begins at 10 o'clock. Chen Nian glanced at the time. He was set to enter the reverse world precisely at 10. It was just past 8 now, leaving less than 2 hours on the countdown. If you truly feel embarrassed, I could accept the challenge on your behalf. Just say that only after defeating me can you challenge him. How does that sound? Yeah, Disregards, Tomping Herchist. For my sake, you'd even be willing to lose? I could weep. Go on, this is a special circumstance. Besides, you saved me last time. Consider it repaying a favor. Chen Nian responded personally under the post. I'm willing to fight, but only if you give me 2 minutes' notice. I have engagement at 10. Additionally, I do not engage in meaningless battles. Let us wager 100 contribution points. His direct response instantly heightened the anticipation surrounding this duel. Chen Nian accepted. I can't believe it, he even proposed a wager. How imposing. 100 contribution points is no trifling sum. Some individuals take half a year to accumulate such points, which could be exchanged for a considerable martial skill. Brothers, let us rush to the arena to witness the spectacle. However, there is something I can't quite understand. When he says he has something at 10, what could it possibly be? I have no idea. Could it be that he is planning to buff himself first? Yaya, upon seeing Chen Nian's response, exclaimed in surprise. 2 minutes in advance, do you really intend to finish fighting him before entering the reverse world? Enough. And you're also wagering 100 contribution points. Where will you find that many points? You have some, don't you? If you lose, you'll cover for me, and if you win, I'll split the winnings with you. Deal. In the office, Li Xiao also opened the live channel for the arena, his expression somewhat stern. Divinity, I've heard that one of your students is about to engage in a fierce battle. Chen Nian is set to face Ren Xiaojia. It's bound to be quite the spectacle. To his surprise, Li Xiao maintained a serious demeanor. This kid simply cannot discern urgency from triviality. What do you mean? Divinity, do you lack confidence in Chen Nian? That seems improbable. He possesses exceptional combat prowess in the slaughter sequence, excelling in one-on-one encounters. Li Xiao shook his head. No, I don't believe he will lose this match. Then why are you lamenting? Because he is about to be transported to the reverse world. What? At this revelation, the other instructors in the office widened their eyes in disbelief. Wait, is that kid really heading to the reverse world so soon? Why bother with the duel at all? Doesn't he realize he should maintain peak combat readiness before entering? I can't believe he would dare to play such a game. Come, let us all watch the live broadcast. Several instructors pulled their chairs closer, sitting beside Li Xiao, becoming spectators themselves. In the arena, even in the early morning, the number of onlookers had already surpassed 100. Within the confines of the 749th Bureau, nearly all the resident trainee investigators had gathered, some still munching on steamed buns. The seasoned contender, Ren Xiaojia, was set to face off against the rising star, Chen Nian, who bore a personal grudge against him. The orchestrator of this duel, Song Jinxiu, also harbored tensions with Chen Nian. A wager of 100 contribution points was at stake. The winner would reap both fame and fortune, while the loser would suffer a double loss. The anticipation surrounding this match was palpable. I had hastily abandoned my previous engagement to witness it. Could you kindly maintain your distance? I am in the midst of my breakfast. Ren Xiaojia had already arrived. Yet Chen Nian was still absent with only 10 minutes until the commencement. No, it was merely 8 minutes. Had Chen Nian truly claimed to be occupied? Surely, he would not attempt to resolve this within 2 minutes. Zhao Qian was also present, aware that this duel was intertwined with the events of the previous day. The ethereal beauty, Lu Lin, had made her entrance as well, maintaining an aura of solitude around her that deterred others from approaching, lest they succumb to the chill she exuded. Cheng Su, who had previously teamed up with Chen Nian and the bespectacled girl, Tang Ji, were also in attendance. The clock struck 9:55, and at last, Chen Nian, Yi Ye, and Xie Yi made their appearance. They had arrived. Cheers erupted in support of Chen Nian. Go, Brother Chen, I have high hopes for you. Song Jinxiu cast a sidelong glance at Chen Nian, arms crossed, smirking derisively. Ren Xiaojie stood confidently at the center of the arena, his dyed red hair styled with gel, clad in black gloves and leather boots, exuding an air of self-assuredness. As Chen Nian approached, Ren Xiaojie inquired with a hint of mockery, "Pray tell, what is this matter you speak of?" "Nothing much, just off to reverse the world," came Chen Nian's casual reply. Following a brief silence, Ren Xiaojie burst into laughter. "If you win, you'll be hailed as extraordinary. If you lose, you'll claim it was merely to conserve strength for reversing the world. Truly invincible reasoning. How did I never conceive such an impeccable excuse? What? Did Chen Nian just say he is off to reverse the world? Is that for real?" Song Jinxiu sneered disdainfully, a grown man planning his escape route before a battle. Quite the schemer. Xie Yi leaned in to whisper, "Sister Ya, is it true about Brother Chen?" "Indeed, soon this lot will be left with egg on their faces." "Just a thought is delightful." Ren Xiaojie shrugged. "Speaking of which, I too have matters to attend to. I was restless last night and must return for some much-needed rest." Laughter erupted in response. Chen Nian raised his palm, blood cascading downward to form a crimson long blade. "Enough chatter. I'm pressed for time." Chapter 17. Crushing Victory. Chen Nian defies the world. Ren Xiaojie's palm ignited with flames. He too was a chosen one, wielding the Fire God Sequence 010, True Flame Explosion. This ability allowed him to detonate the flames in his grasp, unleashing a powerful wave of fire in an instant. For him, achieving victory seemed almost effortless. All he needed to do was approach Chen Nian and ignite the flames, sending him flying. Rest assured, time was certainly on his side. With a firm stance, Ren Xiaojie directed his palms backward. Boom! A tempest of flames erupted from his hands, resembling two fiery thrusters that bestowed upon him immense kinetic energy. In the blink of an eye, he surged toward Chen Nian. How swift! Could anyone react in time? Ren Xiaojie was holding nothing back. A myriad of thoughts raced through the minds of onlookers, who instinctively held their breath, barely daring to blink. "It's over, kid." Ren Xiaojie hurled a punch toward Chen Nian's face, the corners of his mouth curling into a victorious smirk. To him, the success of this punch was inconsequential. The explosive flames that would follow were unavoidable. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted before Chen Nian, as the fiery tempest engulfed both combatants in an instant. Chen Nian did not evade. Was this the end? Engaging in close combat was Ren Xiaojie's forte. His powers were utterly unreasonable. Wait, that's not right. As the flames subsided, the scene left everyone in shock. Chen Nian remained standing, completely unscathed, while Ren Xiaojie's fist collided with a blood-red wall, perfectly blocked. Even he could hardly believe his own eyes. The Fire God Sequence was renowned for its destructive prowess. His high-tier abilities typically triumphed effortlessly, dispatching foes with a single blow. It was the first time encountering an opponent who remained entirely unharmed. With a mere thought, Chen Nian transformed the blood barrier into chains, suspending Ren Xiaojie's right hand in midair. Then, with a swift motion, he drew his blade. The blade unsheathed, like a hidden dragon emerging from the depths, soaring into the heavens. Crack! Ren Xiaojie's right hand was severed, falling to the ground. Gasps and shrieks erupted from the audience, their eyes trembling with disbelief, mouths agape in shock. They clearly had not anticipated such a decisive outcome to unfold so swiftly. Amy, the referee, appeared at an opportune moment. The victor is determined, and it is concluded. Chen Nian wins, enduring the excruciating pain of his severed hand. Ren Xiaojie could scarcely accept the reality of his defeat. Though a severed hand could be swiftly reattached in the infirmary, his pride and dignity lay utterly shattered. Chen Nian couldn't help but find the situation humorous. The kill sequence stood as the strongest in practical combat, designed specifically for the art of killing. Meanwhile, his blood monarch allowed for the fluid transformation of blood, pushing his combat capabilities to their zenith. Ren Xiaojie possessed a distinct advantage in realm, and perhaps he could have enjoyed the contest longer, yet daring to suppress his spiritual power to match a lower level against himself would be nothing short of self-degradation. No, Chen Nian has emerged victorious? Surely, I must be mistaken. The conclusion has come far too swiftly. Xiaojie has even lost in actual combat. Unbelievable. Bravo, Tianyi. Applause erupted from Tang Ji below, her small face radiating delight. Zhao Qian, too, exhaled a sigh of relief. The weight in her heart finally lifted. It seemed she had underestimated Chen Nian. His talent and prowess were indeed among the finest within the realm of geniuses. Perhaps the term genius barely grazed the threshold of his capabilities. In the realm of joy, there lies sorrow. Song Jinxiu, witnessing the adulation showered upon Chen Nian, nearly ground her teeth to dust. She had endured humiliation, pouring her efforts into challenging him on the forum, all in hopes of having Ren Xiaojie restore her honor. Yet now, she had not only failed to reclaim her dignity, but had unwittingly provided a stage for another's brilliance. A futile endeavor had cost her dearly. Just as she contemplated departing, she was unexpectedly halted by Yi Yaya. "Where are you rushing off to? I recall we wagered 100 contribution points. Will you pay up? Or shall he? Surely, you wouldn't renege, would you? I shall pay. 100 contribution points. How many tasks must one undertake to earn that back?" Parting with them felt akin to shedding skin. After Song Jinxiu completed the transaction of contribution points, Yi Yaya waved her off with a grin. As a favored individual, she lacked for neither contribution points nor resources. She generously transferred her own 50 to Chen Nian. "Chen Nian, when you return, a feast is in order." "Certainly." At that moment, the countdown concluded. A string of text immediately materialized in the air. Whether it be a deity, a higher dimensional being, or a task issued by the laws of the world, it was officially presented before Chen Nian. "Do you accept the survival task and wish to teleport immediately?" "Yes." In the blink of an eye, Chen Nian vanished. The surroundings fell into an immediate silence. What has transpired? Where has Chen Nian gone? How could such a substantial living being simply disappear? Suddenly, realization struck. People recalled Chen Nian's earlier mention of venturing into the reverse world. At that moment, they had thought it mere banter, yet now, with his abrupt disappearance, it could only mean he had been transported into the reverse world. He truly went, and it was precisely 10 o'clock. No wonder he claimed he needed to start 2 minutes early. Those 2 minutes were to first torment Ren Xiaojie before entering the reverse world. My goodness, shouldn't one prepare meticulously for such perilous realms? How could he appear so relaxed and untroubled? Ren Xiaojie stood in stunned silence, gazing into the emptiness ahead, struck by a second blow. Thus, Chen Nian was not merely seeking an excuse. His previous words were indeed genuine. His willingness to engage with me at such a moment proves he held me in utter disregard. Damn it, Brother Run, we know you held back, intentionally suppressing your own realm. Do not let your guard down next time. He now possesses only one hand, indeed having reserved a degree of capability. In the office, the mentors bore witness to this spectacle. Although Chen Nian emerged victorious, Li Xiao maintained a serious demeanor. Director Li, rest assured, during one's initial venture into the reverse world, one is invariably assigned to the simplest, most superficial level. With Chen Nian's current prowess, completing the task should be a mere trifle. Li Xiao nodded slightly. While evading the tasks may indeed be simple, what if he does not wish to merely complete them? Are you suggesting that slaying the monstrous entities could also expedite his training? Given this young man's disposition, it is entirely possible he might proactively provoke the fiends of the reverse world. Current ladder score, 1000. Entered simple level of the reverse world. Current task. Survive for 8 hours. Chen Nian promptly surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a confined chamber, illuminated by a dim yellow chandelier. with the sole piece of furniture being a round table at which he was seated. Gradually, others began to materialize, settling around the table. Among them were practitioners from Xia, as well as Caucasians, prompting Chen Nian to don a simultaneous interpretation earpiece. If I am not mistaken, this should be the safe house, correct? What is your ladder score? 500 points. This is my first task. I had previously declined all offers, haha. Me too. I was always too afraid to come, but now that I have been reduced to 300 points, I finally dare to join. Seeing that everyone else was a novice put my mind at ease. Soon, the entire batch was teleported in. Safe house deactivation countdown. 30 minutes. Current number of survivors. 10. The deactivation of the safe house signifies that remaining within would result in monster attacks. Consequently, the individuals began actively discussing strategies. Just then, Chen Nian unexpectedly interjected. Have you not noticed a peculiar issue? What issue? I trust you all received the notification regarding the current number of survivors, indicating there are 10 individuals. Yet, how many of us are seated here? Everyone immediately glanced around. Counting. 11 individuals. How is that possible? Are there truly 11 of us? Chapter 18. You wouldn't think I would let this opportunity slip by, would you? The number of survivors indicated cannot possibly be erroneous. So why do we have one extra person? It's terrifying. Chen Nian spoke in a low voice. It is quite simple. One among us is not human. You mean there are demons disguised as humans among us? How is that possible? This is supposed to be a safe house. It is indeed a safe house, but that does not guarantee that demons will refrain from harming us during this period. Once the safety of the house is compromised, all bets are off. A cold sweat began to form on everyone's backs. The thought of a demon lurking among good people is chilling. It's akin to the fear of someone suddenly transforming into a zombie and biting you. Who wouldn't he be frightened? There is a saying, if someone in the mission is exceptionally powerful, like a chosen one, the difficulty of the task will randomly increase. Damn, I'm just a novice. I merely wanted to earn some task rewards and leave, and now it seems I'm doomed. Fear not. I am an experienced veteran who has successfully completed a task once. I will guide you through the survival mission. A burly man stood up. My name is Jackson. After failing 2 tasks, I successfully completed one, currently holding a score of 998 on the ladder. People turned to him. What is your plan? Speak up. I certainly do not wish to be trapped with a monster. Indeed, if the safe house fails and the monster suddenly goes on a rampage, attracting other creatures, we would all perish. Jackson declared loudly. We can present items that prove our identities and share our life experiences. If one is a demon, they will undoubtedly lack these human credentials. I, Jackson, was born in Eagle State, California. My parents are alive. My father works at an auto repair shop. And I have a younger sister in elementary school. Stop rambling. Are you writing an autobiography? Just then, an impatient voice interrupted Jackson's narrative. Chen Nian. He stood up, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Do you know what you're doing? You are hindering our investigation of the demon, which will only heighten your suspicion, you despicable yellow-skinned scoundrel. Oh yes, of course. Telling a story will help us identify the demon. Don't treat us like fools. A blood spike emerged from the tip of Chen Nian's finger. As you can see, my ability allows me to manipulate blood. I will insert this into your bodies shortly to sense your blood. If you are a demon, your blood should significantly differ from that of a human. Of course, this is merely a bluff. In the absence of clarity about who the werewolf is, Chen Nian had no choice but to feign the role of a seer. Everyone's faces lit up with hope. Really? This way, we can swiftly identify who the traitor is. I support this. There isn't much time left in the safe house. Let us commence without delay. Several powerful practitioners from the Great Xia chose to stand with Chen Nian, urging him to initiate the verification process immediately. However, Jackson promptly voiced his opposition. Wait, do not be too quick to trust his words. What if he himself is the very demon, attempting to ensnare our trust through such deceit? What a terrifying prospect, my goodness. This statement drew everyone back to reality. It was indeed a compelling argument. If this person were truly a demon and we placed our faith in him, would that not spell our doom? At that moment, all eyes turned toward Chen Nian, their expressions tinged with suspicion. With a forceful slap, a badge was thrust upon the table by Chen Nian, an investigator from the 749 Bureau. Good heavens, the 749 Bureau truly exists. Beside him, a girl clad in a student uniform, Luo Xiaoka, was beside herself with joy, her eyes sparkling like stars. Newly awakened and yet untouched by any extraordinary organization, she was the epitome of a Na'vi newcomer, bewildered as she stepped into this reverse world for the first time. However, she held a deep admiration for supernatural events and harbored a particular fondness for the 749 Bureau, never expecting to encounter them in reality. How splendid! It was a representative from an official organization. No demon, no matter how formidable, could infiltrate the 749 Bureau to obtain credentials. What is 749? Inquired a foreigner with a look of confusion. It is the largest governmental organization in Xia country dedicated to the management of extraordinary phenomena. Chen Nian asked, "Who wishes to be examined first?" I will. Luo Xiaoka eagerly raised her hand, firmly believing in her nation's 749 Bureau as a proud practitioner of Daxia's spiritual abilities. She rolled up her sleeve, exposing her fair and delicate arm. Very well. With a swift motion, Chen Nian inserted the needle. She let out a soft hum, feeling a tingling pain coursing through her arm. After approximately 10 breaths, Chen Nian withdrew the needle. Next, he would not disclose the results, for there was nothing to uncover. This was merely a charade of bravado. Next, Chen Nian proceeded in a clockwise manner, soon having pricked 7 individuals present. It was now Jackson's turn. His face revealed tension. He did not cooperate, refusing to expose his arm and instead slammed his hand on the table. This is unfair. You hail from the Xia country's spiritual organization, naturally receiving favoritism from your own. He exclaimed, "What is 749 to me? It carries no credibility." Such an intense reaction? Could it be that you harbor guilt? Chen Nian inquired with a smile. "Do not attempt to provoke me with such words, you cunning yellow-skinned monkey. I know I am human, not a demon, and do not require your acknowledgement. You are unworthy." Jackson grew increasingly agitated, forcefully shoving Chen Nian. In the next instant, 2 blood-red hands sprouted from Chen Nian's back, gripping Jackson's neck, lifting him off the ground. "What are you doing? Let me go. I am prepared to end your life, granting you a moment to leave your last words." "Why? I'm not a demon. Because I am in a foul mood." "You pale swine." Chen Nian plunged the blood needle into Jackson's chest, slowly advancing toward his heart. "Who decreed that I may only slay demons? No. Jackson's complexion grew increasingly grim. Suddenly, his features sprouted an abundance of scales, and his muscles swelled dramatically, transforming him into an ugly, grayish-white demon. He was a demon. Goodness! The onlookers were terrified and hastily distanced themselves from Chen Nian, with many retreating against the walls. A faint smile curled upon Chen Nian's lips. How fragile their psychological defenses are. They were frightened so easily. Then came the sharp crack of bones snapping. Bloodied hands twisted the demon's neck, and its body collapsed, its head hanging limply to the side. Yet, the demon was not truly dead. Though its neck was broken, its true life source lay within its heart. At this moment, it merely entered a state of apparent death. Damnumans. I shall make you regret this. Just wait. Once this safe house vanishes, I will immediately summon the demons outside, and you will be doomed. It seethed with curses directed at Chen Nian in its mind. Fortunately, we have personnel from Bureau 749 here. Had he not identified the demon, the difficulty of this mission would have escalated significantly. Indeed, thanks to him, I am grateful I trusted him earlier. Everyone believed the demon had perished, and the heart that had hung in suspense finally fell. Yet, Chen Nian approached the demon's side, grinning widely. Despite having seemingly slain him, what could he possibly want? A chill ran through the demon's heart. At this moment, everyone was showering you with praise. Shouldn't you relish in this adulation? Chen Nian crouched down. Blood coalesced into a short blade, plunging fiercely into the demon's chest. You possess quite the resilience, don't you? Did you truly believe I would refrain from delivering the final blow? To kill, one must ensure the deed is complete. This is a truth gleaned from the countless mindless novels and dramas Chen Nian had consumed. Those protagonists expend all their effort to topple their foes, only to linger and chant incantations, which is utterly nauseating. Moreover, my rewards have yet to be revealed, and my blood strength remains unenhanced. Why would I be foolish? What? What are you doing? The others were petrified by this bizarre scene. What was the meaning of stabbing the corpse so? And he was laughing while doing it. How utterly terrifying. Thud, thud, thud. One stab after another pierced the demon's body. After a dozen stabs, hunting desire effect triggered, blood strength permanently increased by 1. A sense of relief washed over him. Chapter 19. Now, it is my turn to hunt the demons. Current survivors. 10 at last, the number of survivors aligned with the count of heads on the scene, confirming that Chen Nian had not erred in his actions. Please, do not regard me so intently. I merely exercise a degree of caution, he remarked, sheathing his bloodied blade. The wounds on his hands and back were healing rapidly, proving the formidable strength of the royal bloodline, rendering them largely inconsequential to him. Only 10 minutes remained in the safe house. May I inquire your name, my friend? Chen. Brother Chen, you are a member of the 749th Investigation Team, and you have helped us unearth the lurking demons. You shall lead us henceforth. We shall heed your commands. Unnecessary. I may not accompany you. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Luo Xiaoke exhibited a fleeting expression of disappointment. She had hoped to learn more from the 749th investigator and perhaps see if she could join in the future. Moreover, this Brother Chen was not only handsome, but also exuded an air of coolness. After all, she was merely a young girl in the throes of adolescence. And even in the perilous realm, she remained susceptible to infatuation. Uncertain of the external environment, they resolved that once the safe house vanished, they would immediately seek cover. Yes, everyone, please maintain silence. To prevent chaos from an excess of individuals, we shall split into 2 groups. Act according to circumstances. Our goal is to survive for 8 hours to earn the rewards of this task. Let us persevere. Chen Nian withdrew from their ranks, leading to the formation of 2 smaller groups. At last, the countdown of the safe house reached its conclusion. In an instant, countless fissures spread across the floor and walls of the room. With a thunderous roar, it crumbled into ruins. Chen Nian swiftly surveyed his surroundings. The sky was dark and foreboding, shrouded in thick clouds, with crimson lightning swirling amidst them. Indeed, it resembled the scene he had witnessed that day at school. They now stood in the middle of a street, flanked by buildings reminiscent of a cityscape. Scatter into the buildings. The 2 teams hurriedly took refuge within the structures on either side. They pressed their hands tightly against their mouths. Daring not to breathe, Chen Nian also sought shelter in a residential building, peering through the corridor windows to examine the outdoor environment. At this moment, the countdown for the survival task had commenced, ticking down from 8 hours. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy in the reverse world was remarkably abundant, at least 3 times that of the real world. This indicated that merely enduring for 8 hours here would allow for significant absorption of spiritual energy. No wonder the reverse world was said to facilitate rapid upgrades. Suddenly, a bizarre cry echoed from the sky, causing Chen Nian to look up sharply. He beheld 2 large black birds soaring overhead, one following the other. They circled above the urban expanse, akin to patrolling sentinels. Amy, assist me in scanning the information on that creature. Currently offline, network unavailable. Offline mode activated, retrieving database information. Man-eating black crow, LV-21, common grade, a typical second-tier demon. For Chen Nian, who had previously dealt with the formidable demon infant, this would pose no challenge. However, for the other newcomers, it would be a veritable nightmare. Surely, it cannot be just 2? At present, Chen Nian resembles a famished soul who, after 3 days and nights of hunger, rushes into a grand dining hall, only to discover a mere 2 fried dough sticks laid upon the table. Silently, he ascends to the top floor and, through the window, climbs onto the rooftop. Upon this expansive terrace, he encounters a plethora of fiends. Some slither along the streets, others lurk on the walls of buildings, and still others conceal themselves within the structures like beasts in the depths of a jungle. Excellent. This invigorates him. Chen Nian finally feels a flicker of interest. He hopes to vanquish all the monsters in this area to successfully transcend his current limitations. First, he must deal with the 2 flying creatures above, as their wide field of vision poses a significant threat. Why, you may ask, does Brother Chen choose to act alone? It is unclear. Conventionally, a larger group yields greater strength, making it easier to confront the monsters should they become a target. Perhaps he fears that a larger presence would attract attention, as a solitary figure is less conspicuous and can shift hiding places with greater ease. Suddenly, he emerges. The others are quietly discussing Chen Nian's movements, only to be taken aback as he begins to display his prowess atop the rooftop, leaping from one building to another. The ominous birds in the sky are about to patrol. Does he seek his own demise? My heavens, this is a reverse world. Has he lost his mind? Everyone, hide. Hold your breath. Remain silent. Quickly. Alas, I suddenly feel the urge to relieve myself. Curse it. Just a little bit. Do not make a sound. In the perilous reverse world, a single misstep could spell disaster. They dare not peek to see what Chen Nian intends. Their sole thought now is, may he not bring us to ruin. Chen Nian stands atop a tall building, the night breeze tousling his hair. Based on his observations, the monstrous birds will soon circle this vicinity, coming within a mere 10 meters. In the distance, a spider crawls along a high-rise wall, and a humanoid abomination lurks below. After mentally cataloging his targets, a sly smile curves his lips. It is now my turn to hunt the monsters. Here they come. 2 ravenous black crows swoop down from the distant sky, their forms rapidly enlarging within Chen Nian's line of sight. After gathering momentum, he leaps from the 18th floor's rooftop with all his might. Simultaneously, his hands extend, transforming into crimson tendrils that ensnare the airborne black crows. With a sharp tug, Chen Nian propels himself forward. The tendrils morph into blood-red blades midair. In the instant he soars past one of the crows, the blade strikes with the swiftness of a startled dragon. Crack! The creature's neck is severed, its bloodied head plummeting downward. But that is not the end. A second black crow follows closely behind. As Chen Nian swings back, he collides with it directly, and the blood once more morphs into tendrils that grasp its body, propelling him upward again. Crack! The second strike, a crescent arc of bloodlight, cleaves through the air, sending yet another monstrous head tumbling away. Having dispatched 2 second-tier creatures mid-flight, Chen Nian's body is propelled forward by inertia, hurtling toward another towering structure. On the wall of that building, a black spider, approximately 2 meters in length, was clinging ominously. Thunderous sounds erupted as Chen Nian collided with it, his blood instinctively forming a protective barrier. The black spider was instantly crushed into a gruesome paste. Following this, Chen Nian slid down the wall, his center of gravity sinking as he landed, legs slightly bent. With a forceful thud, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. The finishing move, the dragon's descent. 20 meters away, the simian demon was still grappling with the situation when its head abruptly severed from its body. A copious spray of blood erupted from the demon's decapitated neck. Chen Nian already wielded a blood umbrella, ensuring not a single drop stained his garments. As he departed without looking back, hunting desire effect triggered permanent increase of blood strength by 2. Permanent increase of blood strength. At this moment, the others remained breathlessly hidden within the building. They had clearly heard the commotion outside and feared that Chen Nian had been discovered by the demon. If they ventured out now, they might be caught in the chaos. However, Luo Xiaoke was unwilling to remain idle. She was determined to join the 749 in the future, and now she was merely a reserve soldier. Brother Chen was not only her colleague, but also her senior. Their encounter in this inverted world was a twist of fate. How could you turn a blind eye? What are you doing? A man glared at Luo Xiaoke. I just want to see Brother Chen. See what? He hissed. If he seeks his demise, that is his affair. We are only responsible for surviving and completing our mission. Do you understand that going out now would endanger us all? The man gritted his teeth, his voice a mere whisper of fury. After being scolded, Luo Xiaoke relented. All right. Suddenly, 2 resounding crashes echoed from outside. Every heartbeat surged into their throats, hands tightly covering mouths, not daring to make a sound. It's the demon is here, the demon is coming. Some were drenched in sweat, others felt their hearts racing, while a few silently prayed for their mother's protection. Yet, the sounds outside ceased abruptly. Not even the faintest sound of footsteps followed. What's going on? After a prolonged silence, Someone could no longer contain their curiosity and cautiously peeked outside. Then, they beheld two monstrous bird heads, still oozing blood. Chapter 20. Discovery of the Hidden Lair. Chen Nian breaks through the realm. What? What is happening? More and more individuals cautiously peered out to assess the situation. In the distance, two distinctly monstrous bird heads were visible on the street. It was the very birds that had been circling above moments ago. Suddenly, people realized and looked up, but the ominous sky no longer bore the presence of the creatures. They were dead. Both of them had been slain. Goodness, it must be that brother from 749. He single-handedly dispatched two second-tier monstrosities. No way is this true. How could he possess such formidable strength, yet still be matched with us in the most superficial realm? This indicates that his latter score has not exceeded 1,000. Could it be that this is his first venture into the reverse world? A chilling sense of fear crept into their minds. On Luo Xiaoka's delicate visage, admiration was evident. So, Brother Chen did not join us to hunt monsters, but rather to slay them alone. Truly commendable. This investigator from 749 is remarkable. Young lady, I have encountered 749 investigators before. It's possible not everyone is so exceptional. That lad must be at least a genius within 749. After this revelation, everyone's apprehension began to ease. Encountering a powerhouse, our safety is assured. Meanwhile, after slaying several fiends, Chen Nian's blood potency officially surpassed the 40 threshold. He received yet another divine bestowal. As expected, it was the familiar three choices. 1. Increase blood regeneration speed by 5-2. Instantly restore a small amount of spiritual energy. 3. Instantly fill 10 spiritual apertures. Chen Nian contemplated briefly. Only the first option held any merit. Although he would never perish from excessive blood loss, blood constituted his combat power, akin to a mage's mana bar. Accelerating the recovery rate ensures prolonged endurance. Not long ago, Chen Nian was at level 77, and now he had reached level 90. The abundance of spiritual energy in the reverse world, coupled with monster slaying, resulted in impressive leveling speed. It would not be long before all his spiritual apertures were filled. In a blood-fueled frenzy, Chen Nian entered the underground parking lot. The reverse world was devoid of light. Within the parking structure, it was utterly pitch black. Amy, illuminate. Instantly, a brilliant white light emanated from his wrist terminal. After walking a short distance without encountering any creatures, he was about to leave when a faint red glow in the depths of darkness caught his attention. Something was there. As he ventured deeper, a vortex of eerie red light materialized before him, encased in several black iron chains. Could this be the lair of a formidable beast? Chen Nian's interest piqued, and he reached out to touch the black chains. Hidden task triggered. Destroy the seal to enter the lair and eliminate the monsters with it. Once inside the lair, one cannot leave voluntarily until one side has perished. Blood transformed into blades. Bang! With a decisive stroke, the sound of metal clashing echoed. The black chains remained unbroken. Rather, it was Chen Nian who suffered from the impact, causing his palms to crack and his blood knife to distort. Such formidable resistance. After several attempts, Chen Nian pondered that, given his current strength, breaking the seal was beyond his capability. It would be prudent to first elevate his realm before returning to try again. Departing from the parking lot, he continued his search for demons elsewhere. Before long, 4 hours had elapsed. Chen Nian felt an exhilarating rush from vanquishing demons. Not only did it facilitate swift leveling, but it also enhanced his bloodline potency. With each demon slain, he could distinctly sense his own empowerment. In ordinary circumstances, hunting a single demon necessitated undertaking missions, meandering for ages before locating one. However, the reverse world was an entirely different realm, a veritable paradise for demons and a sanctuary for Chen Nian. After a thorough sweep, the entire district bore no signs of living demons. At this moment, Chen Nian felt his limbs and bones brimming with spiritual energy. Each meridian pulsating with overwhelming power, a searing flow circulating around his heart. Level 100, the pinnacle of the spirit communication realm. It was time to find a suitable location to break through. Chen Nian chose to reunite with the main group. Although he had cleared the district, it was still possible that other demons had evaded capture, necessitating the presence of others for cover during his breakthrough. At this juncture, the remaining 9 members had completely relaxed, no longer exhibiting the caution they once did. Brother Chen is back. Upon Chen Nian's return, everyone was particularly excited and gathered around him. Incredible, bro. Did you really wipe out all the demons in this area? That's amazing. You transformed this survival mission into a monster-slaying quest. This is the first time I breezed through a task so effortlessly, haha. The petite Luo Xiaoka finally squeezed her way in from outside. I want to join 749 in the future, okay? I've always longed for such an organization. It turned out the young girl sought to gain Chen Nian's internal recommendation. Little did she know, he was merely a newly inducted intern investigator himself. Chen Nian recalled that she had been particularly cooperative when he needed to test his blood earlier. If you truly wish to join, it can be arranged. I'll assign you an internship task right now. Great. What is the task? I'll do my utmost. Follow me. Chen Nian led Luo Xiaoka into a building by the street, and they exchanged names. Brother Chen, what are we doing here? She inquired. I'm about to begin my breakthrough and need to focus for a while. During this time, you will guard outside and ensure no one disturbs me. Chen Nian replied softly. Okay, understood. Luo Xiaoka nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Brother Chen. I'll stand right at this entrance. No one will disturb you. Good. Take this. If danger arises, press the button and throw it out. Chen Nian handed her a bomb sphere from Yiyaya, reputed to incapacitate monsters. With arrangements in place, he ascended to the 2nd floor, ready to prepare for his transition into the mountain-moving realm. Transcending to a higher realm is a concept steeped in mysticism, intricately linked not only to one's innate talent and enlightenment, but also to the state of one's mind and heart. Perhaps, after enduring a fierce battle or experiencing a moment of profound clarity, one might achieve such a breakthrough. However, lower realms are less stringent. A typical spiritual practitioner can ascend simply by filling their spiritual channels to capacity. Chen Nian held his breath and focused, summoning the energy from all the spiritual channels within his body, consolidating it into one point for refinement, before releasing it back into his limbs and bones. This process further purifies the body, ensuring that a successful breakthrough significantly enhances both physical strength and power, a phenomenon referred to as moving mountains. Outside, 2 men wandered into an alley, casually relieving themselves against a wall. If only we had mingled with Brother Chen. Perhaps we could have absorbed some of that ethereal energy he possesses. One remarked, Come on, look at him. He wouldn't want us around. To him, we're mere novices, inconsequential. But was he quite amiable with that young girl just now? The other chuckled. That girl is charming and delicate. What man wouldn't feel tempted? I'd love to pin her down. As the two continued their animated conversation, they remained oblivious to the sinister presence lurking in the shadowy recesses of the alley, a grotesque mass of decaying flesh inching closer. When the men finally noticed, the repugnant mass was already upon them. What the hell is that? Before he could finish his sentence, the putrid mass suddenly lunged upward, enveloping the man's face entirely. His mouth and nose were completely obstructed, rendering him voiceless. Then, the vile substance began to infiltrate his body through his nostrils, mouth, and ears. A parasitic demon. In a matter of moments, the man's brain was devoured, completely overtaken by the monstrous entity. Brother, what is happening? What are you doing, Chapter 21. Breakthrough Success. Extracting the divine sequence of infinite slaughter. After a brief moment, the 2 figures, resembling the living dead, staggered out from the alley. Their skin bore visible lesions. Saliva uncontrollably dripped from their mouths, their eyes devoid of any spark, and they emanated a fetid odor of decaying flesh. Meanwhile, the others remained oblivious, engaged in their leisurely conversations. What on earth is that foul stench? What have you 2 been up to? Did you forget to wipe after? Wait, something's off with you both. Before he could finish his sentence, the 2 lunged at him like ferocious beasts, knocking a woman to the ground. No, let go of me, please. The woman's terrified scream was abruptly silenced as her head was engulfed by decaying flesh, her limbs contorted in a futile struggle before succumbing to stillness. What has happened to you? They have been possessed by monsters. Run. As one man prepared to flee, he felt a hand grip his leg with an unyielding force. It was the woman who had just been knocked down. Her eyes oozed with pus and blood, and her once fair skin was marred by grotesque patches of decay. Let go of me, damn it. He stomped on her hand repeatedly, yet even as bones cracked and twisted underfoot, she refused to release her grip. Soon, he found himself surrounded by a throng of others. Rotting flesh invaded his body, and after a violent convulsion, he, too, became a puppet of the monstrosity. This fiend could proliferate infinitely through the human form. What is happening outside? Luo Xiaoke heard the chilling screams and cries from beyond, instinctively peering out to witness a horrifying scene of people savagely turning on one another, a veritable hell on earth. The streets were awash with horrific bloodshed. What is going on? Why has it suddenly devolved into this? Luo Xiaoke quickly withdrew, pressing her back against the wall, her breath quickening, her heart racing. They are being controlled by the monsters. I cannot allow this. I must help Brother Chen guard this entrance. She swiftly shut the massive iron gate. Before long, silence enveloped the outside world. Luo Xiaoke cautiously crept away, hoping to observe the situation outside undetected. However, what she saw nearly stole her breath away. Outside, the grotesque figures, their bodies rotting and faces twisted in malice, drew ever closer. I know you are hiding in there. Ha ha. Ha ha. Come out, little sister. Become one of us. We are friends. Are we not? If you do not emerge, we shall come in to find you. Chilling and sinister voices echoed from beyond. Bang! A decaying hand burst through the iron door, and a bloodshot eye emerged from the palm, fixating on Luo Xiaoke, who was cowering behind the wall. Found you! With a swift motion, a dagger pierced the monster's hand, pinning it forcefully to the iron door. Luo Xiaoke's gaze hardened, her voice firm as a spell. Come fort, Arnos. She possesses the abilities of the Spirit Summoner sequence. In simpler terms, she is a summoner. Spirit Sequence 27, Furious Black Magic Bear Arnos. With a thunderous roar, a colossal black bear materialized beside Luo Xiaoke, its immense form nearly blocking the entrance. They must not be allowed to interfere with Chen Nian's breakthrough. Outside, those controlled by the monsters charged incessantly, yet the bear's formidable combat prowess was evident as it swatted them away with ease, leaving behind ghastly trails of blood on the ground. Even when these individuals suffered broken limbs, their relentless assault continued, for they had long been consumed by the monsters, and what propelled them forward were mere chunks of flesh within their bodies. What a charming little sister to possess such a powerful summoned beast. Haven't you heard? A cute lowly must be paired with a fierce beast. The woman abruptly twisted her misaligned neck back into place, grinning menacingly. I underestimated you. Luo Xiaoke suddenly hurled a lightning sphere. The sphere exploded midair, crackling with energy, electrocuting the throng outside into charred remains. However, what transpired next was utterly revolting. These individuals simultaneously transformed into putrid flesh mud. The mass of flesh amalgamated and coalesced, ultimately forming an enormous flesh mud giant. Within its chest, faintly discernible faces of those devoured could still be seen. Its size had evidently surpassed that of the black bear. The game was over. The flesh mud giant swung its hand down, sending the black bear flying, dispersing into motes of spiritual energy midair. Arnos, how could this happen? Luo Xiaoke staggered back, her face drained of color. She witnessed the giant's hand descending once more, the terrifying shadow expanding in her vision. Boom! Luo Xiaoke instinctively shut her eyes, yet the anticipated attack never came. She seemed unharmed. She cautiously opened her eyes to find a tall, handsome figure standing before her. Chen Nian, merely by standing there, blood coalesced into a shield above his head, steadfastly blocking the assault. Indeed, the game had ended. He had successfully broken through to the mountain-moving realm. Following this breakthrough, his physical strength, spiritual energy, and sequence abilities had all experienced a significant enhancement. Although it was a fresh breakthrough, Chen Nian was confident that no one at the same level could rival him, and he could effortlessly overpower most across different realms. Boom. Boom. Boom! The flesh-mud giant relentlessly pummeled Chen Nian with its fists. The terrifying force capable of shattering the ground still failed to shake Chen Nian's blood shield, which stood unwavering like an impenetrable umbrella. As the monster's fist ascended once more, the blood shield abruptly transformed into a massive hand, firmly grasping the giant's fist. Had you finished? The monster's fist was instantly crushed. Chen Nian raised his right hand, and a 6-meter-long crimson blade materialized in his grasp. He charged forward, the monster's other fist crashing down from above. With a leap, he sliced through the air, and with a sharp crack, the monster's arm was severed. Astonishingly, Chen Nian soared to a height of 10 meters. With a swift thrust, the bloodied blade pierced the creature's skull, the tip entering through one eye and emerging from the back of its head. In one decisive stroke, the flesh giant collapsed entirely. In an unremarkable corner, a small mass of flesh was cautiously attempting to flee its true form. With a squelch, Chen Nian crushed it beneath his foot. Hunting desire effect triggered. Blood strength permanently increased by 1. Such a meager increase in blood strength? It seems this monster's essence is rather feeble. If those people had been more vigilant, they could have easily crushed it underfoot. Perhaps they felt too relaxed in my presence, which led to their near annihilation. So impressive, Brother Chen Nian, Luo Xiaoke exclaimed, clapping her hands, her face alight with delight. By the way, did I complete my task well? Chen Nian smiled, not bad at all. Leave your details. I'll give you an internal recommendation when I return to the bureau. Now, with a 50 increase in blood strength, Chen Nian could joyfully resume drawing cards. 1. Draw a random sequence ability. 2. Obtain the ability of decaying transformation, the ability to become a mass of rotting flesh. 3. Blood strength permanently 3. What more is there to ponder? Clearly, option 1 is the way to go. This is a new ability. Drawing this would be a significant gain. The moment Chen Nian made his choice, he entered the realm of consciousness. Hundreds of cards floated around him, each representing a killing sequence ability. He lifted one card. As it flipped, golden text immediately appeared. Authority Sequence 009, Boundless Slaughter Domain Description, the inherent domain of the God of Slaughter, capable of forcibly implanting the murderous intent of billions into the enemy's mind, rendering them immobile or even driving them to madness and self-harm. During the Divine War era, the God of Slaughter single-handedly infiltrated the enemy's stronghold, unleashing his domain and inciting 1,000,000 foes to turn against one another, leaving a sea of corpses. It turned out to be a top 10 ranking divine sequence. Chen Nian was filled with ecstatic joy. Unlike ordinary spiritual practitioners, who lack the Blood Monarch's talent and can only draw cards once in a lifetime, Chen Nian possessed multiple abilities, including 2 divine sequences. With his realm now transcended and a new sequence ability acquired, it was time to revisit that previous lair. Chapter 22. Encountering the Third Order Canine Demon, Domain Unleashed. Chen Nian hurriedly made his way to the underground parking lot, where the rest lay lifeless. Luo Xiaoke followed closely behind him, arriving at the entrance of the sealed lair. Previously, Chen Nian's strength had been insufficient to break the chains sealing this place, but now he was ready to attempt it once more. Drawing his bow, he fully strung the blood moon bow. With a resounding thud, an arrow flew forth, shattering the black iron chains of the sealed lair. The ease of the task affirmed his newfound power after the breakthrough. Brother Chen, are you going in? Yes, it's perilous inside. You should wait here. All right, confidently. Chen Nian stepped into the black-red vortex. After a brief moment of complete darkness, the surroundings transformed, and the sounds of fierce combat reached his ears. Before him lay a dim, damp chamber, its expanse marred by twisted, jagged rocks. In the central clearing, a battle was raging. Several humans were locked in combat with a demon. The creature bore human-like features, but had a grotesque canine face, wielding a glinting curved blade with remarkable agility. Captain, we are no match for it. We must fight. We cannot escape now. It's either it dies, or we all perish here. On the ground lay several severely wounded individuals, while a few others struggled to remain standing. Defeat seemed inevitable. Chen Nian pondered, where had these individuals come from? It soon dawned upon him. They likely hailed from another inverted world region, where a similar sealed, lair entrance led to this very place. Clearly, they had entered as a group, only to find themselves on the brink of annihilation. Amy, scan its level. Chen Nian directed his terminal forward. A line of information materialized. LV-31, Canine Demon, Calamity Grade. Calamity Grade. This was significantly stronger than the Disaster Grade. A third-order Calamity Demon was indeed formidable. No wonder so many had fallen before it. A figure hurtled toward Chen Nian, a burly man crashing to the ground. Grievous knife wounds marring his chest. He was the leader of the group. Total rout, the battle ceased. The dead lay motionless, the wounded incapacitated, their fighting spirit extinguished. Coughing, the man lay on his back, blood spilling from his lips. He gazed at the unfamiliar face before him. Run, this beast is too powerful even combined. We are no match for it. Having spoken, he bitterly shook his head. Once we entered here, there's no turning back. Those from other regions must abide by the same fate. We're doomed. Another severely injured woman leaned against the wall, murmuring, "Damn it, those with less than 1,000 points, how could they possibly contend with a third-order Calamity Demon? This hidden mission is unattainable. I'm sorry I persuaded everyone to come here. I've led you all to ruin." Aside from the numerous, gravely injured individuals, the ground was littered with countless desiccated bones, remnants of previous challengers. The scene was utterly harrowing. The canine demon rested the gleaming black blade upon its shoulder, its two fierce, azure eyes fixated on Chen Nian. Look, here comes another soul eager for demise. This place truly never grows lonely. It approached Chen Nian step by step, a grin spreading across its canine visage, as if in its eyes, Chen Nian was already a lifeless corpse. The newcomers, just a few minutes behind them, are now left with but a breath. So, Chen Nian shrugged nonchalantly. Are you not afraid of death? The canine demon grinned wider, revealing its rows of sharp, ivory teeth. Soon, you shall share the same fate as them. Of course, I shan't kill you easily. In this pitch-black cavern, you are rare toys, If you were to kneel and beg for mercy. Chen Nian, growing impatient, interrupted, I have little fondness for canine howls. Perhaps you might consider reducing your prattle. Excellent. I hope your tongue remains as defiant shortly. With a sudden push off the ground, the canine demon lunged at him, its curved blade slicing through the air with a chilling brilliance. Bang! Chen Nian was propelled backward by the strike, crashing heavily against the cave wall, his body nearly embedding within it. The combination of speed and strength displayed by this demon was on an entirely different caliber compared to other fiends. Impressive. Encountering such a formidable adversary exhilarated Chen Nian. It simply meant that vanquishing it would yield greater rewards. Given the strength of this canine demon, it was indeed worthy to serve as the inaugural subject for his new skill experiment. As he descended from the rocky wall, he casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Quite resilient, it seems. The demon, surprised that this strike had only inflicted minor injuries, realized that this human might provide more entertainment than anticipated. Yet in the next moment, his gaze met a pair of blood-red, enchanting eyes. A chill ran down his spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. The canine demon instinctively recoiled, a shiver coursing through its back. What is happening? Such terrifying killing intent. How could a mere human exude such dread? What is this young man truly capable of? Chen Nian raised two fingers, crimson light blooming within his pupils. The domain unfolded, unveiling an infinite realm of slaughter. In an instant, the world transformed. The canine demon glanced around, realizing that the surroundings had morphed from the shadowy lair into a staggering, boundless sea of blood. With every step it took, ripples spread across the surface. Above, a blood moon hung ominously, its overwhelming murderous aura nearly too daunting to behold. What kind of power is this? An illusion. Regardless, that young man lay ahead. If he were to be slain, the spell would naturally unravel. The canine demon charged forward once more, blade in hand. Chen Nian elevated his fingers, pointing ahead. In that moment, the killing intent of countless beings surged forcefully into the demon's mind. No living creature could withstand such a colossal, terrifying wave of murderous thoughts. Their minds were instantly thrown into disarray, utterly stripped of the capacity for thought and action. From the perspective of the onlookers, the scene remained unchanged, as they had not been drawn into the realm of chaos. Clang! The demon dog's blade clattered to the ground. "Oh no! Death, death!" The demon dog knelt, cradling its head, relentlessly striking it against the floor. Not only was its skull battered and bloodied, but the veins in its eyes began to weep crimson, while dark blood oozed from its ears and nostrils. Chen Nian stepped forward, wielding a blood-drenched blade. The first strike. Crack! The demon dog's left arm was severed. Yet, it remained unresponsive, continuing to bash its head against the ground. Crack! The right arm fell to the floor. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, too astonished to even breathe. What on earth had transpired? How had the fearsome demon dog been reduced to this state? They exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom the cause, their hearts gripped by a chill at this bizarre spectacle. Ultimately, Chen Nian drove the demon dog into the ground with his blade. The realm dissipated. The demon dog, drenched in sweat, finally regained its senses. It gasped for breath, a wave of dread washing over it, swiftly followed by excruciating pain. It then realized that both its arms had been severed, and a blade was embedded in its back, rendering it immobile. Before it, Chen Nian slowly crouched down. "I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Why not bring it back? You bastard, what have you done?" The demon dog nearly ground its teeth to dust. "I could have dispatched you with the same ease as a stray dog by the roadside. Do you know why I spared your life? Because I wished to humiliate you thoroughly first. You worthless creature." Chen Nian raised his hand, the blood morphing into a pair of scissors. With a snip, the demon dog's ear was severed. A piercing scream erupted, a cacophony of rage and humiliation. Chen Nian smiled faintly. "It is said that a dog driven to desperation will leap over walls. How about you try jumping now? If you manage a good leap, I might consider indulging you a while longer. After all, you are quite a rare specimen of a large canine toy." The surrounding crowd instinctively swallowed hard, shock mingling with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The demon dog that had once tormented them was now being mercilessly tormented by another madman. Chapter 23. Slaying the canine demon and acquiring the blood fusion crystal. As Chen Nian tormented the canine demon, an unforeseen transformation occurred. A surge of formidable demonic energy erupted from within him. In an instant, the ground was riddled with countless fissures. "Not good, kill it quickly." A man lying on the ground bellowed. Before their eyes, the canine demon's form rapidly enlarged, shifting from humanoid to beastly. As it broke free from its restraints, a massive black dog, towering at 2 meters, emerged. "Oh!" Chen Nian's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "Is this the manifestation of your second stage?" The others, who had just begun to relax, were plunged back into despair. It was over. It could transform. The 2 forelimbs that had just been severed were regenerating at an astonishing speed. The demon bared its teeth, its azure pupils brimming with vengeful intent. "Human, not killing me just now was the gravest mistake of your life. I'm terrified. I feel I might die. Come, kill me." In an instant, as the 2 forelegs fully restored, the enraged canine demon lunged forward, eager to rend the human into shreds to vent its fury. When the demon was within 5 meters of Chen Nian, a crisp snap echoed through the air. Boom! The demon's head exploded like a watermelon. Its colossal body collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. For just moments prior, Chen Nian had infused his blood into the creature, effectively setting a timed explosive. Whenever he desired, he could trigger that blood to detonate, resulting in the current outcome. Scraps defeated a formidable demon. The effect of the desire to hunt triggered. Blood strength permanently increased by 5. Chen Nian stretched his neck and turned to leave. The individuals behind him, splattered with blood, gazed in disbelief at his departing figure, their hearts that had been lodged in their throats gradually settling. This guy's terrifying. A 3rd-tier demon stood no chance against him. Is he truly someone with a score below 1,000? Who knows? Perhaps he is a deliberately suppressed powerhouse. In any case, we have escaped with our lives. Let us support one another. Our strength is still insufficient. I must return to 749 and reflect deeply, thought the male captain. Hidden task completed. Acquired the legendary item, Blood Fusion Crystal. After slaying the canine demon, Chen Nian leveled up by 8 ranks and received a reward for the hidden task. A diamond-shaped, transparent crystal lay in his palm, emanating a pearly glow. What utility does this possess? Blood fusion crystal. Can forcibly seize the bloodline abilities of any living creature. Upon consumption of the crystal, one can perfectly acquire the corresponding bloodline ability. So, I can obtain the bloodline abilities of those demons and monsters. Amy. Which supernatural beings possess bloodlines with special abilities? The canine demon's bloodline significantly enhances olfactory senses. The werewolf bloodline allows transformation into a werewolf on a full moon night, greatly augmenting physical strength. The lineage of fire-based demons enhances one's resistance to flames. In the future, should one encounter a supernatural being of exceptional lineage, absorbing it would be a means of diversifying one's abilities. Chen Nian departed from the lair and returned to the previous underground parking lot through a portal. A glance revealed Luo Xiaoka curled up in a corner, clutching her knees like a frightened little kitten. Chen Nian whistled. "Hey, you're back, Brother Chen Nian," Luo Xiaoka exclaimed, hastily rising to approach him, her little nose flushed. "Wait, you weren't here alone, crying, were you?" "Of course not." "Really? I mean, I'm about to join the 749 group, and my resolve must be unwavering." Chen Yin stifled the urge to retort with an inappropriate remark. "All right, once the time in the reverse world concludes, we'll be able to return. Before long, just a few hours remained until the conclusion. After the mission's duration, both would be teleported back to their original locations. Brother Chen Yin, pinky promise. You must keep your word. Where do you live?" 77, Huangshui Road, 2-1, Haikao District, Tianhai City. "We're from the same city." "Really? What a coincidence." "All right then, let us await news at home. Bye-bye." As the time elapsed, the vision once again dissolved into chaos. Survival mission completed, ladder points 100. Hidden mission completed, ladder points 300, current ladder points 1400. Simultaneously, a surge of spiritual energy flooded into his limbs, instantly filling a dozen spiritual apertures. This must be the basic reward for completing the mission. Mountain Moving Realm, level 20. To elevate his realm further by 20 levels took Chen Yin merely a few hours. Had he not ventured into the reverse world to cultivate, an ordinary person would require over a year of training to achieve a 20-level increase. After all rewards were accounted for, in the blink of an eye, Chen Yin returned to the location from which he had been teleported, the 749 Bureau's arena. A wave of astonishment erupted around him. "Look, Chen Yin is back. Wow, he appears completely unscathed. Isn't that obvious? With his strength, entering an area below 1,000 points is merely a one-sided battle. That's true. His combat prowess is extraordinarily formidable. Yet, they remained unaware that Chen Nian had decisively cleaved through the region of the reverse world. Director Li, Chen Nian has returned safely. The mentors were not surprised by Chen Nian's safe return. If someone with his combat capabilities were to perish in the reverse world, what would that imply for others? Li Xiao suddenly recalled something and called out to Amy. "Amy, check Chen Nian's current level. Identity authentication successful. Permission verification successful. Querying." Chen Nian, Mountain Moving Realm, level 20. At the instant the information was revealed, Li Xiao's action of drinking water froze mid-motion. This kid not only broke through in the reverse world, but also ascended so significantly. I recall that he had quite a distance yet to traverse before he could break through to the next realm. How has he progressed so swiftly? As fellow newly awakened interns, he is nearly catching up to those who have been cultivating for a year. Li Xiao adjusted his glasses and remarked, "There is only one plausible explanation. He has leveled up by vanquishing monsters in the reverse world, and he must have eliminated quite a few. It is highly likely that he has eradicated all the demons in the mission area." The other mentors gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, this little monster." At that moment, Chen Yin's call came through the terminal, and Li Xiao answered. "Director Li, it's me. Congratulations on passing the first trial of the reverse world. Be wary of arrogance. As your ladder score increases, the challenges will become increasingly formidable." "Understood. By the way, Director Li, I would like to recommend someone for our 749 unit." Li Xiao smiled. "No problem. 749 welcomes any talented individuals. Who do you wish to recommend?" "A young lady named Luo Xiaoka. I will send you her information." "Very well. I will arrange for someone to conduct a visit. That night, the group gathered for a late-night meal with Chen Nian treating. Cheers! Just as they began to eat, Yaya playfully punched Chen Nian in the chest. What is wrong? Why did you hit me? I must say, ever since you joined the bureau, my stress levels have skyrocketed. What do you mean? Chen Nian inquired with a smile. Xie added, after all, Sister Ya is the daughter of the deputy director, and the deputy director is her father. Their relationship is quite clear. Shut up, Yaya retorted. My father scolded me not long ago. Mimicking her father's tone, she shook her head and said, with your exceptional talent and the best resources, you are about to surpass me. Even during missions, you required assistance to be rescued. It's utterly humiliating. Haha. Chen Nian laughed, surprised to find himself in the position of someone else's child. So, they assigned me a rigorous training regimen, forbidding me from going on field missions until I master the lightning technique. It's all your fault. Chen Nian shrugged in resignation. Enough with that. We're friends. I'll take a drink for my misfortune. By the way, do you recall the vampire case we handled last time? After inspection by the relevant departments, it was discovered that the monster bore a bloodline curse mark. Bloodline? You mean vampires? The bloodline can implant curse marks that cause other creatures to mutate. Like that blood-sucking centipede. It absorbs blood and returns the refined essence back to the bloodline, making it merely a pawn. The vampire lurking behind is yet to be captured. Chen Nian's eyes lit up. That is a valuable find. I was just contemplating which supernatural lineage to absorb. Vampire lineage would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Shall we continue our investigation? I want to join as well. But if I don't master the lightning technique, old Yuan-Ti let me go out and embarrass myself. Should I sneak out instead? No. If the deputy director finds out, he might accuse me of abducting you, and I cannot bear that burden. Chen Nian poured himself another glass of wine. You train here in the bureau while I undertake the mission. We both have a bright future ahead. Cheers. It seems you are in need of a lesson, aren't you? Chapter 24. I observe that both of you are hard of hearing. Now, what shall we do? In the Haiging district of Tianhai City, within the confines of the Luo family residence, a scene unfolds. Greetings. I am an investigator from 749. Get lost. This investigator was dispatched by Director Li specifically to recruit Luo Xiaoke. Yet, upon arrival, he was met with disdain and unceremoniously expelled from the premises. Luo Xiaoke, however, remained resolute. Father, I wish to join 749. I've already given my word. How can you deny me? Join what nonsense? 749? Our Luo family possesses ample resources to cultivate your talents. What need have you for 749? The family patriarch retorted, exasperated. But it is the official organization of our great Xia. I desire to serve my country. Official organization, my foot. The patriarch's ire flared. There are two 749 investigators stationed in Haiging district, and they are nothing but bribed sycophants, neglecting their duties. You do not comprehend. These organizations are not as noble as you imagine. Yet, not all 749 investigators are like that. I know one who is truly commendable. Enough. You dare to defy the family and venture into the perilous world independently? This matter has not been properly discussed. You are forbidden from leaving the house for the next month. I want to go out, fine. I resent you. Shortly thereafter, the investigator returned to 749 and reported the situation to Chen Nian. That young lady is the youngest daughter of the Luo family in Haiging district. Their clan holds themselves apart, looking down upon us at 749. I barely managed to exchange a few words before being shown the door. My apologies, Chun. Not at all. Your efforts are appreciated. Luo Xiaoke herself was eager to join 749, yet she was a quintessential example of a sheltered canary in a gilded cage, ruled by her family. When I have the opportunity, I shall personally pay a visit. However, the immediate priority was to inquire about task-related matters. Chen Nian was particularly intrigued by the prospect of the vampire. He had already perused the information on Amy. The bloodline of vampires could significantly accelerate physical regeneration and possibly endow one with enhanced abilities, aligning perfectly with his aspirations. Thus, Chen Nian sought out Li Xiao. Director Li, I would like to consult regarding the matter of the vampire mentioned by Yaya. That matter is rather complex. It may involve the Hall of 10,000 Demons. The Hall of 10,000 Demons? Spanning the globe, it is the most formidable organization of demons. Numerous fiends are lurking within human society, and they represent the greatest threat to 749. Li Xiao adjusted his glasses. The objective of the Hall of 10,000 Demons is to seize control of the world from humanity. Given that vampires can easily blend into human society, it is highly probable that they have been incorporated into the ranks of the Hall. I see. However, a single vampire does not pose a significant threat. Are you inclined to involve yourself in this matter? Most certainly. The Bureau had conducted a reverse energy tracing of the Blood Clan's incantations, yielding only a general area. The Blood Clan was concealed within the Haigang district of Tianhai City, and the investigation had been entrusted to 2 official investigators stationed there. Haigang district, isn't that where Luo Xiaoke resides? As of now, Chen Nian remained an intern investigator, required to complete 5 missions to ascend to the rank of an official investigator. If you wish to join, you can only serve as an auxiliary to support the 2 formal investigators, following their commands. No problem. Chen Nian readily agreed. All right, I will arrange for you a powerful teammate, so you can look out for each other. How do you feel about Lu Lin? Next door, Director Zheng constantly whispered in his ear, insisting on finding an opportunity for Chen Nian to meet Lu Lin. Li Xiao pondered that no other intern investigator could possibly keep up with Chen Nian, but Lu Lin's prowess was undoubtedly commendable. The image of the cool, delicate beauty appeared in Chen Nian's mind. Sure, that sounds perfect. Go prepare. We set off tomorrow. Lu Lin, I bring good news. Due to her personality, Lu Lin resided in a single dormitory, with only Zheng Xian visiting her. At that moment, she was crouched on the ground, carving an ice rabbit. Her few hobbies being ice sculpting and playing the piano. You love challenging tasks, right? Your aunt has arranged one for you. Investigating vampires. What do you think? Oh. Lu Lin continued her work on the rabbit, her expression unchanged. You will be working with Chen Nian, and you both depart early tomorrow. Snap! The rabbit's ear broke off. Lu Lin glanced at Zheng Xian, tilting her head as if to inquire. Really? I will send the task details to your terminal. You and Chen Nian will primarily assist the 2 formal investigators, so do not act independently. Are you happy, Lu Lin? This is a rare opportunity your aunt fought hard to secure for you. You must make friends. Lu Lin remained silent, merely carving a smile onto the ice rabbit. In truth, she yearned for companionship, yet her innate abilities created an unbridgeable barrier with others. Water God Sequence 003 Absolute 0. This sequence encompasses all ice-related abilities. Her powers fluctuate with her emotions. One night in university, she had a nightmare that caused 3 of her roommates to catch a severe cold. Eventually, her roommates, frustrated, chased her out of the dormitory with pillows, leaving her to sit alone in a corner of the corridor with her pillow until her aunt, who worked at 749, came to fetch her. The following day, at the 749 train station, Chen Nian arrived to find Lu Lin standing at the edge of the platform. She wore a black long skirt beneath a white woolen coat, her slender legs clad in black stockings, and her skin was the fairest Chen Nian had ever seen. Her face was exquisitely delicate, resembling a temperatureless work of art. AI-generated image, for amusement, not to be taken literally. Setting aside her personality, she was undoubtedly an exceptionally beautiful girl, her only flaw being her somewhat delicate figure. Good morning, Lu Lin. As Chen Nian approached, he felt a chill envelop his skin. However, he was unafraid, capable of covering his skin with warmth to counteract the cold or heat. Morning. Lu Lin gazed at Chen Nian expressionlessly, her fingers instinctively gripping the hem of her skirt. She carefully observed Chen Nian's reaction, anxious that he might find her unappealing due to the cold. The train is here. Shall we board? The 2 boarded the train. Chen Nian sat beside Lu Lin, beginning to discuss the intricacies of their task. Although Lu Lin did not fully process the specifics, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy, to the point where her abilities seemed to retract considerably. In any case, upon our arrival, we shall first greet the 2 formal investigators. Is that agreeable? Very well. Lu Lin nodded obediently. Before long, Chen Nian found herself back in the familiar city of Tianhai, and the 2 made their way directly to the Harbor District. In the Harbor District, at the 749 office, Yuan Jun and Han Feng were lounging on the sofa, indulging in snacks while playing video games. Both were D-level, formal investigators. The ranks of formal investigators range from D to S, with promotions contingent upon the completion of tasks of varying difficulties. Theoretically, the higher the rank, the greater the investigator's prowess. These two had recently been promoted, both at the late stages of the mountain-moving realm. Han Feng, I heard the Bureau is sending us 2 interns for assistance. Do you think our matters might be exposed? Huh, what can 2 interns do? As long as we don't exert ourselves, how could they possibly uncover anything amiss? True enough, haha. Once we accomplish this task, the rewards from the Long family will certainly not be scant. Foolishly investigating vampires? That would be a death wish. They raised their glasses of lemon juice in a toast, smiles of contentment adorning their faces. Within the 749 office, not all members exhibited the same diligence as Chen Nian. Many exploited their positions for personal gain. Are those 2 almost here? I hope the newcomers understand the importance of properly rewarding their hard-working seniors. Haha. Soon enough, Chen Nian and Lu Lin arrived. Upon entering the office, they beheld the 2 engrossed in a heated gaming session. None other than Han Feng and Yuan Jin stationed at the harbor district. Ah, you noob. How'd you die so quickly? Get him. Get him. We absolutely cannot lose this promotion match. How can a mid lane hold if this fool can't even defend? Chen Nian interjected. Hello, we are the interns sent to assist. The 2 did not even glance up, fully engrossed in their game. Their intent was not solely to play, but also to assert dominance over the newcomers, ensuring they would remain compliant. Suddenly, a blood-red spike pierced through a mobile phone screen. Both devices were rendered inoperative, and an eerie silence enveloped the office. I see that your hearing seems to be lacking. Can you now hear me? Chapter 25. What a coincidence. We meet again. Yuan Jun and Han Feng simultaneously lifted their heads. At that moment, confusion rather than anger surged within them. Who granted the audacity to an intern investigator to confront a seasoned investigator? Was it Liang Jing who instigated this? Moreover, these 2 individuals came empty-handed, devoid of any customary gifts for their initial visit, clearly lacking an understanding of social niceties. Given this, it seemed prudent to administer a stern reprimand. An intern investigator, with such a fiery temperament, Han Feng rose with a smile, only to abruptly seize the remnants of a discarded mobile phone and hurled it towards Chen Nian's face. However, in the next instant, his arm froze in mid-air, immobilized. The temperature in the room plummeted. Han Feng's arm had been encased in ice, with a sharp, bloodied spike suspended ominously before his eyes. Both Chen Nian and Lu Lin had taken action. The atmosphere in the office became charged with tension. The situation had utterly surpassed the expectations of Han Feng and his companion. What they intended as a mere scare to instill obedience in the 2 interns had unexpectedly escalated into a confrontation with such audacity that one would dare to attack a superior without hesitation. Even more shocking to Han Feng was the realization that both interns possessed formidable abilities equivalent to that of a mountain-moving realm. Engrossed in gaming, he had neglected to review their files. Alas, all colleagues from Unit 749, why the sudden tension upon first meeting? Let us all temper our powers. Yuan Jun took on a role of peacemaker. Han Feng lowered his fists, though a glint of coldness lingered in his gaze. An intern dares to act with such insolence before me, thinking they can defy me? Yuan Jun chuckled. Apologies, gentlemen. I truly did not hear what transpired. There is no need for you, Han, to become so incensed. They were merely jesting. Surely, they would not resort to actual violence, would they? Was it merely a jest? Chen Nian responded incredulously, a smile gracing her lips. You. The smile on Yuan Jun's face promptly froze. He had not anticipated that this newcomer would be so audacious. Refusing even the gracious opportunity to back down, a blatant disregard for courtesy. Chen Nian boldly seated herself in the office chair, turning to face the 2. Before arriving, I reviewed the records. You, having patrolled the Haiging district for such an extended period, have uncovered not a whisper of information regarding vampires. It was only after tracing the Blood Clan's curse that we learned of their presence here. Do you have anything to say? Yuan Jun, incredulous, exclaimed. Vampires? I have never heard of such a thing. Are there indeed extraordinary beings in our district, Han? I have not heard of any. Han Feng replied. We patrol daily, yet have encountered no whispers of such. If they truly exist, it must be that they conceal themselves exceptionally well. Yuanjin chuckled. How about this tonight? I shall host a welcome dinner for you both. You should apologize to Han, and let us put this minor friction behind us. We can achieve great things in harmony. Apologize? Chen Nian could not contain her amusement. It was utterly delightful that someone would request an apology from her. Ah, I see. My senior is merely jesting with me. Do not tell me otherwise. Yuan Zhen, noticing Chen Nian's unwillingness to soften his stance, promptly shifted his gaze towards Lu Lin. Beautiful lady, why not mediate for us? The two of us will surely look after you. Lu Lin remained silent, an intensified chill emanating from her, with frost appearing in the air. Yuan Zhen shivered involuntarily. Who were these two individuals? When did interns from 749 become so audacious? Shouldn't interns typically be timid and cautious, lacking both power and connections, desperately striving to please their superiors to avoid being undermined? That was the norm for interns. They often presented gifts and treated others to massages and entertainment, all to secure their positions within 749. What were the backgrounds of these two? Yuan Zhen swiftly activated his terminal to investigate their profiles. The findings left him astounded. Chen Nian, chosen one of the slaughter sequence. Newcomer assessment score, 100, 2 missions completed flawlessly, all monsters eradicated, including a second-tier ghost infant. Lu Lin, chosen one of the water god sequence. Newcomer assessment score, 98, during a mission, her powers went awry, resulting in an entire building encased in ice. What kind of monsters are these? These details were recorded by Amy in her files. After absorbing this information, Yuan Zhen inhaled deeply and summoned Han Feng. Old Han, these two interns are chosen ones. They are not to be trifled with. Chosen ones. Han Feng responded, realization dawning on him. Now it makes sense why they are so arrogant. We should tone it down for a while. Chen Nian perused the materials briefly, but found no useful leads. It appeared that locating the vampire hidden in the harbor district would require her own gradual efforts. At that moment, a phone call interrupted, causing the landline to buzz. I'll get it. Yuanjin hurried to the phone and answered. Hello, Brother Yuan. Our two families are vying for the ownership of the underwater relics and would like 749 to serve as a notary. Rest assured, there will be benefits. Once it's settled, I'll treat everyone to a massage. All right, no problem. We'll be there shortly. Yuanjin hung up and turned to Chen Nian. So, we're about to handle a matter. Would you two care to join us? Afterwards, we can all share a meal together. No, thank you. Please go ahead. And you, Lu? Lu Lin, disinterested in responding, merely took a step closer to Chen Nian, indicating her preference. All right then, we'll be in touch. Yuan Zhen and Han Feng hurriedly departed in their vehicle. Chen Nian contemplated her options. Since she had no leads at present, she decided to visit Luo Xiaoka's residence to discern the situation. Shall we visit a friend's house together? Lu Lin nodded impassively. Half an hour later, Chen Nian and Lu Lin arrived near the grand estate of the Luo family. To her surprise, Luo Xiaoka was indeed the daughter of a wealthy family. However, what was the purpose of all these black business cars parked at the entrance? A glance into the courtyard revealed two factions poised for confrontation, as if a brawl were imminent. In the courtyard, the Luo and Wang families are in a state of heightened tension, since the relic was discovered by both families. Today, I shall summon the two investigators from 749 to serve as witnesses. 749? Who does not know of your close ties with them? Having them as witnesses is as absurd as appointing the large yellow dog in the yard. The head of the Luo family spat furiously. Yuan Zhen stepped forward and declared, Rest assured, old man, 749 has always been impartial. Both of your families seek the right to exploit the relic. So the simplest and most straightforward method would be to settle it with a fight. After all, we are dealing with supernatural beings. Money is worthless, but strength is paramount. Otherwise, if we enter the relic and find no treasures while losing lives, does that not make sense? It turns out both the Wang and Luo families are engaged in marine exploration. In this world, numerous locations have quietly become supernatural, such as various relics, ancient tombs, and caves, all of which hold significant exploration value. Recently, The Wang family discovered a cave beneath the sea and serendipitously found a sentient clam, yielding a bounty of pearls estimated to be worth tens of millions. Not long ago, both families' exploration teams simultaneously uncovered a mysterious underwater relic, leading to disputes over ownership. Thus, Yuan Zhen and Han Feng were invited to serve as witnesses. Oh, what a lively scene. At that moment, a voice captured everyone's attention. Both parties turned their gazes in unison. What a coincidence, they met again. The appearance of Chen Nian startled both Yuan Zhen and Han Feng. Happy to be here. Chapter 26. The Vampire, Baron of Ireland. The moment Luo Xiaoke laid eyes on Chen Nian, her eyes sparkled with delight. Tian Nian. She never anticipated that Chen Nian would come to her home personally, and her heart swelled with joy. However, upon noticing the stunning young lady by Chen Nian's side, an inexplicable sense of unease crept into her heart. Don't run around. Just as Luo Xiaoke was about to dash to Chen Nian, her father's unyielding grip pulled her back. Chen Nian's ostentatious arrival instantly drew the ire of two groups. Who are you? Uninvited guests leave. When someone attempted to obstruct Chen Nian and Lu Lin, Yuan Zhen was alarmed. These two individuals were not to be trifled with. No, they're not just anyone. They are our colleagues from 749. How fortuitous, indeed. Yuan Zhen greeted them warmly. What brings you here? Visiting friends, Chen Nian replied, his gaze directed at Luo Xiaoke, who was eager to wave at him, but again met her father's fierce glare. The head of the Luo family harbored a deep-seated disdain for 749, and now that he saw Chen Nian associating with those two, he would not allow his daughter to get close. Well, these two families have some friction. Let us from 749 act as mediators. Since we're all here, why not enjoy a good show together? Certainly, please proceed. Yuan Zhen inquired, do either of the family heads have any objections? The head of the Wang family declared loudly, those who rely on their powers to resolve issues certainly have no objections. Wang Xiao, go and face the talented youth from the Luo family. Understood, responded a young man named Wang Xiao as he stepped forward, a mischievous smile gracing his face, with a hint of bloodlust flickering in his eyes. The head of the Luo family turned to his son, Ming Cheng, you go. Both families dispatched their eldest sons. Good luck, brother. Luo Xiaoke cheered from below, making gestures of encouragement. Whispers circulated among the spectators. Luo Ming Cheng is at the late stage of the mountain-moving realm, while Wang Xiao is merely at the mid-stage. He shouldn't lose. Indeed, young Master Luo is exceptionally gifted. Soon, the duel commenced. The spiritual energy surged. The two engaged in combat. Luo Ming Cheng swiftly seized an opportunity, striking Wang Xiao in the chest with a powerful palm. The force unleashed a tremendous shockwave, causing Wang Xiao to spew blood. At that moment, a flash of crimson light flickered in Wang Xiao's eyes. His veins bulged, muscles tensed. Is that all? He retaliated with a punch that struck Luo Mingcheng's face, sending blood flying. Chaotic lion fist. A flurry of blows rained down upon Luo Mingcheng's chest. As the punches ceased, Luo Mingcheng collapsed into a pool of blood. Unconscious, Wang Xiao spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, declaring, pathetic, is this all the strength you possess? Brother, how could this happen? He actually lost? When did Wang Xiao become so formidable? Luo Mingcheng was carried away for treatment, and the remaining members of the Luo family were enveloped in a chilling silence, as if mourning a great loss. Now that the victor has emerged, congratulations to the Wang family, Yuan Zhen announced, taking charge of the situation. Thank you for your kindness. Let's return and celebrate, haha. After the Wang family departed, Yuan Zhen and Han Feng followed closely behind. As they stepped out of the Luo family residence, an unspoken understanding passed between them, indicating a clandestine alliance. In the courtyard, the head of the Luo family turned his gaze towards Chen Nian and Lu Lin. What are you still doing here? This place does not welcome members of 749. Please escort them out. Luo Xiaoke hurriedly intervened, positioning herself between them. Dad, Chen Nian saved me before. Even if you harbor prejudice against 749, you cannot disregard the life-saving grace he has shown. The Luo family head snorted coldly, choosing not to respond, and swiftly departed. I am sorry, Chen Nian, you can ignore my father's words. He is simply set in his ways. I actually wanted to join 749, but he forbade me. Sigh. It's all right. I wanted to ask you something as well. Of course, Chen Nian. I will definitely share what I know. I'm investigating a demon. Have there been any recent disturbances, like disappearances or reports of drained corpses? Well, Luo Xiaoka pondered, there have indeed been incidents, but they mainly involve those going out to sea. I've heard that many from the Wang family's expeditions have met with misfortune, which is somewhat normal, given the frequent encounters with supernatural beings in the ocean. The Wang family? Yes. Speaking of them, something seems off lately. That old patriarch, who is usually bedridden, now appears more vigorous than the youth. Furthermore, Wang Xiao was never a match for my brother, yet he has inexplicably become quite powerful, as if he has recently encountered some fortuitous event. From Luo Xiaoka's recollections, Chen Nian sensed an unsettling discrepancy. There was something amiss with the Wang family. Individually, these signs might be mere coincidences, but when combined, they conjured thoughts of a deeper conspiracy, such as collusion between the Wang family and demons. Having gathered this information within less than a day of his arrival, could Yuan Zhen and Han Feng truly be unaware? Chen Nian was skeptical. Were they genuinely uninformed, or were they simply choosing to remain silent? It appeared that the waters of the harbor district were far murkier than anticipated, necessitating a thorough investigation. By the way, Chen Nian, may I pose a question to you? Go ahead. Luo Xiaoka whispered. What is your relationship with this beautiful sister? She's a colleague from 749. We usually operate as a pair. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. The evening is drawing near, and I presume you have not dined yet. If you wouldn't mind, I would be delighted to treat you. Chen Nian glanced at Lu Lin, confirming her lack of objection, and smiled. You aren't merely eager to host us, are you? I definitely plan to join 749 in the future, so it's prudent to establish a good rapport with both of you, and I can learn more along the way. All right, this aligns well, as I also wish to gather more information from you. Chen Nian acquiesced to her request. Wonderful. I assure you, I will share everything I know and fully cooperate with the task. Meanwhile, at the harbor, a luxurious yacht was docked, belonging to the Wang family. The head of the Wang family boarded the vessel, traversing the red-carpeted corridor until he reached the opulent VIP room. He opened the door. Seated by the window was a fair-haired man clad in a white shirt, elegantly swirling a glass of red wine as he enjoyed the evening breeze. On the floor lay the lifeless body of a naked woman, her porcelain skin starkly contrasting with the crimson pool of blood surrounding her. Dispose of the body, he commanded. Yes, sir. Two subordinates hastily enveloped the woman in a black plastic bag and discarded her in the depths of the ship's hold, where dozens of similar bags containing corpses awaited. Gracious Baron Elran, I am indebted to you for bestowing the bloodline curse upon my son, which ensured his resounding victory in today's contest. Elran took a slight sip from his goblet filled with blood. I desire a girl. Acquiring a woman is no challenge. There are already a dozen in the cages of the hold, all prepared for you. However, Elran shook his head, his expression one of rapture as he continued. A few days ago, while basking in the sea breeze on the deck, I glimpsed a lively girl on the shore. She appeared as pure as the sky and as sweet as confectionery. I have been consumed by thoughts of her, unable to find rest. As he spoke, Elran produced a photograph, stealing a kiss from its surface. I longed to strip her of her garments, to kiss her alabaster neck, and to gently puncture her veins. The photograph slipped from his grasp, landing directly in the hands of the patriarch of the Wang family. Bring this girl to me. The patriarch's pupils dilated in shock. But that is the daughter of the Luo family. Baron Elran, this may prove quite challenging. The Luo family still holds considerable influence. With a resounding crash, Elran hurled his goblet at the patriarch's head, splattering crimson liquid across his face. Do not forget that your life was spared by me, and my curse resides within your son. I demand her now, immediately. And no, we can certainly procure her. I will find a way. After exiting the room, the patriarch retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face, instructing his subordinates, send in a few skilled individuals to infiltrate the Luo family. Use every means necessary to capture that young girl. We may sever ties with the Luo family, but we must never offend Baron Elran. Chapter 27. Midnight Assault. Chen Nian and his companion strike. That night, Chen Nian and his companion remained at the Luo residence. The table was laden with snacks as the three gathered for a discussion, with a heater operating to mitigate Lu Lin's chill. Lu Lin, could you assist in chilling the cola? Oh, Lu Lin lightly touched the rim of the glass, and immediately, ice cubes floated to the surface of the cola. Wow. Impressive, Luo Xiaoka exclaimed, clapping her hands. After several hours of discussion, with the aid of the Luo family's connections, Chen Nian acquired a wealth of valuable information. Synthesizing all the details, he established a narrative and drew conclusions. It appeared that the vampires were likely being sheltered by the Wang family. What? Upon hearing this conclusion, Luo Xiaoka gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. She had not anticipated that the Wang family would possess such audacity as to harbor monsters. Lu Lin, however, remained composed, nonchalantly nibbling on chilled potato chips. Each time the Wang family embarked on a maritime expedition, they would hire a number of fair-skinned, beautiful young women at lucrative salaries. Yet unfortunate accidents often ensued, resulting in the mysterious disappearance of several women. An isolated incident may be deemed as such, but repeated incidents suggest otherwise. The two investigators stationed in the harbor district had failed to uncover any irregularities, and instead seemed to maintain close ties with the Wang family, likely having been bribed. Lu Lin, let us investigate the Wang family tomorrow. It's a pleasure to assist Brother Chen Nian. This will also serve as my contribution to the 749 task force. At that moment, the serene night was abruptly shattered by the piercing sound of gunfire. Bang! 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 Chen Nian swiftly made his way to the balcony to ascertain the situation, hearing the roar of a motorcycle engine as a red tail light swiftly disappeared into the distance. It seemed someone had ridden a motorcycle to the Luo residence, opened fire, and then fled. Damn it! They injure our brother and think they can escape? Chase them. The cicada acted as bait and darted away. The mantis pursued. Next to appear were the yellow sparrows. Two black SUVs parked at the roadside. Their doors flung open as a group of men clad in black disembarked, hastening toward the grand Luo residence. Brother, my tactic of drawing the tiger from its den is quite effective, wouldn't you say? Remember, capture the girl alive. Everything else is expendable. Understood. Move. The grand door of the Luo residence was forcefully kicked open. Who are you? Stand bang. Before the words could fully escape, a cold bullet pierced the forehead of the bodyguard, who collapsed instantly. Not everyone possesses psychic abilities. In the presence of most ordinary individuals, a firearm is the most effective weapon. In no time, the remaining bodyguards within the residence were dispatched. Just as the men in black prepared to storm the estate, the door creaked open. A brilliant orange light flooded the dim courtyard. Chen Nian emerged, hands tucked casually into his pockets, surveying the black-clad figures. Who are you? Bang, 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 bang. The men in black showed no intention of responding, raising their cold firearms and emptying their magazines toward Chen Nian. Flashes of gunfire intertwined with the sound of shots, and the air became thick with the scent of gunpowder. As the gunfire ceased, the ground lay strewn with brass casings. The blood barrier dissipated, and Chen Nian reappeared before the onlookers, unscathed. It seemed that the gathered individuals were not fond of idle chatter. Big brother, he is a psychic. Spare the words, eliminate him. Two figures clad in black surged towards Chen Nian, one with a fist and the other with an open palm, launching a coordinated assault. The air rippled with energy reminiscent of a mountain collapsing and rocks shattering. Bang! Their strikes were abruptly thwarted by an emerging blood barrier. What? Fear gripped the hearts of the two assailants. They had not anticipated such formidable defensive power, capable not only of halting bullets, but also of countering psychic techniques. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced their chests. The blood shield transformed into cruel, pointed spikes, puncturing their torsos, and hot blood gushed forth like a fountain. With a mere thought, Chen Nian willed the blood spikes to morph into a blood hand that seized one black-clad man's head, lifting him into the air. Allow me to inquire once more. Who are you? Big brother, save me. Such rudeness, not even answering a simple question. With a crack, the blood hand twisted his neck. discarding him like a lifeless dog onto the ground, devoid of breath. In that moment, several observers felt their hearts skip a beat, astonished by the young man's ruthless decisiveness. Chen Nian then grasped another black-clad figure, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Please enlighten me. From whence do you come, and what is your purpose?" The sight of his companion's gruesome fate rendered the man trembling in terror. We are from Wang. Bang! A bullet embedded itself in the back of his head, fired by a comrade from behind. Clearly, they wished to prevent him from revealing the mastermind behind their actions. "Tighten up, retreat." The black-clad men prepared to flee, but as they reached the entrance, a bone-chilling mist enveloped the area, sealing the door beneath a thick layer of ice. A petite girl stood at the threshold, her expression void of emotion. Seeking death, the black-clad men raised their weapons, frantically pulling the triggers until no more gunfire erupted. Lu Lin stood there, crystalline blades of ice emerging from her forearms, effortlessly deflecting all bullets. Her movements were so swift they left behind afterimages. As the gunfire ceased, she remained untouched, the moonlight casting a luminous sheen upon her exquisite features. "What are you dawdling for? Charge!" The two remaining black-clad men exchanged glances and lunged forward with desperation. Yet before they could near Lu Lin, their feet were frozen, rendering them immobile. The ice rapidly enveloped their bodies, transforming them into two statues. Lu Lin raised her hand, fingers clenched. Bang! The ice sculptures exploded, scattering shards of crystalline fragments across the air. Damn, what in the world? When did the Luo family acquire such formidable individuals? Big brother, what do we do? The remaining three black-clad men felt their hearts racing. Every step Chen Nian took felt like a grinding blade poised to fall upon them at any moment. At last, one of them broke, his mental defenses crumbling. I'll talk. As Chen Nian brushed past him, the blood-red blade arced through the air, and his head rolled away. I had yet to inquire. Why the haste in answering? This scene left the remaining two utterly terrified. My goodness, is this youth excessively ruthless? Chen Nian glanced at the other individual and offered a slight smile. I shall grant you 1 minute. Speak. Where do you hail from, and what are your intentions? It is the Wang family. The Wang family sent us. The man stammered. Our goal is to capture the young daughter of the Luo family and return her. As for what they plan to do with her, I am unaware, but we were ordered to confront the Luo family head-on to retrieve her. So, they have come to seize Luo Xiaoka? Is there anything else? And no, that's all I know, brother. I've told you everything. Please spare my life. And if you deceive me, I wouldn't dare. The bloody blade unexpectedly pierced the man's heart, causing him to collapse, swiftly losing his vitality. Chen Nian withdrew the knife and turned to the last man. Are you their leader? You executed your companion without hesitation. Now, enlighten me. Where do you come from, and what is your purpose? What he said is true, truly. The man immediately fell to his knees. We hail from the Wang family, and our mission is to capture Luo Xiaoka. I assure you, not a word of it is a lie. With both men corroborating each other's statements, it appeared credible. Chen Nian inquired further. Where do you intend to take her? To the cruise ship docked at the harbor belonging to the Wang family. In an instant, the bloodied blade plunged into the man's back, eliciting a scream. I asked a question, and you provide an answer? It seems your will to survive is rather feeble. Brother, I will tell you. The Wang family is clandestinely collaborating with a vampire who is currently residing on the cruise ship. That fiend specifically requested this girl. Chen Nian activated his phone to record. Proceed. The lower deck of the ship houses many women, all intended for that vampire. He nearly drains a woman of her blood every day, and on several occasions, I have been the one delivering them. What is the exact location? The VIP room on the top deck. At the end of the corridor is his chamber, occupied by a blonde, pale-skinned man. I have no more to share, brother. Keeping me alive would surely benefit you. Excellent. Good night. With a swift motion, Chen Nian sent him off to the afterlife. Had he not been present tonight, Luo Xiaoka might have indeed been captured, with dire consequences ensuing. On the balcony of the residence, the head of the Luo family witnessed the entire ordeal, his heart shaken to its core. During the ambush, he had prepared to escape with his daughter through the back door, but she insisted they could not abandon their people. Thus they remained to witness the gruesome slaughter in the courtyard. The 749 Bureau is so merciless. These two are entirely different from the individuals stationed in the harbor district. For the first time, the head of the Luo family reassessed his opinion of the 749 Bureau. Soon, the remaining members of the Luo family who had pursued returned, horrified at the sight of the bodies strewn across the courtyard. "We are grateful for your valiant assistance. Where on earth did these scoundrels come from? They even resorted to such cunning tactics. You need not concern yourselves. The 749 Bureau will handle the situation from here." Chen Nian called to Lu Lin. "We have located the vampire. Let us make our move." "Very well. Through division of labor, I shall venture forth to vanquish the vampire, while you embark on a mission to liberate the others who are imprisoned." Chapter 28. Seizing the vampire bloodline, Chen Nian and his companion arrived at the harbor, immediately spotting the opulent cruise ship docked at the shore. They divided their tasks, one ascending and the other descending. Chen Nian proceeded to the top-tier VIP lounge in search of the vampire, while Lu Lin ventured below to locate the imprisoned girl. In the ship's surveillance room, the monitor detected their presence and promptly reported to the head of the Wang family. "Sir, we have intruders. It's the 749 investigator from earlier. How they find this place? Where are they?" The male is headed to the VIP lounge, while the female descends further. They're seeking their demise. Aelin will handle them. There is no need for concern. Inside the VIP lounge, Baron Aelin lounged comfortably on the sofa, his legs crossed. A refined goblet rested on the coffee table, filled with a blend of sweet blood and red wine, his preferred 7-3 mixture. This drink was prepared for the delight of devouring the little cake tonight. His anticipation surged, every cell in his body thrumming with excitement. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in quickly," Aelin exclaimed eagerly, rising with expectation glimmering in his eyes. The door swung open, revealing not the awaited little cake, but rather a youth with an unfamiliar visage. "Who are you? Where's the girl?" I demanded. Faced with the cold inquiry from the golden-haired man, Chen Nian sighed. "Oh, esteemed Baron, my sincerest apologies, but it seems I'm just a simple, big-hearted lad. Will you not indulge me? I shall grant you 10 seconds to provide a reason for me not to take your life. Otherwise, you will witness your entrails spilling forth from your abdomen." "Oh, truly, the esteemed Baron speaks threats with such grandeur. You seek your own demise." Aelin raised his hand, unleashing the formidable spirit energy characteristic of a third-tier demon. Just as he prepared to rend Chen Nian's body with his power, he was met with a pair of crimson blood-red pupils. Those eyes sparkled like the most exquisite rubies, brimming with malice and the scent of blood, unmatched even by vampires. Domain, infinite realm of slaughter. Chen Nian, uninterested in a protracted engagement, unleashed his ultimate move. In an instant, Aelin was ensnared within the domain's space, his feet standing upon an endless sea of blood, with a blood moon looming overhead. What is this? What is happening? My head, act. The murderous intent of countless beings surged into Aelin's mind, instantly stripping him of the ability to think or act. No, kill me, cursed. I will kill you. His speech devolved into chaos, devoid of logic, as he clutched his head and repeatedly struck it against the ground, his eyes wide with terror, as if enduring the greatest horror known to mankind. Chen Nian approached Aelin, plunging a blade into his chest, infusing him with blood. This way, even if he regained control from the domain, he would possess the means to retaliate. Then, he severed Aelin's hands and impaled him to the floor with dozens of slender, blood-soaked spikes. Then came the crucial moment. Chen Nian produced the blood fusion crystal, a diamond-shaped gem, to seize Aelin's bloodline abilities. In no time, the crystal absorbed the blood, transforming into a resplendent ruby. Success. The vampire's bloodline had been extracted, and by consuming it, he could seamlessly integrate its powers. Chen Nian promptly swallowed the blood crystal. Bloodline vampire is merging. Merging complete. Acquired the talents of regenerative flesh and bloodthirsty desire. Regenerative flesh was straightforward and brutally effective, accelerating the healing process of physical injuries. Even severed limbs could mend themselves. Then, both the bloodthirsty desire and the killing urge talents emerged simultaneously, astonishingly merging into one. A novel talent, Blood Hunt Feast, materialized before him. In addition to the original effect of enhancing blood strength upon slaying demons and monsters, there was an added benefit. When absorbing another's blood, one can perfectly harness the power contained within it. If I were to drink Yiya's blood, I could temporarily gain her lightning attribute energy. When I wield the killing sequence Blood Moon Longbow, wouldn't I be able to shoot arrows imbued with lightning? This new talent is rather intriguing. I shall seek an opportunity to test it in the future. Aelin finally regained consciousness. He discovered his arms were severed and nailed to the ground, rendering him immobile. The human, lounging on the sofa with an air of mockery, gazed at him with amusement. "Dear Baron, why do you lie on the ground like a dead dog? Although this is our first encounter, such grand gestures are quite unnecessary. Wouldn't you agree? Human, you dare provoke this Baron. You shall meet your doom. Oh, pray tell, what manner of demise do you envision for me? Ha! You could never kill me. This Baron possesses a noble bloodline. Even severing my head would be futile. I shall place you on the Hall of 10,000 Demons hit list, and you will endure endless pursuits." Chen Nian clapped his hands with a smile. "Impressive, Baron. By the way, why have your hands not yet regenerated?" Aelin remained silent, for he too had noticed this anomaly. Why is my severed tissue not automatically healed? Why is there no trace of recovery? This is most peculiar. What has transpired? A sudden chill crept over him. His bloodline ability, has it failed? Aelin abruptly glared at Chen Nian, nearly roaring, "What have you done to me? What have you done?" Chen Nian smiled, transforming his blood into a dagger, and with a sharp snap, severed half of his own index finger. "You!" Aelin doubted his own perception. "Am I trapped in a nightmare? How can such a madman exist in this world? Oh look, my index finger is regenerating on its own. Does this not resemble the abilities of your bloodline, esteemed Baron? How could this be possible?" Aelin gazed in astonishment at Chen Nian's fingers, which had swiftly returned to their original state, a wave of terror surging within him, causing goosebumps to rise across his skin. "I have already seized your bloodline ability. Should I desire to end your life, it would be utterly inevitable. You mustn't do that, no. No." Chen Nian rose to his feet, stating, "Regrettably, I am somewhat timid. Your earlier threats have unsettled me. If I do not eliminate you, I fear I shall be unable to sleep." He approached the doorway and turned back with a smile. "Good night." The instant the door closed, blood within Aelin's body expanded rapidly, and then, boom! Aelin's body exploded. In his final moments, he caught sight of his own entrails scattered across the floor, grotesque and horrifying. The splattered blood and bits of flesh were fortuitously contained within the room, not a single drop reaching the corridor outside. Blood strength permanently increased. Chen Nian's intrusion had not gone unnoticed by the Wang family, as they were well aware of their surveillance cameras. However, upon witnessing Chen Nian approach Aelin, they assumed he was doomed. To their astonishment, he emerged unscathed. Consequently, the Wang family immediately dispatched individuals to ascertain Aelin's condition. Upon opening the door, they were met with a gruesome scene. Aelin was nowhere to be found. Only a horrific sight of blood and mangled flesh lay strewn about. The head of the family, Lord Aelin, appears to be dead. What? The head of the Wang family could scarcely believe that the vampire he had long regarded as his pillar of strength had been so easily dispatched. A chill coursed through him. In his understanding, the two investigators stationed in Harbor City could never stand against Aelin. Who exactly were these new investigators with such terrifying prowess? There was no time to ponder further. A call was placed to Yuan Jun and Han Feng. At that moment, the two were reveling in a KTV private room, surrounded by beautiful women, indulging in the pleasures of life. Yuan Jun, the two from 749 have infiltrated the cruise ship. What on earth is happening? If the Wang family falls, you two will share the blame. Think of a solution quickly. Yuan Jun's drunkenness dissipated rapidly. Old Han, trouble has struck. What trouble? Those two are causing chaos on the Wang family's territory. We must leave at once. If we cannot clean up this mess, we are utterly finished. Chapter 29. A preemptive strike, not bad. After Chen Nian dealt with the vampire, he prepared to venture below to rendezvous with Lu Lin. Amy, Please assist me in pinpointing Lu Lin's coordinates. When the two were teamed up on a mission, they could access each other's location in real time through the super AI. Location acquired. A virtual map illuminated by a blue glow materialized before Chen Nian's eyes. He scanned it briefly, gaining clarity, and hurried along his path. Along the way, he encountered numerous corpses, and the corridor was littered with remnants of ice crystals. It seemed that the Wang family's obstacles had been dispatched by her. Goodness, this girl possesses a demeanor akin to a cold-blooded killer. How fitting it is that we are teamed up. After a while, Chen Nian found Lu Lin standing before a massive alloy door. What's the situation? Inside, Lu Lin raised her hand, a blade of ice abruptly piercing towards the dark gray alloy door. With a crash, the ice blade shattered, yet the door remained unmoved. Allow me a try. Chen Nian transformed his blood into a blade, intending to impress, but he too failed to forcefully breach the door, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. It appeared the door was specially designed to withstand spiritual practitioners, making it difficult to break through. Of course, Chen Nian could utilize the Blood Moon Great Bow to force it open, but considering there might be ordinary individuals imprisoned inside, he feared causing collateral damage. A thought struck him. Water is all-pervasive, and blood is no different. Although the door was tightly shut, there were still gaps at the joints. He immediately directed his blood to flow into the crevice of the door, infiltrating it to a certain extent before swiftly manipulating the blood to reshape. With a crack, the joint was pried open by the blood. Chen Nian kicked the alloy door wide open. Let us go. As they entered, a wave of foul odors assaulted their senses. It was not only the dampness, but also the stench of excrement and decayed food, a cacophony of smells that could make one retch on the spot. Chen Nian felt his stomach churn violently and promptly used his blood to block his nostrils, resorting to breathing through his mouth. He glanced at Lu Lin. Her exquisite face bore no signs of disturbance, as calm as a placid lake. Remarkable, she is truly a girl of few emotions. How could she endure this? Just as he thought this, he noticed Lu Lin clutching her abdomen, expressionless, as she retched dryly. You two feel unwell? How curious. I am no mere doll. As the two delved deeper into the chambers, they were both struck silent. Chen Nian beheld a sight that ignited his fury. There were nearly a dozen iron cages piled here, each containing a woman. They were scantily clad, sitting within the cages like livestock. They were forced to eat, drink, and relieve themselves in the confines of their cages. No wonder it reeked. It was likely that they were only taken above when required by the vampires. This was the clandestine operation of the Wang family. No wonder the door was so securely sealed. They were guilty of heinous acts and feared exposure. If it were merely a vampire baron, it would not suffice to bring the Wang family down. They could easily deny any knowledge of the vampire's existence. However, once these women were discovered, it would serve as irrefutable evidence. Not only the Wang family, but also the investigators Yuan Zhen and Han Feng, who turn a blind eye, cannot evade culpability. At this moment, a thick smoke surged in from outside, rapidly elevating the temperature within the cabin. Amy displayed a warning. According to real-time environmental analysis, the hull is on fire. Immediate evacuation is imperative. We must rescue them. The two hastily broke open the iron cage. No, don't pull me out. Please. The women huddled in the cage, terrified, continuously striking Chen Nian's hands. They knew well that those who had been taken away never returned, clearly meeting a grim fate. Chen Nian promptly revealed her credentials. Fear not. We are law enforcement personnel, here specifically to rescue you. Is that true? The fire is already ignited outside. Please follow us in an orderly manner for evacuation. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. After some persuasion, the group finally relaxed their guard. Soon, over a dozen individuals were successfully rescued. Let us go. Chen Nian and her companion shielded the crowd as they fled. Just as they escaped the warehouse, the corridor was engulfed in thick smoke. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. In such dense smoke, one could swiftly lose consciousness, with the majority of victims in a fire succumbing not to flames, but to asphyxiation. Soudainly, a deafening explosion échouait overhead. The corridor ceiling collapsed, and flames surged in an instant. It seemed those outside were intent on completely incinerating the cruise ship, leaving no survivors to provide evidence. What? What should we do? I don't want to die. Please, save us. In this life-threatening situation, several individuals broke down. Lu Lin, I will blast open the hull, but it leads to water outside. You freeze the surface to get them to shore. Understood. Everyone, step aside. Chen Nian activated her sequence ability. The Blood Moon Great Bow materialized before her, countless droplets of blood converging on the bowstring, gradually forming a blood-red arrow. Meanwhile, outside, Yuan Zhen and Han Feng were also present. The burning of the cruise ship was their doing, aimed at eternally burying all evidence beneath the sea. For once exposed, not only would the Wang family face charges for harboring demons that endanger civilians, but the two 749 investigators would also share in the culpability. Complicity in crime. To ignite this vessel, we even utilized explosive incendiary rounds produced by our bureau. Indeed, we poured in a considerable amount of gasoline. Otherwise, it wouldn't burn so quickly. Do you think they can survive? A mere fire should not prove too daunting for them. However, those trapped inside, mere ordinary people, likely would not escape. Yuan Zhen chuckled. Let us at least pretend to extinguish the flames, lest anyone notice. Suddenly, a tremendous boom resounded. The blazing cruise ship was punctured, and a massive splash erupted on the sea's surface. This was Chen Nian's doing. The moment the cabin was breached, a torrent of seawater began to rush in, and Lu Lin took action. Water God Sequence 003, Absolute Zero. The surging seawater had miraculously formed a crystalline corridor of ice, extending all the way to the shore, reminiscent of the glass passageways in aquariums where one observes fish. Go! Chen Nian urged the girls to ascend the ice corridor and race towards the land. Witnessing this spectacle, Yuan Zhen and Han Feng became visibly unsettled. They had not anticipated that the duo could rescue so many individuals. What should we do? Eliminate them? Han Feng whispered. It would be unwise to create a scene here. If they relay information back to headquarters via their terminals, we would be implicated as well. Then what shall we do? We must feign ignorance, Yuan Zhen exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety as he rushed over. Are you all right? Quickly. Come over here. Old Han, call for an ambulance. Someone has been injured. Rest assured, we are from 749. We are fine, and an ambulance will soon transport you to the hospital. He thoughtfully removed his suit jacket and draped it over the shoulders of a disheveled girl, his tone imbued with concern and warmth. Chen Nian and Lu Lin successfully returned to the shore. Yuan Zhen, astonished, remarked, Little Lu, Little Chen, how did you both end up on that ship? Are you unharmed? We just received news that someone intentionally set a fire here, but regrettably, the arsonist had already fled by the time we arrived. Han Feng chimed in, Indeed, it is a relief that you are safe. We shall extinguish the flames first, then pursue the arsonist together. Yuan Zhen nodded. I suspect that individual must harbor a grudge against the Wang family. Otherwise, such a heinous act would be unfathomable. Chen Nian chuckled. So you all graduated from Beijing? Perhaps you should consider leaving 749 to pursue a career in filmmaking instead of being investigators. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen's expression immediately soured. Little Chen, what do you mean by that? While you may possess exceptional talent, you are merely assigned as supporting intern investigators. That is all. What do I mean? Chen Nian inquired with a smile. Are you not curious about how so many disheveled girls ended up on that ship? Yuan Zhen. Han Feng. Surely, you two are not subconsciously avoiding the question because you already know the answer. One must perform the entire act, after all, and this is rather awkward. Isn't it? The two had not anticipated this oversight. We were merely concerned about the condition of the injured. We had no time to delve into the details. Such inquiries can wait until they are emotionally stable. What do you mean, Chen Nian? Are you implying that you doubt us? Initially, I intended to take both of you back to 749 for processing, but I have since changed my mind. Chen Nian's palm dripped with blood as he gripped a bloodied knife in his hand. It seemed that acting first and explaining later might not be such a bad idea after all. Chapter 30. A kill for each. The air was thick with tension, as if it were charged with an impending clash, prompting the bystanders to hastily retreat. Yuan Zhen had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet the one he had never anticipated was Chen Nian's sudden inclination towards violence. and in turn, executing a formal investigator was not merely a breach of authority. It posed a significant challenge in terms of power dynamics. Even if he harbored suspicions about the two, protocol dictated that he should report to the 749, leading to the dispatch of a more senior investigator to handle the matter. Such was the proper course of action. This audacious young man blatantly disregarded the rules. At this juncture, both parties recognized the futility of pretense. Chen Nian, what is the purpose of this? Severing ties with us brings you no advantage. If you were to turn a blind eye, we could engage in a mutually beneficial collaboration. Yes, we have connections with the Wang family, but seeking one's own benefit is hardly a fault, is it? Let today's events be forgotten. The rewards you would reap far exceed those of a routine mission. Chen Nian furrowed his brow. As a final plea, you are rather verbose. You. Han Feng glared at Chen Nian, taken aback by his obstinacy. Chen Nian turned to Lu Lin. How are you holding up? If you're fatigued from the earlier exertion, take a moment to rest. I can manage this. Lu Lin raised his index finger, expressionless, and pointed at Yuan Zhen, implying, I shall eliminate this one. Very well. Then we shall each claim one. Excellent. Today, allow me to demonstrate the weight of experience. Yuan Zhen retrieved a colossal hammer from his storage artifact, declaring, Old Han, ensure they are silenced forever. I have longed to dispatch this brat. Meanwhile, Han Feng wielded a cerulean longsword, his dark hair billowing with the surge of spiritual energy. Combat for a spiritual practitioner relies not only on divine sequences, but also on the martial techniques honed through diligent training, should one's cultivation be adequate. Slaying a chosen one is not an insurmountable feat with ample combat experience and a slight edge in rank and training duration. Han Feng believed himself to have a significant advantage. With a swift motion, he unleashed his sword technique, surfing the tide, first form, breaking the wind and waves. A fierce blade aura surged forth, suffocating in its intensity, surrounding Chen Nian from all sides like an overwhelming tidal wave. Clang, clang, clang. The blades clashed repeatedly, the angles challenging to discern, yet all were successfully repelled by Chen Nian's sanguine barrier. This young man possessed an extraordinarily peculiar ability. Just as Han Feng was taken aback by the revelation, Chen Nian made his move. When he struck, it was like thunder. In a flash, his blade sliced toward Han Feng. Clang! Sparks erupted where blade met sword. What swiftness! Han Feng's heart raced, astonished that this youth also had prowess in swordsmanship. Chen Nian's blade did not waver. A torrent of crimson blade auras surged forth, akin to a blood-red dragon writhing and surging through the sea. Dragon suppressing the sea. Han Feng's sword did not falter either. The surfing the tide technique conjured towering waves, striving to subdue the blood dragon. The clamor of clashing blades echoed incessantly. In this rapid and intense close-quarters battle, Chen Nian had to concentrate fully. He could no longer manipulate his blood to perform other tasks. Fortunately, the blood encircling him possesses an automatic defense mechanism. Thus, Han Feng finds himself increasingly beset by wounds, gashes adorning his arms, face, and chest, each a grotesque testament to the battle. Yet, Chen Nian remains unscathed. He is free to unleash his ferocious attacks without a hint of hesitation. Furthermore, even if Chen Nian were to incur injuries, his royal lineage and vampiric heritage would facilitate rapid healing, often devoid of pain. For Chen Nian, Han Feng serves merely as a means to hone his close combat skills. Nothing more. Boom! Another resounding explosion reverberates through the air. Wounded and battered, Han Feng retreats with great urgency, striving to distance himself from Chen Nian. Have the courage to withstand the strike, boy. He concentrates all his spiritual energy into this single sword thrust, forsaking all defense, prepared to engage in a mutual destruction. This sword represents the final move of the Tide Sword, the wave-cutting slash. Once the build-up is complete, it will unleash a formidable force that cleaves the heavens. But Chen Nian would not allow him the luxury of completing his charge. With a swift draw of his blade, he executed the finishing move. The dragon breaks the void. In an instant, he darted behind Han Feng, so swiftly that his afterimage was scarcely discernible. The blade retracted. A severed head tumbled to the ground. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhen was equally no match for Lu Lin. were it not for his superior realm, sustaining himself against the chilling aura with his spiritual energy. He would have long since been frozen solid. Upon witnessing Han Feng's demise, Yuan Zhen's pupils constricted in an instant, realizing the tide had turned against him. "Wait, I surrender." He immediately raised his hands in a gesture of capitulation. "Amy, Amy!" With his fervent cries, a virtual image of Amy materialized above the terminal. A silver-haired, barefooted girl. "I, Yuan Zhen, am a D-level investigator of the 749 Bureau, and I confess to colluding with the Wang family and harboring demons. I acknowledge my transgressions against the regulations of the 749 Bureau and am willing to accept the headquarters punishment." He had made the most prudent decision in that moment. Continuing to fight would spell certain death. By surrendering and confessing, he could have Amy relay the news to headquarters, offering him a glimmer of hope. At the very least, he would face an internal investigation rather than being at the mercy of these two formidable killers. "Don't do anything rash," he implored. "Amy has already notified the 749 Bureau. Headquarters will dispatch personnel to detain me. If you harm me now, it would be a blatant violation of the law. Amy, take note. These two are in-turn investigators of the 749 Bureau. I have already confessed and surrendered. Should they kill me, it would constitute a serious breach of conduct." Lu Lin, her expression devoid of emotion, raised her hand, an ice spike rapidly forming. As a girl without any constraints, she cared not for rules. Since Chen Nian had slain one, she felt compelled to eliminate the other. Otherwise, how could she befriend Chen Nian? Suddenly, her wrist was grasped by Chen Nian in midair. Wait, Lu Lin glanced at Chen Nian, her eyes filled with uncertainty. He spoke the truth. Surrender had indeed been the only option. To take his life now would be a flagrant violation of protocol, warranting disciplinary action from the Bureau. Lu Lin chose to heed Chen Nian's counsel, the ice spear dissipating swiftly. Truly, Brother Chen possesses a sense of humanity. Yuan Zhen exhaled in relief, grateful to have preserved his life, plotting revenge against those two wretches at a later time. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly noticed Chen Nian approaching, a smile on his face that revealed a chilling arc, sending shivers down his spine. What do you intend to do? You can't possibly think that I wouldn't dare to kill you for your transgressions? Allowing monsters to wreak havoc on so many innocent lives, do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? Wait. With a swift thrust, a bloodied spear pierced Yuan Zhen's chest. Until his last breath, disbelief lingered in his eyes. To be slain in front of Amy by this in-turn investigator. He never anticipated such madness. He collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Lu Lin then realized that Chen Nian had refrained from allowing her to act, to prevent her own transgression. Momentarily, she felt displeased, her cheeks puffing up in irritation. Shouldn't friends share both joy and hardship? What else with the sulking gaze? Are you unhappy? Chen Nian chuckled. Lu Lin remained silent, turning her head away to express her discontent. TSK, quite stubborn. As for the girls who had been rescued, they were being escorted away by an ambulance and the Public Security Bureau. However, the matter was far from over. The Wang family, the true instigators, remained unscathed. Shall we pay a visit to the Wang family and eliminate them? If we delay too long, I truly fear these scourges may escape. Fine. This time, I shall let you take action. Let us both breach protocol, and we'll face the consequences together. All right, Lu Lin agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, within the Wang residence, the family head paced anxiously, feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles. After all, the vampires had been exterminated. He hoped Yuan Zhen and his companion could be relied upon. If they could resolve the situation, the Wang family might weather the storm unscathed. For the sake of the promised benefits, these two would undoubtedly exert themselves to clean up after him. Just then, the front door was violently kicked open, sending a cloud of dust swirling. A commanding voice echoed, 749 Investigation Team. All of you get the hell out here. Resistors, escapees die. Chapter 31. Mission accomplished. Is punishment a paid leave? My lord, members of 749 have barged in. Where are those two useless fools from Yuan Zhen? Hurry, escape through the back door. The Wang family understood that if they fell into the hands of 749, severe consequences awaited them. Fleeing offered a slim chance of survival. Father, what on earth is happening? Aren't the 749 members on our side? Wang Xiu rushed in, anxiety evident in his voice. Enough nonsense, we must flee. The Wang family hastily made their way to the back door, intent on making a discreet exit. However, they were met by a petite girl with an icy demeanor, her expression devoid of emotion as she stared intently at them. It was the beautiful girl from that day. Wang Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. At such a time, you're still thinking about women? She's an investigator from 749. Wang Laozi couldn't resist the urge to slap his son. Understood, father. I'll knock her out and take her with me. Wang Xiu rolled up his sleeves, his muscular arms bulging with veins resembling coiling dragons. Offending a lady. With a flurry of punches, he unleashed his chaotic lion fist, a barrage of blows raining down upon her. Meanwhile, Lu Lin stood still, an ice crystal blade appearing on the back of her hand, her movements so swift that they left afterimages in their wake. After dozens of exchanges, Wang Xiu found himself covered in intersecting wounds, while Lu Lin remained unscathed. Damn, this woman is incredibly formidable. Just as Wang Xiu contemplated retreat, he realized his legs had been frozen without his notice. Wait, Suddenly, the ice crystal blade pierced through Wang Xiu's throat, blood gushing forth and crystallizing mid-air into glistening crimson shards. Xue! Wang Laozi's eyes widened in horror. Why are you all standing there? Kill this woman. Several subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their reluctance. They weren't fools. The woman's strength was evidently terrifying, and they were no mindless villains eager to meet their demise. Sister, we're merely hired hands. The true mastermind is Wang Laozi, the one colluding with demons to harm ordinary people. We'll leave this to you. We're out of here. Wang Laozi clutched his chest in rage. You all are simply outrageous. My apologies, Wang Laozi, but one must look out for oneself. Take care. With that, the subordinates attempted to escape through the back door. They had already amassed enough wealth to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. There was no need to risk their lives. Lu Lin slightly lifted her foot, clad in white socks and black leather shoes, and then stomped down. Suddenly, massive ice spikes erupted from the ground, impaling the subordinates through their chests, leaving them suspended in midair. You! They coughed up blood. A horrific sight as crimson streams flowed down. In their final moments, they cursed their fate. This woman had remained silent, and they had foolishly assumed she would allow them to leave. Who could have predicted her swift and lethal action? With an expressionless face, Lu Lin stated, 749 is enforcing the law. Fugitives shall meet death. You should have said so earlier. Several individuals stared wide-eyed, unable to blink. The elderly Wang, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, his thoughts of escape vanishing entirely. Under the control of Chen Nian and his companion, the entire Wang family was taken away by the Public Security Bureau, marking the downfall of a significant menace in the Haiging district. The news swiftly reached the ears of the Luo family. Master, we have good news. The entire Wang family has been apprehended by the Public Security Bureau. It is said that Wang Xiu was slain on the spot by an investigator from the 749 Bureau. The Wang family's clandestine dealings with demons have now been exposed. No wonder Wang Xiu exhibited such abnormal strength that day. Their demise is utterly complete. The head of the Luo family could scarcely believe that his arch-rival in the Haiging district had fallen in such a manner. What of Yuan Zhen and Han Feng? Are they not also affiliated with the 749 Bureau? In the eyes of the Luo patriarch, the Wang family had close ties with these two. They could not possibly remain indifferent. Those two fared even worse. They were also executed on the spot. The assailants were the two newly arrived investigators, one of whom seems to be a friend of the young lady. Once again, it is them. The head of the Luo family could not suppress a gasp of shock. It was they who had intervened when the group of black-clad individuals invaded the Luo household. How long had they been in the Haiging district? With swift and decisive action, they had dealt with the Wang family, even eliminating the two previously inactive investigators. The ruthlessness of their methods and the speed of their actions were truly terrifying. Unexpectedly, the 749 Bureau was not solely comprised of scoundrels like Yuan Zhen. There were indeed diligent investigators among them. This incident completely shifted the Luo patriarch's perception of the 749 Bureau. He was no longer as opposed to his daughter's desire to join. The following day, Chen Nian and Lu Lin did not linger any longer, preparing to return to the Bureau for reporting and to face their penalties. To their surprise, not only did Luo Xiaoke come to bid farewell, but the head of the Luo family also arrived. Chen Nian, you are leaving? Indeed, we're here for work after all. By the way, Chen Nian, my father has agreed to let me join the 749 Bureau, However, I must wait until I learn some combat skills, as I currently can only summon my spiritual abilities and cannot adequately protect myself. That is splendid. Train diligently, and the 749 Bureau awaits you. The head of the Luo family signaled to one of his subordinates, who brought forth a bulging black tote bag. What is this? These two have rendered great service to the Luo family. This is but a token of gratitude, the Luo patriarch stated. Chen Nian smiled and replied, there is no need for that. I assisted the Luo family because Xiaoke is my friend, and my handling of the Wang family was a matter of duty. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall not insist. As Chen Nian and Lu Lin departed, the Luo patriarch watched them leave, his eyes betraying a clear admiration. One exceptional young man. Xiaoke, if you join the 749 Bureau in the future, you must follow Chen Nian. He is quite reliable. Of course. I have already told you, Father, Chen Nian is incredibly impressive. In the conference room of the 749 Bureau, the deputy director sat at the head of the table, surveying the gathered mentors. You have all reviewed Chen Nian's task report. I would like to hear your thoughts. I shall begin. Zhang Xian was the first to speak. I believe Chen Nian has rendered great service in this mission, having not only vanquished the malevolent creatures lurking in the harbor district, but also uprooted the Wang family, who conspired with these fiends. He has truly exceeded expectations. Director Zhang, your commendation of Chen Nian is transparently aimed at shielding your niece, Lu Lin, from repercussions. Frankly, I never anticipated that Chen Nian would slay a vampire. After all, it is a third-tier demon, and he has only recently entered the mount-shifting realm. When did transgressing boundaries become so effortless? At this juncture, Li Xiao interjected. As an impeccably diligent and rigorously fair mentor, he directly pointed out the issue at hand. According to the regulations of Investigator 749, when an investigator breaches protocol, the remaining investigators possess the authority to take action. However, should the adversary surrender, they must be escorted to the interrogation division of Bureau 749 for handling. Chen Nian has contravened this regulation and should be dealt with accordingly. Wooden-headed, Zhang Xian retorted with an eye roll. Furthermore, the excessive violence displayed by the two during the execution of their mission resulted in considerable casualties, which, per investigator guidelines, should be avoided whenever possible. Enough already, Li Xiao. Our Lin Lin is so well-behaved. She would never resort to indiscriminate killing. Zhang Xian grumbled in discontent. The deputy director then inquired, Old Li, what do you propose as an appropriate course of action? Li Xiao sipped his goji berry tea. I am merely elucidating his misconduct. The resolution is beyond my purview. As just a deputy, if we are to penalize Chen Nian, then next time when he breaches protocol, she must also be dealt with strictly according to the rules. The deputy director was momentarily at a loss for words. Amy, what is your assessment of Yuan Zhan's surrender and subsequent slaying by Chen Nian? A fitting end. And how do you suggest we penalize Chen Nian? Investigator Chen Nian completed his mission with remarkable swiftness, preventing further innocent casualties. Why should he be punished? I recommend the questioner undergo a neurological evaluation. A burst of laughter erupted from the audience below. The deputy director rubbed his temples. Bureau 749 must uphold a clear distinction between rewards and penalties. Chen Nian and his partner executed their mission flawlessly. Thus, they are entitled to their due rewards. As for punishment, remaining in the Bureau after a breach of conduct is detrimental to morale, so I shall arrange for Chen Nian and Lu Lin to take administrative leave. Administrative leave, colloquially known as paid vacation. Chapter 32. The Creation of the Martial Sage, Inch of Strength. Opening the Heavens Dormitory 304. Chen Nian, I never anticipated that you would be tasked with the icy girl next door. Yi Yaya expressed her astonishment. Dressed in a trendy hoodie, She radiated a vibrant and cheerful aura, embodying the spirit of a lively girl. How is it to be your teammate? Is it particularly challenging to get along? She seems more capable than you, fierce and reticent. Unable to contain herself, Yaya, barefoot, playfully kicked Chen Nian in the chest. How could you say that I am inferior to the ice girl? Are we not brothers anymore? Is there anyone who undermines their own comrades like this? In response, Chen Nian immediately ensnared Yaya with blood-red tendrils, seizing her foot to tickle her. What are you doing? It tickles. I'm warning you, did you hear me? Despite Yaya's vigorous struggles, she remained tightly bound. Call me daddy, or I want to let go. My father is the deputy director. Do you really want to die? Hearing the commotion from outside, he stepped out to take a glance. Brother Chun, sister Ya, you two are quite playful. I'm impressed. At last, Yaya erupted. Ziz! A powerful current surged forth. The room was instantly filled with crackling sounds. The lights flickered out, and the television screen distorted. Chen Nian also suffered, as the current coursed through his veins, leaving him smoking, his clothes tattered. You thought you were tough, and now you know the consequences? Did you really think I couldn't handle you? Just as Yaya was reveling in her triumph, the door to 304 swung open. And Li Xiao, holding a thermos, entered. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, his expression darkened immediately. Director Li, although this chaos was instigated by Yaya, I, as her roommate, must take responsibility for failing to stop her, Chen Nian said earnestly. Chen, you run 100 laps around the field as punishment. Now go. Yaya threw a fist at Chen Nian, as if to say she would settle the score later, before reluctantly heading out to the field. Li Xiao summoned Chen Nian to the corridor. Chen Nian, you are aware that you violated regulations during your previous mission, correct? You have now been placed on administrative leave. Take some time off and refrain from appearing at the bureau during this period. Upon hearing this news, Chen Nian felt as though the sky had fallen. How can I accept missions or hunt monsters while on leave? After all, I need the intelligence system 749 to locate the supernatural beings. Didactoli, is there no other work for me? I wish to be productive. You were born to be a workhorse? Indeed, Director Li, I feel unwell when I am not working. Li Xiao, in exasperation, had no choice but to make a request to his superiors. Considering that 2 station investigators in the Haiging district have perished, we need to assign a new investigator to fill the gap. You will take their place. Does that mean I can handle supernatural incidents on my own? How delightful. Thank you, Director Li. By the way, what about Lu Lin? Director Zheng will take care of her. No need to worry. However, there is one thing I must remind you of. Han Shuang called the bureau inquiring about her brother's cause of death. She is Han Feng's sister and has the right to know the truth. Are you suggesting that Han Shuang might seek revenge against me? Indeed, Han Shuang hails from Yuzhu Mountain, which is also a sect of spiritual practitioners. In her earlier years, she intended to take Han Feng to Yuzhu Mountain for cultivation, but he declined to put in the necessary effort and thus did not go. Yuzhu Mountain? It is a minor sect of spiritual practitioners. This sect does not engage in external missions, but focuses entirely on cultivation, and it has produced a number of formidable individuals, thus should not be underestimated. Li Xiao nodded in understanding, preparing to depart. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back and said solemnly, "There is something of great importance that I have yet to share with you. Your sequential abilities are remarkably powerful, but do not become overly reliant on them." Chen Nian looked on with curiosity. What I mean is do not neglect the training of other skills and techniques, as that is the foundation upon which you must rely. Sequential abilities are like buns that fall from the sky. If one day they cease to descend, some may find themselves starving. This sage advice resonated with Chen Nian, and she etched it into her memory. Chen Nian resolved to first spend her contribution points at the logistics department to exchange for some techniques and skills before assuming her duties in the harbor district. Thus, even in the absence of monsters to slay, she could still cultivate new abilities, ensuring her strength would continue to grow steadily. Contribution points, 140 for an intern investigator. This was already a considerable sum of contribution points. Upon arriving at the logistics department and scanning her terminal to gain entry, a myriad of rare treasures and martial techniques instantly unfolded before her eyes. When contemplating what to exchange, it was imperative to first consider her own deficiencies. Following Director Li's advice, she aimed to augment her combat prowess, for it is said, to forge iron, one must first be strong. After a lengthy examination, her attention was captured by a martial technique entitled inch power. The name was overly simplistic, yet its exchange cost a staggering 200 contribution points. How exorbitant! Driven by curiosity, Chen Nian glanced at its description. Chu Wuwang, after 3 days of enlightenment, delivered 3 punches. On the first day, he struck a mountain before him, causing it to crumble. On the second day, he punched the vast ocean, splitting it apart. On the third day, he aimed at the boundless sky, dispersing the clouds for miles. Following these 3 punches, he transcended his realm and achieved the status of a sage in martial arts. This technique, known as inch power, consists of 3 forms. 1. Inch power, mountain collapse. 2. Inch power, sea split. 3. Inch power, sky opening. Simply reading the description left Chen Nian exhilarated. This was a martial technique created by a martial sage. It was customary for martial practitioners to possess little formal education, making such a humble name fitting. Yet its ferocity was undeniable. Just then, a cough interrupted her thoughts from behind. Young one, you might want to reconsider. Your realm is too low for such aspirations. Chen Nian turned to see an elderly gentleman overseeing the area. What do you mean, sir? Is it impossible to learn this due to my low realm? She retorted. Haha, if you were to exchange for this to comprehend it, it would merely be a waste of contribution points. Within it lingers the essence of the martial sage's fist. Not long ago, an investigator from the Clear Light realm attempted to exchange for this, and upon turning to the first page, was struck by its force, causing him to spit blood. The Clear Light realm is the 5th level. Is this fist's power truly so formidable? This piqued Chen Nian's interest even further. Since it is a secret technique reserved for the most exceptional, it must indeed be extraordinary. Learning anything subpar would be a waste of precious time, and should something superior arise later, he would have to retrain. Old sir, do you mean to say that as long as I can withstand the essence of that fist within, I may cultivate this technique? While that may be the case, bear in mind that this is the fist power of a sage, and given your current realm, you might end up severely injuring yourself. Moreover, such injuries are difficult to heal, requiring at least a month in the medical department. Chen Nian pondered for a moment. Old sir, if I can withstand that fist essence, might I receive a discount on this? I currently possess only 140 contribution points. Ha ha ha. The old man chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. I know who you are. The recently arrived genius, Chen Nian. However, what you possess is not courage, but rather reckless arrogance. Very well. Since you wish to court danger, I shall grant your request. Excellent. Let it be so. Chen Nian took a deep breath, and a strange crimson light suddenly blossomed in his eyes. The domain unfurled, an infinite realm of slaughter. What is happening with this lad? The old man suddenly felt a chilling aura wash over him, instinctively retreating 2 steps. At that moment, Chen Nian opened the first page of Inch Force. In an instant, a brilliant golden light surged into his brow. That was the fist essence left behind by the martial sage. At this moment, Chen Nian found himself within his own domain, standing upon an endless sea of blood. Beneath a crimson blood moon, he raised 2 fingers and pressed them to his brow. In that fleeting instant, a torrent of violent killing intent from countless beings surged into his mind. Indeed, he intended to use this boundless killing intent to counter the martial sage's fist essence. Chapter 33. Exploration of the Ruins. Trouble arises upon assuming office in his mind. The essence of martial sage's fist resembled a general sweeping through the battlefield, annihilating countless murderous intents. As the 2 forces collided, blood streamed from Chen Nian's mouth and nose. Was this merely blood from his orifices? The old gentleman stood not far from Chen Nian, estimating that he could endure at most 2 breaths before succumbing to a hemorrhage and being rushed to the medical department. Yet 20 breaths had passed, and he still remained upright. The martial sage's fist intent was unmatched, each move capable of extinguishing thousands of killing thoughts. However, throughout history, 2 fists could seldom contend with 4 hands. After an exhilarating battle, the martial sage's fist intent was surprisingly subdued. This indicated that Chen Nian could barely withstand this fist intent and could commence his cultivation of the inch power. After a moment, Chen Nian opened his eyes, wiped away the blood from his nose, and noticed the old gentleman regarding him with a look of astonishment, hesitating to speak. "Old sir, our wager stands. I shall take this." "Well done, young man. I underestimated you. Go on, take it. Since you can endure, it proves you are indeed qualified to cultivate." The cultivation of the inch power, created by the martial sage, was a revelation indeed, the younger generation pushing the older forward. Curiously, Chen Nian inquired, "Senior, is this so-called martial sage truly the foremost figure in the martial arts today?" By common reasoning, in terms of martial prowess, he indeed holds that title. Are there exceptions? In this world, with Mr. Li, the master of the stargazing pavilion, present, no one dares to claim an absolute supremacy over weapons or martial arts. However, that is a realm you are not yet ready to approach. Focus on your training. In the outskirts of Kyoto, amidst the mist-laden, towering mountains, a peak stood out like a crane among chickens. The mountain was named Feixian. At the cliff's edge stood two figures facing each other. One was a rugged middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, his fists wrapped in bandages, clad in lightweight training attire, his exposed muscles as hard as steel. Opposite him stood a petite girl, perhaps less than 4 feet tall. She wore a pink and white dress, her hair tied with a pink ribbon into adorable braids, resembling a cherubic little girl. With her eyes slightly closed and her center of gravity lowered, she raised her small hand. Inch power splitting the sea. In an instant, her 5 fingers formed a fist and struck forward by an inch. Boom! The wind surged violently. The terrifying energy caused the 1,000-meter forest to collapse, even distorting the clouds above. "Ha! Your inch power still lacks a bit of finesse. You must practice more." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, hands clasped behind his back. "I won't practice anymore, old Chu. Have you lived too long and become bored? Why must you come here to teach me this inch power? It's so difficult to learn." The little girl grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Little girl, I am, after all, the current martial sage. Many seek my teachings, yet I do not impart them easily. And you dare to disdain me?" The middle-aged man's name was Chu Wuwang, the contemporary martial sage who achieved sanctification through 3 punches. Martial sage? What does that amount to? Can it compare to my master? Why should I beg to learn from you? I, your esteemed aunt, have no desire to study under you. Indeed, you cannot compare to Mr. Li, but your master lacks the leisure to teach you, doesn't he? Little Ningming, you are a natural martial arts prodigy. Do not squander your time on flashy techniques. Fists are the ultimate truth. Enough chatter. Let us conclude for today. Should you wish for your esteemed aunt to practice again, remember to bring milk tea next time. At that moment, several ethereal presences descended from the rooftop of the pavilion, transforming into an elderly man clad in white, exuding an aura of celestial grace. His hair was as white as snow, and though his face bore the marks of time, he still radiated a refreshing warmth. "Master," Niming exclaimed, bouncing over. "Greetings, Mr. Li." Chu Wang also greeted with a cupped fist. The master of the star-picking pavilion, Li Bai, looked over with a gentle smile. "Chu Wang, you frequently visit the star-picking pavilion. Do you intend to compete with me for disciples?" "Ha! I would never dare to usurp Mr. Li's students. I simply have a fondness for this girl. Her temperament mirrors my own, and I wish to teach her a move or two." Teaching a renowned martial technique cannot be considered merely a move or two. Today's practice ends here. I have matters to entrust to this girl. I shall return another day. Little girl, I'll treat you to milk tea next time. As Chu Wuwang departed, Ningming stuck her tongue out playfully at his back. "Master, what is it that you wish to entrust to me? Last night, I divined the celestial omens and discovered that a dragon's aura may emerge from this sea area. You must venture there. The last true dragon of this world must not fall into the hands of outsiders." "Understood, master. I'm off." Ningming leapt directly from the mountainside, disappearing into the sea of trees in an instant. Her destination was Tianhai City, Port District. In the Port District, Chen Nian was taken aback by how quickly he had returned, this time in the capacity of an investigator for the 749 Bureau stationed in the Port District. Additionally, to facilitate Chen Nian's work, the 749 Bureau had arranged a set of employee benefits, providing him with a 4-bedroom, two-living-room seaside apartment. However, Chen Nian was not in the mood to relax and enjoy. He had already begun to cultivate the recently acquired inch strength. Only by growing stronger could he better vanquish demons and monsters. On the second day of his appointment at the 749 office, he was surprised by a sudden influx of visitors. "Brother Chen, congratulations on your appointment. We look forward to your guidance." The group wore smiles, each bearing various gifts. Placing them on the ground, bottles of fine liquor and premium cigarettes among them. "Wait, who are you?" Chen Nian inquired. "We are from the Port District's Public Security Bureau. We've all heard of your reputation, Brother Chen, and we will need your assistance in the future, so we came to introduce ourselves." "Good heavens, you are quite particular, bribing me in plain clothes instead of uniforms? During the tenure of the previous two, we would always bring gifts during the holidays to maintain rapport. It can't be labeled as bribery, Brother Chen." Chen Nian chuckled coldly. "Such practices are not welcome here. Take it all back." "Ah, this." Several security personnel exchanged glances, astonished that the investigator who arrived this time was so upright and incorruptible, refusing even to accept gifts. Before long, Luo Xiaoke also arrived. Upon hearing the news of Chen Nian's appointment, her joy was boundless. She had arrived a bit late, mainly to adorn herself, as is customary for young ladies. "Brother Chen Nian, from now on, you will be our station investigator in Haiging District. How wonderful! I can learn so much by being by your side. You won't learn anything of value from me, unless you wish to learn about violence. That could be interesting. Brother Chen Nian, your prowess in combat is quite impressive." Luo Xiaoke resembled an innocent young girl enamored with her idol, her admiration for Chen Nian reaching new heights. Soon, visitors began to flock in larger numbers. Prominent families and factions came to pay their respects and present gifts. The station investigator, Agent 749, was a figure of authority. Who would dare miss the opportunity to pay their respects and establish a rapport for future dealings? Consequently, the entrance of the office was soon piled high with an array of gifts. A throng of people gathered at the entrance, eager for a moment with Chen Nian, hoping to exchange pleasantries and, ideally, to connect on WeChat. The most outrageous among them was an elderly gentleman who timidly brought his daughter along. "Investigator Chen, I hear you are still single. My daughter is fair-skinned and beautiful, astute and clever, hee. Enough of this." Luo Xiaoke swiftly intervened, helping Chen Nian to send them away. Though she harbored deep disdain for such behavior, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy toward her father for not orchestrating a similar encounter. Was she not also a fair-skinned and beautiful young maiden? After a long and tiring ordeal, Chen Nian finally managed to deal with these visitors. As for the various gifts received, he returned those that could be returned and donated the rest to a charitable foundation via the Security Bureau, as they were all confiscated. What use was there for insincere gifts? It would be better to find a good place for a foot massage, he thought. By the way, Brother Chen Nian, do you remember the recent dispute between the Luo family and the Wang family over the rights to the underwater relics? The exploration team is set to depart tomorrow, and my father inquired if you would be interested in joining. Oh, Chen Nian's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected such favorable news so soon after taking office. Chapter 34, Unearthed. We must go. Chen Nian readily agreed. To explore the underwater ruins and encounter extraordinary beings for some exhilarating combat, as well as the prospect of serendipitous treasures, was indeed enticing. All right, Brother Chen Nian, if the exploration team discovers anything of value, you must ensure you bring back a substantial share. Isn't the exploration team affiliated with your family? No worries. Our family inherently thrives on your fortune. Thus, the benefits must certainly extend to you. Brother Chen Nian, did your father teach you to say that? No, it is merely my own sentiment. Moreover, my father invited you along for his ulterior motives, recognizing your formidable strength. Since he intends to leverage your abilities, do not hesitate to accept. A dutiful daughter. After work, Chen Nian escorted Luo Xiaoke back home, and then continued his overnight training in martial arts. The essence of inch power lies in speed. It is about harnessing the entire body's strength with the utmost swiftness, drawing energy from the 100 acupoints within one's body in the shortest span of time, ultimately converging it all into an explosive punch. One can only commend the techniques crafted by the martial saint. They appear unadorned, yet conceal profound intricacies. After 2 days of relentless training, Chen Nian had merely grazed the threshold of mastery. The following morning, at the port, Chen Nian boarded a cargo ship measuring several meters in length, ready to set sail with the exploration team. "Be careful on the way," Luo Xiaoke shouted from shore, waving her hand. The old man, Luo, had not permitted her to accompany them, for the risks associated with such exploration teams were considerable. Standing on the deck, Chen Nian began to assess the team's capabilities. Aside from the ordinary crew members, there were also a dozen or so psychics. Their abilities varied greatly, with most being at the mountain moving and spirit communication realms, the strongest barely exceeding the third realm. After 2 hours of sailing, it was precisely noon, with the sun shining brightly. The surroundings had transformed into a vast expanse of azure sea, approximately 40 nautical miles from the port. The sea breeze was refreshing, occasionally accompanied by seagulls soaring overhead. "We have arrived. Drop anchor." A robustly built man approached Chen Nian. "Brother Chen, the location we discovered last time is right here. Could you elaborate on the specifics?" 7 days ago, our ship anchored in this area for exploration, and coincidentally, the Wang family's vessel arrived as well. They intentionally sought confrontation, lingering in this region to contend. Before long, a sudden earthquake struck the sea. Following the tremor, we unexpectedly noticed a corner of structured architecture emerging from the seabed, resembling some ancient ruins. Both our families discovered it simultaneously, leading to the subsequent contention. Upon hearing the introduction, Chen Nian nodded. "What are your plans?" "Currently, we have only glimpsed the tip of the architectural iceberg. We intend to employ the most rudimentary methods to excavate the surrounding sediment, which may reveal what lies buried beneath." "All right, let us commence." Thus, the group promptly donned their tools and entered the water. As psychics, their physiques had transcended the ordinary, rendering complex diving equipment unnecessary. The entire team submerged into the depths of the ocean to begin their excavation, while Chen Nian continued his martial training on the deck. Soon, several hours had passed. The underwater team members began to express their dissatisfaction. "Captain, that fellow is just lounging on the ship, basking in the sun while we toil away here. Shouldn't he share in the rewards later?" The captain frowned. "Mind your words. Our ability to explore this relic is entirely due to his connections with the royal family." Though he said this, there was still a hint of annoyance in his heart. Old Master Luo had his reasons for bringing him along. "Let us focus on our work." Before long, half the day had passed. Even with a dozen psychics working together, excavating a massive structure from the silt was no easy task. As evening approached, Chen Nian also descended into the sea to assess the situation. Submerged at the ocean floor, he observed that they had already dug a sizable pit, revealing a glimpse of the architecture within. The smooth, jade-white stone structure shimmered with a pearlescent glow in the dim depths of the sea. Reaching out to touch it, he found the surface to be smooth and the patterns consistent, unmistakably crafted rather than naturally formed. It was unexpected to discover something here. "Look, the young master from 749 has come down to inspect the work," someone remarked. "Ah, who can blame him for being more esteemed, given his official status?" Chen Nian had no interest in quarreling with these lesser individuals. Just then, a massive black shape surged towards them from a distance. It was a nearly 5-meter-long black shark. In an instant, it attacked, severing a man's hand and staining the water with blood. "Not good. The ghost shark is here. Everyone be cautious." "Damn, how unfortunate to encounter this creature. Prepare for battle." Even the captain of the exploration team looked quite grim. The ghost shark was a monstrous, mutated predator. Though only a second-tier creature, its size and speed were formidable, and many had perished in its jaws. In its first strike, it had bitten off a team member's hand. As it turned to launch a second assault, the team retreated to regroup, but Chen Nian boldly advanced to confront the beast. With a swift motion, he struck, unleashing a sharp blood spike from his palm. The ghost shark, measuring only 5 meters, found itself pierced through by Chen Nian's attack, which extended 6 meters. Thus, it was killed on the spot. Blood feast effect triggered, blood intensity 1. The surrounding members gazed at the ghost shark's lifeless body drifting in the water, the crimson hue spreading around it. Their hearts stirred with astonishment. Was it truly that simple to slay it? This was a ghost shark. Usually, it took several of them working together to subdue such a beast. The captain spoke somberly. I have said it before. His presence here serves a purpose. Do not stand idly gossiping. Yes, understood. The injured were taken back to the ship for treatment, while the others resumed their work. After several more hours of excavation, night had fully descended, enveloping the sea in darkness. During these hours, the team faced several assaults from lower-tier sea monsters, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by Chen Nian. At this point, Chen Nian's blood strength has risen to a 60 enhancement, granting him yet another divine gift. 3 options immediately appear before him. 1. Blood Strength 2-2. Acquire the ability to navigate water effortlessly, the capacity to breathe freely underwater, and swim with increased agility 3. Blood Regeneration Speed 5. The divine gift occasionally allows one to obtain the abilities of defeated monsters. However, previous abilities had proven rather trivial. To his surprise, this time, one option seemed genuinely beneficial. Without hesitation, he chose option 2, acquire the ability to navigate water effortlessly. Although Chen Nian felt elated to be targeted by various malevolent creatures, he found a frequency of these encounters rather peculiar. In their usual maritime explorations, did they truly experience such a barrage of attacks? No, under normal circumstances, they might encounter 1 or 2 at most. If they faced this many, they would have turned back long ago. It is only thanks to Brother Chen's presence that they sustained no significant damage. Yet he could not fathom why the frequency had escalated so drastically this time. Gradually, Chen Nian began to sense that the entities within the sea were far from ordinary. In the dead of night, Brother Chen, we unearthed it. Chapter 35. The Dragon Palace? The resurrected flood dragon. It has been unearthed. At the stroke of midnight, news of great significance arrived. Chen Nian promptly submerged into the depths of the ocean to assess the situation. Empowered by his innate talent, he swam with an ease that mirrored that of a fish gliding through water. Beneath the waves, a stunning sight unfolded before him. A square edifice of jade-white stone, its walls adorned with intricate and arcane patterns, nestled within the sediment. A throng of individuals gathered around, brimming with excitement. The ability to construct such a structure beneath the sea is beyond the capabilities of modern humanity. Could this truly be the legendary Dragon Palace? If we were able to enter, we might strike it rich. Yet, wealth pales in comparison to the potential elevation of our humble selves into greatness. The captain declared, "We have observed that the stone walls on either side are impeccably sealed. Only the upper section displays a seam, resembling a door. If we can open it, we shall gain entry." After surveying the surroundings, Chen Nian shared a similar sentiment. Yet after attempting to push the door, he found it utterly immovable. Gather round and muster every ounce of strength. Opening this door signifies our triumph. Everyone congregated at the stone wall, exerting their combined force. 3, 2, 1 push. 3, 2, 1 again. Despite the efforts of over a dozen psychics, the door remained unyielding. "We can't open it. What now? We have toiled all day. We cannot simply relent." One lamented, "If we cannot enter today, I'd rather perish in the depths." None wished to see their opportunity slip away. "Listen to my command." Chen Nian interjected. Having gained the respect of his peers through prior events, they nodded in agreement, readying themselves for action. Chen Nian positioned his 4 fingers toward the center of the stone wall, inhaling deeply. 3, 2, 1 now. The collective might surged once more, their veins bulging with exertion. Simultaneously, Chen Nian clenched his palm into a fist, advancing a mere inch, channeling all his spiritual energy into that strike. A pinpoint strike collapsed the mountain. With a resounding boom, the seam in the stone door finally yielded. In that instant, a fierce golden radiance burst forth from the opening, soaring through the water and piercing the sky, ascending to heights of 10,000 meters. A startled individual awoke from slumber, rushing to the window, eyes trembling as they beheld the golden aura on the horizon. An elder from a certain sect stood atop a roof, gazing beyond the heavens. An ancient sage from a secluded bamboo cottage levitated, squinting toward the distant glow. Such a formidable presence. Could it be the essence of a dragon? It is astonishing that such an essence exists in this world. Surely, something extraordinary is about to emerge. Various factions stirred with anticipation as streaks of light danced across the night sky. A master and disciple perched upon the treetops, observing the dragon aura. Master, do true dragons exist in this world? Indeed, dragons were once the guardians of the great Xia, divine beings. If all the dragons in the world were to perish, the ley lines would be severed, and perhaps the world would be devoid of spiritual energy, rendering future generations incapable of cultivation. The elderly man's eyes narrowed. Since the celestial aura has not been disrupted, it implies that a true dragon must still exist in this realm. The dragon's essence soars to the heavens. Perhaps an ancient dragon's relic has surfaced. What could those eager individuals be striving for? A dragon is a treasure trove in itself, especially in this era of waning deities. To acquire a true dragon would pave a glorious path to prosperity. Master, should we not compete for it? Such a dragon is a millennium rarity. He chuckled. Such treasures are beyond our reach. It is best not to wade into these murky waters. Meanwhile, Chen Nian and his companions remained oblivious to the commotion they had stirred. No way. Has it really opened? Brother Chen is amazing. We're going to strike it rich. Ha ha. At last, they managed to push the heavy stone door apart, revealing a shimmering curtain of water that radiated a mysterious azure glow. Chen Nian was the first to step through the veil, followed closely by the others. Upon entering, they stood transfixed, gazing in awe at the sight before them. The rock walls were adorned with numerous luminous crystals, emitting a dazzling brilliance akin to diamonds, enveloping the cave in an ethereal light. Dragon crystals! It's dragon crystals! Someone could not contain their excitement and dashed toward the crystals. My goodness, this is the first time I've seen so many dragon crystals in my life. Brothers, we're rich. Instantly, the crowd scattered, employing various tools to extract the dragon crystals. The captain explained, dragon crystals are precious ores rich in spiritual energy. Incorporating even a small piece in a weaponry can elevate its grade. In the past, we considered ourselves fortunate to find even a small fragment. But who would have thought there would be so many here? Brother Chen, take as much as you wish. I want to be shy. While everyone eagerly scavenged for dragon crystals, Chen Nian remained unhurried. He had a nagging feeling that this place held more than just rare minerals. They continued deeper, traversing through the cavern of dragon crystals, until a palace of jade-white light and shadows loomed before them. The first sight that greeted them was the grand entrance flanked by 2 stone pillars, each adorned with a ferocious clawed dragon. Chen Nian's heart raced. Could this truly be the legendary dragon palace? The others, not to be underestimated, hurriedly gathered their share of crystals and rushed to catch up. Relics of this nature often concealed greater treasures the deeper one ventured, and they could not allow Chen Nian to claim it all alone. Unbelievable. It's a palace. I can't imagine what treasures lie within. We're going to be filthy rich. These 2 dragons look incredibly lifelike. If they weren't made of stone, I'd be afraid they might spring to life. Haha. Brother Chen, what do you say? Shall we enter together? This group hesitated, aware that while greed beckoned, they understood that every benefit is accompanied by risk. Had it not been for Chen Nian, the elder brother leading the way, their hearts would have been fraught with unease. They ventured forth to explore. Chen Nian took the lead, but his steps were not aimless. He had already resolved to seize the finest treasures within. Should anyone foolishly attempt to usurp them, he would not hesitate to take action. As the group stepped into the palace, the moment was marked by the sight of a dragon coiling around a column, its pupils revealing a hint of stone that had fallen away, exposing a single amber eye. The palace they entered was the principal hall, vast and empty, devoid of magical artifacts or precious metals. The only object of note was a coffin placed at the center of the hall. This coffin shimmered with a translucent brilliance, radiating a sacred glow. Someone instinctively swallowed hard. The coffin was crafted from pure dragon crystal. If only they could transport it, we would strike it rich. What say you, Brother Chen? We shall follow your lead, and when the time comes, you shall reap the lion's share while we content ourselves with the smaller portion. Do not move. Chen Nian had already summoned blood to hover around him, activating an automatic defense against any potential attacks. He cautiously approached the coffin. At last, he stood above it. Peering through the radiant glow of the dragon crystal, he discerned the figure of a woman seemingly lying within the coffin. Suddenly, a cacophony of cracking rocks erupted from outside. Chen Nian spun around in alarm. This was dire. The two dragon guardians were about to awaken. "Run!" he shouted. No sooner had the words left his lips than the two dragons fully revived. The nearest individual was immediately pierced by a dragon claw, blood spilling forth. These two dragons were indeed the guardians of the tomb. They disregarded the others, their yellow eyes fixating on Chen Nian. A chill ran down his spine. No matter how powerful he was, he could not possibly contend with the dragons, especially now that he was trapped within the Grand Hall. Was he not akin to a turtle caught in a jar, with no means of escape? In a flash of inspiration, Chen Nian's blood transformed into several blood hands, forcefully lifting the coffin lid. Part of my intrusion. He slipped into the dragon crystal coffin and swiftly closed the lid behind him. Chapter 36. The Birth of the Dragon Maiden. Encounter with the cult of the evil god. Flee. In an instant, the others were paralyzed with fear, abandoning Chen Nian as they desperately fled outside. Fortunately, the two enormous flood dragons did not pursue them. Instead, they surged towards the coffin, allowing the others to escape with their lives. "Captain, Brother Chen is still inside. It's too late. Those dragons have come to life. If we stay, we will perish. Hurry back to the ship and cherish the lives we have." Inside the narrow dragon crystal coffin, Chen Nian could only lie beside the woman. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed from above. Chen Nian could distinctly sense the two flood dragons hovering above the coffin, and thankfully, they dared not disturb it. For now, he was safe. He had made the right choice. Had he fled earlier, he would have run straight into the two dragons. However, the dilemma now was that he could only hide within. Should he expose himself, he would be obliterated in an instant. Chen Nian began to observe the woman in the coffin. She was clad in a flowing azure gown, adorned with golden dragon patterns. Her skin was as white as freshly fallen snow, and her features were exquisitely formed. Delicate, translucent dragon scales adorned the corners of her eyes and forehead, while a pair of petite, charming dragon horns crowned her head. These attributes did not mar her beauty. Instead, they lent her an enchanting allure. A dragon maiden? Surely, she cannot be a true dragon. Daxia, known as the Dragon Kingdom, reveres the dragon as a symbol of auspiciousness. Yet, these are merely mythical beings. True dragons likely have never even graced the presence of the Bureau 749's ashes. Suddenly, a soft, melodious murmur reached his ears, reminiscent of a languid girl just awakening. "She is still alive." Chen Nian lifted his hand, which had inadvertently rested on her chest. Outside lurked two ferocious flood dragons, while inside lay a living dragon maiden. What a predicament! The dragon maiden slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Sensing a presence beside her, she turned her head, finally noticing Chen Nian lying next to her. "Hello." "Wow." Chen Nian quickly covered her mouth, meeting her astonished, glistening gaze. "Please do not ask why. I do not wish to disturb you. It is simply that those two flood dragons outside have suddenly come to life, and I had no choice but to seek refuge here. I mean you no harm, and I hope you will not harm me either. If you understand, please blink." The dragon maiden nodded vigorously. "I asked you to blink, why are you nodding?" She hurriedly blinked her eyes in response. "Apologies." Chen Nian finally released his grip. The maiden was silent for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "I am so hungry. Dragons do not eat humans, do they?" Chen Nian's expression turned wary. "Not at all. Then you'll have to endure your hunger." The dragon maiden rolled her eyes in frustration, turning away while patting her flat stomach. The two leaned against each other's backs in silence. "Tell me, did we inadvertently awaken you by intruding here? You think too highly of yourselves. It is simply that my awakening was due. You merely happened to arrive at the right moment. I am so hungry. It appears that we harbor no animosity towards each other. Perhaps you could allow those two serpentine dragons to spare me as I depart from this place. They have long since exhausted their strength. What you witnessed earlier was merely a fleeting glimpse of their former glory, and I fear they have now disintegrated into dust." The dragon maiden spoke with a hint of melancholy. Chen Nian finally realized that the terrifying pressure from above had dissipated, and the shadows of the two dragons were nowhere to be seen. He cautiously pushed aside the coffin lid and, indeed, found that the two dragons had transformed into white dust scattered upon the ground. Hastily, Chen Nian rose from the coffin and climbed out. Sighing in relief, he prepared to close the coffin lid once more. Hey! A delicate, fair hand adorned with silver rings obstructed the lid. What are you doing? Just continue your slumber. I shall assist you in sealing it. Step aside. The dragon maiden, somewhat irked, sat up, revealing her charming silver-white dragon horns. Human, I advise you to leave at once. It won't be long before this place is engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed. With your capabilities, you would find only a path to demise. Why? The dragon's aura surged skyward. Driven by human greed, many will soon arrive. And you? Such inquiries bear no fruit. Or do you wish to extract something from the dragon itself? I beg your pardon. Chen Nian harbored no covetous thoughts and turned away to depart. Upon resurfacing and returning to the ship, he startled his companions. Goodness, Chen, you're alive. How did you escape from those two dragons? Did you acquire any treasures? Chen Nian had no intention of divulging the existence of the dragon maiden. Let's set sail home. This place is perilous. Understood, Chun. We shall heed your words and prepare to return. Just as the ship turned around, a thunderous sonic boom from an aircraft overhead seized everyone's attention. It was not uncommon for planes to pass over the sea, but this particular aircraft was in a state of distress. It was not cruising normally, but plummeting headfirst at a rapid pace. Inside the passenger aircraft, chaos reigned. Over 300 passengers and 10 crew members were engaged in a frenzied struggle. Some wielded cutlery as weapons, violently stabbing their neighboring women. Others pummeled an elderly man on the ground. Still others swung fire extinguishers like clubs. Blood spattered against the windows and pooled on the floor. These frenzied individuals shared a common trait. Their eyes burned with an inferno. At the center lay a dark void, encircled by ominous crimson flames, resembling the gaze of a demon. Ah, I will slay you. I will slay you. Ha, hee hee hee. The cacophony of screams, cries, and laughter intertwined to form a chilling symphony. In the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot lay lifeless in their seats. Only a figure clad in black robes remained, standing there with outstretched arms, fervently watching the aircraft descend. In his eyes burned the same ominous fire. Boom! The aircraft collided with the surface of the sea, resulting in a violent explosion that illuminated the night sky with a brilliant flare. The fallen passenger plane was not far from the vessel, carrying Chen Nian and others. The surging seawater caused the entire area to tremble. What on earth is happening? Why did the plane suddenly crash? This is so bizarre. Captain, do you think there might be survivors? If we can save even one, we should go take a look. The crew hurriedly steered the ship closer to the site of the crash, while the captain stood at the bow, peering through his binoculars. Before long, he indeed spotted a survivor, struggling to swim towards them. There's someone. Lower the rescue line and pull him aboard. With everyone's combined efforts, a man was finally rescued. Drenched and clad in a black robe, he sat on the deck. My friend, you truly are fortunate to have survived this. What on earth happened to the plane? How did it suddenly fall? Indeed, I have only witnessed plane crashes on the news. Seeing one in person is an entirely different experience. The man stood up, a smile gracing his face. I am fortunate, but it seems your fates are not as kind. Welcome, everyone, to the embrace of the frenzied flame. As his words fell, he clasped his hands atop his head, and the eerie flames within his eyes erupted. Frenzied flame, evil god. Sequence 008. Frenzied flying serpent. Countless fire serpents shot forth from his pupils, indiscriminately targeting all around him. In a moment of peril, blood surged from Chen Nian's body, forming a 360-degree barrier of blood that shielded him entirely. He was the sole individual unaffected. The eyes of all others ignited with a strange flame. Chapter 37. Confrontation with the cult of the malevolent god. The most perilous battle. Who would have thought there would be a quick-witted one? The man in the black robe gazed at Chen Nian, ensnared in a shroud of blood, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. The rest of the throng, like a pack of wild beasts, lunged towards Chen Nian. Nearly 20 individuals surrounded her, attacking the blood barrier with frenzied abandon. Chen Nian had not anticipated such a turn of events. It seems the words of that little dragon girl were indeed prophetic. A tempest of blood and chaos had arisen, pulling her into its depths. Although the blood barrier withstood the onslaught, the assailants were yet unable to breach it, and Chen Nian remained composed. She promptly activated her terminal to summon Amy. Amy, just now, a man suddenly unleashed a multitude of fire serpent from his eyes, and the others seemed to have instantaneously lost their sanity, attacking me with wild fervor. Identified as a possessor of the evil outer god S-Mad fire sequence. A distress signal has been dispatched to headquarters on your behalf. Mad fire can completely erode the sanity of ordinary individuals, with irreversible effects. Immediate withdrawal is imperative. Repeating, immediate withdrawal is imperative. Evacuate immediately. The urgency in Amy's repeated warnings underscored the terror of their adversaries. It was easy to speak of retreat, but Chen Nian was ensnared by a throng. Any cessation of her blood shield would expose her to the risk of being consumed. Amy, what exactly is an outer god? The sequence abilities typically acquired by awakened individuals include those of deities, such as the god of fire or the god of thunder. Some individuals, unable to awaken and possessing twisted, deranged personalities, may fall under the influence of evil outer gods. Joining their ranks as members of the outer god cult, they are invaders, terrorists, harbingers of disaster. They will indiscriminately hunt down anyone acting without logic, with the ultimate goal of converting the entire world into devotees of the outer god. Their danger is akin to that of the demonic organization, the abyss of 10,000 demons. The lines of text illuminated the gravity of the threat she faced. The recent explosion of the aircraft was likely the work of that lunatic. He could ensnare a multitude of mountain-moving psychics in an instant, indicating that both his realm and sequence abilities were formidable. Undoubtedly, this was Chen Nian's most perilous battle yet. At that moment, her terminal chimed. The 749 headquarters swiftly established a connection, and a female liaison answered. Investigator Chen Nian, this is the 749 Command Center. We have received your distress signal. The nearest investigator is en route to provide assistance. Please refrain from engaging alone with the outer god sequence psychics. Understood. Suddenly, incredulous murmurs erupted from the opposing side. Wait, Chen Nian's coordinates are at sea. This location is where the dragon Chi ascends. The deputy director abruptly severed the call. Chen Nian, I am the deputy director of 749. Listen to me. That cultist is heading towards the dragon Chi. I am issuing you an urgent mission. You must prevent him from entering. Another voice chimed in, that of Director Li. That is a follower of the outer god. Do you wish to send Chen Nian to her doom? Old Li, the dragon is the guardian deity of our great Xia. Should it be tainted by the malevolent outer gods, the consequences are unimaginable. This mission I shall undertake. Li Xia Wu Prugla, Chen Nian. Ensure your safety above all. If you cannot prevent it, no one will hold you accountable. Understood. Chen Nian ended the call, setting aside grand ideals of protecting great Xia. The gentle warning from the little dragon girl to depart was enough. He could not bear to witness her suffer the defilement and persecution by the evil god. Thus, let us eliminate him. Chen Nian pierced his chest with a blood lance, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. Bang! Countless sharp blood lances erupted from around Chen Nian, resembling a blossoming flower of crimson. The madmen surrounding him were instantly annihilated. Their bodies were impaled by the blood lances, suspended midair, before crashing down onto the deck as Chen Nian collected the blood. Oh, how intriguing! The man in the black robe, hands in his pockets, grinned widely. Quite impressive indeed. Have you considered joining the cult of the outer gods? Fear not. You shall not become like the detritus they are. You will embrace the new god and wield newfound divine authority. The blood surrounding Chen Nian transformed into a blood-red longblade. Chen Nian gripped the hilt tightly. The sequence of slaughter. Could he be a chosen one? You certainly exude confidence. However, the chosen ones who have perished in my hands. Number 3 already. It appears you have chosen the most unwise path. What? The man in the black robe was met with a pair of enchanting crimson eyes. Those eyes radiated a palpable killing intent, capable of suppressing his own lunatic fire eyes. Suddenly, he realized the ocean had morphed into an endless crimson sea. with a blood moon hanging overhead, causing him to tremble merely at the sight. This boy possesses such capability? The domain, an infinite realm of slaughter. Chen Nian dared not be the slightest bit careless. He unleashed his most formidable strike from the outset. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he must eliminate him with utmost haste. The killing intent of countless beings surged into the mind of the man in the black robe. The blade struck. The dragon soared through the void. In a flash, Chen Nian anticipated severing his head, delivering a fatal blow without leaving any risks. Yet, unexpectedly, the blade sank a few centimeters into his neck, cleaving only halfway through. His head hung limply, askew upon his neck. Dark red, lunatic fire blazed at the point of connection. Was that what obstructed my blade? Chen Nian pressed down harder on the weapon, but to his astonishment, a hand grasped the blade. This hand was marred with numerous dark red fissures. You truly surprise me. To extricate oneself from the domain's power so swiftly. Chen Nian encountered such a situation for the first time. The reason being, this individual was a complete madman, and the outer god he worshipped was also insane, with his mind perpetually in a state of frenzy. The murderous intent of Chen Nian can plunge an individual into a frenzied state, rendering them incapable of action. However, he has acclimated to this deranged condition, significantly shortening its duration. Come, join me. In utter madness, the peculiar flames in the man's eyes expanded tenfold in an instant. Countless dark red serpents of fire erupted from within, recklessly shooting towards Chen Nian. As he retreated, he erected a barrier of blood to shield himself. Yet the frenzied demon flames seemed poised to pierce through the sanguine defense. What's the matter? Don't run away. Let me see you. How long can you endure? With a splash, Chen Nian dove into the sea. Only then did the man in the black robe come to a halt. He fled? How dull. He slowly lifted his severed head. The frenzied flames were gradually mending the wound. At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed from beneath his feet as the ship's hull was suddenly breached by a tremendous force, crushing mountains with a mere flick. With a single punch from Chen Nian, a colossal wave surged upon the surface of the ocean. The force of his blow, accompanied by a shockwave, sent the man in the black robe hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, a massive blood spike erupted from beneath the water, piercing through the chest of the airborne figure. No, it's impossible. A torrent of Chen Nian's blood surged through the spike into the body of the man in the black robe. Then, it transformed into sharp protrusions, erupting from within. His hands, legs, chest, forehead, and even his throat were simultaneously pierced. The man in the black robe instantly resembled a porcupine, wounded and bleeding profusely. Chen Nian raised his gaze to the perforated figure before him, a smile gracing his lips. Did you not just mention that 3 chosen ones perish at your hands? My apologies, but I have never kept count of the stray dogs I have dispatched. Chapter 38. Farewell to the Dragon Maiden, the blood of the true dragon, death. For those audacious enough to embrace the power of the malevolent deity, fear holds no sway. Thus, in his final moments, the man clad in black did not plead for mercy, nor did he succumb to dread or shed tears. Instead, a subtle curve graced the corners of his lips. The blood spines that pierced his body ignited with an eerie flame. What transpired? Boom! The head of the man in black suddenly exploded, akin to a watermelon rigged with explosives. Immediately thereafter, a conflagration erupted from within his being. At the core of the flames lay an abyss of profound darkness, surrounded by a bizarre shade of dark crimson, resembling the eyes of a demon, an endless chasm. Without warning, it shot towards Chen Nian. Within that inferno resided the divine essence of the frenzied fire evil god, along with all the powers of the man in black. Indeed, though he was dead, he sought to pass the fire. The followers of the evil deity would perpetually transmit the flame, spreading their influence across the globe. Chen Nian was, evidently, an exceptional target. The onslaught came too swiftly, too unexpectedly. Chen Nian had no time to flee. Only a blood shield stood guard before him. Should that flame penetrate his body, his divine essence would succumb to the frenzied fire evil god, transforming him into a reviled acolyte of the malevolent deity in the eyes of all righteous beings. He might even forfeit his powers as the god of slaughter. The blood shield evaporated at an alarming rate. The demonic fire approached Chen Nian closer and closer. Though he endeavored to replenish with the blood within his body, he had already expended a considerable amount in the preceding battle, leaving him unable to restore it now. His entire being was on the brink of desiccation. At last, the frenzied fire invaded the center of Chen Nian's brow. Ah! Ah! Chen Nian clutched his head, howling, as a flame of madness ignited within his pupils. Logically, he should have immediately lost his sanity and become a follower of the evil god. Yet, in that moment of dire peril, he infused his mind with an overwhelming intent to kill, to combat the encroachment of the frenzied fire. The man in black had previously resisted Chen Nian's boundless realm of slaughter with the frenzied fire. Now he sought to reverse that tactic. However, it could only serve as a temporary reprieve. Slaughter Feast activated, blood strength permanently increased by 5. Killing the acolyte of the evil god also triggered a talent effect. But presently, Chen Nian had no time to ponder this, as voices echoed relentlessly within his mind. Go, descend, slay her, devour her. You shall attain supreme power, commanding all in this world. The whispers of the demon reverberated within his consciousness. Chen Nian leaped back into the water, diving deep until he returned to the ruins of the Dragon Palace. Within the shimmering palace, the Dragon Maiden sat solitary on the steps, her arms wrapped around her knees, as if she were the last remnant of existence. From the moment she awakened, she understood. There were no kin, no kindred souls left in this world. She was the last true dragon, bearing the weighty responsibility of preserving the lineage of the great Xia. How hungry she felt. Someone was approaching. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her face reflecting astonishment. How come? You're back again? Didn't I tell you to leave quickly? Ugh. Chen Nian gripped the dragon lady's pristine neck with one hand, lifting her effortlessly. There is an exceedingly malevolent force within you. The dragon lady closed her eyes, a shimmering glow resembling rippling water appearing on her alabaster skin. Instead of unleashing her power to attack Chen Nian, she focused on sensing his physical condition. At that moment, Chen Nian's consciousness surged once more, causing his grip to loosen significantly. Get lost. Just go away. He screamed, one eye blood red, the other ablaze with madness, his psyche teetering on the brink of total collapse. At this point, the dragon lady grasped the situation. You just fought against villains outside, and unfortunately succumbed to the invasion of the evil deity. I see. If left unattended, you may quickly become a follower of the malevolent god, from a good person to a villain. She was unwilling to witness such a transformation. This intruder was the first person she encountered upon awakening. He had battled against evil, inadvertently protecting her. She could not simply disregard him. Gritting her teeth, she pressed her jade-like finger against Chen Nian's forehead. Instantly, an invisible wave of water bound Chen Nian's body, rendering him immobile. The dragon lady allowed Chen Nian to rest upon her lap, extending her snow-white wrist to draw a line of blood with her fingertip. This princess will save you with the blood of a true dragon. The divine essence contained within the dragon's blood will help you withstand the corrupt thoughts of the outer god for a short period. I hope you can endure. With that, droplets of pure dragon blood fell into Chen Nian's mouth. True dragon blood, a divine treasure of the world. It prolongs life, fortifies the body, refines meridians, and expels impurities. These are its fundamental abilities. This is why so many have crazily rushed to seize it. As the dragon blood entered Chen Nian's body, it transformed into a warm current, infusing his limbs and bones. Chen Nian's expression immediately calmed considerably, and the madness burning in his pupils began to subside gradually. Strange. How could he absorb the power of the dragon blood so flawlessly? The dragon lady was unaware that Chen Nian possessed a vampire lineage ability, allowing him to perfectly absorb the strength contained within another's blood. Thus, the effect of the dragon blood entering his body was several times more potent than for others. Although it could not eradicate the madness entirely, it was more than sufficient to suppress it. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, nearly 20 psychics had gathered. This group, primarily young and composed of vanguards, was here to scout and gather intelligence, while many older figures had yet to show themselves. Nevertheless, most were at the mountain-moving to sky-breaking stages, virtually all being youthful prodigies. What a lively scene. It seems everyone has come in search of the dragon. Chen Nian of the Shadow Transformation Hall greeted the esteemed individuals. Su Qing from the Divine Treasure Academy. I am Zhou Hong from a seven-string cliff. Greetings to all. Since everyone is here, why not stop pretending and just head inside? That makes sense. Let us go and see what the situation is. A group of 20 individuals, brimming with fervor, stealthily descended into the depths of the ocean, entering the magnificent Dragon Palace. The breathtaking sight of the dragon crystals and the resplendent palace left everyone in awe. Soon, they arrived at the main hall, where their gaze fell upon the dragon maiden seated before them, eliciting a simultaneous glint of greed in their eyes. She moved with the grace of a startled swan and the elegance of a swimming dragon. Such an ethereal beauty truly existed in this world, with dragon horns adorning her head and scales shimmering on her skin. Could she be a genuine dragon? The thought sent ripples of excitement through them. Today's venture was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Perhaps they would soon soar to unprecedented heights. The true dragon, a legendary, auspicious creature, was said to be a treasure trove, with its horns capable of crafting elixirs that grant longevity. As a practitioner of martial arts, I wonder if partaking a dragoness claw would enhance my abilities. However, given her feminine form, is her claw a hand or a foot? Esteemed colleagues, the esteemed disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect, Qian Sanqing, will speak plainly. I covet her form. To discuss such base matters in the presence of such a stunning beauty is utterly disgraceful. I would cherish her beyond measure. Little dragon maiden, come home with me. I shall protect you. The dragon maiden regarded the assembly before her expression revealing an unmistakable disdain. At that moment, Chen Nian awoke. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the dragon maiden, his pupils harboring a chilling intent. Step back. Chapter 39, Chen Nian. I have offered you a chance. Are you? All right. The dragon maiden's eyes quivered with astonishment. This fellow had swiftly regained his autonomy. After perfectly absorbing the essence of the true dragon's blood, Chen Nian not only subdued the internal turmoil, but also possessed a surplus of dragon power within him. Though this power was transient, it was nonetheless at his disposal. Step back. Chen Nian positioned himself protectively in front of the dragon maiden. His blood transformed into a blade, and he cast a cool, indifferent gaze upon the crowd below. Who is this lad? I've never seen him before. A mountain-moving realm. His cultivation isn't high, but he certainly runs fast. We convened at the entrance to avoid conflict, yet here you are, rushing in ahead of us. Which of you dares to deal with this brat? I find him rather irksome. I shall. A burly man wielding a hammer stepped forward, the very same who had earlier expressed his desire for the dragon maiden. He spat disdainfully. I wouldn't even need to exert 30% of my strength to crush this skinny fellow. Ha ha ha. With that, he brandished his hammer and leaped into the air, raising it high above his head, ready to bring it crashing down upon Chen Nian's skull. Chen Nian made no unnecessary movements. With a swift draw of his blade, submerging dragon arising from the abyss. Originally merely a metaphor for the sword's momentum, this time the blade was imbued with the true, overwhelming force of the dragon. The blade flashed past. In an instant, the man's upper and lower halves were severed apart. Clang! The hammer crashed to the ground, shattering into two pieces. This time, the surroundings fell into silence. The cultivators stared in disbelief at Chen Nian, their mouths agape. Though the hammer-wielding man was merely at the late stage of the mountain-moving realm and not a formidable foe, Chen Nian was only at the early stage. To annihilate someone of the same realm, especially one at the late stage? What a joke! Could such a feat be achieved by anyone other than a prodigious genius? The dragon maiden gazed blankly at Chen Nian's back, her heart filled with confusion. He risked defending so many for the sake of protecting me. Did he not fear for his life? Chen Nian produced his 749 investigator badge, throwing it down with conviction. I give you 10 seconds to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, this shall be the final 10 seconds of your lives. Someone couldn't help but laugh again. Ha 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 ha. I apologize, everyone. I simply cannot contain myself. Allow me a moment to indulge in laughter. A 749 investigator, and still an intern. My friend, you have provided me with this year's greatest amusement. Do you know what I wish to do right now? I want to post a status update to mock this situation. Where does your confidence stem from? Do not presume that being merely an intern, you would dare to act against us. The national framework, the more formal it is, the more constraints it entails. These disciples from various sects all have backgrounds. To provoke one of them could very well implicate the powers behind them. Typically, a 749 investigator would not act against others lightly, focusing instead on the eradication of monsters and demons. Thus, they held not an ounce of fear. What is there to be afraid of? Even though this fellow is quite tenacious, we can simply retreat. Can he truly prevent our departure? To take a step further, we are merely scouts, while genuine experts are observing from behind. What right does a mere investigator have to act so arrogantly here? Thus, no one took Chen Nian's words seriously. Alas, the time has come. Chen Nian inhaled deeply and slowly raised his 2 fingers. At that moment, all the spiritual energy within him, including the remaining power of the dragon, was summoned forth. The domain unfolded. Infinite. Slaughter realm. In an instant, all 20 individuals present were enveloped within the domain. At that moment, the smiles on their faces froze. What is happening? Where is this place? It feels eerily strange. Do you sense a chilling aura? Some retreated a few steps, causing ripples in the boundless sea of blood. Others looked up at the blood moon in the sky, blood streaming from their eyes. Is it that kid's doing? Impossible. How could he possess such power? Something is amiss. This place is wrong. Normally, Chen Nian would not be able to draw so many people into the domain simultaneously, but now, the dragon power provided ample support. I offered you an opportunity, but unfortunately, you did not seize it. The murderous intent of countless beings began to invade their minds. Help, help. No, no. Some knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging their heads against the floor. Others clawed at their faces, leaving horrifying bloody marks. Some bled from their 7 orifices, curled up on the ground, babbling incoherently. None were in a normal state. Chen Nian stepped forward. Without a shred of emotion, the blade danced chaotically, as if he were dispatching stray dogs by the roadside. Soon, the ground was littered with corpses, blood soaking the earth. When he reached the final victim, the effects of the domain dissipated. The last man, coming to his senses, knelt and pleaded desperately. Spare my brother. I was wrong. You do not realize your mistake. You only comprehend that your demise is imminent. With a thrust, a bloody blade pierced his chest. Chen Nian sheathed his sword. He was truly fatigued, his strength utterly depleted. Regrettably, these individuals were not demons. Killing them yielded no rewards. Just as Chen Nian closed his eyes to recuperate, the voice of the dragon maiden echoed in his ears. Hey, what is your name? Chen Nian. You have slain so many. Are you not afraid of making enemies? You must understand. There may be more than just them coming. Orders have been given from above to protect you at all costs. Upon hearing this, the dragon maiden's expression dimmed slightly, realizing the reason behind it. However, even without directives, I would protect you out of personal will, especially since you saved me earlier. This time, the dragon maiden's eyes sparkled. My name is Qianlong Chen Nian. You're the first person I have met since awakening. I hope you live well. The conversation between the two was brief, for soon after, others entered the scene. However, this time, they were not foes, but reinforcements dispatched by Bureau 749, a man and a woman, both formidable practitioners of the 5th realm. Are you Chen Nian? Inquired the male, who introduced himself as Investigator Zhou Hong. I've heard you were assaulted by the cult of the evil god. Oh, that assailant has already met his demise at my hands. What? The 2 senior investigators were momentarily taken aback. To single-handedly vanquish a member of the evil god cult, what terrifying power do you possess? Are you truly just an intern investigator? After recovering from their astonishment, Zhou Hong asked, Are you unharmed? Have you been tainted by the dark powers? That is exceedingly perilous. I am fine. Chen Nian thought it prudent not to reveal that he had absorbed the evil goddess power, lest he face dire consequences. As for Long NV, she discreetly chose to protect Chen Nian's secret. What is the meaning of this? The pair gestured towards the numerous corpses strewn across the ground. It was the doing of this princess, came the response. These individuals harbored greed and deserved their fate. Qianlong willingly took the blame to shield Chen Nian from potential retribution in the future. We must leave quickly. This place is no longer safe. Chen Nian, take her back to the bureau. Just as they prepared to depart, the lurking strongmen could no longer restrain themselves from revealing their presence. Such a display of authority from Bureau 749 after the slaughter of so many. It is indeed impressive. Chapter 40. Dear Grandmother, Star-Picking Tower, Lemon Ming. Such a display of authority from 749 after taking so many lives. Look, is that not the renowned Windleg, Zhou Heng? And the person beside him, what was her name again? Oh, it comes to mind the Rainbow Spear, Sunya, as a throng entered the Dragon Palace. The atmosphere once again grew tense and fraught with hostility. The realms of Star Xian, Clear Light, and Sunlight. The individuals present were all formidable experts of levels 4 to 6, each a seasoned elder in their own right. Chen Nian, step back with her. The other reinforcements from 749 are still en route. We must protect the Dragon Maiden. Zhou Heng refrained from clarifying that these individuals were not slain by 749, as their mission was to safeguard the Dragon Maiden. Thus conflict was inevitable. He gazed at the assembly and solemnly proclaimed, "Are you all willing to sever ties with 749 for your own selfish interests? Wait, we do not act for personal gain. It is merely that 749 has slaughtered so many innocent young ones. We seek justice." They masked their intentions with lofty rhetoric, justifying their actions. This was precisely why they first sent the younger generation to scout ahead. Such cunning and shrewd individuals. My friends, words are futile. Let's first deal with these two, lest the night be long and dreams be many. Agreed, let us engage. The imminent battle was palpable. Though Zhou Heng and Sun, you were formidable. They faced the pillars of various sects and were soon overwhelmed. The outcome was never in doubt. An elderly man clad in black, his hair streaked with white, unleashed a powerful palm strike. Boom! The terrifying spiritual force sent both of them reeling, bloodied, and crashing against the stone wall behind them. Truly, the elder from the Iron Palm sect, renowned for his Vajra bone-crushing palm, was indeed formidable. The old man, hands clasped behind his back, smiled faintly. Sixth realm, Sunlight realm. He was the strongest present. Naturally, he was also the eldest, his age advanced. Thus, he yearned more than anyone for the true dragon. Even a mere drop of dragon blood could not only prolong his life, but also offer a chance to break through to the seventh realm. The temptation was undeniable. In 10 breaths, leave or perish. Injured, Zhou Heng and Sunya retreated repeatedly, astonished by the extent of these individuals' greed, daring to lay hands on even those of 749. Oh dear, so many people. At that moment, a somewhat juvenile voice resonated. Who? The old man Zhao scanned the surroundings. Entering was a little girl, clad in a pinkish-white dress with 2 adorable braids, appearing to be merely a child of 10. The little girl stepped to the forefront, placing herself between the 2 hostile factions. Little girl, for you to find your way here, I shall not regard you as an ordinary person. State your name. Zhao's voice was cold. The little girl giggled. You dare inquire about my name, old man? Upon sensing the aura of this girl, everyone present was left speechless. Fifth realm, Clear Light realm. She appeared to be only a few years old. How could she possess such a high level of cultivation? I have never heard of such a figure in the realm of spiritual abilities. Surely, they cannot belong to the 749 faction. If such a prodigy had emerged, we would undoubtedly be aware of it. It is likely that they have practiced some form of illusionary art to achieve this effect. Otherwise, it would be utterly grotesque. Old Zhao chuckled heartily. As a master of the 6th realm, the sunlit domain, he naturally looked down upon those in the Clear Light realm. One arrogant girl, utterly lacking respect for her elders. Regardless of whether you hail from 749 or another sect, today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your guardians. Do not weep for your parents or wail like a child later on. Come on, old man, let me see what you have achieved in your lifetime of cultivation. The little girl stood her ground, beckoning with her fingers. Old Zhao propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his raised palm swiftly gathering an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. The diamond bone crushing palm. A wave of terror swept through the hearts of the onlookers. Was Zhao about to strike with lethal intent? It seemed his desire for the true dragon was so intense that he was willing to eliminate anyone in his path. Indeed, ruthless. In the face of this formidable palm strike, the girl too raised her hand. Did she intend to confront old Zhao's palm directly? This child truly was unaware of her own limitations. Not only was her realm vastly inferior, but old Zhao had also specialized in physical cultivation. This was it. She was likely to be utterly crushed by that palm. Despite this, the crowd felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, humans are creatures guided by their values. And the little girl's endearing visage was far more appealing than that of a white-haired old man. The girl's 5 fingers advanced forward, transforming into a fist in an instant. Inch force, C-splitting. The fists collided. Bang! In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and the crowd lost their hearing. A shockwave erupted. Zhao's entire arm was instantaneously shattered, the ferocious energy tearing apart his black robe and leaving his frail skin marred and bloodied, with glimpses of his withered bones visible beneath. As for the powerful onlookers behind him, they were thrust back 3 feet by the force, with some even falling to the ground. If Zhao had been half buried before, after this clash, he was left gasping for breath. Almost in pieces, he sat on the ground, his sunken eyes filled with astonishment. Foss? You are a disciple of the martial sage, Chu Wang. Disciples of the martial sage have arrived. No wonder she could so easily transcend realms. Her power is truly terrifying. Chen Nian recognized this technique. It was unmistakably the second form of the inch force, C-splitting. Everyone was studying the martial sage's martial arts, and this revelation felt rather familiar. Just then, as everyone stood in shock, the girl burst into laughter. Chu Wang is not worthy of being called my master. Her words reverberated through the air. What is she saying? The martial sage is unworthy of being her master. He is a saint, a pinnacle of strength among mortals. Countless individuals dream of becoming his disciple Chu. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, the martial sage sneezed loudly. Could it be that Ning Meng is thinking of me? She merely feigned obstinacy. Deep down, she likely yearned to follow me in learning the art of boxing, he mused. Old Li was acutely aware of his impending demise. To be struck down by a mere 5th realm practitioner was, upon reflection, quite comical. Yet, before he departed from this world, he sought to uncover the answer to his lingering question and thus inquired once more. Who exactly are you? Enough with your incessant prattling. Fine. To spare you from becoming a restless spirit haunting me, I shall divulge it. The girl placed her hands on her hips. I am the 6th ranked of the star-picking tower, renowned as Ning Meng. My master is Li Bai. Upon hearing this name, an eerie silence enveloped everyone present. Chapter 41. Members of the Genius Club, the 8th Realm Expert Strike. Li Bai, a figure whose reputation remains shrouded in whispers and legends. The star-picking tower. This was the second time Chen Nian had heard this name. He inquired of Zhou Heng. What exactly is this organization? Typically, they refrain from involving themselves in the affairs of the spiritual energy realm. Yet when they do intervene, it is always for matters of great significance. Currently, the star-picking tower boasts 6 disciples, each a prodigious talent of the highest order. But who is Li Bai? Why does his name evoke such silence among them? I have not encountered him either. It is said that one year he rode through the wilderness in spring, passing by a mountain of peach blossoms. In a fit of revelry, he swung his sword and sent the blossoms flying across the hills. That mountain, known as Heavenly Sword Mountain, was founded by the Sword Saint. Consequently, a verse emerged to describe him. With spring's breeze and swift hooves, a single sword clears the peach mountain blooms. Following this, the Sword Saint, feeling his honor tarnished, sought out Li Bai at the star-picking tower, wishing to challenge him. The outcome of that battle remains unknown, but ever since the Sword Saint's return, he dared only to claim 2nd place in the world. In truth, our director at 749 once aspired to join the star-picking tower, but was unable to do so. Having listened intently, Chen Nian began to grasp the enormity of the star-picking tower, essentially the most formidable force in this world. With the ability to grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars, there exists no one quite like them. The name itself carries a certain grandeur, indeed. Perhaps in the future, he too might seek to join the star-picking tower. I remember now. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "She is Ning Ming, the first among geniuses 3 years ago, who subsequently joined the star-picking tower. Do not be misled by her petite stature. It is merely due to her cultivation method. For she is actually a woman nearing 30. Bang! Ning Ming sent him flying with a single punch. Mind your words. Having noted the star-picking tower's involvement, she declared her departure. I can no longer engage in this. Farewell, until we meet again. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. Many began to withdraw, though a dozen or so greedy souls hesitated. I will count to 3. 1. In an instant, those remaining vanished without a trace, reason triumphing over greed. Ning Ming turned her gaze toward Chen Nian, tossing him a black card. He caught it in his hand, and upon inspection, he found 2 lines of golden script inscribed upon it. Genius Club, current rank, 100. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Hong and Sunya, 2 investigators, widened their eyes in astonishment, their envy almost palpable. This is an invitation to the Genius Club? My heavens! Ning Ming, being a super genius herself, possessed an astute judgment of character. If I am not mistaken, those individuals below were all dispatched by you. Your merits in protecting the Dragon Maiden are commendable, and your talent is exceptional. Congratulations on becoming the 100th member. Only then did Zhou Hong and his companion comprehend the gravity of the situation. It turned out that Chen Nian had not only vanquished a cultist, but also eliminated numerous second and third realm spiritual energy users. To speak of crossing boundaries. To kill one might be excusable, but to slay many, does that not strip one of their humanity? Chen Nian, you are truly formidable. The 2 could not harbor a trace of envy upon learning of Chen Nian's invitation, for he undoubtedly deserved it. What purpose does this serve? Chen Nian inquired. The Genius Club, with a maximum of only 100 members, consists solely of young prodigies selected by the star-picking tower. These 100 talents are locked in a fierce competition, with only a single victor ultimately earning the right to join the star-picking tower. Ning Ming was the final victor 3 years ago. It appears that the next round of the Genius Gathering is about to commence. Chen Nian, you must seize this opportunity. Should you enter the star-picking tower, you will be able to apprentice under Li Bai. Upon understanding, Chen Nian accepted the black card with a smile. I have met the 6th senior sister. Huh, you are not yet her junior. That will only be the case once you claim the first position. Ning Ming directed her gaze towards the 2 749 investigators. As for you, if you have no business here, you may take your leave. The Dragon Maiden will be safeguarded by the star-picking tower. We shall take our leave then. The 2 investigators assisted one another in their retreat. Once they departed, Qianlong revealed an anxious expression. I can accompany you, but you are so powerful. Could you possibly assist him? What has happened to him? Ning Ming swiftly approached Chen Nian, grasping his wrist tightly, her eyes shut as if sensing something. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. You possess the power of the evil god, as well as the blood of a dragon. He transformed like this to save me. Qianlong rushed to defend. TSK, you lad have indeed tasted the precious dragon's blood. Those old geezers outside would surely be enraged to death if they knew. However, I am curious. How can your body accommodate 2 divine essences simultaneously? Logically, the 2 would clash, ultimately leading to your demise. Could it be that your physique is unique, enabling you to harbor 2 divine attributes at once? Alas, I cannot comprehend it. Ning Ming scratched her head, glaring at Chen Nian. For now, I shall keep this secret. If you successfully join the star-picking tower, you will be my junior, and I shall beseech my master for your aid. Qianlong chimed in eagerly. Even in failure, I can utilize dragon blood to help suppress him. How could you possibly sustain him with true dragon blood indefinitely? Ning Ming felt a headache coming on. Enough. Let's exit. Ning Ming, Chen Nian, and Qianlong departed the Dragon Palace, surfacing above the sea. Just as they broke the surface, they spotted a figure riding the wind and waves from the distance, with hands clasped behind him and feet seemingly treading on air. The fierce sea winds billowed his azure robes. The star-picking tower is so domineering, it seems to regard the world with disdain. This voice boomed, resonating through the heavens and earth, clearly reaching the ears of all present, even stirring the ocean's waves. An eighth stage, a teeming realm powerhouse. Retreat, retreat. Many onlookers, terrified, hastily withdrew several miles. Who could this person be with such a terrifying aura? Qingqing Mao, Zhang Sansi. He specializes in the mystical arts, capable of altering the very fabric of nature with a mere snap of his fingers, causing flowers to bloom and wither at will. Qingqing Mountain is indeed a formidable sect, presided over by sages, suggesting an underlying discontent. They possess the means to be dissatisfied. The star-picking tower, led by Li Bai, is known for its detachment from worldly affairs. Should he choose not to intervene, it would be a daunting task for the other disciples to wield the tower's reputation to dominate the entire spiritual realm. Zhang Sansi hovered in the air, looking down at Ning Ming from an elevated position. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and thunder echoed ominously from the darkening clouds. Even a creature as formidable as Ning Ming appeared somewhat pallid in the presence of an Eighth Realm expert, given her relatively brief cultivation period, as she had only reached the Fifth Realm. What a boast. Grant me another decade, and I shall single-handedly level your Qingqing Mountain. Insolence. As soon as Zhang Sansi's words left his lips, a colossal wave transformed into a water dragon, surging forth. In an instant, an unparalleled, domineering voice resonated from beyond the heavens. If I do not regard you with disdain, then how could it be otherwise? The water dragon was instantly obliterated, reverting to the sea, scattering like droplets. Are there more experts? People raised their eyes to the sky in unison. Chapter 42. The opening of the Genius Contest. Chen Nian is awarded the special merit. In the air, a man in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Although he was already elevated, his gaze seemed to soar even higher. Indeed, his eyes did not survey those below. Rather, he regarded everyone with an air of superiority. Third senior brother, Ning Ming remarked disdainfully, wrinkling her nose. While her third senior brother had many admirable qualities, his penchant for posturing was irksome. He perpetually looked down upon others with an aloof demeanor. Who are you? Zhang Sansi inquired, lifting his head. Zhang Sansi, you were vanquished at the Genius Conference back in the day. It seems you have forgotten quite swiftly, came the response. Xiao Chang'e. Upon hearing this name, a wave of gasps swept through the crowd. Witnessing so many distinguished figures, it was evident that attending this event was indeed worthwhile. Who is Xiao Chang'e? Ranked third in the star-picking tower. Do not be deceived by his demeanor. He was a super genius of his era, though it is said his mind is somewhat unhinged. Allegedly, in the year he joined the star-picking tower, he boldly proclaimed in the capital, "If heaven does not give birth to me, Xiao Chang'e, then the sword path shall remain in eternal darkness." Subsequently, the sword saint arrived and gave him a sound thrashing. Despite being battered and bruised, he still insisted on regarding the sword saint with that same haughty gaze. Indeed, he is the most ostentatious among the star-picking tower, yet when it comes to strength, he is by no means weak. Xiao Chang'e raised a finger, and a colossal wave erupted from the depths of the sea, transforming into a magnificent water dragon. Zhang Sansi, equally undeterred, summoned another water dragon. The two dragons clashed fiercely in midair, creating a tempest of roaring waves and darkened skies. Bang! The water dragon shattered, splashing droplets onto Zhang Sansi's garment. The victor was unmistakable. How dull, Xiao Chang'e remarked, casually placing one hand behind his back. Today, if anyone from the star-picking tower feels dissatisfied, they may challenge me. Xiao Chang'e, having finished his display, he approached Ning Ming. Junior sister, it is time to return to the star-picking tower. Must I accompany you? It's embarrassing. Junior sister, in front of so many onlookers, refrain from uttering such words that undermine your senior brother's dignity. It would be quite shameful for me. Fool! At that moment, Qian Long approached Chen Nian. Open your mouth. Does your dragon clan still engage in farewell kisses? Open it. As Chen Nian opened his mouth, a slender green finger pressed against his lips. In truth, that finger had been bitten by Qian Long, and now blood droplets seeped forth, enveloped in a wave of spiritual energy and entering Chen Nian's body. This way, should Chen Nian experience any anomalies in the future, he could directly absorb these few drops of true dragon blood, gaining immense power while also suppressing the fiery madness. It served as a precious life-saving trump card. Chen Nian, you are the first friend I have awakened to. Do not perish. I shall await you at the star-picking tower. Xiao Chang'e, puzzled, asked junior sister, have you bestowed the final invitation to the Genius Club upon him? Indeed. Then it appears all 100 geniuses have gathered. Xiao Chang'e declared loudly. On behalf of the star-picking tower, I announce that the new round of the Genius Contest officially commences. The ultimate victor shall gain entry to the Mountain Sea Pavilion of the Star-Picking Tower. The new round of the Genius Contest promises to be fraught with blood and strife. The world's foremost 100 geniuses are fiercely competing for a singular position, promising an exhilarating spectacle. These prodigies would be coveted assets in any faction, yet they are determined to vie for the Star Tower. Is it not obvious? With Mr. Li at the helm of the Star Tower, who could possibly rival him? Alas, I am too advanced in years. Otherwise, I might have had a chance of being selected. As the trio from Ningming departed, Officer 749 took Chen Nian under his wing. The true dragon has emerged, heralding the commencement of the Star Tower's selection of geniuses. The excitement reverberates not only within the 749 Bureau, but also across various sects. Even in the capital and throughout the entire realm of spiritual power. Many high-ranking officials are stationed at the Kyoto branch, and they have all gathered for this online meeting. A virtual round table hosted nearly 10 prominent figures. The Deputy Director of the 749 Bureau, the Director General, the Tactical Commander, the General of Daxia, and the Chief of the Public Security Bureau. Fortunately, it is the Star Tower taking the lead. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging for us at 749 to gain the respect of the various factions. The Dragon Maiden's presence at the Star Tower ensures her safety. As long as the true dragon exists, the lineage of Daxia shall never wither. In fact, besides the Star Tower, we have a young man in our bureau who has also made significant contributions. Deputy Director Yi spoke. His name is Chen Nian. He first thwarted an apostate of the evil god cult, and then repelled the encroachments of various factions. What a remarkable young talent. He is deserving of commendation. This indeed brings glory to our 749 Bureau. The Director General declared, I shall take it upon myself to award this young man a special merit citation. A special merit citation? Such an honor is reserved for those who have made significant contributions. Deputy Director Yi nodded. Very well. I shall publicly commend this young man upon his return. On the journey back to 749, Chen Nian contemplated his future plans. Although he had acquired some power from the evil god, if he could manage to suppress it, it might not prove entirely detrimental. Perhaps, at a critical moment, he could even harness its strength. Another trump card in hand. His objectives were straightforward. Continue to slay monsters and grow stronger, and ultimately, to surpass all geniuses. Soon, the train arrived at the station. As Chen Nian disembarked, he was greeted by a throng of people surrounding the station. Among them were Yi Ya, Xie Yi, Lu Lin, and dozens of investigators, alongside several mentors. Director Li and Deputy Director Yi, why has everyone come? Deputy Director Yi proclaimed, applaud. The sound of thunderous applause erupted. Simultaneously, a banner unfurled with a flourish. On a red background, 3 golden characters danced elegantly. Special merit. The applause surged once more. What a remarkable young man. It is my first time witnessing an intern investigator being awarded special merit. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. We mentors have perhaps never achieved such an honor in our lifetimes. It is worth noting that even some senior investigators have not received this accolade. It is indeed a rare opportunity. Director Li stepped forward to adjust Chen Nian's collar. It is good to see you back safely. For Li Xiao, the achievements of his students were of little concern. In that critical moment, his instinct was to urge Chen Nian to flee. Impressive, Chen Nian. What a formidable individual. One wonders how Ren Xiaojie, who had previously clashed with Chen Nian, would perceive this turn of events. Do these two even bear comparison? Deputy Director Yi stepped forward and announced, Chen Nian, you are now exceptionally promoted to a formal investigator. This is your 749 tactical uniform. Wear it proudly, for wherever you go, others will recognize you as one of us. Additionally, we have specially commissioned a first-class merit medal for you, a lifelong honor. Chen Nian saluted and accepted the black tactical uniform. He was now officially a D-level investigator. Furthermore, your access privileges for Amy will also be elevated to B-level, and you will enjoy a 30% discount on any resources exchanged in the logistics department. The others were envious, marveling at such divine treatment. Typically, a D-level investigator would possess only D-level privileges, yet he had jumped directly to B-level. At that moment, Chen Nian felt that his previous efforts had been worthwhile. He had not only contributed to the nation, but also reaped fame and fortune. Only Yaya rolled her eyes at Deputy Director Yi, muttering, look at that. It's as if Chen Nian were his own son. Sisterya, there is something I'm unsure whether to say, or not, perhaps I should just keep it to myself. Xie, he said, cradling his head with an expression of impending reprimand. Speak your mind. Chapter 43, Chen Nian. I can learn to fly a sword in just one day. I must warn you, Sisterya, do not strike me. I won tea. It seems that the deputy director might be observing his son-in-law with a keen eye. Are you hoping to reincarnate on spot? Ye yaya diluted a fierge turashink tu ji. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian furrowed her brows. This is quite troublesome. Chen Nian, this young man, is at the pinnacle of his prowess. Undoubtedly, numerous female investigators have set their sights on him, which amplifies your competitive pressure. We are merely friends. Lu Lin maintained a stoic expression. Indeed, other girls also wish to be friends, though they seek boyfriends. However, with your disposition, it seems exceedingly difficult for you to find one in this lifetime. Oh dear, Annie, to be honest, you still seem upset. Chen Nian glanced at his file. D-Class Investigator, Chen Nian Realm. Mountain Moving Realm. LV-24, Permission Level. B-Class Contribution Points. 200. Moreover, he received an additional reward of 200 contribution points, equivalent to the remuneration for nearly 20 completed tasks. He struck gold. No freshly minted intern could boast such wealth as Chen Nian possesses. Li Xiao approached and inquired, I heard you received an invitation to the Genius Club? Yes. Splendid. Li Xiao rarely displayed a smile. In the realm of spiritual practitioners, no one desires to miss the opportunity to learn under Mr. Li. If one of his prot-GS were to ascend to the star-picking tower, it would indeed be a historic accomplishment. What teacher does not yearn to cultivate an exceptional student? Let me explain the rules. The Genius Club comprises a total of 100 members, all prodigious young individuals. However, it is exclusively for those encountered by the star-picking tower. For instance, Lu Lin, who has seldom made appearances in the outside world, did not receive an invitation. You are currently ranked 100th. Should you triumph over the 90 individuals above you, you will usurp their ranks. If 2 individuals holding invitations engage in a duel, no outsider may intervene, lest they face repercussions from the star-picking tower. When only 8 geniuses remain, a grand competition will commence to determine the ultimate victor. Chen Nian queried, what is the significance of the rankings? Couldn't 1 simply avoid confrontation until only 8 remain? In the final competition, higher-ranked individuals will possess advantages, such as the privilege to choose their opponents first, among other benefits. Understood. I shall prepare to return to my duties now. Li Xiao was taken aback. He thought to himself, while other investigators need several days of rest after completing a single task, you, having just accomplished a life-threatening special merit, are eager to resume work immediately. You are remarkably diligent. With exceptional talent, coupled with such industriousness, splendid. Xia, come here. I'm here, Director Li. You shall assist Chen Nian for a while and learn diligently. Really? That's wonderful. Brother Chen, I shall heed your every word and never be negligent. Xia was ecstatic, speaking in a confused frenzy. To work alongside Chen Nian is a privilege. A whole circle of individuals nearby was eager to bond with Chen Nian. They were not blind, and all sought to attach themselves to his success. What? You both just leave me all alone? Yi Yaya exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Nian chuckled and remarked, there's a term that aptly describes you, empty nest syndrome. Damn it, I'm heading to the logistics department to exchange some items. He added, Chingu, I'll accompany you, replied Yaya. I'm going too. I'm familiar with the place. Xie Yi and Yaya followed closely behind. From a distance, Lu Lin watched the trio depart together, a twinge of envy stirring within him. At the logistics department, the old man was taken aback upon seeing Chen Nian. What are you doing here again? Last time, he had wagered with this young man and lost the coveted inch force of the martial sage. He had to make up the missing contribution points himself. Hello, old Joe. Chen Nian greeted with a grin. Yaya. Upon seeing Yaya, the old gentleman reacted as if he had seen a plague, immediately rising from his chair. Memories of the girl pulling his beard while he napped still lingered vividly. This time, I wish to exchange for a magical artifact. Do you have any that can fly? Chen Nian inquired. We do, but flying artifacts are quite expensive. You spent a considerable amount of contribution points last time. Do you have enough? I have enough, he replied, and thus the group followed the old gentleman to the magical artifact warehouse. The flying artifact most favored by the youth was a flying sword. A flying sword? Wouldn't that allow one to soar through the skies? Just the thought is exhilarating. The price, 300 contribution points. I've used this before. It's exceedingly difficult to control. I ended up with a bump on my head. Yeah, presit, Herr Old Joe nodded in agreement. Flying swords are quite challenging to master. It's not as simple as flying wherever you wish. It requires meticulous guidance of spiritual energy. A normal person would need to practice at the flying training ground for at least a month to grasp the basics. Old sir, how about we make another bet? Chen Nian suggested with a teasing smile. What? You think you can master the flying sword faster? I believe you. After all, you are a rare talent. You might just manage it in a mere 10 days. No bet, no bet. Old Joe replied, raising a finger. One day. What? Old Joe questioned, doubting his hearing. This lad must be out of his mind, thinking he could learn to control a flying sword in a single day. If I master within a day, you'll give me a discount, 200 contribution points. If I fail, I'll hand over my 200 contribution points to you. Chen Nian, have you lost your mind? Yeah, ignime it. Yeah, Chingu, this isn't easy at all. I saw, sister, you get carried into the infirmary after a mishap, Xie Yi added, both expressing skepticism towards Chen Nian's confidence. All right, young man, don't blame me for taking advantage of your youth. This is your own proposition. Old Joe agreed without hesitation. This was a sure way to profit, as he truly doubted anyone could learn to control a flying sword in just one day. At the flying training ground, the vast expanse was adorned with lush grass underfoot, the ceiling soaring several meters high, with numerous other trainees honing their skills. A glance around revealed individuals flying in wildly erratic patterns. Some collided mid-air, while others crashed into walls, sustaining injuries. It was apparent that these were all novices taking their first steps. The on-site instructor was furiously berating them. Where the hell are you flying to? Moreover, you, seemingly incapable of braking, resemble a heavy-duty truck intent on causing havoc. Can you not perceive the wall ahead? Are you unable to navigate a turn? If your mind is in disarray, seek medical assistance before you inadvertently cause a catastrophe on the road. You bear an uncanny resemblance to a driving school instructor. Upon spotting a few individuals, the instructor hastily approached. Zhou, you have graced us with your presence as well. With a chuckle, he added, this young man claims he will master flying swords within a day. I am skeptical and wish to witness the spectacle. A day? Young man, the skill of maneuvering a flying sword bears no relation to your combat prowess. It demands an exquisite finesse of spiritual energy control. I comprehend, he replied. You understand nothing. The instructor, witnessing Chen Nian nodding earnestly, could not restrain himself and erupted. With such an attitude, you will endanger yourself, should you collide with a commercial airliner. What then? May I commence? Very well. The instructor seized a megaphone and bellowed. Everyone disembark. The remaining individuals on the field promptly landed. What is the matter, instructor? A prodigy has arrived, claiming he will master flying swords in a single day. Should he succeed, all of you present will be deemed worthless. A day? Ha ha ha. How utterly presumptuous. Do you think this is akin to obtaining a driver's license? Wait, isn't that Chen Nian, the formidable one among the intern investigators? Strength is inconsequential. They are entirely different matters. The instructor turned to Chen Nian. The field is cleared for you. Commence your performance. Chapter 44. The enigma of the footbath center. At this moment, Chen Nian had become the focal point of attention. Should he fail to deliver on the boast he had made, he would not only forfeit 200 contribution points, but also become the subject of ridicule among all. Chen Nian stepped onto the flying sword. The instant he infused it with spiritual energy, it shot upward like a rocket, with astonishing speed. The sword traced an erratic S shape in the air, perilously close to colliding with the wall. A moment of amusement ensued. Next time he boasts, he ought to draft the plan first. However, just as Chen Nian was about to crash, the sword inexplicably halted. The distance to the wall was less than a meter. What? How did he execute such a sudden stop? Isn't that a complex maneuver? In that instant, the expressions on everyone's faces transformed, including the instructor, who could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Chen Nian's flying sword was enveloped in a layer of blood. Indeed, he could not control the sword at will. Yet he could manipulate the blood as if it were an extension of himself, akin to having a steering wheel. This was Chen Nian's unique advantage. Once he stabilized, he began to fly in a straight line, gradually accelerating, then turning. Initially, he thought it would take a whole day to master, but it seemed unnecessary. Controlling the sword with blood was simpler than anticipated. Who needs complex spiritual energy manipulation? Not him. More energy was required for acceleration and less for deceleration. Stability and directional control were governed by the blood. After acquiring a certain level of skill, Chen Nian began to soar in all directions, executing smooth turns and various high-difficulty maneuvers akin to a grand spiral. What the hell? What have I been practicing for the past half-month? This guy is human. He isn't just a casual practitioner. He truly is a novice, not a seasoned expert who has been training for a year and a half. What was the point of my training? As the onlookers followed Chen Nian's trajectory, their jaws dropped. Exclamations of disbelief filled the air. Even the instructor, with a decade of flying experience, wore a face etched with shock. Old Joe, is it really his first time? What is wrong with you, Old Joe? Heart pain. Old Joe never anticipated that this young man could genuinely accomplish it. He might as well forfeit his contribution points to him. Before long, Chen Nian landed smoothly. Wow, you've got some skills flying already? No wonder Cheng Gu is here. With him, our 304 unit has a bright future ahead. Chen Nian approached, smiling with cupped fists. Old sir, you are magnanimous. The flying sword, originally priced at 200 contribution points, was acquired by Chen Nian at a discounted rate of 140 contribution points due to his exceptional merit. How delightful! After securing the sword in his storage pouch, Chen Nian and Xie prepared to depart, for lingering in 749 was not conducive to slaying monsters. Their destination, Tianhai City, Haigang District. On the subway, Chen Nian activated his terminal. Amy, my authority level has now risen to B. What new functionalities have I acquired? Confidential files classified below level B can be accessed, and one can apply for extensive data investigations into others' information. Additionally, Amy can hack certain electronic devices. Amy, please assess my attractiveness. I present to you 3 options. Handsome, very handsome, and exceptionally handsome. You're quite tall. Chen Nian, finding the conversation mundane, shut down the terminal. Turning around, he noticed, what is old Xie so engrossed in? I'm reading a novel titled Global Awakening. My words hold power, starting off invincible, and I highly recommend it to you. Chen Gu, what nonsense? What is your ability? Much like the protagonist of this novel, I belong to the divine order of words, though I can only perform the immobilization technique. Freeze. As Xie spoke, a mosquito in the air was immediately immobilized. Impressive, tienyi remarqued. However, it's not easy to immobilize someone whose strength surpasses mine, but I could assist you. Before long, Chen Nian returned to the familiar harbor district. As the two arrived at the 749 office, they discovered someone waiting for them, a well-mannered, bespectacled man in uniform. Chen Gu, you finally arrived? Who are you? I am Yu Zhou, sent by the Bureau to find you, Chen Gu. There is a matter of great urgency. Speak. I would like to invite you to a foot massage parlor. What? Chen Nian immediately erupted in anger. Do you think I am a member of the 749 staff? Come here for leisure? Not all. Chen Gu, please let me explain, Yu Zhou stammered in panic. Old Xie, do you want to go for a foot massage? I. Sure. You actually want to go? Very well. Let us pay a visit and inspect the local conditions in the harbor district. At this, Yu Zhou explained, there is something suspicious about that foot massage shop. Several men who have visited have fallen gravely ill, yet once recovered, they continue to frequent it. I suspect something is amiss. You should have mentioned that sooner. Chen Nian's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. Are you implying that there are monsters lurking in the foot massage parlor? It's possible. We'll find out tonight. All right, Chengge, I'll send you the location. You can arrange everything. We at the Public Security Bureau will avoid alarming anyone. After Yu Zhou departed, Chen Nian suddenly felt a sense of unease. How did the Public Security Bureau know of his return to duty today? The information was too well circulated, with someone already waiting for him. Amy, investigate the Public Security Bureau in the Harbor District for an officer named Yu Zhou. Permission verification complete, conducting search. Search complete. No officer named Yu Zhou found in the Public Security Bureau of the Harbor District. That night, at 9 o'clock, the city was illuminated with vibrant lights. Chen Nian and his companions met up with Yu Zhou. Across the street, the neon sign of a foot massage shop named Spring Breeze Foot Therapy flickered invitingly. Tianyi, this is the place. Look at how bustling it is. So many people are rushing inside. With such a crowd, will we be able to get in? Of course. To facilitate our work, I have already reserved a spot. Impressive. Swift and efficient. Old Xia, take notes. Chen Nian strolled towards the entrance, with Xia Yi following closely behind, appearing both nervous and curious. Upon seeing the trio, the receptionist cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, gentlemen, welcome. We offer packages for 88, 188, and 388. Yu Zhou promptly interjected, I have made a reservation for 3 at 388. Oh, please follow me, the receptionist replied. Before long, the three were ushered into an elegantly adorned room, furnished with 3 side-by-side foot massage chairs. As they settled in, 3 exquisitely dressed young women entered the space. One exuded a mature allure, another donned JK white stockings, and the last wore a floral long dress. The girl in white stockings crouched before Chen Nian, a fragrant breeze enveloping him. Sir, please extend your foot, she beckoned. As an ethereal pink aura permeated the air, inducing a sense of drowsiness. It was evident that this foot massage establishment harbored sinister undertones. Instantly, Chen Nian summoned a surge of determination, jolting his senses back to alertness. When he reopened his eyes, the vision before him was no longer 3 young and beautiful women, but rather 3 grotesque, monstrous figures. Chapter 45, What Comes Next? To Kill. Before Chen Nian stood 3 exquisitely adorned figures, now transformed into grotesque demons. Despite their human forms, their skin resembled the decaying bark of a tree, and their features lacked any semblance of beauty. These 3 demons were In Mo Nu, creatures that grew stronger by siphoning human vitality, leaving any man who had visited this establishment weakened or gravely ill. They, too, were engulfed in profound astonishment. How could this human remain conscious? Impossible. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light surged from the right side of Chen Nian's periphery. It was a poisoned, razor-sharp dagger aimed directly at her throat. Just as the dagger was a mere 10 centimeters away, a bloodied hand deftly grasped it midair. What? The assailant was not one of the 3 demons. They preferred to conceal their identities, merely draining vitality without claiming lives. The attacker was Yu Zhou. He looked at Chen Nian in disbelief, astonished that he had failed. Did you think I was unguarded? Chen Nian smiled. You never trusted me from the very beginning. Did you? I checked the personnel list of the Port District Public Security Bureau. Your name was absent. You're not one of them. To discern your intentions, I deliberately refrained from exposing you. A smirk played on her lips. It seems your goal is to kill me. The 3 demons? They were bewildered by the situation, but sensed that these 2 were no ordinary humans. Flee. Just as they contemplated making a hasty exit, Xia Yi awoke. Demons. Where do you think you're going? Bind. 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 The divine art of binding. Sequence 030. The 3 demons found themselves immobilized in place. Bind. Xia Yi turned and ensnared Yu Zhou as well. Chen Nian pierced Yu Zhou's chest with 2 blood tendrils, pinning him against the wall. Release him. Very well, release. Yu Zhou regained his ability to move. Now, I shall pose a question, and you will respond. Chen Nian stated. Yu Zhou glared at her with a fierce gaze. If I fail to kill you, I'll accept my fate. Do as you wish, I won tea. Slap. A heavy blow landed on Yu Zhou's face, silencing him and causing two of his teeth to shatter. What pretense of a hardened warrior are you putting on before me? I asked a question, you answer it. First question, why do you wish to kill me? Yu Zhou let out a cold laugh, refusing to speak. Crack. One of his fingers exploded, disintegrating into a mass of flesh and blood. Yu Zhou let out a heart-wrenching scream, the agonizing pain causing beads of sweat to pour from his brow. At that moment, the proprietress outside heard the commotion and hurriedly entered. What happened? Why such a dreadful outcry? Oh my goodness, a monster! 749, secure the scene, and ensure no one enters. Xia, he commanded. Why yes. The proprietress fled in terror. Old Xia, start recording, direct the camera at him. Understood, Brother Chen. Chen Nian sighed, expressing his fondness for the defiant demeanor he had just witnessed. Why did you not persist in that? He mused. By the way, your body is infused with my blood. I possess the power to detonate any organ within you. He continued ominously, soon. You shall witness your fingers and toes bursting one by one. Why do you wish to kill me? Yu Zhou gritted his teeth in response. I am a person of professional integrity. I could never. The second finger exploded. Xie was taken aback, astonished by the ruthlessness of Chen, whose methods were utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, the other three immobilized demons were paralyzed with fear, lamenting their fate. We merely draw energy from men. How did we encounter such a dreadful man? Chen Nian yawned. Why do you wish to kill me? I shall kill your mother. This time, two fingers detonated simultaneously. Why do you wish to kill me? He mocked. I have endured pain of this magnitude. You cannot compel me to speak. Very well. Chen Nian nodded in admiration and snapped his fingers. A loud pop resonated as Yu Zhou's eyeball burst. He screamed in agony. I will tell you. I will tell you. A woman hired me to kill you. I am part of the assassin organization, Nightfall. And who is this woman? Han Fuang. Oh, the one who recently slaughtered Han Feng's sister? She truly dares to hire someone to avenge herself against me? It seems she is a burden to her brother. Chen Nian suddenly grasped the situation. You lured me here with the intent to kill me and frame these demons for it? Quite the intricate scheme. Alas, it still lacks your finesse. Do you have any final words? Spare me, and I shall serve you. In your next life, remember to become a locksmith. It would be convenient for making keys. The translation reads as, you think you are worthy? With that, Chen Nian plunged a knife through his heart. What shall we do with these three demons, Brother Chen? If we capture them and take them back to 749, we could receive additional rewards. Chen Nian smiled. I will grant you your share of the reward, but these three must perish. One must slay demons to grow stronger. There is no other rationale. One blade, one kill. Blood strength permanently increased by 2. Blood strength permanently increased by 2. Blood strength permanently increased by 2. Indeed, I must thank this assassin for inadvertently leading me to several troublesome demons. Current blood strength, 71. Divine resonance effect activated. Divine gift received. I can draw cards once more. Old Xia, summon the authorities to clean up this mess. Understood, Brother Chen. Tomorrow, I shall visit a certain place. Will you stay or accompany me? Where are we going? Brother Chen, I shall follow you. You are now the leader of 304. It is my duty to accompany you through fire and water. Someone wishes to kill me? I must pay her a visit to express my gratitude. Chen Nian recalled what Director Li had said. Han Shuang was from Yuzhu Mountain, a sect of spiritual practitioners. Thus, this journey shall lead to the summit of Yuzhu Mountain. Upon returning to rest, Chen Nian washed his hands and initiated a new round of divine offerings. 3 options instantly appeared in his mind. 1. Extract random sequence ability 2. Blood strength 3-3. Blood regeneration speed 5. Without a moment's hesitation, the opportunity to draw a sequence ability was nothing short of extraordinary luck. It was the ultimate prize. While others may possess only one sequence ability in a lifetime, it is only Chen Nian, endowed with a unique talent, who can draw infinitely. In an instant, hundreds of cards swirled around him. This one, as the card before him was unveiled, a crimson radiance burst forth. God of Slaughter Sequence 032. Chains of Execution of ORL. Description: ORL, the executioner under the God of Slaughter. A merciless executioner whose victims suffer endlessly before their demise. Primary ability: summon crimson chains in space to bind enemies, causing them to continuously lose vitality, which is converted into spiritual power to replenish the user. Control damage recovery power. The mechanism of this supernatural ability is rather extreme. Could this not be the ultimate skill for a comeback from the brink of death? After a night's rest, the following morning, Chen Nian said, "Amy, assist me in locating the position of Yuzhu Mountain." Location established. He arrived at a secluded area and summoned the flying sword he had just acquired. Blood enveloped it, and the sword activated. Let's go. With a whoosh, the flying sword soared into the sky, conjuring a gust of wind. Incredible, Brother Chen. This is my first time riding a flying sword. It feels as though I'm soaring through the heavens. Can you not chatter? Chen Nian's flying sword surged to its maximum power, moving at an astonishing speed, with only the deafening sound of sonic booms ringing in his ears. After a 2-hour flight, Chen Nian arrived at the navigational coordinates. Yuzhu Mountain, a hill adorned with bamboo groves, housed a sect amidst its verdant thickets. From a distance, he spotted the mountain gate inscribed with the characters for Yuzhu. It was early morning, and dozens of disciples were practicing martial arts outside, indicating a substantial scale. Chen Nian maneuvered the flying sword to land before the mountain gate. 2 gatekeeping disciples immediately obstructed his path. Who goes there? Investigator 749, Chen Nian. What is your purpose? To kill. Chapter 46. Now, you have only one disciple left. Kill. The 2 terse and chilling words sent a jolt through the gatekeeper disciple. How audacious! How brazen! A madman! You truly underestimate Yuzhu Mountain. Chen Nian summoned his bloodied hand and struck the gatekeeper disciple, sending him flying. Indeed, he had not regarded them at all. Chen Nian swaggered into the inner sanctum of Yuzhu Mountain. The disciples engaged in their cultivation noticed the commotion and hurriedly reported to the elders within the sect. Master, someone is causing trouble. Causing trouble? Indeed, that person is exceedingly arrogant, having struck down the gatekeeper disciple. In the training square, Chen Nian lounged nonchalantly at a stone table. His feet carelessly propped on a stone bench, a blade of grass clutched between his lips, with Xia Yi standing beside him. The disciples of Yuzhu Mountain retreated several meters, whispering among themselves. Who is this person? He appears so youthful, yet his prowess seems formidable. I don't recognize him, but he is surely courting death. Look, the second elder is coming. The disciples hastily parted to make way for a middle-aged man clad in grayish-white robes, his presence commanding and fierce as he strode to the forefront. His thick, dark brows knitted in anger. One arrogant junior. How dare you wreak havoc in Yuzhu Mountain so early in the morning? State your origin. Investigator 749, Chen Nian. An agent from the 749 Bureau? Huh. You wield the resources of the state, yet come here to flaunt your power instead of vanquishing demons and maintaining peace? I would love to slay demons, but recently I was nearly assassinated, and my heart is truly unsettled. The thought of someone wanting to kill me leaves me tossing and turning at night. Chen Nian smiled. Thus, I have decided to come here to kill someone. Nonsense. Someone wishes to kill you. What concern is that of Yuzhu Mountain? If you do not provide an explanation today, you shall not leave this place standing. You would do well to silence yourself. Otherwise, I shall have to deal with you as well. You. Chen Nian's audacity in coming alone was bolstered by his extraordinary combat prowess and the chaotic fire within him, infused with the power of the evil god. If unleashed entirely, it could obliterate the entire sect. Furthermore, his body still contained undigested dragon blood, capable of forcibly enhancing his fighting ability and suppressing the chaotic fire. Additionally, as an investigator of the 749 Bureau and a member of the Genius Club, elders of higher cultivation generally dared not lay a hand on him. The middle-aged man, indeed, hesitated to act against Chen Nian, rendered momentarily speechless. Old Xia, Show them the footage. Certainly. Xie activated the recording, projecting it into the air with a luminous screen. It was a gruesome and terrifying segment from the interrogation of the assassin the previous night. The disciples watched in horror, some covering their eyes with their hands, others paling and biting their lips, instinctively holding their breath. Ultimately, the assassin revealed the mastermind behind the scenes, Han Shuang. The revelation sent a wave of commotion through the crowd. How could it be possible for Senior Sister Han Shuang to hire someone to assassinate Investigator 749? Indeed, that is a member of the assassin organization known as Nightfall. How could Senior Sister Han possibly be colluding with them? The disciples' gazes all fell upon a woman among them, dressed in a blue cultivation robe. She possessed a graceful figure and held a silver long sword, her icy gaze fixed upon Chen Nian. Han Shuang, the direct disciple of the leader of Yuzhu Mountain, was at the mount moving stage. Is this true about Han Shuang? Inquired a middle-aged man. If it were indeed Han Shuang who had hired the assassin to kill Investigator 749, the matter would be grave. No, he speaks nonsense. I have never even seen that assassin, Han Shuang coldly denied. I believe Senior Sister Han. Yes, he must be slandering Senior Sister Han. Several disciples began to mindlessly defend Han Shuang, for she was the direct disciple of the Grand Master and held considerable popularity within the sect. Chen Nian could not help but laugh. Haha, so I have traveled great distances just to slander a woman I wouldn't even bother to glance at on the street? How amusing. You. Han Shuang's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Just so you know, I was the one who ended your brother Han Feng's life. His so-called tide sword technique was truly pathetic. Killing him was like squashing a chick. You scoundrel. Scoundrel, the enemy who killed her brother stood before her. And she felt nothing? Incredible. I will kill you. Han Shuang suddenly charged forward, her sword intent slicing through the air. Halt! Xie immobilized her in place, her sword still raised high. Just a few words, and you've already lost your composure. You truly cannot remain calm. The middle-aged man's expression darkened considerably, for he knew that Han Shuang's attack had confirmed the reality of the assassination. There would be no washing away this stain. Foolishness, sheer foolishness. Collaborating with an assassin organization to kill members of an official organization, driven solely by personal vendetta, was utterly foolish. How could this be? Senior Sister Han truly? No, I refuse to believe it. It is understandable for Senior Sister Han to seek vengeance after the death of her brother. I do not think she has done anything wrong. Rather, it is a display of true emotions. Chen Nian clapped. That brother is right. It is indeed understandable. So, if I were to kill her, would that also be considered understandable? The blood transformation long blade was gripped tightly in Chen Nian's hand. At that moment, an aged voice echoed from the rear hall. Hold your hand. People turned to look, revealing an elder clad in a long robe. His face bore the marks of time, yet his steps were as light as the wind, clearly indicating he was a powerful figure. Grandmaster, was he not in seclusion? How could he have emerged? The elder approaching was none other than the Grand Master of Yuzhu Mountain. Yuzhu. He made his way through the crowd and approached Chen Nian. Who are you? I am Yuzhu, and I have connections with several investigators within the 749 Bureau. I trust they will grant me some face. So, the young girl, Han Shuang, is one of the only 2 disciples personally taught by the old master. Let us let this matter pass. One should not harbor excessive malice. Han Shuang, offer an apology. Gritting her teeth, Han Shuang retorted, in my current state, how could I possibly apologize? As the binding spell was lifted, Han Shuang regained her freedom. She coldly glared at Chen Nian. It was my oversight. I should not have hired someone to take your life. Yuzhu nodded in agreement and turned to Chen Nian. Young one, are you now satisfied? The incident of your intrusion into our mountain grounds will be considered concluded. You may leave. Is that all? I have already apologized. What more do you desire? Nothing more. Chen Nian offered a slight smile, with the swift elegance of a dragon emerging from the depths. The blade flashed faster than the eye could perceive. With a decisive strike, crack, a head fell to the ground, blood splattering across 8 feet. A chorus of gasps and screams erupted from the crowd. Thus, Han Shuang met her demise in plain view of all. Alas, now you're left with but 1 disciple. Chapter 47. The battle of geniuses, the first encounter. The suddenness of Chen Nian's strike and the swiftness of his movements took everyone by surprise. One moment he was smiling, and the next he erupted into violence, catching all off guard. Even the head of Yuzhu was unable to intervene in time. When he finally reacted, fury surged within him. "You insolent brat! My apologies for inadvertently taking the life of your disciple. I have expressed my regret. What more do you desire?" Chen Nian inquired. The expression on Yuzhu's face shifted between shades of blue and red, his hair bristling with indignation. "What's the matter, senior? Is an apology not sufficient to atone for a mistake, as you just stated?" Though seething with anger, Yuzhu, being an elder, understood the necessity of restraint against the investigator from the 749 Bureau. This matter would require formal reporting to their superiors. However, the hot-blooded young male disciples were less composed, especially Fei Yong, who had long harbored feelings for Han Shuang, who pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Nian and unleashed a barrage of insults. "How dare you kill in broad daylight on Yuzhu Mountain, you?" Before he could finish his tirade, a powerful hand, drenched in blood, swung down upon him. The tremendous force struck his face, sending him into a dizzying spin before crashing heavily to the ground. "Do you think you appear particularly gallant and brave now?" Chen Nian remarked calmly. "Do not glare at me so. Utter another word. I shall deal with you as well." The young disciple dared not speak further. Shuffling backward in fear, his courage thoroughly shattered. "Very well, little one. I shall ensure this incident is reported to your 749 Bureau. If I do not take action, rest assured others will." Chen Nian nearly laughed aloud at the absurdity of an adult seeking to lodge a complaint. "I await your response, but for now, I shall take my leave." Discontent brewed among the disciples. "Master, are you truly allowing him to depart just like that?" "Indeed, Master. He has just taken the life of senior sister Han Shuang before our very eyes." With gritted teeth, the headmaster replied, "What would you have me do? This is a matter of personal vengeance. If I act, it could be misconstrued as a declaration of war against the 749 Bureau, jeopardizing our entire sect." The only solace for Yuzhu was the knowledge that while Han Shuang possessed considerable talent, she was still overshadowed by his other top disciple. This disciple, named Wei Shujin, had recently descended the mountain for training. Wei Shujin was exceptionally gifted, having recently earned the moniker Swift Sword in the spiritual realm, a testament to the speed of his swordsmanship. Moreover, it was rumored that he had received an invitation from the Genius Club, presenting him with the opportunity to join the Star Gathering Tower in the future. Wei Shujin was truly the future of Yuzhu Mountain. Once he matured, he would undoubtedly avenge today's grievances. Just as Chen Nian reached the entrance, a striking young man appeared, gracefully wielding a sword with his attire billowing in the wind. "It's the senior brother. Senior brother has returned. Wei Shijun, that man has just killed senior sister Han Shuang." As the man returned, a throng of disciples surrounded him. Upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground, his brow furrowed deeply, a chilling aura of murderous intent flickering in his dark eyes. Suddenly, a tempest swept through the air. Bang! The door before Chen Nian slammed shut, obstructing his path. The assailants from Yuzhu Mountain think they can simply walk away after attempting to kill me? Shujin, the leader of Yuzhu, approached and sighed. He is one of the 749. Han Shuang hired someone to kill him, but ended up being sought for revenge. This is a personal grudge, and it would not be appropriate for us to intervene overtly. Rest assured, Master, I have a plan. Wei Shujin produced a black card and declared, "You, come forth for a duel. As fellow members of the Talented Club, I trust you shall not shy away from battle." The black cards resonated with each other, instigating a response not only from Wei Shujin, but also from Chen Nian. To his astonishment, a mere disciple from Yuzhu Mountain had emerged as a prodigy and coincidentally was the second personal disciple of that old man. How fortuitous! In a contest of talents, outsiders must not interfere. The stakes of life and death lie solely with the combatants. Thus, should Chen Nian accept the challenge, even if he were to perish here, no one could be held accountable. Intriguing. Chen Nian turned back. Very well, I accept. Yuzhu had not anticipated such a twist of fate. Thus, if he were to eliminate this young man here, 749 would have little to say about it. He immediately signaled to Wei Shujin, urging him to strike with lethal intent. Go, senior brother. You must avenge Sister Han. Do not worry, for Wei Shujin is a genius at the pinnacle of the mountain-moving realm. Having previously defeated formidable foes from higher realms, his reputation is well established. It had been a while since they had witnessed Wei Shujin's wind-chasing sword technique. It was said he could unleash 18 strikes within a second, attacking his opponents from every conceivable angle, like an all-pervasive wind. This man before them appeared only to be at the early stages of the mountain-moving realm, utterly eclipsed by Wei Shujin's prowess. Victory was impossible. The disciples fervently cheered for Wei Shujin, eagerly anticipating the moment he would dominate Chen Nian. Otherwise, it would be difficult to alleviate the grievances of earlier. The arena was cleared. Chen Nian and Wei Shujin stood facing each other, ready to commence their duel of prodigies. A gust of wind swept through, stirring a flurry of fallen leaves. The instant the leaves touched the ground, Wei Shujin sprang into action. His sword lunged toward Chen Nian, conjuring an illusionary bloom of sword flowers in the air, moving so swiftly that their afterimages were indistinguishable. Such speed, the spectators were left bewildered. The sword flowers relentlessly suppressed Chen Nian, creating indentations upon his blood barrier. He could hardly endure. Come on, senior brother. Ha! At this moment, he was solely focused on defense and retreat, leaving him no opportunity to counter amidst Wei Shujin's relentless assault. This was the wind-chasing sword, a technique of swift and tempestuous strikes, utterly magnificent. Just then, Wei Shujin's movements halted. The sword hung suspended in the air, but it was not a voluntary cessation of attack. Rather, a blood-red chain suddenly erupted from the space around him, binding his wrist in midair. What is this? Wei Shujin attempted to channel his spiritual energy to shatter the chain. Not only did he fail, but his other hand was also ensnared. Suddenly, blood-red chains emerged from the ground, pinning his feet to the earth, rendering him immobile. The blood barrier dissipated, and the unscathed Chen Nian reappeared before the crowd. Do you consider yourself quite dashing? With your wind-chasing sword, you fancy yourself as formidable as Yasuo, do you? A mere control would render you obedient. With only this bizarre sequence ability, do you truly believe you are worthy of being chosen as a genius by the star-plucking tower? Without your sequence powers, you're nothing. Wei Shujin was notably indignant. Oh! Chen Nian raised his right hand and suddenly thrust it forward with precision. Inch force, mountain crushing. His fist struck Wei Shujin's chest. Bang! His back erupted violently. Blood, mingled with shattered organs, sprayed forth, splattering the faces of the onlooking disciples. Chapter 48. Am I qualified now? In a fateful moment, Wei Shujin fell victim to a devastating punch, succumbing immediately. The horrific scene of his demise elicited screams of terror from several female disciples, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wei Xixian, no, no. How could this be? How could this possibly happen? In their minds, Wei Shujin was akin to a demigod, the renowned wind-chasing sword, the illustrious senior brother, and now he had perished. Chen Nian swiftly ascended to the 95th rank in his stead. Yuzhu, witnessing the calamity, could only murmur in shock. It's the inch force. How could a martial saint wield such power? A person from a mountain-moving realm cannot possibly cultivate it. A monster. A true monster. He stumbled backward, nearly collapsing, his visage aging a decade in an instant. My apologies, senior. It appears not even your last disciple remains. Perhaps you might consider taking in a few more? Old Xia, descend the mountain. Coming, Chunge. The two departed from Yuzhu Mountain atop their flying swords. 749, the office. The old man from Yuzhu Mountain came to report Chen Nian's actions. What had he done? He first investigated a footbath establishment harboring demons, exterminating several sinister female spirits, and coincidentally dispatched a nocturnal assassin hired by Han Shuang for vengeance against her brother. And then, Chen Nian did not relent, boldly assaulting Yuzhu Mountain and slaying Han Shuang before the elder's eyes. Remarkable. This lad possesses quite the temperament. The deputy director chuckled. Not only that, but Chen Nian also encountered Wei Shujin, who happened to be a member of the Genius Club, leading to a confrontation. What was the outcome? Chen Nian emerged victorious, leaving not even a remnant of Wei Shujin behind. Indeed, this fellow is exceptionally ruthless. He has never left a living soul among the demons he encounters, nor among humans. Is that not the case? Remember the last time the true dragon emerged? Over 20 young psychics were all slain by Chen Nian, and several are still clamoring for an explanation from 749. An explanation? Nonsense. They dare to set their sights on the true dragon. They deserve what they got. Unbeknownst to you, due to his powers often manifesting as bloodhands, coupled with his merciless nature, he has now garnered the moniker Bloodhand Butcher, a title typically reserved for the infamous killing god by Qi. Chen Nian receiving such an epithet is a testament to his formidable strength and talent. As for his mercilessness, it is only directed toward his foes. The investigators at 749 are quite fortunate to have him as a colleague. Deputy, how do you intend to address the elder from Yuzhou? Address him? Nonsense. He is unworthy. His disciple hired someone to kill a 749 investigator. I should consider it fortunate not to demand an explanation from him. Let it be gone. Understood, Deputy. I shall ensure he departs. Wait, perhaps we should maintain some decorum. The deputy quickly reconsidered. And how should we phrase it? Kindly ask him to leave. Upon returning to the harbor district, Chen Nian had barely half a day's respite before he was summoned for a new task in the reverse world. This time, however, it was not a survival mission. Recevez combat mission. Téléportation Kundon 24-00-00 à combat mission. Might it involve fighting against others? That would diminish the excitement somewhat. Nevertheless, a visit to the reverse world was inevitable. The pace of cultivation there would undoubtedly accelerate, and rewards awaited upon task completion. Chen Nian informed Xie Yi to temporarily oversee the 749 office in the harbor district. Soon, the countdown concluded. Do you accept the mission and wish to teleport immediately? Yes. Current ladder score, 1400, entered the ordinary tier of the reverse world. Current task, win 2 out of 3 matches. Chen Nian surveyed his surroundings. It was the familiar safe house, with a round table at its center as teammates began to materialize one after another. He mentally counted, totaling 10 individuals. This aligned with the survival count, indicating no traitors among them. All were indeed from the Great Xia. Notably, this time, his companions appeared to be more seasoned, as they hailed from the ordinary tier of the 1K to 2K ladder, indicating that they were experienced players. Please select 3 participants for the battle, a burly man spoke now. We must choose 3 from these 10 to partake in the upcoming matches. The rules are clear. Best of 3. I trust everyone understands. There was little to discuss. Selecting the 3 strongest contestants was the plan. The muscular man continued, I am Gua Hao, with a ladder score of 1830 at the peak of the mountain moving stage. I hope I can take one of the spots without objections. I am Jiang Yun, with a score of 1988, chimed in a strikingly beautiful woman. Her aura was undeniably that of the Breaking Sky stage. Astonishing, a master of the Breaking Sky stage. We are indeed fortunate. Among the 10, most were at the mountain moving stage, making Jiang Yun the most formidable of the group. With her, victory in at least one match seemed assured, granting a significant advantage. Now, we still require one more participant. Who shall it be? I shall volunteer, Chen Nian declared. Instantly, all eyes turned to him, appraising his aura. Huh, a novice at the mountain moving stage? Chuckled a man with a pompadour hairstyle beside him. Little brother, go home and nurse. You're not ready for this table yet. Just lie down quietly, and let the big brothers handle it. Rising, he proclaimed, I am in the later stages. Allow me to take part. Indeed, a novice at the initial stage would be a liability, potentially handing the opposing team an easy point. Brother, it's not that we underestimate you. Youthful enthusiasm is commendable, but you still have much to learn. You should consider yourself fortunate that we only need to select 3 from these 10, sparing you from the fray. Chen Nian chose not to engage in their banter. A blood-red hand suddenly emerged from behind, seizing the head of the man with the airplane hairstyle and forcefully slamming it onto the table. What are you doing? Several individuals simultaneously rebuked, rising to their feet, their eyes ablaze with fury as they glared at Chen Nian. At that moment, the formidable Jiang Yun spoke up. Have you not noticed? He cannot move. Everyone abruptly realized the gravity of the situation. The man with the airplane hairstyle, in the late stages of the mountain-moving realm, was utterly immobilized, akin to a mere chick pinned to the table. This implied that, should a confrontation ensue, he would be entirely outmatched by that young man, being overwhelmed in every aspect. It was indeed terrifying. Am I now qualified? Chen Nian inquired with a calm demeanor. Chapter 49. Mission failed. Annihilated by monsters, am I qualified now? Chen Nian surveyed the crowd, his tone nonchalant. Indeed. The three chosen combatants decisively affirmed this. Only then did Chen Nian release his grip, stained with blood. The man with the airplane hairstyle regained his freedom, his body taut as he glared at Chen Nian, evidently filled with discontent. You'd best refrain from speaking. I fear I might succumb to the urge to eliminate you. The words of the man with the airplane hairstyle caught in his throat, unspoken. The chilling aura emanating from Chen Nian sent a shiver down his spine. It was clear that he was serious, one who would act upon his threats without hesitation. Such arrogance. The others felt a pang of trepidation. Having someone like him in the team was detrimental to the atmosphere and cohesion. Let him take the stage first. If he loses, he will learn his place. Let us recuperate for now. The battle will commence in an hour. In the realm of the inverted world, the safety period concluded. Before them appeared a circular arena. The sky remained perpetually dark, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning within the clouds, the air thick with a foreboding gloom, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. The arena was divided into two sides, representing the opposing factions. Next, 3 members from each side would step into the center to engage in combat. The faction that secures 2 victories shall complete the mission and earn their rewards. It appears that the opponents are not from our great Xia's spiritual practitioners. Their attire resembles that of the Sakura nation. We cannot afford to lose. Losing would be a disgrace. Who shall go first? Brother, why not you take the lead? Yes, we have faith in you. All eyes turned to Chen Nian, as he had previously exhibited such audacity. Without uttering a word, Chen Nian strode into the arena. Once he entered, the rest were barred from following until the bout concluded. A figure approached from the opposing side. The aura he exuded is at the peak of the mountain-moving realm. He is undoubtedly one of their strongest fighters. It seems they are eager to secure victory in this first match. Do you think that Lai will win? Haha. I am more curious to see his expression if he loses. It should be quite entertaining. The man with the airplane hairstyle maintained a cold demeanor. Rather than focusing on the outcome, he relished the prospect of Chen Nian's humiliation. In the arena, Chen Nian faced a tall man clad in a kimono and wooden clogs, wielding a blade. You are my adversary? Pathetically weak. Strike me, or I shall take the initiative, leaving you no chance to act, he taunted. With a flourish, Chen Nian conjured a blood-red blade. Dragon's Descent. In an instant, he had darted behind the man in the kimono, his speed beyond the capacity of the naked eye to perceive, leaving behind only an afterimage. The crimson blade flashed, and a wide-eyed head tumbled to the ground. The opponent's weapon remained sheathed, untouched. At that moment, all present were engulfed in profound astonishment. What just transpired? I couldn't see. It was too swift. Is he truly at the level of the mountain-moving realm? After the initial shock, the teammates revealed expressions of joy. They had won the first match, and now only one more victory was needed to secure their triumph. This was truly an unexpected delight. Meanwhile, their opponents were cursing with exclamations of Baki Yuru and other scornful phrases, clearly filled with rage. Chen Nian returned, exclaiming, "Impressive, my friend. I underestimated you." In the second match, the formidable muscle-bound warrior, Guahao, stepped into the arena. The opponent's realm was nearly equivalent to his own. The battle erupted into a fierce clash of raw power. But alas, Guahao ultimately succumbed, sent reeling backward with a single devastating blow that left him spitting blood. He hurriedly retreated to the stands, marking the loss of the second match. I'm sorry I lost. My apologies to everyone. It's all right, it's now 1-1. There's still one final match. Come on, sister, it's all up to you. The last competitor was Jiang Yun, the highest-ranked fighter and the sole practitioner of the breakthrough realm. Her opponent, a man clad in a floral shirt, was only in the late stages of the mountain-moving realm. Lady, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might grant you a dignified exit. Enough of your nonsense. Jiang Yun's stance shifted as she pounced like a nimble leopard, aiming a precise punch at his chest. Should this strike connect, her opponent would either perish or sustain severe injury. However, an unforeseen calamity struck. With a thunderous crash, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Jiang Yun directly. Her adversary belonged to the Thunder God sequence, boasting formidable abilities. The lightning paralyzed Jiang Yun, and her opponent seized this opportunity. With an upward motion, he struck her chin with an uppercut. Blood sprayed from her mouth as the immense force propelled her into the air, only to be met with a swift kick from the man. Boom! The air erupted. Jiang Yun soared several dozen meters before losing consciousness. Is this all that the breakthrough realm can muster? Pathetic, scoffed the man from the land of cherry blossoms, hands casually tucked into his pockets, utterly dismissive. We lost. No one had anticipated that they would lose the final 2 matches. A chilling message flashed before them. Mission failed. The defeated will be annihilated by monsters. In the next instant, the 10 defeated practitioners of the Great Xia were teleported to the center of the gladiatorial arena. A wave of icy dread swept over the crowd. At that moment, only Chen Nian was exhilarated. Monsters? How could this be? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You 2 useless fools. You couldn't win a single match. How embarrassing. Damn. This isn't about embarrassment. It's about losing our lives. Look over there. A woman trembled, pointing ahead, her lips pale and her body quaking. The crowd followed her gaze. At the edge of the arena, behind a steel barrier, stood a ferocious pitch-black lion. The beast was taut with tension, its fierce eyes locking onto the crowd, hot saliva dripping uncontrollably. In its gaze, every person present was merely prey. A monster. A resounding crash echoed, startling everyone and causing their hearts to skip a beat. The iron gate, sealed with the emblem of the black lion, began to creak open. It is about to emerge, not just from that side, but from several other directions as well. The crowd suddenly realized that monstrous creatures lurked in each corner of the arena, indicating that they would be assailed from all sides. This is it. It's truly the end. If only I had declined this mission. Damn it. Can't we unite against these beasts? Unite against what? The aura emanating from these creatures is at least of the 3rd tier, likely even of a catastrophic level. One alone could annihilate us, let alone 4. Curses, infighting, grievances, and despair swirled together, nearly driving everyone to the brink of collapse. In stark contrast, the spectators from the land of cherry blossoms sat back in their seats, leisurely observing the unfolding spectacle. As victors, they could savor this grand hunt at their leisure. How amusing! Who would have thought they would witness such a thrilling performance on their first foray into a combat mission? It's simply delightful. By the way, those monsters won't attack us, will they? Of course not, as long as we do not venture beyond this barrier of light. The creatures will only target those within the arena. Chapter 50. Chen Nian. The Wadaxi is gravely injured, and the cages from all 4 directions have been completely opened. For black lions, charge forth. Towering at 3 meters and measuring 5 meters in length, their size rivals that of a massive truck. Everyone huddles together, backs against one another, their faces ashen and devoid of color. At this moment, a figure dashes out, none other than Chen Nian. The spirit practitioners of Sakura country turn their gazes, eager for entertainment. That lad dares to confront death head-on. Having won a battle, he must be feeling quite invincible, haha. Oh, Mozairoy Chen Nian grips his blood knife, the cold blade slicing through the air in an instant. Yet, the black lion is not to be underestimated, being a 3rd-tier demon. It bites down on the blade with its sharp teeth. In the next moment, the knife melts into blood, flowing into the lion's mouth. Boom! The blood explodes within the black lion, eliciting a heart-wrenching roar, its fierce gaze momentarily softened. Chen Nian leaps onto its head, driving a blood spike forcefully into its skull. Black blood splatters. The black lion collapses, heavily wounded. Another blade of light descends, cleaving the lion's head in 2. Blood Hunt Feast activated. Blood strength for what? That creature possesses such formidable strength? The people of Sakura country remain oblivious. This is merely the beginning. Meanwhile, the other 3 lions are mercilessly attacking the remaining individuals, with some arms already torn apart in the horrific chaos. Standing atop the corpse of the Black Lion, Chen Nian draws back his bow. Countless droplets of blood coalesce into a single grand arrow. The Blood Moon Great Bow of Ratani. Boom! The air erupts in a circular explosion as the arrow is released, instantly piercing through the chest of one Black Lion. Instant kill. Blood Hunt Feast activated. Blood Strength 4. At last, the crowd recognizes that Chen Nian is the true powerhouse. The individual who had previously mocked him, the one with the airplane hairstyle, now cowers in fear and rushes towards Chen Nian, believing that staying by his side offers safety. In the face of imminent death, he contributed nothing, pushing others forward to confront the Black Lions while he himself lingered behind, desperately clinging to life. "Brother, help me." The airplane-haired fellow reaches Chen Nian's side. "I knew you were the strongest. They're all useless. Get lost." Chen Nian swats him away with a single hand and charges into the fray. The blood knife dances wildly, like a dragon subduing the seas. The third Black Lion, covered in grotesque wounds, ultimately succumbs as a blade pierces through its skull. Blood Hunt Feast activated. Blood Strength 4. Divine Resonance Effect triggered. Divine Gift acquired. After Chen Nian swiftly slays 3 Black Lions, the main force is now safe. The fourth Black Lion, however, pursues the airplane-haired man, pinning him to the ground with its massive paw, crushing him to death. Roar! It appears that the final Black Lion is the mightiest, its body taut, powerful limbs propelling it forward like a cannonball. Chen Nian stands firm, taking a deep breath. He slowly raises his right hand, subtle force collapsing mountains. The force of the punch collided with the lion, resulting in a thunderous explosion. In an instant, the Black Lion burst into a cloud of crimson mist mid-air. Blood Hunt Feast activated. Blood Intensity 4. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All gazes were fixed upon Chen Nian, as if he were a mythical beast. He had audaciously slain the creature that threatened everyone, a feat so astounding it defied comprehension. Was this the power of the mountain-moving realm? True mastery of such a realm should render one utterly helpless, crushed underfoot like a lifeless dog. Yet he faced the creature head-on, obliterating it with a single punch, leaving no trace of its bones. Incredible! Amidst their astonishment, a sense of relief surged within the crowd, grateful to have survived. Indeed, without him, their fate would have been sealed. Thank you, my friend. Your prowess is beyond words. I am utterly in awe. The accolades poured forth unceasingly. At that moment, Chen Nian staggered and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Brother, are you all right? Are you hurt?" "Oh no," yes, severely injured. Chen Nian, of course, was unscathed. He was merely feigning it. Meanwhile, the onlookers from Sakura country witnessed this scene unfold. To their astonishment, the young man had indeed vanquished all the monsters. But it appeared he had sustained injuries. It seemed he had employed some potent forbidden technique, which typically exacts a toll on the user, leaving him in a weakened state. What shall we do? Should we remain here until the countdown ends, or the man in the floral shirt rose, a sly smile gracing his lips? Need it even be said? We must seize the opportunity to take his life. A foe as formidable as he could become a significant threat if we encounter him again. Haha, indeed. With that, the man in the floral shirt boldly stepped beyond the barrier, striding to the center of the arena, followed closely by a throng of supporters. What are you planning? Stay back. Several Daxia practitioners hurriedly shielded Chen Nian. Oh, it's nothing. We merely heard an old saying from Daxia, to eradicate the roots along with the grass. We are here to eliminate the root. Haha. You're going too far. Do you not fear retribution for such ruthless slaughter? Ha! Sparing your lives would be the true misfortune. The man in the floral shirt beckoned to Jiang Yan. Come here, woman, and amuse me. If it pleases me, I might spare your life. Fool! Even if I die today, I will take a few of you with me. Jiang Yun ground her teeth in defiance. Ha ha ha. She thinks she can drag us down with her? Let us not end her too swiftly. I want to see how long she can maintain her bravado at that moment. A voice resonated from behind. To lure the dogs out, one must first show them a bone. How amusing. The crowd turned in disbelief as the seemingly gravely injured Chen Nian rose once more. You're unharmed? Jiang Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Merely slaughtering a few insignificant beings. Do they truly believe they can inflict harm upon me? Chen Nian stepped forward, gazing indifferently at a group of arrogant practitioners from Sakura Nation. Why retreat? Surely you're not afraid? You were merely feigning it. Were you attempting to lure us away from our safe zone? Cunning wretch, one among them exclaimed. Only he possesses the strength to fight. Do we truly fear him? With a smile gracing his lips, Chen Nian declared, let's make a deal. I shall generously offer you a chance. Whoever is willing to lie on the ground and bark like a dog 3 times, I may consider sparing. What a foolhardy endeavor. The man in the floral shirt was the first to act, summoning a bolt of lightning to strike down upon Chen Nian. Boom! Yet, it was effortlessly thwarted by a barrier of blood. Such feeble power is less than that of Laowa, utterly uninspiring. Chen Nian raised his hand, and instantaneously, several crimson chains manifested, binding the floral shirt man's hands and feet in place. Sequence 032. The execution chains of Hour. What is this? I cannot move. Why? How infuriating. The floral shirt man struggled incessantly, yet to no avail. During his confinement, his life energy would gradually dissipate, though he would not perish outright. He would grow increasingly feeble. In contrast, Chen Nian's spiritual power was replenished, swiftly compensating for the significant expenditure he had just incurred. He assumed an archery stance, as countless blood droplets coalesced once more. Yes, it is that very technique. He had just utilized this move to annihilate a demon. Dodge! The Sakura Nationals' expressions shifted dramatically. They dared not confront the barrage, swiftly retreating to the sides like startled birds. You cannot do this. Help me. Help me. No. Chapter 51. Acquiring new sequence ability, Blood Flame, Chen Nian released the bowstring. An arrow shot forth, striking the floral shirt squarely in the chest, resulting in an instant and gruesome demise, leaving not a trace of flesh behind. The others were paralyzed with fear, their hearts quaking in terror. Some fell to their knees, trembling in despair. I'll bark like a dog. Woof woof. Please spare me. The imitation was commendable. Chen Nian stepped forward and plunged a knife into his chest. You all wish to annihilate me, a spiritual practitioner of the Great Xia. Do you think I would show you mercy? Am I a saint? The remaining members of the Great Xia were also stirred with bloodlust. Kill. They intended to eradicate every last one of them. Could we still endure this? To hell with them. A fierce battle was imminent. This ragtag group from Sakura country was no match for them. They could have remained safely in their designated area, but their wicked thoughts led to their ultimate demise. Now, Chen Nian merely had to wait for time to elapse to return to the real world. Having just slain 4 black lions, he had leveled up by 15, officially reaching the mid-stage of the mountain-moving realm. Moreover, he had received a divine gift. Activate. 3 options immediately appeared in his mind. 1. Acquire a random slaughter sequence ability. 2. Obtain the monster ability, Lion's Roar, which emits a lion's roar to intimidate foes. 3. Blood Strength 3. Chen Nian already possessed an abundance of control skills. Lion's Roar could not compare to the boundless slaughter realm. In contrast, he yearned for other practical combat abilities. He chose option 1. In an instant, hundreds of cards surrounded him. Chen Nian drew 1. The card flipped over. Authority Sequence 045, Blood Flame. Main effect, consumes a certain amount of blood to unleash blood-colored flames that cannot be easily extinguished. Once again, he acquired a formidable combat ability. His luck was remarkably fortuitous. Chen Nian felt elated, although he had failed the battle mission and did not gain any ladder points. His other enhancements were substantial. In the real world, Harbor District, Office 749. He was seated in the office, organizing documents. Brother Chan had advised him to inform him of any supernatural occurrences involving demons or monsters, as he wished to handle them personally. This earnest attitude was something I must learn from. At that moment, someone entered. The newcomer did not knock, but strolled directly into Office 749. A young man with yellow hair, dressed in a shirt and jeans, wearing sunglasses and with his hands tucked into his pockets, approached. Is Chen Nian not here? He inquired, scanning the room. Are you looking for Brother Chen? He asked politely. My master wishes to invite him to a banquet this evening. The feast is already prepared at a 5-star seaside restaurant. Oh, Brother Chen generally avoids such social gatherings. Perhaps you should return. Ha! The young man could not contain his laughter. Do you know who my master is? Huang Jintian, the largest boss in the harbor district. You at 749 should proactively seek out the boss for favors. Chen Nian's recent rise to fame had garnered him the attention of the master, who graciously extended an invitation. Do you think he would decline? I cannot speak on behalf of Chen, but he is currently absent. I shall wait. After speaking, Huang Mao attempted to sit in Chen Nian's leather swivel chair. That chair belonged to our office at 749. Guests are to sit on the sofa. I am merely offering a kind reminder. Otherwise, if Chen Nian feels displeased, do refrain from whining, will you? A grown man should not behave like a petulant child. Huang Mao, accustomed to being boisterous and overbearing, paid no heed to Xie. Freeze! Upon Xie's command, Huang Mao's body became rigid in midair. I genuinely intend to caution you. It is one thing to speak disrespectfully to me, but if you provoke Brother Chen, you will surely face dire consequences. If Brother Chen returns, it would be prudent to speak to him courteously. Damn it, silence. At that moment, Huang Mao moved. Indeed, he broke free from the immobilization. Ultimately, the immobilization was merely a manipulation of spiritual energy, and if the opponent is sufficiently strong, they can escape. Go to hell. How dare you lay hands on me? Huang Mao swung a punch at Xie's face, causing him to bleed from his mouth and nose, crashing heavily to the ground. Subsequently, Huang Mao comfortably seated himself in Chen Nian's chair, resting his feet on the desk. Those from 749 should not pretend, previously, during Ren's time, who were Han Feng and Yuan Jun. They all referred to me as Big Brother, understood? Huang Mao had been waiting for Chen Nian for an hour and was thoroughly impatient. Damn, where has this fellow gone? Forget it. I shall not wait any longer. He has missed out on Huang Boss's invitation and will surely regret it later. Huang Mao grumbled as he left. Less than half an hour after his departure, Chen Nian returned. Brother Chen, you're back. Someone was looking for you. Upon seeing Xie, Chen Nian's expression darkened immediately as he noticed the bruises on his face. What happened to your face? It's nothing, Brother Chen, just a minor issue. Speak. Chen Nian's tone grew more severe. After all, Xie was not only his colleague, but also a roommate. Who dared to bully him? Thus, Xie had no choice but to recount the entire incident, including how Huang Mao had assaulted him and taken Chen Nian's chair. Ah, the local tyrant of Haiging District is inviting me to a banquet? How intriguing. This must be a show of force. Chen Nian dialed a number to Luo Xiaoke. Brother Chen, Xiaoke, I have a question. Do you know someone named Huang Jintian from Haiging District? He is the head of the Huang family, overseeing numerous enterprises far stronger than our Luo family. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the king of Haiging District, so he's quite influential. However, Boss Huang is quite benevolent. He frequently donates to the Red Cross and often visits nursing homes to assist the elderly, even funding the construction of schools. All right, understood. Brother Chen, remember to visit me when you have time. No problem. Chen Nian hung up the phone. Xie advised, Brother Chen, I am fine. It seems this Boss Huang is a good person. It's just that his subordinates are a bit arrogant. There's no need to be upset. The nature of a leader is mirrored in that of their subordinates. Those who dare to lay hands upon me shall find this matter far from resolved. Chen Nian was prepared to seek retribution when, suddenly, his terminal chimed. It was an urgent communication from Amy, investigator Chen Nian. There's been an attack by a demon on Donghai Road in Chaoyang District. Please proceed immediately for assistance. Acknowledging the message, Chen Nian summoned his flying sword and exchanged a brief greeting with Xie before soaring into the night sky. With the aid of his flying sword, the journey from the Harbor District to Chaoyang District took merely a few minutes. In Chaoyang District, a colossal demon bird hovered ominously in the air, breathing forth flames of intense ferocity. The office building below was engulfed in flames, casting a crimson hue across the night sky. Outside the cordon area, security teams and fire trucks were in abundance, while 2 investigators stationed in Chaoyang could only watch helplessly from the ground. The reason was simple. They lacked the ability to fly. Not everyone possesses the wealth to acquire flying artifacts, nor the aptitude to master them swiftly, as Chen Nian had. Faced with the airborne demon bird, They were utterly powerless, prompting Amy to call for reinforcements. Alas, many individuals remained inside that building, and their fate seemed dire. Indeed, it was tragic. It was likely that all would perish in the inferno. Strangely, the demon bird targeted only that particular building, sparing the others from its wrath. What nonsense! Even that one building will claim numerous lives. Look, Mom, there's someone flying in the sky. Stop your nonsense. How could anyone possibly? Wait, is that really someone? Chen Nian, riding his sword, arrived at the scene. Chapter 52. The Merlot Chen Nian's primary objective was, of course, the fiery demon bird that circled above. With a swift motion, he soared into the air and leapt down. In midair, blood gushed forth, transforming into a 6-meter-long crimson blade. With a decisive slash, he severed the demon bird's wing, sending blood cascading through the sky. The creature emitted a peculiar cry before plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud. The two other investigators, witnessing this spectacle, were overwhelmed with astonishment. The reinforcements can actually fly. Such formidable strength. Chen Nian descended, landing squarely upon the demon bird, raising the bloodied blade to deliver the final blow. Wait, called out Su Song, the male investigator. Do not kill it. We can contain it and return it to 749 for additional contributions. With a swift motion, Chen Nian pierced the demon bird's skull. What did you just say? Blood strength permanently increased by 2. His total blood strength had now reached 89. With the prospect of slaying another minor demon, granting him a new opportunity for a draw, Chen Nian could not afford to leave any survivors. Su Song felt a sense of dissatisfaction. This was his jurisdiction, and capturing the creature would yield contribution points for him. However, its death meant he gained nothing. The office building continued to blaze fiercely, flames reaching toward the heavens. Look, there's someone clinging to the balcony, about to give way. It must have been at least 10 stories high. A fall would surely be fatal. Oh no, how tragic! With raging fire within and a towering inferno outside. It was evident that the individual was trapped in utter despair. Then it happened. The crowd erupted in screams. Chen Nian immediately took to the skies again, using his bloodied hand to grasp the falling man and safely return him to the ground. Although 749 investigators were typically advised to refrain from revealing their abilities before ordinary citizens, the sanctity of human life took precedence. Subsequently, Chen Nian dashed into the flames, rescuing several more individuals. At last, the inferno was extinguished by the firefighters. Thank you so much. I am Zhao Lin, an investigator stationed in Chaoyang District. A female investigator approached Chen Nian, intending to express her gratitude, when she suddenly caught sight of the extraordinary merit insignia on his arm. You are the blood-handed butcher, Chen Nian. Zhao Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. I heard of your exploits on the forum. I never expected to meet you in person. What a pleasure. Blood-handed butcher? He chuckled. That is merely a moniker bestowed upon me. Your ability to conjure blood hands, I witnessed it just now. At that moment, a bespectacled man rushed toward the security personnel, shouting, I am a journalist, and I have a report to make. This demon attack was no coincidence. It was orchestrated by that heartless scoundrel, Huang Jintian. 2 years ago, my parents' company was competing against Huang's enterprise, and that very night, we were attacked by demons. He has used such vile tactics to ascend to his current position. I have been clandestinely investigating for the past 2 years. Today, the companies within this building have also come under attack, and all those in competition with him have met with misfortune. Do you believe this to be mere coincidence? Soon, the loud and boisterous man was taken away for questioning. Chen Nian furrowed her brow. Huang Jintian, is he not the influential figure who sent someone to invite me to a banquet? His subordinate even assaulted old Xia. It seems I was just about to settle this score. How intriguing. Chen Nian swiftly returned to the harbor district to find Xia Yi. Old Xia, we must take a trip. Where are we headed, Brother Chen? To the banquet. It shouldn't be too late to go now. The coastal 5-star restaurant. This establishment epitomized opulence. Adorned with a luxurious red carpet, exquisite crystal chandeliers, and an extravagant decor style. At the table stood waitresses dressed in uniforms and black stockings. The host of the banquet was none other than Huang Jintian, and the other attendees were members of the elite from the harbor district, although one seat remained conspicuously empty. Suddenly, a young man approached Huang Jintian. "Boss, we couldn't secure Chen Nian's presence." "What happened?" "He went to the Chaoyang district and happened to rescue that journalist you wanted to eliminate. He didn't attend the banquet and instead caused me trouble. It seems I must find a suitable time to teach him a lesson." Huang Jintian turned to the others. "This investigator has business to attend to. No need to wait for him. Let us commence our meal." "Haha, merely a 749 investigator. How could he possibly compare to Boss Huang? Why should we wait for him? Indeed, let us eat and drink." Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance as Chen Nian and Xie Yi made their entrance. "Boss, he has arrived. It appears we needn't postpone. Today shall be the day he is enlightened." The young man smirked. As Chen Nian approached, Huang Jintian stood up and said, "Is this the esteemed Chen Xiao brother? Why have you arrived so late? We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Do I have a habit of arriving early?" Chen Nian retorted coolly. The atmosphere instantly stiffened. The expressions of the others turned decidedly awkward. He was the first to dare speak to Huang Jintian in such a manner within the harbor district. "Haha, let's sit down and discuss further. Come, take a seat." Several individuals hurried to ease the tension. "Brother Chen, I am the CEO of Zhixiang Machinery. Here is my business card. I am from Ocean Transport. I hope for your guidance in the future." Chen Nian took the only available seat, surveying the crowd and stating, "I'm not concerned with who you are. Which one of you is Huang Jintian? What is it, Brother Chen? Do you seek my assistance?" Huang Jintian was a middle-aged man clad in a neat white suit, his face adorned with a warm and friendly smile. "Your subordinate injured my brother. I wish to ascertain the identity of this skilled individual." Huang Jintian immediately turned to the young man, questioning, "Is this true?" "My apologies, boss. I was a bit impulsive at the time." "Offer him an apology." "Yes." The young man approached Xie with a detached demeanor, gazing out the window and nonchalantly muttering, "My apologies, brother." Huang Jintian chuckled. "Brother Chen, look, he has apologized. For my sake, let's put this matter to rest. Who do you think you are?" At that moment, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and even the smile on Huang Jintian's face faltered. Huang Mao, standing nearby, erupted in fury. "How dare you speak to my boss like that? You have no respect." Suddenly, a bloodied spear pierced through Huang Mao's chest, catching him off guard. "Why you?" he stammered, clutching his chest as hot blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The female attendants, terrified, turned pale and hastily retreated, while the lobby manager dared not approach. "I apologize, but I have little patience for the incessant chatter of insignificant beings. I hope you can quiet down and lie still." "Damn it, I will kill you." Huang Mao's muscles swelled dramatically, manifesting the power of the warlord sequence. A fist the size of a bowl swung violently towards Chen Nian's head, capable of shattering immense boulders. In the next instant, blood splattered as a sickening crack echoed. His head separated from his body, crashing to the ground. Blood gushed from the severed neck, splattering the well-dressed gentlemen present, staining their white suits and faces with crimson droplets. In stark contrast, Chen Nian remained untouched, his automatic blood barrier having perfectly shielded him from harm. He calmly lifted a glass of red wine from the table and took a delicate sip. The wine was exquisite. Chapter 53. I couldn't quite catch that. "Who are you intending to kill?" A moment of silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to utter a word. Those capitalists, accustomed to a life of indulgence and power, felt their hearts momentarily skip a beat in the face of such ruthless resolve. It was the first time they encountered an investigator from the 749 unit with such an uncompromising demeanor. Chen Nian rose from his seat and surveyed the crowd. "I am in charge here in the harbor district. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood." This assembly of prominent figures, usually so haughty, now bowed their heads in timid agreement, fearful to voice any dissent. "By the way, Boss Huang, I've heard rumors of your clandestine dealings with demons, inciting them to eliminate your competitors. Is there any truth to that?" "Absolutely not. I lack the capability for such things. If you did possess such abilities, do be sure to contact me. I find demons quite intriguing. Assisting the 749 unit in capturing them would be a significant contribution." With that, Chen Nian departed. As he exited the restaurant, A collective sigh of relief swept through the remaining guests. That was terrifying. I nearly soiled myself for the first time in decades. Boss Huang, let us refrain from discussing business in the future. Farewell. I shall take my leave as well. It's prudent to remain honest. Soon, the guests hastily vacated, leaving only Huang Zhentian behind to contemplate the evening. The following morning, upon returning to the 749 office, Chen Nian was greeted by a grave-looking CIE. Brother Chen, we have a situation. What is it? This incident occurred in the neighboring Chaoyang district, but pertains to our area as well. So, get to the point. A journalist has died, and shockingly, an entire family was brutally murdered in their home. The surveillance footage captured a humanoid demon attacking them in the dead of night. The journalist? Is he the one from last night? Brother Chen, you've met him? He reported Huang Zhentian just yesterday and now. What a travesty for an innocent family. Indeed, it seems he possessed quite the influence. However, there is something I cannot fathom. If Huang Zhentian orchestrated this murder, wouldn't he that expose his own insecurities and fears of being scrutinized? He is deliberately provoking me, clearly unsettled by last night's events, seeking to vent his frustrations. This behavior can be succinctly summarized. Chen Nian, I fear no one, and I will kill right under your nose. What of it? What shall we do, Brother Chen? Ordinarily, investigations rely on evidence, and without it, we cannot act. He is aware of this fact, which emboldens him. Come, Lao Xia, let us head out. Where to? Brother Chen, even without evidence, I shall confront him. He has had enough leeway. In the high-tech building, on the 30th floor, Huang Zhentian sat in his penthouse, clad in a white suit, gazing down through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the world below, exuding the superiority of a strategist surveying his domain. Mr. Huang, you mentioned that we eliminated that reporter and his family. Do you think the one named Chen will come looking for us? If he does come, what evidence does he possess to threaten me? Who could possibly link me to the act? Huang Zhentian scoffed. Last night, it was merely a lack of manpower on my part. He genuinely believes he holds sway in the Haiging district. Had I brought my men, he would have been silenced then and there. Indeed, with your capabilities, Mr. Huang, dispatching a mere 749 investigator would be a trivial task. Where's Feng? Brother Feng remains at the underground base. I will have him come over in a couple of days. It would be best to find an opportunity to eliminate that Shan, or else future endeavors may become troublesome. Brother Feng is a chosen one of the spirit sequence and a member of the Genius Club. At the pinnacle of the Breaking Sky realm, he could even contend with those in the Star Xian realm. Should he emerge, that Chen would kneel immediately. Just then, a call came for downstairs. Mr. Huang, there is someone named Chen Nian looking for you. He has already come up, and his skills are formidable. We were unable to stop him. What? Such audacity, he truly dares to come here. I will immediately summon my brothers to prepare. If that lad dares to cause trouble, we shall deal with him right here. Soon, Chen Nian and Xie Yi arrived. Isn't this investigator Chen? What brings you to my company today? Huang Zhentian stood, donning a practiced business smile. Good to see you again, Mr. Huang. Chen Nian directly occupied Huang Zhentian's office chair. I trust you one team mind my uninvited presence? With the chair taken, Huang Zhentian had no choice but to stand. Not at all, Investigator Chen. What brings you here? Nothing much. Just heard that a reporter and his family were murdered. He had mentioned wanting to report you. Are you aware of this matter, Mr. Huang? I am completely unaware. I generally do not follow the news. Bang! The solid wooden desk shattered under a single strike, startling Huang Zhentian, causing his eyelids to twitch. I will ask you once more, truly unaware? Investigator Chen, does the 749 handle matters without evidence? Please refrain from slandering me. Rather than seeking evidence, I prefer to extract confessions through rigorous means. If the confession leads to the truth, wouldn't that prove more efficient? If it proves incorrect, I shall personally apologize to you, Mr. Huang. Chen Nian's fingertip sprouted a sharp blood spike. Next, I will insert this in your fingernail. I hope you can endure. Why you're going too far? Huang Zhentian's complexion turned ashen. He had never encountered such an unreasonable lunatic. The sheer brutality, devoid of any rationale, was utterly insane. Do not be alarmed. If, by the 5th jab, you still insist on your innocence, I shall acknowledge your purity. Come in. With Huang Zhentian's command, several powerful individuals waiting outside rushed into the office. 5 in total, all formidable beings from the breaking sky realm. How could a civilian company hire so many skilled fighters? Money truly holds power. If you wish to confront me, Chen, I shall play this game to the end. You want to extract a confession from me? Wait until you survive to tell the tale. With that, he adjusted his tie and sauntered out of the office. The door was closed once more. Huang Jintian's expression was grim. When he resolved to take decisive action, the facade of hypocrisy he wore could be utterly cast aside. Mr. Huang, are you all right? Quickly summon Wu Feng. Soon, we shall declare that these 2 investigators, both of whom are identified as 749, were murdered, lest their demise splatter my hands with blood. Very well, I shall promptly call Brother Feng to handle it. The moment their words fell, a thunderous crash echoed from behind as the door was forcefully kicked open. Chen Nian and Xie emerged. I didn't quite catch that. Who did you say was to be killed? You. How is that even possible? Huang Jintian was instantly paralyzed with terror. Inside were 5 formidable warriors at the breaking sky level, all hired at great expense as his enforcers. How could they have emerged unscathed while the others lay in peril? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the vast pools of blood on the ground and splattered across the walls. Were all 5 of them dead? A chill ran down Huang Jintian's spine, and goosebumps prickled his skin. What on earth is this monster? Chapter 54. The beastly greed of the wolf. Chen Nian let out a heavy sigh. Initially, I merely intended to interrogate you. Yet, to my astonishment, you sought to eliminate investigator 749? His tone grew increasingly severe. Huang Jintian, you possess an audacity that knows no bounds. At this point, even if you are innocent, you are condemned to death. No, please don't kill me. I will do anything you ask. Huang Jintian desperately knelt, pleading for mercy. I could spare your life. However, you must redeem yourself by atoning for your sins. As I previously mentioned, assisting 749 in capturing demons and monsters would be a significant achievement. Chen Nian brandished a bloody blade, pressing it against Huang Jintian's throat. You have 10 seconds to contemplate your fate. 10. I know where the demons are. I will take you there immediately. Old Xie, stay here and secure the scene until the Public Security Bureau arrives to collect evidence. With that directive, Chen Nian seized Huang Jintian and leaped from the 30th floor. Ah! Fly sword. The flying sword whirled through the air, arriving precisely beneath Chen Nian's feet, propelling him forth through the sky. Do not merely shout, guide me. Igadigadis. Under Huang Jintian's guidance, Chen Nian soared on his sword to a wooded area on the outskirts, entering a man-made cavern. A swift glance revealed several large iron cages, each housing a variety of demons. A muscular werewolf with a coat of black mane. A bird-like demon with wings of steel. A demonic bear adorned with lava-like crimson patterns. There were approximately 5 or 6 of them. This is a windfall. Chen Nian felt a surge of joy. It appeared that Huang Jintian was exploiting these demons for nefarious purposes. Yet, one question lingered. Why were these demons docile within their cages, showing no signs of struggle? How did he compel them to obey? As Chen Nian pondered these mysteries, a door in the cavern wall suddenly swung open, and a man clad in black athletic attire leapt down. Wu Feng, save me. Upon seeing him, Huang Jintian clung to him like a lifeline, scrambling over in desperation. Chen Nian paid him no mind, focusing entirely on the man. The black card reacted. He is a member of the Genius Club, evidently not an ordinary adversary. Wu Feng, eliminate him. This brat has thwarted me at every turn. My rage can only be quelled by his demise. The man named Wu Feng snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, the demons within the iron cages erupted into chaos, simultaneously tearing through the bars and lunging towards Chen Nian. The God of the Mind sequence, 007, mental manipulation. He could control the minds of all living beings and dictate their actions. These demons have been under his covert influence all along. What a splendid gift. I am most grateful. Chen Nian wielded his dual bloody blades, launching into a frenzy of motion, akin to a dragon subduing the seas. The first 2 demons to attack were immediately cleaved into mere fragments. Blood intensity increased. Blood intensity increased. With a leap, Chen Nian soared into the air, descending with a blade aimed at the head of the demon bird. In the moment of landing, the blood transformed into several massive spikes, impaling the werewolf like a porcupine. The manipulated fiends, in Chen Nian's eyes, were but vessels of sanguine potency. Within moments, they were all eradicated. The blood intensity surged from 89 to an astonishing 102. Blood intensity increase reached 90. Receiving divine favor. Blood intensity increase reached 100, guaranteed to acquire a sequence ability of 1 to 10. 2 consecutive rewards were bestowed. However, Chen Nian did not rush to activate them. His foremost task was to confront the adversaries before him. Impressive strength, Wu Feng remarked nonchalantly. I am ranked 89. What about you? Once I eliminate you, your rank shall become mine, Chen Nian replied. You seek death. Wu Feng suddenly unleashed his ability, employing mental manipulation. He could directly invade another's consciousness, seizing control of their body. Once ensnared, one would lose all capacity for resistance, becoming a mere lamb to the slaughter. Wu Feng's consciousness successfully infiltrated Chen Nian's mind. However, he inadvertently glimpsed the chaotic flame of the malevolent deity. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. In an instant, Wu Feng screamed as he retreated from Chen Nian's consciousness, clutching his bleeding eyes and wailing in madness. You possess such a thing within you. You vile monster. Chen Nian sighed. Shall I enlighten you on the concept of mental pollution? What? Infinite slaughter realm. Wu Feng felt the air turn frigid, goosebumps rising uncontrollably, and he realized his feet stood upon an endless sea of blood. Come, experience the murderous intent of billions of souls. Chen Nian snapped his fingers, snap. My head, ugh. Please, don't come closer, don't come closer. Wu Feng had succumbed to madness. His mental prowess, already formidable, suffered greater harm from the pollution than that of an ordinary person. In a mere 10 seconds, he bled from all orifices, collapsing unconscious upon the ground. Huang Jintian was rendered speechless. This was his trump card, an invincible chosen one, a top-tier genius. Yet before Chen Nian, he resembled a dog devoid of any capacity for resistance. Moreover, Chen Nian's realm surpassed his own. The disparity was insurmountable, leaving one in awe. Chen Nian approached the two, casually dispatching Wu Feng. The ranking in the Genius Club ascended once more, replacing Wu Feng's position at 89. He then turned his gaze to Huang Jintian. How do you believe you should be dealt with? Take me to 749. Let me face my due punishment. I am willing to bear all. He knelt fervently begging for mercy. So, you admit to your crimes? I admit. I confess to all. Even a murder of that journalist's family was my doing. I deserve to be tried and condemned. I will cooperate fully. Chen Nian plunged a blade into Huang Jintian's forehead. I quite prefer it this way. It simplifies matters. Having concluded the ordeal, Chen Nian began the delightful card-drawing segment. First came the divine favor, a selection among 3 options. 1. Blood intensity 3, 2. Blood Moon Great Bow of Ratani, reduced charge time 3. Blood Moon Great Bow of Ratani, consumes 50 less blood. Chen Nian selected option 3. Previously, a single shot from the Great Bow required 70 of his total blood. If the blood was not recovered after firing, it could not be used again for a considerable time. Now it requires only 20 of blood, allowing for 5 consecutive shots. An exhilarating experience indeed. Next, with a blood intensity of 100, a reward that guarantees the acquisition of a top 10 sequence ability awaits. An electrifying moment. Extraction. Authority Sequence 007, Beast of Slaughter. The Greedy Wolf. Description. The Greedy Wolf star in Zi Wei Do Shu, referred to as the Star of Slaughter in ancient texts. The Greedy Wolf is the mightiest beast under the god of slaughter, feasting on corpses, growing stronger with each consumption. Devouring 1,000,000 corpses transforms it into the celestial slaughter star, leaving destruction in its wake. Main effect summons the beast Greedy Wolf to battle. Each time it devours a corpse, it becomes stronger. To my surprise, the slaughter sequence also possesses a summon. Greedy Wolf, arise. Instantly, a swirling black mist coalesced on the ground, forming a black wolf with crimson eyes, exuding an aura of dominance and an air of menace. Go devour these corpses. How the Greedy Wolf immediately began its meal. Soon, The bodies of both beasts and humans were completely consumed, and the greedy wolf's form visibly expanded. Follow me, and you shall thrive. In the future, while I slay monsters, you shall gather the spoils. How? Chapter 55. Brother Chen, there's a disturbance. Chen Nian has already made quite a name for himself in the harbor district. Anyone who hears the moniker Bloodhand Butcher Chen Nian would be frightened to the point of tears, even a 3-year-old child. Mischievous kids are often warned by their parents. If you don't behave, we'll hand you over to the Bloodhand Butcher. Chen Nian, however, mused that such a peaceful environment might not be entirely beneficial. There are no demons left to slay. On this particular day, Chen Nian was lounging on the office sofa, indulging in a deep slumber, while Xie sat at his workstation, his mouth sealed with a piece of yellow tape. If Xie's mouth were not taped shut, his incessant chatter would prevent Chen Nian from finding any rest. Suddenly, a visitor arrived. Hearing footsteps, Xie initially thought it was the adorable Luo Xiaoke, who frequently dropped by with delightful meals. However, today's guest was not the sweet little girl, but rather a stylish young woman, Ya, daughter of the deputy director and a prominent figure in the 749 hierarchy. Clad in an orange hoodie and trendy ripped denim shorts, her long legs exuded confidence. Xie instinctively wanted to call out to her, "Sister Ya," but the tape on his mouth stifled his voice. Ya gestured for silence and quietly approached Chen Nian on the sofa, intent on teasing him. She pulled out her phone, activated the special effects camera, and aimed it at Chen Nian. With cat ears, beauty filters, and a soft pink hue, she captured a photo of him in slumber. With a mischievous giggle, Ya uploaded the photo to the 749 forum, captioning it, "Is this the legendary Bloodhand Butcher, Chen Nian?" The post quickly went viral. 1L, wait, is this really Bloodhand Butcher Chen Nian? 2L, he is too adorable. 3L, I used to think Chen Nian was terrifying and was too scared to approach him, but who knew he had such a cute side? 4L, is this what they call a contrast cuteness? I hereby declare myself a die-hard fan of Chen Nian. Initially, Chen Nian's ruthless demeanor instilled a deep-rooted fear in people, but with the release of this candid photo, his charm skyrocketed, garnering him a slew of female admirers. Ya was baffled. Did she inadvertently do a good deed? Chen Nian awoke. Ya, what brings you here? Finished with your seclusion training? I've made significant progress. How about we spar and test your skills? Are you trying to bully me? Brothers don't treat each other like that. Didn't you say not to treat you like a girl? By the way, why did you tarnish my reputation on the forum? Now I have a bunch of girls messaging me, calling me cute. Consider it a favor, buddy. No need to thank me. Ya replied with a grin. Xie, eager to interject, could only make muffled sounds. Finally, Chen Nian tore off the tape from his mouth. Xie, he had been lost in a novel, talking to himself and occasionally spouting phrases like word spirit death god, causing quite the racket. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Xie asked, "Sister Ya, what brings you to the harbor district?" "Certainly, there is a mission. Do you think I am here for mere amusement? In a couple of days, it will be New Year's Day, a time when many revelers gather outdoors to celebrate the arrival of the new year. Such dense crowds may provoke the nefarious intentions of certain malevolent forces. Therefore, Investigator Chen Nian, the Bureau has assigned me to accompany you to Chaoyang District on New Year's Eve to keep a watchful eye. As for old Xie, he shall remain in Haigang District." With a smile, Chen Nian remarked, "Lao Ya, are you inviting me to celebrate the new year? Using your position for personal convenience. Just kidding. Don't take it to heart." In Chaoyang District, a man cloaked in a black robe strolled through the dimly lit streets. He turned into a deserted alleyway. At the end of the dark, shadowy passage, he pushed open a door and entered a small wooden cabin illuminated by candlelight. Lifting a section of the floorboard revealed a hidden passage leading underground. Clearly, this was a highly secretive base. As the man descended into the underground tunnel, he arrived at a bronze door adorned with a protruding, grotesque figure. He extended his finger and placed it into the mouth of the figure. Blood seeped forth. With a rumble, the door slowly swung open. Inside was a vast stone chamber where several individuals in identical black robes knelt in reverence on either side. "Greetings, O great priest." The man referred to as the priest removed his black cloak, revealing a shadowy visage and eyes ablaze with wicked fervor. This, indeed, was the clandestine gathering place of the outer god cult. The rank of priest was a prestigious one, reserved for those of considerable power. In 2 days, as New Year's Eve approaches, the tendency of the populace to congregate in large numbers at various locales, counting down the seconds to midnight, presents us with an opportune moment to expand our congregation. One of the cult members, lowering his head, whispered, "O great priest, we have maintained a low profile recently due to the emergence of a notorious killer known as the Bloodhand Slaughterer. Lord Ming-Shi fell victim to him. Ming-Shi was a cultist slain by Chen Nian at sea, a figure of significant esteem and strength, and a potential successor for the position of priest. What is there to fear? We shall act in Chaoyang Square. To my knowledge, Chen Nian is not stationed in Chaoyang District and should be unable to thwart our grand design. Moreover, he is merely an investigator of lesser rank. Can he truly instill such dread in you? Once our plan succeeds, even those of the fifth realm will meet their demise. O great priest, you are wise. The gods are of no use. The fervor of madness endures. The gods are of no use. The fervor of madness endures. Meanwhile, on the streets of Haigang District, a girl clad in a water blue dress gazed around with a face full of wonder, as if everything captured her unparalleled attention. This girl was none other than the awakened little dragon maiden, Qianlong, from the Dragon Palace. She had concealed her dragon horns and scales with magic, appearing no different from an ordinary girl, albeit with an exceptionally beautiful visage. Beside her was a small, adorable girl, clad in a yellow athletic t-shirt and donning a black baseball cap. She strode with purpose. Ning Meng, ranked 6th in the star-picking tower, a disciple of Li Bai, had triumphed in the genius competition 3 years prior. Her striking appearance was matched only by her formidable demeanor, and the martial saint was her rather lenient mentor. "I am so hungry," Qianlong lamented, clutching her stomach. "Did you not just eat an hour ago?" Ning Meng inquired with a fierce expression. "Dragons simply have large appetites. Do not blame me. We from the star-picking tower are beings beyond the mundane, and we lack the means to treat you to a grand feast." Ning Meng cast a glance at the tea shop named Tea Words and Joy, instinctively swallowing her saliva. "How about we go find Chen Nian?" Qianlong suggested. She claimed that the atmosphere in the star-picking tower was stifling and wished to step out for some fresh air, but her true intention was to check on how that young man was faring. "Rest assured, he is doing splendidly, having even defeated 2 talented individuals." Just as the two were waiting at the crosswalk for the traffic light, a little girl suddenly dashed out into the street, right in the path of an oncoming truck laden with cargo. In the blink of an eye, Ning Meng leaped in front of the girl and delivered a powerful punch to the truck. Bang! 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 A chain reaction of collisions ensued, leaving the entire street littered with mangled vehicles. "Oh dear, perhaps I exerted a tad too much strength," Ning Meng admitted sheepishly, sticking out her tongue. News of the incident reached Chen Nian's territory in no time. "Brother Chen, there's a psychic causing a ruckus." They reportedly incapacitated all the vehicles on the street with a single punch and then fled. Who would dare to be so audacious? I shall go and investigate. Chapter 56. The frantic New Year's Eve. Chen Nian hurriedly made his way to the scene of the accident. Fortunately, it was merely a series of rear-end collisions, and no one was harmed. However, the perpetrator had managed to escape, which was intolerable. He immediately activated his flying sword in pursuit, his vision expansive, and soon caught sight of 2 figures fleeing amidst the towering buildings. "If I let you escape on my turf, what kind of reputation would I have?" Chen Nian landed on the rooftop of a high-rise, effectively blocking their path. Ling Meng rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage, only to realize that the individuals were familiar faces. Why is it you two?" Chen Nian. Qianlong stepped forward, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. "Wait a minute. You two are the hit-and-run culprits?" Chen Nian could hardly believe it. The girl was the formidable junior sister from the Zhaixing Tower, and the other was the young dragon girl with whom he had shared life-and-death experiences. "Nonsense. I only acted to save her. I simply lost control of my strength and exerted a bit too much." Ling Meng placed her hands on her hips defiantly. "So what brings you both here?" It was her concern over the malevolent energy within you constantly complaining about how dull it was on the mountain and yearning to come down. That compelled me to bring her along. Stop saying that. I never said such a thing, Chen Long quickly retorted. Her cheeks flushed crimson as two shimmering dragon scales emerged uncontrollably from her forehead. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Thank you. I'm perfectly fine. Subsequently, Chen Nian left the aftermath of the incident to the relevant authorities and took the two girls to a buffet restaurant. Welcome to the buffet. 78 per person. Take as much as you like without waste. Gazing at the myriad of delectable foods, Chen Long's eyes sparkled like sapphires. I can eat all of this. Freely? Indeed, this is a buffet. As long as you do not waste, you may indulge as you please. Heaven! The restaurant owner could scarcely have dreamt that a dragon would come to dine at his establishment. As Chen Long busied herself with collecting food, Chen Nian poured a drink for Ling Ming. Please, senior sister, don't call me that yet. You haven't even joined Jiaxing Tower. It's too early. Chen Nian smiled and replied, On that day, when I witnessed your mastery of the inch power, I realized that I have also practiced that technique. We share the same master. So, surely I may call you senior sister? You've practiced inch power? Ling Ming looked incredulous, though she held no great regard for the martial saint as a mentor. He was at least a sage, and the inch power was not something just anyone could comprehend or withstand, especially someone at the mid-stage of the mountain-moving realm. Indeed, you're just boasting. If you had practiced inch power, I would have asked Shu Wuwang to be your mentor. With a swift motion, Chen Nian formed a fist and unleashed a burst of energy into the air. Wow! Ling Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Though it was only a minor accomplishment, it was indeed inch power. For the first time, she encountered someone equally extraordinary. This fellow possessed such terrifying talent. Perhaps there was a genuine opportunity for him to join Jiaxing Tower and become her junior brother. So, is what you said earlier still valid? Chen Yin chuckled. Of course. When have I ever gone back on my word? It's merely a martial saint, Ling Ming declared, pulling out her phone to make a call. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man's voice rang with surprise. Ning Ming, my dear girl, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you. Are you perhaps eager to practice with me? Stop being so conceited, Chu Wuwang. You should come to Tianhai City. I have a splendid disciple for you. I don't want any other disciple. Enough chatter. He is no less capable than I am. If you choose not to come, do not expect your esteemed aunt to train with you in the future. All right. I shall come tomorrow to see who can compare with Ning Ming. Only you would dare to refer to yourself as aunt in front of a martial saint. This cup of peanut milk is dedicated to my senior sister. Chen Yin never anticipated that a simple outing would lead her to such a significant connection. Before long, Chen Long had set a lavish feast before them, and they began to devour the food voraciously. By the way, Chen Yin, is there anything fun to do around here? As for entertainment, tomorrow night is New Year's Eve. I cannot guarantee it will be enjoyable, but it will certainly be lively. Ning Ming, shall we go together to see it? No. Ning Ming sipped her milk tea delicately. What is so entertaining about a crowd of tens of thousands jostling about? Am I height? I will be swallowed by the sea of people in an instant. That day, I happen to be on duty. I can take you if senior sister Ning Ming agrees. All right. I shall find a place to keep an eye on you. I may not have learned much, but I certainly have picked up on humanity's less admirable habits. 2 hours later, the manager of the buffet stared in disbelief at the table piled high with plates. How could such a slender girl consume so much food? Moreover, her stomach was only slightly rounded, truly astonishing. The following evening, on New Year's Eve, people were preparing to transition from the last day of 2024 to the first day of 2025. Chen Yin met up with Yaya, bringing along Qian Long, as they set off for the large square in Chaoyang district. Who is that girl? She asked, stunning. She can't possibly be your girlfriend, right, Chen Yin? She asked my sister. Just call her Qian. Chen Yin summoned the AI, Amy, to see how the sharp-tongued artificial intelligence would assess the beauty of the little dragon girl. How would you rate her looks? Slightly inferior to Amy. It seems she is not only sharp-tongued, but also quite self-admiring. The group arrived in Chaoyang district, where they met up with two other investigators, Su Song and Zhao Lin, whom Chen Yin had encountered previously. The four split up to ensure public safety for the New Year's celebration. As time passed, and the clock inched closer to midnight, the square filled with an ever-growing crowd, nearly saturating every corner with throngs of people bustling and brushing against one another. The scale of the gathering reached tens of thousands. At the center stood a massive stone monument featuring a clock that would strike the hour. Chen Nian, does this have any special significance? Why are there so many people here? The significance lies in welcoming the new year with your closest friends, capturing a photo, and sharing it on social media to document life. The best of friends. Qianlong, Yinran chuckled softly, though unfamiliar with the concept of circle of friends. This phrase imbued the night with significance. In the four corners of the square stood four men cloaked in black. They had awaited this moment for far too long. Tonight marked the grandest display of fireworks, a time for the stars to ignite. Each of the four seized a dagger and plunged it into their own hearts. As offerings of themselves, may the chaotic flames illuminate the world. With a resounding thud, their bodies ignited in flames, sacrificing their lives to activate the nefarious formation. The scope of this array encompassed a vast square filled with thousands of souls. The unsuspecting crowd remained oblivious to the undercurrents of turmoil, eagerly commencing their countdown. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. At the moment they reached 0, the bells tolled. Countless colorful balloons ascended into the night sky, resembling splendid fireworks. The crowd jubilantly shouted Happy New Year, eagerly capturing this beautiful moment on their phones. Bang, bang, bang. Without warning, the balloons erupted into flames. 1/1000. The entire sky was suddenly illuminated by a blaze of orange-red fire. Panic ensued as people screamed and clutched their heads, bewildered by the chaos unfolding. A couple embraced tightly. Darling, I'm scared. Fear not, my love. I am here. The man comforted the woman in his arms, but suddenly, my head hurts. Oh no. The once gentle girlfriend, akin to a docile kitten, suddenly unleashed a frenzied scream, clawing at her exquisitely made-up face, howling like a deranged beast. And she was not alone. Across the square, the majority began to descend into madness. They tore at each other, struck out violently, and wailed in despair. Humanity had been extinguished. Chapter 57, one more word, and I won't hesitate to eliminate you first. Move. Chen Nian reacted swiftly, cradling Qianlong in her right arm, the blood entwining with the billboard as she propelled herself into the air. Temporarily escaping the peril, she stepped onto her flying sword, distancing herself from danger. It was the outer god cult. Chen Nian activated her earpiece. Laoya, how are you holding up? For now, I'm fine. Yiya, leveraging electromagnetic forces, clung to the exterior of a towering building, gazing at the scene below that resembled a hellish inferno, her heart gripped by trepidation. What on earth is happening? Why has it suddenly turned into this? No sooner had she spoken, when a colossal explosion of flames erupted in the center of the square. A dark, bizarre fire. The mad fire took form, manifesting as a towering figure of approximately 5 meters in height. Instantly, hundreds of nearby individuals succumbed to its influence, their pupils igniting with a mad fire. They clutched their heads in agony, collapsing to the ground as the energy emitted from their eyes flowed back to the flaming giant, empowering it. The giant swelled in size, ascending from 5 to 10 meters, its entire being ablaze in orange, yet its eyes were as black as the abyss. Suddenly, the eyes emitted laser-like flames. Those caught in its wake became acolytes of the mad fire. Within mere seconds, the number of followers surged to nearly 1,000. Thousands lay prostrate, their energy beams converging upon the fire giant, resembling an ever-blooming flower of madness. The flaming giant continued to expand. Chen Nian activated her microphone, addressing the remaining investigators. Focus your attacks on the fire giant. Understood. Yiya was the first to act. Arcs of electricity dancing across her body as she rapidly gathered lightning energy. At the moment of maximum accumulation, a coin flicked from her fingertips, propelled into the air by her thumb. Bang! The coin shot through the air like an electromagnetic projectile, striking the chest of the fire giant. However, it was as if it had fallen into an abyss, yielding no effect. The other two investigators attempted their own methods, but they paled in comparison to Yiya's efforts and were equally futile. Meanwhile, Chen Nian had drawn her bow. The blood moon bow now required only a minimal amount of blood, free from any psychological burden. Bang! A circular shockwave erupted around her. An arrow from the bow sliced through the air. Unexpectedly, the fire giant consciously raised its palm to intercept the strike mid-air. The enormous fiery hand was instantly pierced. Was it effective? No. It was regenerating. The fire giant's hand quickly restored itself to its original form. I've called for reinforcements from the Bureau. This creature is beyond our capability to handle. As the number of acolytes increased, the fire giant absorbed a tremendous amount of energy, its power now surpassing the sixth realm. We must find a way to evacuate the civilians. Otherwise, the infected will multiply and the fire giant will grow ever more formidable. Having absorbed the strength of over 1,000 people, its power has already exceeded the sixth realm. The scene was teeming with tens of thousands of people. Should they all succumb to the infection and become fervent adherents of the fire, supplying energy to the colossal flame giant, who could fathom the monstrous terror it might unleash? Yet, those outside, untouched by the infection, were also spiraling into madness. A multitude attacked one another, engaging in self-destruction with no intention of fleeing the area. At that moment, Qianlong spoke. Her pupils shimmered with an enigmatic hue, revealing faint red patterns on the ground that wove together into a vast formation. This area had been ensnared by a malevolent array, rendering ordinary individuals incapable of resistance, thus stripping them of their sanity. Clearly, this was a premeditated act of terror. Let me descend. I can harness the power of the earth's veins to combat the malevolent array. You? That is far too perilous. Chen Nian was acutely aware of Qianlong's significance. She was a true dragon that even the star-picking towers sought to protect. Should she fall victim to the taint of the evil god's power, it would spell disaster for the entire world. I am fully aware of the risks. Furthermore, this is not to save others, but merely to assist you. Qianlong leaped from midair, half crouching on the ground, murmuring in cryptic dragon script. Instantly, a pale blue light radiated outward from her, and soon, the frenzied individuals around began to regain their composure, seemingly returning to lucidity. Some of those who recovered desperately fled outward, clearing a vacuum around them. Just then, over 100 individuals infected by the madness turned their twisted necks to fixate on Chen Nian and Qianlong, their pupils ablaze with demonic fire. Stop the transmission of fire. D. Kill them, kill them. The throng surged forth like a horde of infected zombies. Chen Nian knew she must protect Qianlong. Danlang, emerge. The formidable red-eyed black wolf materialized beside her. Kill. With the command given, Tan Lang leapt forth, swiftly obliterating the head of a mad cultist with a single bite. As a magical beast, it was impervious to any abnormal states. Tan Lang plunged into the fray, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter, its movements as swift as lightning, its combat prowess astonishing. The entire horde of cultists was decimated, none managing to approach Chen Nian and Qianlong. Before Chen Nian could issue another command, it began to devour the fallen corpses. At that moment, the flame giant's gaze locked onto Qianlong. From its abyss-like eyes, an energy cannon was poised to unleash. Boom! The energy cannon pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, a petite figure darted out from the side, raising her fist to shatter the cannon mid-flight. The embodiment of violent aesthetics, the little girl, Ning Ming. Protect her. I shall confront it. With that, Ning Ming surged forth like a cannonball, landing a devastating blow that shattered much of the flame giant's head. Yet, in less than 2 seconds, it regained its form. Even someone as strong as Ning Ming could only delay it, incapable of delivering a fatal strike. Moments later, 1,000 to 2,000 individuals had regained their senses and fled the square. However, her powers were limited to the vicinity of Qianlong. They could not extend further. Cough. Cough. Qianlong clutched her chest, coughing incessantly, her complexion taking on a sickly pallor, clearly having reached her limit. How are you? Me fine. My strength cannot fully suppress the evil formation. But just now, I sensed 4 special energy points. They must be the key nodes. If we destroy the nodes, we can dismantle the formation. Take me there. Following Qianlong's guidance, Chen Nian ventured forth, and indeed, discovered something amiss in a narrow alley. A cultist of the evil deity was kneeling on the ground, engulfed in flames. The ground beneath him was marked by an eye-catching dark red magic circle, unmistakably a node. Clang! The sound of the blade resonated. Chen Nian suddenly thrust his sword into the ground, but to his surprise, it was repelled. No, the nodes are interconnected. They must be destroyed simultaneously, or it will be futile, Qianlong urged urgently. Chen Nian took to his flying sword, scanning the positions of the 4 nodes with his terminal, recording their locations. He called over 3 other investigators. Here are 4 coordinates, each representing a node. 1 for each of you. Follow my command to destroy them simultaneously, and those people will awaken. Yaya replied, All right, I'll take the upper left. Zhao Lin added, The lower left is mine. However, another investigator, Su Song, voiced his dissent. Are you crazy? I've already contacted the Bureau. We are to wait for reinforcements in a safe location and cannot act recklessly. Of course, his reluctance stemmed not from obedience, but from fear. Charging in under these circumstances posed great risks, and he had no desire to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. Yet he also did not wish to see Chen Nian take credit for success, especially since Chen Nian had been brought in as support. He was the station officer for Chaoyang District. Thinking that without him, the plan would falter, he was taken aback when Chen Nian disregarded him entirely. I'll handle the 2 nodes on the right. Prepare for action. Did you not understand my words? The Bureau has instructed us not to act recklessly. Chen Nian, on what grounds do you presume to command us? Before he could finish, Su Song was struck and sent flying. Chen Nian stepped on Su Song's chest, forcefully shoving a bloodied pacifier into his mouth. Suck on that tightly, lest you call for your mother in fear later. One more word, and I won't hesitate to end you. Chapter 58, Shattered by a Single Arrow. The formation is breached with Chen Nian's foot pressing him to the ground. Su Song felt a chill run down his spine, silenced by fear. He sensed that if he uttered even a single word more, Chen Nian would not hesitate to take lethal action. Yaya thought to herself, this is truly Chen Nian. He may laugh and joke with friends in everyday life, but when the moment is critical, he reveals why he is known as the bloodied executioner. Having a friend like him instills a profound sense of reliability and security, for he never falters in crucial moments. Unlike Su Song, who is paralyzed by fear when tasked with a perilous mission, taking action, Chen Nian shared the coordinates with Yi Yaya and Zhao Lin. There were 4 focal points in total. The 2 of them would handle 2, while he would tackle the remaining 2. Chen Nian soared into the air on his sword, taking Qianlong with him. On the main battlefield, reinforcements from 749 had arrived, comprising advanced investigators of the 5th and even 6th realms. B-Class Investigator Gua Hao had reached the scene. B-Class Investigator Jiang Yun had also arrived, awaiting orders from headquarters. The command center relayed, the massive pyro titan in the center is continuously infecting ordinary people and expanding. Attempt to subdue it. Understood. Exercise caution. If the pyro fire penetrates your body, you too will be infected. Roger that. Several high-ranking investigators launched an assault on the pyro titan. Heavenly Frost Palm. Vast red spear. Waves of powerful attacks bombarded the pyro titan. However, even Ning Meng was unable to destroy this creature, let alone them. At the command center, it was reported, this entity is far too large, and its regeneration rate is alarmingly fast. Our attacks are ineffective. Be careful. Guahao was contacting the command center and failed to notice the sudden emergence of several fiery tendrils from the ground. Caught off guard, the tendrils ensnared his body. As they tightened, one tendril penetrated his mouth. Help! Save me! The others rushed over and swiftly severed the fiery tendrils. Hey, are you all right? After a moment of silence, Guahao suddenly broke into a grin. Of course, I'm fine. In fact, I feel incredible and unprecedented sensation akin to rebirth. Is this the power of the pyro fire? His pupils ignited with a demonic flame. Be careful. He's been infected. A typical person, even one of the 5th realm, would lose control immediately upon pyro fire infection. Chen Nian's case was a rare exception. Few would believe such an account. At the command center, it was reported, Guahao has lost control, awaiting instructions. Eliminate him on the spot. Infection by the pyro fire is irrevocable, unless one possesses true dragon blood and a murderous intent to barely suppress it. There is a saying, a darkened heart is tenfold stronger, while a redeemed one is weakened by a third. Infected, Guahao became unrestrained and utterly frenzied. The power of the demon surged within him, enhancing his combat prowess instantaneously. A pair of blazing wings sprouted from his back. At that moment, a petite figure suddenly teleported next to Guahao and kicked him away like a cannonball. It was none other than Ningmeng. Guahao was forcefully smashed against the outer wall of the adjacent skyscraper. In the next instant, Ningmeng teleported before him once more, her fingers clenched into a fist. The technique cracked the sea. Bang! Guahao was instantaneously reduced to mere pulp. Thanks to her mastery of the technique's power, Ningmeng refrained from turning the towering structure behind him into ruins. What a nuisance! The troubles of 749 still required her intervention. Yet, even she wore an unprecedentedly grave expression on her delicate face. She could not extinguish this fiery giant. She could only strive to delay its movements. If any of the senior brothers or sisters from the star-picking tower were present, they might have easily vanquished it. She still lacked sufficient strength. The 749 command center was in utter chaos. Several large screens barely pieced together revealed the form of the raging giant, indicating just how immensely it had expanded. If this continued, with thousands potentially infected, its power could very well engulf the entire Tianhai city. Most individuals had merely succumbed to madness and were not infected. What force was controlling them? The source must be identified, and a means to awaken the masses and evacuate the area devised. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. To trace the root cause, a perception-type ability user was required. The nearest investigator with such powers was en route. The deputy director, fuming, slammed his fist onto the command platform. At that moment, a voice connected to the command station. Investigator Chen Nian was preparing to dismantle the formation and had reached the focal point. Chen Nian, how'd he find it? That's impossible. He isn't even a perception-type user. The personnel in the command tower exchanged bewildered glances. The deputy director, however, held no doubts. He had absolute faith in Chen Nian's abilities. Chen Nian, feel free to request any assistance you need. There's a focal point that remains unattended. I've sent back its location information. Find a way to destroy it. Understood. I'll dispatch a drone immediately. Soon, a drone equipped with explosives soared into the night sky, heading towards the location specified by Chen Nian. On the public channel, Chen Nian issued commands. On my mark, count down from 10 and simultaneously destroy the 4 focal points. Received, responded Yi Yaya and others. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8, 7. At that moment, an unexpected twist occurred. The drone was struck by a force from the ground, detonating in midair. The assailant was none other than investigator Su Song. Negative emotions render individuals more susceptible to the corruption of the malevolent deity's power. After Chen Nian had trampled his pride earlier, Su Song's negativity had swollen to its peak. Now, having succumbed to the deity's influence, he had embraced madness. Through the earphones, his voice echoed, both deranged and frenzied. You wish to destroy it? I shall guard it with my life. With me here, don't even think about claiming credit. Command platform. That lunatic has lost it. He stands right in front of the focal point. All the bomb-laden drones have been shot down. What to do now? Is there anyone else available for support? The remaining investigators were engaged in combat with the flame giant, temporarily unable to divide their attention. At this moment, Chen Nian's voice resonated once more. It was of no consequence. The countdown continued. Chen Nian, are the 4 focal points not meant to be destroyed simultaneously? Nevertheless, proceed. Chen Nian poised himself in midair upon his flying sword, bending his bow and drawing the string, aiming into the distance. Countless droplets of blood converged, coalescing into a crimson arrow. The current blood moon bow required only 20 of his blood, yet should he choose to increase the blood expenditure, the arrow's power would amplify. 60%. Threefold might. 3, 2, 1. Strike. The instant the countdown concluded, Chen Nian released his grip. Boom! The arrow pierced the void. A beam of red light rent the night, instantly magnifying in Su Song's gaze. Impossible. Boom! The ground erupted, creating a massive crater. Su Song was obliterated by the arrow, leaving no trace, and the focal point behind him was similarly annihilated. Chen Nian promptly descended, plunging his blade into the second focal point. Simultaneously, Yi Yaya shattered the third focal point with thunderous force. Zhao Lin also destroyed the fourth focal point. The grand array that enveloped thousands was thereby dismantled. Overy! The crowd at the command post erupted in exclamations. This was an utterly incredible feat, hitting the focal point from a kilometer away while simultaneously dispatching the tainted traitor. How satisfying! With the array dismantled, the security team was swiftly summoned to disperse the crowd. In no time, a large number of people were evacuated. However, the crisis was far from over. The frenzied fire giant, having absorbed the strength of thousands of devotees, loomed as colossal as a skyscraper. Even Ning Meng and several formidable members of the 749 could no longer contain it. Chapter 59. Activation of the orbital weapon. The final 2 minutes. Haha. It has come to this. No one can halt it now. In the heart of the flame giant, the priest of the outer god cult erupts into maniacal laughter. The chaotic fire demon, sequence 015, the chaotic fire titan, Scarcely. This is a summoning spell. By harnessing its own essence, it calls forth the malevolent deity Scarcely, capable of devouring the power of all surrounding devotees to exponentially amplify its own strength. Hence, they chose to gather in the most populous locale on New Year's Eve, embrace death, welcome the chaotic fire, and attain rebirth. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying energy beams scatter throughout the city. Its range of devastation has transcended the square. A skyscraper a kilometer away is reduced to rubble in an instant. People scream in panic and flee, with smoke billowing across the city. Command center. We cannot maintain control. Casualties are escalating rapidly. Nearly 5,000 individuals have already succumbed to the chaotic fire's corruption, continuously feeding power to that flame giant. Damn it. Can this monster grow stronger indefinitely? This is outrageous. What shall we do? Deputy Director. Deputy Director Yi sits at the command console, his eyes reflecting the inferno on the large screen, hands clasped beneath his chin, silent. Are there no practitioners from the surrounding spiritual sects willing to intervene? Who would dare to engage with those lunatics? A moment's inattention could lead to infection, resulting in certain death. They are too busy hiding to act. Those selfish scoundrels. S-Class Investigator Wei Tianhu is en route, expected to arrive in 10 minutes. But at this rate, every second claims more lives. The Deputy Director speaks gravely. Amy, verify the authorization and activate Apocalypse. Command received. Authorization verified. Apocalypse is initiating. Deputy Director. You. That is Apocalypse. Apocalypse, the near-Earth orbital cannon, the space-based weapon of Division 749. At this moment, in the expanse of space 2,000 kilometers above the surface, the satellite cannon has officially engaged, its technologically advanced barrel slowly rotating, aiming at a specified location. Targeting complete. Lock acquired. Charging current energy 1, 2, 3. Estimated energy threshold in 2 minutes at this moment. Chen Nian receives a communication from Division 749. Everyone, evacuate immediately. The area within 300 meters of the square is about to be bombarded by the orbital weapon. Repeat. All personnel must evacuate at once. An orbital weapon? Chen Nian instinctively looks up at the sky. Does this mean that a cannon is already aimed at this location? The 300-meter radius is sufficient to obliterate the flame giant and the thousands of infected devotees. Chen Nian, the Public Security Bureau has retreated. We must leave as well. Yi Yaya rushes over to remind him. The orbital weapon, will it not annihilate the entire area? Zhao Lin gazed upon the square engulfed in flames. There were still thousands who had not been infected, merely rendered unconscious amidst the earlier chaos. What will become of them? It seemed the authorities intended to abandon them to prevent a wider tragedy, Chen Nian mused. How could this be? The remaining support agents from the 749 investigation team began to withdraw as well. What are you still doing? Hurry and leave. This situation is beyond our control. Ning Meng also retreated to Qianlong's side, her delicate visage smudged with soot, yet her resolve remained unyielding. ready to fight once more. Don't go, senior sister. This area is about to be completely obliterated. Damn it. This creature has had its head blown off by my lady several times already, yet refuses to perish. Qianlong whispered, I can sense. There is indeed a person, or rather an energy core, controlling that flame from within. Inside? Don't jest. Even battling it from outside requires utmost caution. Who could possibly venture into that inferno? Indeed. Entering will be tantamount to seeking death. Perhaps one would be infected before even locating the core. Even someone as fearless as Ningmeng Wu Ti dare claim they could emerge unscathed, let alone anyone else. At that moment, Chen Nian spoke up. I'll give it a try. He was the only one who had been infected by the flame, yet could still exert control. An unparalleled exception. All eyes turned to Chen Nian. Have you lost your mind, Chen Nian? Hurry and leave. Yi tugged at him, desperate to pull him away. I'm serious. Chen Nian activated his microphone. Command Center, grant me 2 minutes. I will attempt to destroy that thing. You, Chen Nian, what are you planning to do? Don't act recklessly. Just 2 minutes. I'm confident. The personnel at the command center exchanged glances with the deputy director, awaiting his command. The deputy director clenched his fists. All personnel at the scene restrained the flame giant's movements to minimize damage. We will commence a 2-minute countdown. Everyone must evacuate after 2 minutes. Amy, halt the operations of the apocalypse. As Chen Nian took a few steps forward, his clothing was seized by Qianlong. Return alive. Rest assured. With that, Chen Nian charged towards the flame giant. Along the way, he deftly dodged several beams of light, until he vanished entirely into the inferno. How dare he? All the investigators present were left in astonishment. Consumed by the flame? Wasn't he effectively guaranteed to be infected? Didn't he fear death? For the final 2 minutes, the battle persisted. Charge! The investigators launched another assault against the flame giant, and Ningmeng also propelled herself forward, being the only one capable of directly confronting the giant's attacks. Chen Nian enveloped himself in a blood barrier and surged into the fire. Yet the formidable blood shield, typically a bastion of defense, evaporated rapidly within the flames. At this rate, he would meet his end in less than half a minute. If that is the case, then let fire combat fire. In the sequence of slaughter, 045, blood flame, the external blood was entirely transformed by Chen Nian into a blazing crimson fire, fiercely burning upon the surface of his body. This flame could not be easily extinguished and served as a formidable barrier against the chaotic fire. At last, he had attained a fundamental capacity for movement. However, this defense was not without its imperfections. Some of the chaotic fire still crept up his body, igniting a tumult within his nerves. Were anyone else, they would have succumbed to madness. Yet Chen Nian persevered, having endured such a state once before. Within him, the lingering blood of the true dragon exerted its influence. A torrent of power surged into the myriad spiritual orifices throughout his body, significantly enhancing his spirit, will, physique, and spiritual energy. In this heightened state, he finally beheld a shadow, none other than the priest who had initiated the incantation. I have found you. The priest, too, recognized him, disbelief etched across his face. No, it cannot be. You have come this far and still resist the encroachment of the chaotic fire. Monster, you are a true monstrosity. Chen Nian grinned. Devourer, eliminate him. Dark energy manifested, transforming into a towering black wolf with red eyes, standing 2 meters tall. As a magical beast, it could disregard the chaotic fire entirely. The devourer leaped forth, a streak of darkness flashing by, swiftly severing the priest's arm. In a second assault, it tore away a significant chunk of flesh from his thigh, exposing stark white bone. The priest, striving to maintain the fiery giant, was utterly incapable of resisting the internal onslaught. No one could stop me. Then, we shall perish together. With my bloodied form, I shall illuminate the world. He intended to command the fiery giant to self-destruct. Chapter 60. The Second Divine Aspect. The Dragon God. Chen Nian had long been mentally prepared for this. This group of psychologically deranged cultists, when faced with death, always resorted to some bizarre antics. The greedy wolf. In the next instant, the greedy wolf severed the priest's neck in one swift bite. As anticipated, the chaotic fire within him was expanding rapidly, ready to explode. It consumed him. The greedy wolf treated the severed neck like a bowl, greedily sucking as if drawing marrow from bones, completely devouring all the chaotic fire energy within him without suffering any repercussions. Such was the nature of the beast, known as the Celestial Killer. The head that rolled onto the ground stared incredulously at this scene, finally departing from the world with its eyes wide open. With the priest's demise, the towering inferno, nearly 100 meters high, instantaneously collapsed. Blood Harvest Feast activated. Blood Strength 10. Divine Gift received. The substantial increase in blood strength was due to the priest having absorbed a significant amount of energy from his followers, rendering him extraordinarily powerful. Chen Nian effectively eliminated him across several grand realms. However, Chen Nian had no leisure to relish the fruits of victory. As the efficacy of the dragon blood power waned, he could no longer resist the encroachment of the chaotic fire, and within his pupils, traces of demonic flames began to flicker. Outside, look, the flame giant is disintegrating. What is happening? It's Chen Nian. That lad succeeded. He entered alone and resolved the core of the flame giant? Unbelievable. Yaya hurriedly contacted the command center. Hello, the flames are actually dissipating. Chen Nian has succeeded. On the command center's large screen, the flame giant was visibly collapsing. The deputy director immediately ordered, Amy, cancel the Apocalypse launch. Canceling launch command. Everyone in the command center breathed a sigh of relief. They never expected he would truly accomplish it. Had the Apocalypse been launched, the area would have been instantly reduced to ruins, claiming thousands of innocent lives. A miracle. It was nothing short of a miracle, in contrast to the jubilance of others. Deputy Ye's expression remained solemn. That lad ventured into the heart of the chaotic fire giant and even vanquished the enemy. Could he truly emerge unscathed? Qianlong's pupils flickered with fiery light. She was not concerned with the monumental achievement Chen Nian had accomplished or how many lives he had saved, but rather, whether he was safe. Just as she prepared to rush in, she was seized by Ning Meng, who grasped her arm. It's dangerous to go in now. We must wait. No more waiting. Qianlong broke free from Ning Meng's grasp, her body enveloped in a protective aura of water spirit energy, and she charged directly into the still smoldering flames. Damn it, fool. Soon, she found Chen Nian. At that moment, he was half kneeling on the ground, clutching his head in anguish, one pupil bloodshot while the other blazed with demonic fire. It was evident he was forcefully suppressing his murderous intent, but teetering on the brink of losing control. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianlong sliced open her wrist, releasing a cascade of vibrant droplets of blood. Just as she intended to guide the blood beads into Chen Nian's mouth, an unexpected large hand seized her throat with such force that its fingers seemed to sink into her flesh. Should Chen Nian succumb to the corruption of the demonic fire, the first to be slain would undoubtedly be Qianlong. The reason was simple. The demonic fire was an outer god, while Qianlong, as the last true dragon in the world, represented the local deity of Daxia, the dragon god. If the outer god sought to invade this realm, it must first obliterate the indigenous deities. Aware of the peril in approaching Chen Nian, she nevertheless plunged forward without hesitation. For Chen Nian had once offered her the same protection. At last, the series of blood beads was successfully transferred into Chen Nian's mouth. The power of dragon blood spread within him, sounding the horn of counterattack and beginning to suppress the malevolent godly force within him. Only then did Chen Nian release his grip. Visible red marks from fingers appeared on Qianlong's neck as she stepped forward to embrace Chen Nian, enveloping his entire being in her gentle water spirit energy. It's all right. It's over now. Suddenly, a sharp, electric-like pain pierced her neck. Chen Nian had savored the exquisite flavor of the true dragon's blood, causing a reaction within his vampire lineage, awakening his thirst for blood. Instantly, he bit into Qianlong's snow-white neck, drawing forth the essence of the true dragon's blood. Qianlong closed her eyes, enduring the tingling pain with grace. She held Chen Nian close, gently patting his back, allowing him to feed, as if comforting a grown boy. Fortunately, Chen Nian soon regained his senses and released her. Are you all right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. To his surprise, Qianlong was now languidly resting against him, a charming blush adorning her exquisite face, reaching deep into the roots of her ears, as if softened by a kiss. I merely shared a meal with you. You're really quite unreserved. She was in fact fine. The amount of blood lost was akin to a simple donation, and she would recover shortly. Her current state was purely due to embarrassment. The true dragon blood absorbed by Chen Nian this time was significantly more than before. Thanks to the influence of his vampire heritage, he could flawlessly assimilate the power of this dragon blood. His body's meridians and bones would undergo refinement, further enhancing his physical strength. The most immediate advancement was that his mastery of inch strength had progressed, at least achieving a substantial level. Suddenly, a line of text materialized before him. Divine rank dragon god has awakened. What? Chen Nian doubted his own eyes, astonished that a second divine rank was awakening. What was happening? In truth, he had stumbled upon a glitch. By a twist of fate, he had acquired the ability of vampire lineage, which perfectly allowed him to absorb dragon blood, and this time he had inadvertently consumed a significant amount. Thus, the awakening of a second divine rank occurred. No one in the world could possibly encounter such a fortuitous opportunity. More importantly, this deity belonged to Daxia, feeling far more reliable than others. The little dragon girl had bestowed upon him a magnificent gift. Please draw a sequence ability. In an instant, an array of cards swirled around Chen Nian in his mind. The familiar card drawing segment had begun. Draw as a card is unveiled. A sudden roar of a dragon reverberates through the mind. An overwhelming aura of terror surges forth. In that fleeting moment, Chen Nian seems to witness a man striking the heavens with a mighty fist, the fearsome energy resembling a colossal dragon traversing the skies, piercing through the 9 celestial layers. Dragon God Series 005, True Dragon Sacred Fist, primary effect. A single punch unleashing the dragon across the heavens, boundless power. This ability, if synergized with my inch force, could it not transcend the original martial sage and transform into the true dragon? Inch force? Fortunately, this time the harvest was bountiful. Otherwise, risking one S life would have been utterly unjustifiable. Just then, S-rank investigator Wei Tianhu arrived. He is a formidable figure clad in tactical gear, known for his ruthless iron fist. Boom! Upon his arrival, he unleashed a powerful punch from the heavens to the ground. Instantly, a vast expanse of madness fire was extinguished, and countless devotees of the madness fire were reduced to mere pulp beneath his might. Chen Nian and his companion were also laid bare before the multitude. He had thought that matters were finally resolved, and was preparing to escort Qianlong away. Yet, a fierce interrogation suddenly rang out from above. Are you even human? Ordinarily, emerging in scathe from the depths of madness fire is indeed a sign of inhumanity. Wei Tianhu's inquiry was directed squarely at Chen Nian. Chapter 61. You are indeed unworthy. The sky was overcast, and a light drizzle began to fall, though one could not tell when it had started. Are you still human? Chen Nian, having quelled a monumental catastrophe, was suddenly confronted with a question, just as he had escaped peril. Indeed, this inquiry was made out of caution. Should Chen Nian have been tainted as a follower of the malevolent deity, it could potentially lead to another disaster, hence Wei Tianhu's interrogation. Stand still. Allow me to inspect your body. Wei Tianhu ordered imperiously, towering over Chen Nian. Should he discover any anomaly in Chen Nian's physique, he would not hesitate to strike him down without mercy. Yet, Chen Nian could not permit such an examination, for within him resided the essence of the malevolent deity, albeit one he could suppress. But others would not believe such an assertion. Can you truly suppress it? What if one day you cannot? Would that not render you a ticking time bomb? Caught in a dilemma, he retorted, Do you think I appear unlike a normal person? Speak not of trivialities. Whether you are normal or not shall be defined by me. Should you resist, I will not hesitate to employ force to compel your submission. Upon uttering these words, the terrifying aura of the earthly realm was unleashed. He was indeed the strongest among them. And you think you are worthy? Chen Nian's gaze turned icy. I acknowledge your past merits, but accolades do not grant you immunity from death. This is the final warning. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed from behind. You are indeed unworthy. Like an ancient bell, the voice reverberated in the air. Who? Wei Tianhu turned abruptly, clearly taken aback, for the voice was directed at him. He beheld two figures approaching. One was a diminutive girl, while the other was a rugged middle-aged man, his fists wrapped in bandages and clad in lightweight martial attire. It was he who had spoken. Zhu, Senior Chu. Wei Tianhu immediately descended from the air, respectfully cupping his hands in greeting, his voice trembling slightly. He was one of the 7 saints of the age, the martial saint Chu Wuwang. Previously, Ningming had mentioned introducing him to a promising disciple, and he had indeed arrived just in time. What? Do you take issue with my declaration that you are unworthy? Chu Wuwang responded. Senior Chu, this is an internal matter of the 749 Bureau. I implore you not to interfere. Wei Tianhu spoke in a low tone. Begone. You dare to lay a hand on my disciple and expect me to stand idly by? Who do you think you are? Feeling a bit too bold, are we? Disciple? Wei Tianhu's body trembled. Chu Wuwang furrowed his brow at the darkening clouds above, suddenly raising his bandaged fist and striking the sky. Boom! The force of his strike shattered the ominous clouds, and the rain ceased. Gome, if you can withstand a single punch from me, I shall allow you to dispose of my disciple as you see fit. Wei Tianhu, how many can withstand a punch from you? Damn, not daring to utter a word? Then be gone. Ningming also called out to Chen Nian. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry over here. Chen Nian and Qianlong supported each other as they approached. Ningming, hands on her hips, wore an expression of pride, as if to declare, isn't my promise to you fulfilled? Let us go. Chu Wuwang asked no further questions, his aura swirling with energy, and in an instant, they vanished, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Particularly, Yi felt an overwhelming shock. She had thought herself the foremost insider at 749, only to discover that Chen Nian had become a disciple of the martial sage. What twist! That was a 10-realm saint. Can one simply take on disciples at will? This was something coveted by countless individuals. In the future, if any powerful figures wished to target Chen Nian, they would not only have to consider the 749 Bureau, but also the formidable martial sage backing him. At the very least, those from the older generation, who aspired to navigate the spiritual energy world, could no longer bully Chen Nian with impunity. On another front, Chen Nian and his companions were led to a mountain peak by Chu Wuwang. Thank you for the rescue, Senior. Chen Nian clasped his fists in gratitude. Ningming, this lad possesses something extraordinary within him. Chu Wuwang merely brushed against Chen Nian, sensing the malevolent energy within him, his thick brows knitting together. Though he had a few quirks, he was capable of suppressing that power, just as he had done this time, when it seemed the lad would surely perish. Wait a moment, little dragon girl. What on earth is that red bite mark on your neck? Chen Nian felt embarrassed and refrained from speaking. Having indeed drawn blood from Qianlong instinctively, Qianlong covered her neck, her face flushed as she defended herself. It was an accident. I got bitten. By whom? Chen Nian, you didn't drink her blood, did you? Are you some sort of vampire? Ningming scolded, giving him a playful kick. It was my idea. Don't blame him. Qianlong stepped in to defend Chen Nian. Ningming shot her a glare and raised her delicate fist in a mock threat. Just don't let me catch you, or I'll give you a beating. Alriket, Zuwang interjected Ningming. I am only concerned with one thing. You claim his talent is on par with yours. Is that true? He knows your inch force. He knows inch force? I don't believe it. I did leave a manual on the inch force technique at 749, but it's not something a kid of his level can learn. Initially, I too was skeptical. Chen Nian, show this old man what you can do. Chu Wuwang pointed to a tree 10 meters away. If you can only muster a breeze that barely stirs the leaves, that doesn't count as inch force. I would be embarrassed to say it. If you can shatter that tree, then you pass. The others looked at Chen Nian, eagerly anticipating his demonstration. Taking a deep breath, he settled into a stance. Fingers extended forward. Suddenly, the spiritual energy from his limbs surged, coalescing in his fist, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Simultaneously, the ability True Dragon Sacred Fist was activated. This combination technique was named True Dragon Inch Force, Mountain Shatter. Boom! With this single punch, an indistinct azure dragon materialized. In an instant, Nearly 100 trees before him were obliterated. Ningming, Zhu Wan. At this moment, both individuals, one large and one small, widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed ahead. What on earth is this inch power? Why does it differ so from my own? To unleash such terrifying fist strength at the mountain-moving realm cannot be merely termed as genius. It is the manifestation of an utter monstrosity. Chu Wang stood in a daze for quite some time, managing to utter only 2 words. Impressive. Ningming was left speechless, exclaiming, but how does your inch power still possess the essence of dragon energy, exuding such formidable might? Chen Nian chuckled softly. I initially intended to experiment with the fusion of 2 techniques. I never anticipated such overwhelming power. Young lad, your name is Chen Nian, is it not? From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Chu Wang. Chen Nian clasped his fists, responding, I pay my respects to my master. He then turned to Ningming with a smile. Does this mean I can now rightfully call you senior sister? TSK, how fortunate for the old man, Chu. Yet you are only worthy enough to be my second master. Chu Wang was overjoyed. Being deemed the second master by Ningming was a tremendous stroke of luck. And to his surprise, he was doubly blessed with an extraordinary disciple. Young lad, allow me to present you with a token of our first meeting. Oh, a token from the martial sage? Chen Nian's anticipation began to rise. Chapter 62. The meeting gift of the martial saint. What could the martial saint's meeting gift be? Chen Nian's heart raced with anticipation, believing it should be remarkable. Before him, Chu Wang opened his palm, revealing a pitch-black elixir that instantly appeared, emitting a potent fragrance infused with an overwhelming aura. It was akin to a ferocious beast charging forth. The martial body sculpting pill, being designated as a martial saint. It is only natural that I tread the path of martial prowess and physical cultivation, distinct from the ostentatious techniques of sorcery. It embodies the principle of shattering myriad forms through sheer strength. Upon consuming this pill, it will automatically refine your meridians, bones, and muscles, granting you a more solid foundation. As my disciple, a weak foundation is unacceptable. Do not be deceived by its appearance. This pill has been meticulously crafted by my own hands. A treasure unattainable in the 749th district. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Nian gladly accepted the elixir. It was indeed a precious gem. You, young lad, are also a chosen one. Within you flows a potent dragon energy, capable of refining your physique even further. With this pill as an aid, who knows what monstrous constitution you may cultivate. If you ever cross paths with the disciples of the Sword Saint, let them spar with you, and make sure to bring honor to me. Chu Wang brimmed with anticipation for Chen Nian's future. Previously, he had envied the Sword Saint and the Tao Saint for their possession of exceptionally gifted disciples, while he had never found one worthy of his attention until he encountered Ningming. Alas, Ningming was a disciple of Mr. Li, and no one in the world could compete with Li Bai for a disciple. The fists of the martial saint, the sword of the sword saint, and the indifference of Li Bai to the world, they were the foremost. Should Li Bai choose to engage with the world, the others would merely be second. Now, with Chen Nian as his disciple, even if Chen Nian were to enter the star-picking tower in the future, I, Chu Wang, would be his master, while Li Bai would take the role of the second master. Delightful. Young lad, I see your actions are quite audacious. Let me bestow upon you a life-saving trump card. With that, Chu Wang pointed at Chen Nian's forehead, unleashing a surge of hidden energy within him. You are currently at the mountain-moving stage. Should you activate this energy, you could easily vanquish foes at the Sun Celestial stage, though it comes at the cost of inflicting internal injuries upon yourself. Use it only in dire situations. Essentially, this meant that Chen Nian could potentially defeat opponents 4 realms above him, a terrifying prospect. Following this, Chen Nian added Ningming and Chu Wang as friends, facilitating future communication. Well then, I must return to the star-picking tower. If my senior brothers and sisters discover that I brought the little dragon girl out for an adventure, I might face their reprimands. Little did she know what extraordinary individuals resided within the star-picking tower. Even Ningming had to bow her head in deference. It was likely that anyone within that realm could lead the era with their exceptional talents. At that moment, Chen Nian's paramount objective was to become the foremost individual in the Genius Club and gain entry into the star-picking tower. As they prepared to part ways, Ningming noticed that Qianlong had something to say. "All right, I'll give you 1 minute. Speak your mind swiftly." Chu Wang inquired, "What is it?" Ningming playfully nudged the martial saint backward. "Step aside. Do you understand?" On the cliff, only Chen Nian and Qianlong remained. "I am ready to depart. Take care of yourself." Qianlong stood beneath the luminous moonlight, the gentle breeze rustling her silver tresses. Her exquisite features were enveloped in a veil of pure silver radiance, a sight so breathtaking it could steal one's breath away. "Take care. Do you have no other words to share? Come visit me when you have the chance. I shall treat you to a buffet." Chen Nian smiled. "That is a promise. No deceiving long." "What do you mean by pointing your finger?" The little dragon maiden blinked curiously. "A pinky swear for 100 years signifies a commitment to keep one's word." "Why 100 years?" "Because a person can live for no more than a century, which equates to a lifetime of promises kept." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Qianlong's eyes dimmed slightly. A century is not particularly long for her, yet once that time has passed, wouldn't all those she knows be gone? She did not wish to witness Chen Nian's demise. Chen Nian smiled reassuringly. "However, spirit users are exceptions. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. It is said that saints can live for several centuries. Yet I have heard that dragon blood can extend one's life." No sooner had the words left her lips than Qianlong prepared to bite her finger. "What are you doing? Just let me feed you some dragon blood, and you can treat me to meals in the future." "I was merely jesting, silly dragon." Villain." A voice called from behind. It was Ningming, prompting Qianlong to take her leave. After walking a few paces, she suddenly turned back and shouted, "Chen Nian, you must become a saint in the future." With that, she followed the path illuminated by the moonlight, catching up to Ningming. Chen Nian first swallowed the martial saint's body refinement pill. Soon, she could distinctly feel a sharp pain coursing through her meridians and bones. The pill was refining her body, akin to becoming stronger even in slumber. Indeed, it was a remarkable substance. Following that fierce battle, Chen Nian's level had risen significantly, advancing from level 54 to level 76. Next, she opened the divine gifts she had previously received. Instantly, 3 options appeared before her. 1. Blood strength 3-2. Blood regeneration speed 5-3. Resistance to the madness of the evil god 10. Upon seeing the third option, Chen Nian's eyes brightened. An option that could permanently increase resistance had emerged. If the resistance could stack to 100, wouldn't the madness be rendered ineffective against me? It's a 3-for-3 choice. Resistance to the madness of the evil god 10. Subsequently, Chen Nian glanced at her abilities. Kill sequence 003 Blood Monarch, 007 Beastly Greed Wolf, 009 Infinite Slaughter Realm, 015 Blood Moon Great Bow of Ratani, 032 Death Chain of Hour, 045 Blood Flame Dragon God Sequence, 005 True Dragon Sacred Fist. In addition, she possessed her own cultivated swordsmanship and inch strength, rendering her combat skills quite abundant. One could say that not even in the mountain-moving realm would she find herself at a disadvantage. She would be invincible even in the sky-breaking realm. "Hello," Yaya contacted her. "May I inquire if this is the esteemed martial saint's disciple?" Chen Nian? Chen Nian replied, "I sense a hint of sarcasm in your tone. The Bureau has summoned us to return and report on our tasks, while also bestowing rewards for our efforts. This time, my dear sister has certainly benefited from your achievements. Should we not treat you with the utmost respect, esteemed disciple of the martial sage? If I hear any more nonsense, I might just have to give you a playful smack. Truly, as the revered disciple of the martial sage, you dare to jest with me in such a manner. We'll come next. Enough of the jesting. Let's find a place to gather and return to 749. Chapter 63. Heal thyself first. That I may observe, Chen Nian returned to the 749 Bureau and completed the mission report. Shortly thereafter, an announcement was made. Investigator Chen Nian has single-handedly saved thousands of lives, awarded with a special merit. Contribution points, 200. The forum of Bureau 749 erupted in excitement. He was merely a D-level investigator and had already received his second special merit. Was it even fair to continue playing? Chen Nian, a poet? Being in the same cohort made me feel utterly inadequate. Let's not forget, he is currently a publicly acknowledged disciple of the martial sage. Perhaps it is best not to compare ourselves. As for whether Chen Nian had been tainted by the powers of the evil god, surely the martial sage would be aware. There was no need for others to fret over it. In the following 2 days, Chen Nian remained in the bureau, preparing to absorb the full potency of the elixir before venturing out for new missions. Unexpectedly, a task to enter the reverse world was announced. Mission received: subdue the designated demon. Teleportation countdown: 2400 hours, 00. Chen Nian relished the subjugation task. Defeating a monster was a splendid opportunity. He would soon re-enter the long-awaited reverse world, where his physique would be greatly enhanced, an opportune moment to test his abilities. Meanwhile, in Just City, a certain art exhibition hall, Lu Lin was engaged in a rather peculiar task. Case file number, CD 9322. Location, Just City, high-tech zone, art exhibition hall. Overview. During an art exhibition 3 days prior, the real-time attendance was recorded at 190 individuals by 2 p.m. However, none of them emerged thereafter. Astonishingly, all 190 individuals vanished mysteriously from the exhibition hall. Mission objective: investigate the cause of the mass disappearance of visitors within the gallery. 3 investigators were assigned to this task: 2 D-level investigators, including Lu Lin, and 1 C-level investigator, the team leader Lin Sun, a formidable warrior of the Starry Realm. The art hall was cordoned off, prohibiting entry to all except for the investigators of Bureau 749. The gallery was brightly lit, adorned with various artworks, yet there was no sign of abnormality. How could 190 people simply evaporate into thin air? The team dispersed to search for clues, ensuring communication remained clear for any developments. Lin Sun directed, and thus, the trio began their separate explorations. Lu Lin arrived at the central exhibition hall, standing quietly before a colossal mural titled Village and Monster. The artwork depicted a shattered village where numerous figures fled in terror, pursued by a massive, pitch-black creature. The sight was somewhat unsettling. However, the indifferent girl was not afraid. Her curiosity was piqued. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the figures in the painting wore a hodgepodge of attire. Some donned elegant dresses, others sported modern sweatshirts, while some were clad in suits and leather shoes, and others in casual sportswear. Which artist could create such a stylistically disjointed piece? The signature read, "The Painter." Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly echoed from behind her. Beautiful Mississippi Lu Lin suddenly turned around, an aura of chilling energy coiling around her. Behind her stood a tall, slender man clad in a white magician's attire. "I am delighted to see someone appreciate my work. I am the artist, the creator of this painting." Just as Lu Lin was about to contact the other two, the enormous artwork behind her erupted with a terrifying suction, engulfing her like a vortex. The painting, previously depicting 190 figures, now became home to 191. Lu Lin, please respond, Lu Lin. The other two rushed to the scene, finding no trace of Lu Lin, only sensing the lingering chill in the air. What was happening? Her communication had been severed. How could this be? Both investigators were gripped by an icy dread, goosebumps prickling along their spines. The disappearance of even the investigator from Unit 749 rendered the situation utterly chilling. Chen Nian received unsettling news from Yaya. "Chen Nian, did you know? That emotionless ice girl from Unit 749 has gone missing during a mission." The term emotionless ice girl naturally referred to Lu Lin. She was lost. Investigators from Unit 749, tasked with probing supernatural events, could not always triumph over monsters, and there were instances of them being slain by these very creatures. What was going on? Not long ago, a mission titled The Terrifying Art Museum resulted in the disappearance of over 100 individuals. She had taken on the task to investigate and subsequently vanished herself. Of course, the surveillance footage had also malfunctioned, capturing nothing. It was all too bizarre. Nevertheless, The Bureau had suppressed the matter, wishing to avoid inciting panic. I overheard it from my father. Chen Nian furrowed his brow. The disappearance of an investigator was no trivial matter. Are you worried about her? Of course. After all, we have executed missions together. She is a friend. Do not fret. The Bureau has secretly assigned 2 senior investigators to look into it. You need not concern yourself unduly. It is a grave taboo to intervene. It would breed resentment. Yiya kindly cautioned. Very well. Since senior investigators are already on the case, I have no standing to interfere and will focus my thoughts on the reverse world mission. Countdown complete. The mission is about to commence. Do you wish to teleport? Yes. In the blink of an eye, the world transformed into chaos. Current ladder score, 1400. You have entered the ordinary layer of the reverse world. Current mission, vanquish the demon, the 9-headed bird. Chen Nian surveyed his surroundings. It was the familiar safe house, with a round table at its center as teammates were being teleported in one after another. Just as the chatter began to swell, a girl was teleported in. She collapsed onto the table, her body battered and seemingly unconscious. Lu Lin. Chen Nian instantly recognized her. He could hardly believe he had encountered her in the reverse world. This meant that her realm was close to his, and their ladder scores were similar, making their matching a possibility. Chen Nian immediately approached Lu Lin, who bore multiple visible injuries and was in an exceedingly dire state, presumably having endured immense pain before being transported into this alternate realm. Chen Nian retrieved a healing pill, the spirit recovery pill, which Lu Lin had gifted to her upon their first acquaintance. Subsequently, she had prepared several more for herself, though she had seldom found the need to use them. It was unexpected that they would prove useful now. After administering the pill to Lu Lin, there was no sign of her regaining consciousness, leaving Chen Nian to ponder the situation until she awakened to explain what had transpired. What is happening? Upon entering, we are met with a liability? This is a mission of extermination. A missing member would undoubtedly escalate the difficulty. As Chen Nian surveyed the surroundings, he inquired, who possesses healing abilities? Ido. He, a rather unsavory-looking rotund man, stood up, squinting his eyes and grinning. I possess healing abilities. With just the touch of my hands, I can mend the wounded. Entrust her to me, and I assure you, I shall administer proper care. He swallowed hard, akin to a glutton spotting a delectable dessert. The sight of an injured, delicate beauty evoked a sense of protectiveness. Her porcelain-like skin would undoubtedly feel exquisite to the touch, he mused. Of course, his healing prowess did not necessitate physical contact. It seemed he had indulged too much in urban medical novels, as the sight of an injured beauty ignited in him a desire to caress her, relishing not only the thrill of such an encounter, but also the opportunity to take advantage. Is that so? Impressive. Chen Nian suddenly raised his hand, a flash of crimson light slicing through the air. Crack! The rotund man's arm was severed at once. As the dismembered limb fell to the ground, blood splattered across the faces of the remaining individuals at the table. Now, heal yourself, and let me see your capabilities. Chapter 64. The Art of Manipulation. A single strike to vanquish the demon bird. The rotund man knelt upon the ground, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. After a brief moment of shock, the others began to voice their vehement accusations. How can you harm a comrade? Indeed, even if his words were unkind, resorting to violence is unacceptable. We are already short-handed. Do you wish to jeopardize our mission further? At that moment, Chen Nian became the target of their ire. They were entirely unfamiliar with him, nor did they recognize the infamous bloodhand butcher. Otherwise, even with 100 times their courage, they would not have dared speak so boldly. Chen Nian cast a dispassionate glance over the assembly and remarked coolly, instead of merely talking, why not test your resolve by taking action? The clamor of their words ceased abruptly. Engage in combat. The assembly was not composed of fools. The previous strike had been swift and brutal, clearly indicating that this individual possessed formidable combat prowess. Acting rashly could lead to dire consequences. The cowardly rotund man had already retrieved his severed arm, a green luminescence enveloping it as he swiftly reattached it. Evidently, he possessed healing abilities. You, Chen Nian commanded, come here and tend her wounds. However, Should you lay a finger on even a single strand of her hair, I shall sever the hand that dared to touch her. What? With such an attitude, you expect me to heal her? Absolutely not. The rotund man hastily concealed himself behind the others, sneering, "First, you must apologize to me, then beg for my assistance. Otherwise, do not entertain such dreams." He boasted, "I am a precious healer. Everyone will regard me as an invaluable ally, and should you lay a hand upon me, you must bear the consequences. Apologize first, and then I shall aid the young lady. Once she awakens, she will surely hold me in high regard." Such was the essence of arrogance and humiliation. Rising to his feet, Chen Nian advanced deliberately toward the rotund man. "What are you doing? Do not come any closer." The others, unable to bear the sight, rushed to block his path. From the side, a man brandished a massive spiked club, aiming a heavy blow at Chen Nian's forehead. Bang! The sound of bone colliding with metal echoed ominously. Yet, Chen Nian remained unscathed. The enchanted club had bent upon impact. What? Fortified by the martial sage elixirs and the refinement of dragon blood, Chen Nian's physique had reached a level of invincibility among his peers. Begone! A crimson hand effortlessly swatted the assailant away, sending him spiraling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth and nose as he crashed to the ground. "Stop him! Stop him!" The rotund man turned pale with terror. Currently, Chen Nian was in a foul mood. An aura of chilling malice emanated from him, causing the remaining individuals to hastily retreat. They sensed that he was indeed capable of taking a life. If this continued, not only would their upcoming mission be in jeopardy, but lives could be lost within their safe haven. Wait. I shall assist you in healing. Do not act rashly." The terrified rotund man finally capitulated. Under Chen Nian's watchful gaze, he reluctantly began the healing process for Lulin. After a considerable time, the rotund figure, utterly exhausted, exclaimed, "I have done my utmost. She is in no immediate danger and will awaken shortly." With that, he hastily scampered over to join the others, resembling a plump rodent. Chen Nian, however, found no inclination to pursue him further. The pressing matter at hand was to await Lulin's revival and inquire about her condition. After all, once the task in this reverse world concluded, she would inevitably be transported back. Clearly, she was confronting yet another perilous predicament. The remaining individuals were engaged in hushed discussions. Is he not partaking in the task with us? Instead, he is tending to that unconscious woman. Let us disregard him. We shall confront the demons ourselves. That's simply one T do. We expend our efforts to complete the task while he does nothing. It still stands to gain the rewards. How is that fair? Indeed, such individuals only thrive in their own lair. We cannot allow him to reap benefits while lying idle. The corpulent figure sneered, "I have devised a plan. We shall provoke that nine-headed demon bird, drawing it toward us. That fellow will undoubtedly refuse to flee in order to protect the woman, forcing him to confront the beast. How clever of me to use a monster's hand to deal death. Excellent. Let us proceed." A group of them began their venture. The dreary urban landscape was shrouded beneath a gloomy sky, as if enveloped in a thick haze. They scoured their surroundings until they finally located their target. At the center of a vast square lay a colossal creature, an enormous bird with 9 heads, slumbering peacefully, its size comparable to that of a helicopter. A few onlookers from a distance felt their hearts race in trepidation. The 9-headed demon bird, also known as the ghost car, was a monster from the classic of mountains and seas. Such a massive form. Surely, this creature was at least of tier 3 or higher. How could they lure it over? The rotund man chuckled. "It's quite simple. I will fire my weapon at it from here, and it will surely be drawn to the sound of the gunfire. Then, I shall retreat to the vicinity where that fellow is hiding." The others inquired, "But how will you ensure your own escape?" As a medic, I possess my means of self-preservation. An invisibility cloak that can completely conceal my presence. Just wait and witness the spectacle." Bang! The sound of the gun shattered the stillness of the reverse world. The 9-headed demon bird abruptly opened its eyes. All 9 heads simultaneously lifted, resembling serpents as they scanned the surroundings, their eyes glimmering like enchanting rubies. "Come forth," the rotund man shouted from a distance. Instantly, The nine-headed demon bird locked onto its target, soaring into the air, its massive black wings stirring up clouds of dust below. The trap was set. As the demon bird took flight, the rotund man led it toward the building where Chen Nian was concealed, its many heads open wide, terrifying flames threatening to erupt from their maws. Almost there. Farewell, he declared, donning the invisibility cloak, his figure vanishing into thin air. Boom! A cacophony of fire erupted from the sky, torrents of flame cascading downward, transforming the building where Chen Nian resided into a sea of fire. The inferno blazed fiercely, illuminating the somber heavens. The rotund man and several others reveled in their hidden vantage point, relishing the chaos. Well done. Deservedly so. Let it be arrogant. How dare he? I never anticipated that this formidable demon bird would be so powerful. They should all perish within. It seems that even united, we might not stand a chance against this creature. Perhaps we should abandon the mission to preserve our lives? That makes sense. Just as they were deliberating their subsequent course of action, a figure emerged from the raging inferno. What? He's unscathed. The blood barrier surrounding him dissipated, revealing Chen Nian, who held Lu Lin in his arms, his expression cold and detached. He gazed upward, and there it was, the colossal demon bird hovering in the air. Its enormous wings stirred a fierce black tempest, tearing apart everything on the street, causing countless fissures in the ground and buildings. Chen Nian raised his hand, channeling his energy into his fist, ready to unleash a powerful strike. Dragon fist, inch power. Boom! A dragon ascended, piercing the demon bird in an instant. In the next moment, a surge of energy shattered the nine-headed body mid-air. Blood and flesh rained down like a torrential downpour. Chapter 65. The Greedy Wolf. Take it slow. Do you understand? With a single punch, Chen Nian obliterated the nine-headed demon bird, leaving no trace behind. A crimson umbrella shielded him from the blood rain as he walked alongside Lu Lin, his indifferent eyes radiating an icy chill. The astonishing spectacle left everyone in a state of shock. What just transpired? The nine-headed demon bird had been annihilated in an instant. Was he truly still human? Impossible, it was unfathomable. Some clutched their heads in disbelief. Others trembled uncontrollably, and many wore expressions of sheer terror. Under normal circumstances, having such a formidable ally would be an immense blessing, ensuring an effortless completion of their task. Yet, no one present could find solace in the situation. After all, they had just conspired to eliminate Chen Nian, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. What do we do now? Surely, he won't seek vengeance against us, will he? Let us not flee or panic. We must maintain our composure and claim that the monster was merely a remnant of his past, unrelated to us. Yes, let us stick to that narrative. As Chen Nian approached, no one dared to run. Instead, they greeted him with feigned ease. Incredible, brother. You are astonishing. We were just about to lend a hand, but you single-handedly vanquished the creature. Brother, we struck gold by aligning with you, haha. In the face of their flattery, Chen Nian's voice, laced with coldness, cut through the air unexpectedly. Do you believe I am unaware of everything? The atmosphere grew tense and silent. A dark mist emerged, coalescing beside Chen Nian into a colossal black wolf, the Greedy Wolf. Its body was taut, its weight shifted low, and its blood-red eyes fixated on the crowd. Hot saliva dripping onto the ground. Just the mere gaze of the Greedy Wolf sent shivers down their spines, rendering their breaths heavy and labored. What manner of beast is this? Wait, don't act rashly, brother. It was that fat man's idea. He asked the one who sought to lure the monster to attack you. Indeed, we were all oblivious to his plan. Chen Nian spoke coolly. Greedy Wolf, leave none alive. Slay them all. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Greedy Wolf lunged forward, swiftly decapitating one of the men. Screams erupted as the remaining individuals fled for their lives. However, the confines of their surroundings were limited, akin to chicks trapped in a cage, destined to be hunted one by the Greedy Wolf. Their demises were increasingly tragic. The fat man, the architect of this chaos, cowered in a corner, his heart racing at a feverish pace, drenched in sweat, his trousers dampened. He had long since lost control of his bladder. Who could have anticipated that this man possessed such terrifying power, capable of single-handedly vanquishing the demon bird and annihilating the rest. Thank goodness for my invisibility cloak. It has spared me from doom. The fat man breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the fearsome, greedy wolf approached, sniffing the air, as if it had caught a whiff of something. You don't think no one knows you're hiding here, do they? Chen Nian's voice echoed ominously. The corpulent man tightly covered his mouth with both hands, daring not to make a sound. Yet the acrid scent of urine had already begun to seep uncontrollably onto the ground. It was this very essence that betrayed his location. Greedy wolf, have you ever savored desserts? Remember, take small bites. Do not be too forceful. I do not wish to witness his demise too swiftly. With a sudden outcry, Greedy Wolf lunged forward, tearing off the man's arm in a single bite, swiftly crunching and swallowing it whole. A horrific wail echoed through the air as the corpulent man finally revealed himself. I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes, for the sake of my assistance in saving others. At that moment, Chen Nian approached and delivered a sharp kick to Greedy Wolf's rear. I told you to eat slowly. If you continue to devour at this pace, I shall ensure you never eat again. Understood? Greedy Wolf let out a pitiful whine. Chen Nian paid him no further heed and turned to depart, the sounds of agonized screams trailing behind until they gradually faded into silence. Soon after, Greedy Wolf had consumed every last corpse, gaining considerable strength in the process. Next, they awaited the conclusion of the mission timer. Lu Lin lay to the side, while Chen Nian sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing spiritual energy. Hours passed, and finally, Lu Lin began to stir, her eyelashes fluttering gently as her eyes slowly opened. How do you feel? Chen Nian inquired with concern. Lu Lin appeared bewildered, blinking blankly. Am I dreaming? Or have I already perished? Is this a fleeting spectacle? She had initially been drawn into a painting, arriving in a forsaken village where the previously missing 190 individuals had been mercilessly torn apart by colossal monsters. The painting, titled Village and Monsters, derived its name from this very calamity. Indeed, she had been relentlessly pursued by these beasts, but her strength had been sufficient to prolong her escape. Ultimately, to conceal her presence, she encased herself in ice crystals, burying deep underground to hide. A turning point came when she received a task from the reverse world, preparing to teleport there to rest and recover her injuries and strength. However, she had not anticipated being discovered by that terrifying creature just before entering the reverse world. The protective ice crystals shattered, leaving her severely injured both internally and externally, forcing her to flee desperately into the last moment of consciousness, when she finally teleported into the reverse world. From that point onward, she lost all awareness until she awoke now. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered that her injuries had healed significantly, and the first person she saw was, unexpectedly, Chen Nian. Thus, she believed this to be a dream or a fleeting spectacle. Chen Nian. Lu Lin bit her lip, her expression earnest as she asked, "May I be your friend?" Under normal circumstances, she would have only dared to voice such thoughts internally. Yet, since this was a dream or a fleeting vision, she felt no reservations and mustered the courage to speak. Chen Nian could not suppress a laugh. What nonsense are you spouting? Have we not already been friends? Is that so? Lu Lin blinked innocently, but you never said so. How do I explain this to you? Friendship is different from romance. It doesn't require formal declarations or certificates. We simply understand each other. Oh, Lu Lin was elated, realizing that we had long been friends. She had tirelessly undertaken challenging tasks, striving to prove her worthiness to befriend Chen Nian. Yet, I am not as formidable as you. Let me clarify once more. Friendship does not necessitate equal strength. It is not a matter of social standing. Oh, all the doubts and worries in her heart were affirmed. Lu Lin felt a surge of happiness. Though her expression remained stoic, she believed this journey was truly worthwhile. After expressing her innermost thoughts, there was still something she yearned to do. She observed that the girls typically strolled hand in hand to the cafeteria or the restroom, and she mused that friendship should embody such gestures. Regrettably, she had never done so herself, and her hands were icy and uninviting. Surely no one would wish to hold them. Seizing the moment, she decided to take a chance. Without seeking Chen Nian's consent, she, lost in her reverie, clasped his hand, intertwining her fingers with his. Chen Nian, shall we first discuss the pressing matters? You must still be in peril, correct? Lu Lin. She tilted her head, clearly still processing that this was not merely a dream. What I mean is, what danger have you encountered? After escaping the inverted world, I will find a way to rescue you. In an instant, Lu Lin's mind went blank, her body stiffening like a delicate doll. She hugged her legs, burying her head in her knees, and in the next moment, a chilling frost radiated from her center. Wait, what are you doing? Soon, Lu Lin transformed into an ice sculpture, encasing herself in frozen silence, overwhelmed by shyness. Chapter 66. Into the painting. Once Lu Lin emerged from her self-imposed isolation, Chen Nian promptly inquired about her circumstances. He uncovered crucial information. She was ensnared within a painting entitled Village and Monsters. All the missing individuals had been drawn into the artwork, leaving her, as the sole survivor, relentlessly pursued by a colossal creature reminiscent of Godzilla. She remained oblivious to how she might extricate herself from this predicament. Understood, Chen Nian assured her. Upon my return, I shall request support from the Bureau and hasten to your rescue. Hold on as best as you can. Lu Lin nodded obediently, her gaze cast downward, reluctant to meet Chen Nian's eyes. Thank you. If I manage to escape alive, I shall offer you something in return. Chen Nian, intrigued, queried what might that be. Surely it is not another elixir? It's a secret. Before long, the countdown for the mission concluded. The two prepared to part ways, each being transported back to their original locations. Take care of yourself and wait for me. Subjugation mission completed. Ladder points, 300. Current ladder points, 1,700. In that instant of mission completion, a surge of spiritual energy flooded through Chen Nian's being, propelling his level upward once more. Level 90. He was but a hair's breadth away from achieving the pinnacle of the mountain-moving realm. Upon returning to the real world, Chen Nian swiftly contacted headquarters. I know where Lu Lin is. She is trapped within a painting. Upon learning of the situation, headquarters immediately dispatched field investigators to initiate a rescue operation. Nevertheless, Chen Nian, unable to quell his concerns, personally took to the skies on his sword, racing towards the city of Zhe, arriving at the so-called terrifying art museum. The entrance to the museum was cordoned off with police tape, and several law enforcement personnel were stationed at the scene. As Chen Nian approached, he was promptly halted by security. Investigator 749. Chen Nian presented his credentials. Apologies. You may enter. Crossing the barrier, he spotted a familiar figure. It appeared to be Zhang Xian, a colleague of Director Li. If memory served, she was Lu Lin's aunt. It seemed she was deeply concerned for Lu Lin, even coming to the site herself. Director Zhang? Chen Nian, what brings you here? I came to assess the situation. Have you found Lu Lin yet? Not yet. I have personally examined the painting, but have yet to discover a means to enter. It is quite distressing. I shall also take a look inside. There are 2 investigators within. It may not be prudent for you to enter, as it contravenes protocol. Chen Nian smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Director Zhang, I have always engaged in activities that defy convention. Indeed, Zhang Xian managed a pale smile, choosing not to impede him further. Although the 2 investigators inside were seasoned professionals at the 5th realm, she harbored a sense that Chen Nian's presence might herald a shift in fortune. This young man exuded an aura of reliability. In the museum's grand hall, as Chen Nian stepped inside, he noticed the 2 investigators casually seated on the exhibition platform, smoking, with Lu Lin's fate hanging in the balance. How could they afford to be so nonchalant? A surge of indignation welled within him. Who are you? Who permitted your entry? Upon hearing the name, Chen Nian, the 2 investigators momentarily paused, their expressions betraying a hint of surprise. Known as the Blood Hand Butcher and a disciple of the martial sage, his reputation preceded him. What brings you here? To assist with the investigation. An order from the Bureau? A personal choice, out of concern for a friend. What do you mean? Are you intruding on another investigator's task? Do you doubt our capabilities? They questioned, their displeasure evident in their furrowed brows. Despite Chen Nian's formidable strength, he remained a junior, and such behavior seemed disrespectful to his seniors. Not entirely trusting, Chen Nian disregarded their remarks and commenced his own investigation within the gallery. Damn him. Look at that arrogant demeanor. We've already examined that painting without uncovering anything substantial. How could he succeed? Soon, Chen Nian located the painting titled Village and Monster. It depicted a ravaged village, with people desperately fleeing as a colossal monster pursued them. Lu Lin had mentioned being trapped within this artwork. Yet, both investigators and director Zheng had previously scrutinized it, yielding no progress. How could he rescue Lu Lin or enter the painting? Just as Chen Nian studied the piece intently, a sudden voice echoed from behind him. At last, I have awaited your arrival, the 192nd sacrifice. Instantly, a bloodied blade materialized in Chen Nian's hand as he swiftly turned, slashing in a crescent arc. However, the blade merely passed through the figure, inflicting no harm. The man before him was clad in a white magician's attire. Suddenly, a massive vortex emerged from the painting, engulfing Chen Nian. The man revealed a sinister smile. At that moment, the two senior investigators rushed in. You are the mastermind behind this. Attack! They launched a coordinated assault from either side. Yet, their strikes also passed through the enemy, yielding no tangible damage. The magician stood gracefully, akin to an artist awaiting the curtain's rise for a grand performance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the painting demon from the Hall of 10,000 Demons, a connoisseur of both art and murder. Where is that brat Chen Nian? It seems he has been absorbed into the painting. The painting demon grinned. Soon, you shall witness the grand unveiling. Do stay tuned. His ability allowed him to materialize the monsters from the painting into reality, contingent upon a substantial number of sacrifices. This time, he required not only the 190 common souls previously offered, but also 2 psychics. If all sacrifices were slain by the monstrous entity within the painting, it would manifest in the real world. This meant that if Chen Nian and Lu Lin were to perish, the monster would come to life. Chen Nian, now drawn into the painting, found himself amidst the dilapidated village. As far as the eye can see, the ground is strewn with blood, severed limbs, and scattered bones, while the air is thick with the stench of blood and decay. The visibility in the surrounding environment is severely limited, nearly engulfed in a shroud of white mist. Lu Lin, Chen Nian shouted several times, yet her calls yielded no response. Instead, they attracted the heavy, earthquake-like footsteps of an approaching behemoth. Thud, thud, thud. A colossal creature, reminiscent of Godzilla, emerged from the dense fog, intent on pursuing Chen Nian. Towering at several dozen meters, it was covered in scales as impenetrable as steel, its head resembling that of a dinosaur, while a tail akin to a giant python swept across the ground, obliterating everything in its path. Chen Nian hastily retreated, drawing her bow as she did so. With a swift motion, she unleashed an arrow from her blood moon longbow. Boom! To her astonishment, it failed to even pierce its thick scales. A rough estimation indicated that this creature was at least of the 6th tier. Chapter 67. The Power of the Martial Sage. In a moment of desperation, Chen Nian found himself compelled to flee. However, he quickly realized that the world within the painting was rather confined, surrounded by walls of air, limiting his movement to merely this village. No matter where he ran, the monstrous entity seemed to effortlessly track his position. Suddenly, a chilling hand emerged from the dense fog, unexpectedly pulling Chen Nian behind a wooden cabin. Lu Lin. Before Chen Nian could utter a word, a layer of ice enveloped his body. It was only when the creature's voice faded into the distance that the icy prison began to dissolve, revealing Lu Lin beside him. It could sense sound and temperature. No wonder it had encased him in ice. To the monster's perception, he must have appeared as a vivid red, a beacon in thermal imaging. Why did you come in here? Lu Lin finally inquired. The painting drew me in, but it's fortuitous. Friends should share fortunes and misfortunes alike, Chen Nian replied nonchalantly. Lu Lin nodded, finding wisdom in his words. It wasn't this large initially. When I entered, there were many survivors. After they were all killed, it grew to this size. So, it gained strength by slaughtering the living? Chen Nian realized the grim logic. Those drawn into the painting became sacrifices, enhancing the monster's power. No wonder Zheng Exen and the other 2 investigators were unharmed while he was drawn in. They possessed greater strength, while his own was comparatively feeble. If a powerful being were absorbed, they could defeat the monster, breaking this cycle. Thus, it only targeted the weaker individuals. Perhaps, if they could vanquish this beast, they could escape unscathed, defeat it. Lu Lin regarded Chen Nian with a stoic expression, as if to say, "Are you jesting?" A creature nearing the 6th tier could only be bested by someone of the 6th realm, even with exceptional talent and combat prowess. One would need to be at least of the 5th tier, right? Perhaps. Only Chen Nian could accomplish this. Within him resided a fragment of the martial sage's power. Although unleashing this formidable force would inflict internal injury upon himself, in such a dire situation, what was there to hesitate over? The two began to devise a plan. To deliver a decisive blow, Chen Nian needed to harness this power to its fullest potential, ideally in close proximity to the monster. The plan was for Lu Lin to attract the creature's attention, while Chen Nian would strike from behind. They would have but one opportunity. Action commenced. The two began to move, one leading and the other following. Lu Lin conjured several ice spikes to assault the monster from the front, immediately drawing its focus. The creature, enraged, unleashed a torrent of energy beams, bombarding the ground with devastating force. Lu Lin narrowly evaded the onslaught. As the monster stomped down, it struck the earth with the force of a meteor, causing violent tremors and fissures to erupt across the ground. The mere aftershock of the ensuing winds was sufficient to send Lu Lin's petite form tumbling through the air. Seizing the moment, Chen Nian ascended on his flying sword, maneuvering around to land deftly atop the monster's head. The latent power within him surged forth. In an instant, the might of the martial sage surged forth like a tempestuous tsunami, violently flooding Chen Nian's every limb and sinew. He felt as though his entire body was ablaze, his veins nearly bursting with the intensity, while his bones trembled and lamented on the verge of disintegration. Truly, this was the power of the martial sage. Had his body not been tempered by dragon's blood, he would have surely succumbed. Raising his fist, he concentrated every ounce of his strength into it. Aiming squarely at the monster's forehead, he unleashed a punch. This was not merely the first level of the inch force, but the second level, known as the cracking sea. Dubbed the dragon fist, inch force, cracking sea. It is no exaggeration to assert that the force of this strike surpassed even the full might of Ningming. Bang! The monster's forehead exploded like a watermelon. The force of the punch surged through like a domineering dragon descending from above, shattering the massive creature into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Ultimately, the monster was reduced to a multitude of bloody fragments, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Blood strength 10, divine gift received, it was a success. Chen Nian plummeted from the air, crashing heavily to the ground, his skin torn and blood vessels cracked, rendering him a veritable figure of blood. This was the cost of wielding the martial sage's power with such force. It was a strenuous endeavor. Yet he was relieved to have vanquished the monster. Luo Lin rushed over, and upon seeing Chen Nian's condition, he said nothing but raised his hand to begin freezing him. "Do not worry, I am fine. I am not so easily dispatched." "Wait, why are you freezing me?" "To staunch your bleeding," Luo Lin replied with an impassive expression. "My affliction is internal. External wounds do not affect me. Stop freezing me, or I will become an ice sculpture." Becoming an ice sculpture would allow us to remain friends indefinitely. Ugh, you're quite the Yandere, aren't you? Luo Lin often indulged in sculpting charming ice figures, such as rabbits and kittens, as a hobby. Then, Chen Nian summoned the greedy wolf, allowing it to feast upon the remains of the monster. The greedy wolf had consumed numerous corpses and had now transformed into a colossal black wolf, its power reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. It appeared that its strength would only surpass Chen Nian by a single realm, without exceeding it significantly. Greedy wolf has comprehended the ability. Metamorphosis can transform into prey it has consumed once, gaining its strength and abilities. Could there be an unexpected boon? Chen Nian rejoiced. Could it be that the greedy wolf could transform into that terrifying giant monster? Although it would be temporary, it was still an impressive ability. In critical moments, it could embody a formidable power exceeding the 6th tier. Subsequently, Chen Nian activated the divine gift and 3 options immediately appeared before him. 1. Blood regeneration speed 5-2. Blood strength 3-3. Blood King attack range increased by 4 meters after a brief contemplation. Chen Nian chose the third option. The Blood King served as his most comprehensive means of offense and defense, and the increase in range would yield considerable benefits. Now, his attack range expanded from 6 meters to 10, significantly enhancing his overall combat capability. The intensity of the blood amplification has reached an impressive 128. With an additional 2, a new round of divine gifts can be bestowed. After devouring the corpse, the greedy wolf brought something to Chen Nian, presenting it with the demeanor of a pet seeking praise from its master. What is this? Chen Nian examined the saliva-coated object in his hand, revealing a black core that appeared to have emerged from the creature's body. Best to hold on to it for now. Further investigation can wait until they are outside. After the monster's demise, the thick fog dissipated, finally clarifying their vision. At the end of the ruined village, they discovered a swirling vortex of space, likely the exit that had been obscured by the fog until now. Look, there is a spatial vortex. Assist me in reaching it. Very well. I ask for your support, not for you to hold my hand as if we were off to the restroom. Oh, outside, 2 senior investigators were playthings in the hands of a ghostly figure. He moved like a specter, impervious to any attacks. He could traverse freely among the various paintings, using the weapons depicted within them to assault the 2. For instance, a knight wielding a colossal sword from one painting hurled the blade towards them, embedding it 3 inches into the wall. This cannot continue should we destroy the entire art museum. Yet the 2 had already been drawn into the artwork. They were unlikely to survive. Suddenly, a swirling vortex emerged within the gigantic painting titled Village and Monster. Chen Nian and Lu Lin supported each other as they emerged. The man clad in a white magician's attire, upon witnessing this scene, could no longer maintain his composed elegance, instead revealing profound shock. 2 sacrifices had escaped from the pursuit of the monster within the painting. Chapter 68. Chen Nian, Containment? I beg your pardon. The other 2 investigators stood frozen, their minds swirling with tumultuous waves. They had assumed the young man was doomed, yet not only was he unharmed, but he had also rescued another girl. What was impossible for the senior investigator, he accomplished. We must leave immediately. This individual is a notorious demon from the Hall of 10,000 Demons, exceedingly perilous. The painting demon wore a grim expression, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging beneath his skin, his uncontrollable rage erupting like a volcano. How dare you flee? How dare you desecrate my artwork? Unforgivable. Utterly unforgivable. In light of this, I shall forcibly summon Astoros. Though my power may be diminished, it will suffice to eliminate you. He crouched low, and as his gloved hand touched the ground, a massive purple summoning circle materialized instantly. Indeed, this was the summoning array designed to conjure the monsters from the painting. According to plan, once Astoros had slaughtered all the sacrifices, he would be summoned forth as a 7th-tier monstrosity. However, due to Chen Nian and his companions' escape, the sacrifice was incomplete, compelling him to summon with his own blood. Spitting forth a mouthful of blood onto the ground, the array erupted with a terrifying energy, a dark purple beam soaring into the heavens. Such a grand summoning circle. It appears he has been plotting this for quite some time. The monster is about to be summoned. What are you waiting for? Flee now. The 2 senior investigators had begun to entertain thoughts of retreat, yet they observed Chen Nian and Lu Lin standing motionless. Are you seeking death? If you do not leave now, no one will save you. Chen Nian shrugged, wearing an indifferent expression, remaining silent. Pay him no heed. This arrogant fool is blind to danger. Should he perish, it is of no concern to us. Let us depart. The 2 shattered the museum's walls, escaping outside, their hearts quaking at the sight of the soaring purple beam. After a while, however, nothing occurred, nor was there any monster summoned. Have you struck a pose long enough? Chen Nian inquired. The painting demon's face was etched with confusion. Impossible. Why is this happening? Why has Astoros not responded to my call? Perhaps he is asleep. Would you like to try again? The painting demon spat forth another mouthful of blood. Arise, Astoros. Yet still, there was no response. His pupils quivered in alarm. What is happening? Why is this so? The two investigators outside were equally perplexed. What is going on? A tempest of sound with naught but a drizzle? Are you merely putting on a show to frighten us? Chen Nian cleared his ears. This is bad business. Allow me to interject. That monster has already been slain by me. What did you say? Nonsense, utter nonsense. The painting demon rose, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Nian. Even if it has not achieved its complete form, it possesses formidable 6th-tier strength. You, with merely a 2nd-tier aura, could slay a 6th-tier monster? Absolutely impossible. Yet if that were not the case, why has Astoros not heeded my summons? Could it truly be no? How could this lad possess such formidable power? Chen Nian held a black crystal core in his hand. This object had erupted from the body of a monster. What could it be? The moment the black crystal core came into view, the heart of the painting demon skipped a beat, and goosebumps erupted across his body. The reason he was so inscrutable, the reason the two investigators could not harm him, was that he had sealed his heart within this crystal, hidden in the safest corner of his artwork. As long as this crystal remained intact, his death was impossible. The fact that this youth now held the crystal implied that he truly had slain Astoros. I was unaware of its nature. The painting demon struggled to maintain a calm expression while cautiously approaching Chen Nian and his companion. This was his sole vulnerability. Should the crystal shatter, he would perish. Yet, fearing the youth's impulsiveness, he refrained from direct assault and instead advanced slowly. Hand it over, and I shall spare your lives. How does that sound? Chen Nian smiled. If you take another step forward, I shall crush this thing. The painting demon immediately halted, as if turned to stone in an instant. Look at you. How frightened you are. I was merely bluffing. Chen Nian's previous remark had been a test. If the opponent were indifferent to the crystal, he would not have halted, but his immediate stop confirmed his concern, and it was no ordinary concern. This was becoming intriguing. Kneel before me, and raise your hands. Do be careful not to move. Chen Nian held the crystal, grinning. The painting demon had no choice but to comply. To think that a renowned demon of the 10,000 Demons Hall, an elegant artist, was now being humiliated by someone of lesser strength. It was a profound disgrace. At that moment, the other two senior investigators returned. Upon their return, they were met with this astonishing scene. Aren't you supposed to be the world-destroying powerhouse? Why are you kneeling now? Weren't you just so graceful, playing us like pawns? How is it that now, before Chen Nian, you appear like a mere subordinate? What on earth was happening? Chen Nian calmly stated, I can now ascertain that this object is your weakness, and you are quite fearful of its destruction. Seize him. The two senior investigators sprang into action, swiftly subduing the painting demon. Their hearts swelled with unexpected elation. Who would have thought they had captured such a dangerous figure so inexplicably? If they could bring him back to 749, although the primary credit would not belong to them, they would still share in the secondary accolades. Chen Nian, you should allow us to safeguard that item, and we will ensure he is returned to 749. We shall report your achievement as primary. Indeed, Chen Nian. After all, it was our task to investigate. If you complete the mission, we would lose face. If there are future benefits, we will certainly keep you in mind. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian couldn't help but laugh derisively. These two had done nothing, yet sought to maintain their dignity and share in the glory. Such a bargain was hardly fair. Who informed you that I was preparing to shelter him? With a decisive snap, Chen Nian crushed the crystal core. The ghostly figure emitted a piercing wail, immediately curling up on the ground, its form contorting and melting away, leaving behind only a white magical garment. Blood strength 8, divine gift received once again. A formidable demon has been vanquished, a significant gain indeed. You. The two senior investigators stood frozen in place, astounded that Chen Nian would forego even the credit for the containment. This would render the task report rather unflattering. They had no accomplishments to speak of. The merit of slaying the demon and rescuing Investigator 749 belonged entirely to Chen Nian. Lu Lin departed. Chen Nian rested a hand on Lu Lin's shoulder, being supported as they leisurely made their exit. Chapter 69. Return to 749, Breakthrough of Realms, Ascending to the Sky. As they emerged, they fortuitously encountered Zheng Xian. With fervor, Zhang Exin embraced the doll-like Lu Lin tightly, exclaiming, "I was so worried about you, my dear child. Are you all right?" After a thorough inquiry, Zhang Xin finally grasped the sequence of events. It turned out that, had it not been for Chen Nian, Lu Lin might have truly faced a perilous fate. To her surprise, Lu Lin's instincts proved astute. Upon their first meeting, she expressed a desire to befriend Chen Nian, and now it seemed that this friendship was indeed invaluable. How many individuals would dare to risk their own safety to save a friend? Despite Chen Nian's reputation as a ruthless and decisive figure, he displayed unwavering loyalty to those close to him. What a remarkable young man. If you ever err, I shall surely speak in your favor during our mentor's discussions. Zhang Exin was fiercely protective. In her eyes, Chen Nian was akin to a beloved nephew. Under her watchful escort, the two successfully returned to 749. This time, even Chen Nian was admitted to the medical department for hospitalization, as the forced exertion of high-level powers had necessitated treatment for the damage to his meridians. As Chen Nian rested on the hospital bed, Lu Lin sat by his side, observing him. "I'll be fine after a few days. You need to watch over me so closely. Here, this is for you." Upon seeing Lu Lin present a smooth pill in her palm, Chen Nian recalled her promise to gift him something upon their return. "What is this healing elixir?" Lu Lin shook her head. "This is the Pashao Dan, a reward for completing a hidden task. Consuming it will allow you to break through to the Pashao realm. To directly ascend to the Pashao realm, that is quite potent." After vanquishing the demon, Chen Nian had absorbed a portion of spiritual energy, achieving level 100, meaning all 100 of his spiritual orifices were filled. However, this did not guarantee a breakthrough. Such an advancement required enlightenment, talent, and a state of mind, a rather esoteric matter. For instance, Chu Wuwang attained sudden enlightenment after delivering 3 punches, instantly achieving sainthood. Thus, this item was exceedingly precious, enabling Chen Nian a seamless breakthrough. "Aren't you going to use it yourself?" "I have already ascended." "When did this happen?" "It was back in that small room in the reverse world, when I awakened and saw you, and received your acknowledgement of our friendship. At that moment, my state of mind shifted, becoming my catalyst for breakthrough." Having already ascended to the Pashao realm, she had no need for it, yet its value remained undeniable, as it was a reward for a hidden task, likely coveted by many. "Then I shall accept it with gratitude." Chen Nian took the pill. "We share our fortunes and bear our troubles together." She strictly adhered to the principles of friendship. Chen Nian chuckled, thinking to himself that while many friends were willing to share burdens, it was rare to find one who would share blessings. For instance, "Hey buddy, I'm a bit short on cash lately. Could you lend me some?" Sharing fortunes was non-existent. He would have to split the bill even for a meal. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, and 2 figures strode in. It was none other than his 2 roommates, Yi Yaya and Xie Yi. "Chen Nian, I heard you were hospitalized, so I came to visit." "Oh, you have a hidden beauty, don't you?" "Brother Chen, I brought you some food. From what I understand, in your condition, it's essential to supplement your vitamins." "Such as?" "Never mind, it's fine." Lu Lin was about to leave when Chen Nian called out, "Don't go, Lu Lin. These 2 are my buddies, Laoya and Laoxia." Yi leaned closer to Chen Nian's ear. "Chen, you're not trying to woo him, are you?" "What's wrong? Feeling jealous?" "Go away, ya. Aren't you 2 stationed in the harbor district? You came back just to visit me? How narcissistic of you." "We're actually going to participate in a collective training organized by the Bureau soon, leaving in a couple of days. Train well, and catch up with your brother Chen soon." Yi ignored Chen Nian, turning to extend her hand to Lu Lin. "Since you're good friends with Chen Nian, you're one of us now." Lu Lin expressionlessly extended his hand. "TSK so cold." Yi pulled out a lollipop from her pocket. "Here, have it. No need to be polite." After the chatterbox Chen Nian, the talkative Xie Yi, and the spicy girl Yi, another icy girl, Lu Lin, joined the circle. In the office, the mentors were in a meeting with the deputy director. The painting ghost is a formidable demon from the 10,000 Demon Hall. Although its rank is not high, its means are quite troublesome. Many investigators have tried to deal with him, but to no avail. He was actually killed by Chen Nian. Yes, that's what the mission report states, without a doubt. This kid, at the 2nd realm, taking down a 6th level demon. Can he be any more extraordinary? It said that this was a trump card left to him by the martial saint. Truly, being a disciple of the martial saint comes with privileges. Li Xiao cleared his throat and sat up straight. Before the martial saint, I was his mentor. Look at you. You must be secretly thrilled. This is your honor. Another mentor interjected. However, although Chen Nian has made a significant contribution, does his interference in another investigator's mission not breach protocol? If everyone acted this way, it would disrupt the order. What bad protocol? Getting things done is a good thing. Zhang Xian immediately countered. Chen Nian's actions this time were indeed commendable and a major success. Director Zhang, aren't you being a bit too obvious with your bias? I don't care. Whoever dares to pursue him, I will not let it go. At that moment, the two senior investigators had already submitted a complaint regarding Chen Nian's actions, awaiting a result. Soon, the decision came down. The higher-up stated that Chen Nian's transgression was understandable and would not be punished. Instead, he was to be rewarded? Damn it. Our mission was hijacked by a newcomer who just arrived. Where do we put our faces now? Amy, I want to apply for arbitration. Thus, Amy's virtual figure popped up. Retrieving mission records. Ruling in progress. Ruling completed. Investigator Chen Nian's assistance to a colleague is deemed justifiable. Your capabilities are lacking. I suggest diligent training. Soon, discussions emerged on the forum. How could Chen Nian accomplish the task that two senior investigators could not? This is too amusing. How will those two manage from now on? Can Chen Nian truly vanquish such a formidable demon? Don't be ridiculous. He is a disciple of one of the 7 saints of our era, the martial saint. Do you believe we can compare ourselves to him? In the hospital room, Chen Nian first opened the divine gifts he had previously stored. The new set of 3 options did not present anything particularly remarkable, so he directly chose to enhance his blood regeneration rate by 5. Subsequently, he consumed the Xiao Dan given to him by Lu Lin. As the potion entered his body, a powerful energy surged through his limbs and bones. The turbid energy expelled from his body, leading to a transformation of his flesh, an expansion of his spiritual orifices, and an enhancement of his spiritual power. In the early hours of the night, Chen Nian suddenly opened his eyes. An aura of the Pashao realm emanated from him, signaling a successful breakthrough. All his abilities and martial skills were further amplified. Even more astonishingly, all internal and external injuries had completely healed, and his physical condition had reached its utmost pinnacle. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw, "You have been invited to join the group chat. Martial Saint Task Force, 3 members. Chapter 70. The training of the martial sage commences." In this discussion group, there are 3 individuals: Chu Wang, Ning Meng, and Chen Nian. Chu Wang. Chen Nian, you rascal, forcibly utilizing my strength. Your body must be on the verge of collapse now, is it not? Chen Nian. Haha. Thankfully, I have my Master's power to rely on. Ning Meng. I had planned to take you to the 100 Refinements sect for training tomorrow, but since you are injured, I shall forego it. I won't be going either. Chu Wang. Ning Meng, are you not joining us? Ning Meng. If this rascal isn't going, why should I? Do you think I am eager to train with you? Chen Nian. No worries. I have nearly recovered. Chu Wang. Ning Meng. Chu Wang. Impossible. You must have sustained severe internal injuries. You are likely lying in a hospital bed as we speak, thinking your master is a fool. Chen Nian. I also managed to break through a level. I'm nearly well again. Chu Wang. A breakthrough? You are surprisingly quick, truly worthy of being my disciple. So, shall you both join me at the 100 Refinements sect tomorrow? Chen Nian. Sound good. Ning Meng. Chen Nian, while you are in town, please bring me a few cups of milk tea with 10 portions of sugar, if you please. Chen Nian. No problem. Ning Meng. Ooh. Little dragon girl is also clamoring to join me. She wants you to bring her some treats as well. Such a gluttonous dragon. Chen Nian. All right. See you tomorrow. The next day, Chen Nian greeted Director Li before stepping out. He purchased a large assortment of snacks and several cups of milk tea, all neatly stored in his spatial pouch. He then took to the skies on his sword, heading toward the 100 Refinements sect. The 100 Refinements sect, founded by Chu Wang, embodies the essence of relentless forging and tempering. The disciples within are rough and robust warriors, emphasizing physical invincibility while eschewing any form of sorcery. Nonetheless, despite this, the 100 Refinements sect remains one of the most formidable sects, primarily due to the presence of a sage, which alone is enough to draw people from all corners of the world. Upon arrival, as Chen Nian descended from the sky, he noticed over 100 disciples diligently climbing the mountain, each bearing a colossal stone weighing 1,000 pounds on their backs. Chen Nian, following the voice, he turned to see a young girl waving at him. Bathed in the bright morning light, her radiant smile was a sight to behold, and her silver hair, kissed by golden rays, appeared as a work of art. Wherever she stood, she transformed the mountainous landscape into a scene of unparalleled beauty. Beside her stood a petite girl, arms crossed over her chest. Chen Nian gracefully landed his flying sword. Qianlong, Sister Ningming, did you bring us delicious treats? Qianlong licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I certainly did. Chen Nian retrieved the items from his spatial pouch. Here is your milk tea, sister. How thoughtful of you. Oomph. Ningming responded with satisfaction, slurping the richly sweet milk tea, her eyes narrowing with delight. Inside are various snacks, spicy strips, biscuits, beef jerky, and pistachios. If you enjoy them, I shall bring more next time. I have something for you as well. Qianlong pulled out an exquisite little porcelain vial from her waist. Here you go. What's inside? Dragon's blood. If you lose control again, you can consume this to suppress it. Chen Nian hastily accepted the porcelain bottle and cast a fleeting glance at Ningming, recalling her earlier warning about the consequences of being caught consuming dragon blood. Never mind. Never mind. This time, I shall pretend not to see it, my dear. After speaking, Ningming stepped through the gate unperturbed. Inside the Bailian sect, a sweeping glance revealed nearly 100 disciples clad in gray training attire, practicing martial arts in the courtyard. They've arrived. Chu Wang exclaimed with delight upon spotting several individuals. Is that the new disciple of the sect master? From the aura, it seems to be merely at the Breaking Sky realm. Not particularly impressive. A robust male disciple interjected. Do not speak of others in hushed tones. Senior Chu would not misjudge. Surely, he possesses extraordinary talent. Indeed, Brother Qin. But who is that short fellow? Ningming overheard the whispered comment, and, with a swift kick, sent a stone fragment soaring, striking the disciple squarely on the forehead. Ouch! He yelped, clutching his forehead where a conspicuous bruise had formed. How could I be injured by a mere stone? Her strength is terrifying. Chu Wang smiled at Chen Nian. Today, I shall demonstrate how we train here. Someone, bring forth a training dummy at the Breaking Sky realm. Moments later, several individuals struggled to position a dummy before Chen Nian. This contraption could absorb spiritual energy and withstand only physical strength and qi. A typical disciple at the Breaking Sky realm would require an entire month to shatter one. Chen Nian, come and give it a try. Yes, replied the male disciple named Chen Nian, releasing his aura at the late stage of the Breaking Sky realm. With a resounding bang, he struck the dummy. Despite possessing the strength to pulverize a boulder, the dummy remained unyielding. Chen Nian, it's your turn. Your first training challenge is to shatter this dummy. As my disciple, I hold higher expectations for you. I'll give you 1 day. Understood. Chen Nian stepped forward, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The disciples were curious about Chen Nian's true capabilities. 1 day? That seems rather exaggerated. Brother Qin, at the late stage of the Breaking Sky realm, would at least require 7 days, and he is merely at the early stage. Chu Wang remarked, Ningming, allow this young man to practice independently for now. I have arranged other training for you. As he took a few steps away, a sudden explosive sound reverberated behind him. Under the force of Chen Nian's dragon fist, inch power, the dummy shattered into countless pieces, debris scattering across the ground. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed through the courtyard. What? 1 punch? I'm utterly impressed. This is astonishing. Wait, perhaps the dummy was already worn out, allowing him to succeed? No, the dummy I just brought was brand new. Even Chu Wang himself was momentarily stunned. He had allotted Chen Nian a day, already considering his extraordinary talent. Yet he had not anticipated such a surprise. It seemed this young man had significantly enhanced his strength following his realm breakthrough. Quite remarkable. Qianlong applauded Chen Nian's performance, while Ningming, with a hint of pride, remarked, That's more like it. As your senior, I have nothing to be ashamed of. Turning to her master, she added, shall we commence the next phase of our training? Very well. I shall send you to the Forge of Trials. He replied, are there any among you who wish to compete with Chen Nian? I do, came a chorus of eager voices. I wish to see just how great the disparity is. Many disciples from the sect eagerly joined in. The so-called Forge of Trials was a place where, upon entry, one would be besieged by mechanisms attacking from all directions, honing the body through relentless assault. If one could no longer endure, they were advised to lie down, as the mechanisms would only target those who remained standing. Chen Nian glanced at Ning Ming and teased, with your height, aren't you practically invincible in there? How dare you? She retorted playfully. Once everyone had entered and the massive doors sealed shut, the trials commenced. Mechanisms emerged from the walls, unleashing a barrage of various weapons, swords, spears, and even fists, with a Gatling gun erupting from the wall, mercilessly firing upon the participants. Some stood resolute against the onslaught, impervious to the attacks, while others exhibited remarkable feats, deflecting bullets with their hands. It was in this moment that Chen Nian truly appreciated the formidable strength of his own physique. An hour later, nearly everyone was utterly exhausted, bruised and battered, collapsing to the ground in surrender. Only Chen Nian and Chen Nian remained standing, though Chen bore the marks of battle, his face a tapestry of injuries, teetering on the brink of collapse, while Chen Nian's physique showed no apparent wounds. I can't hold on any longer, Chen Nian declared before crumpling to the ground, unconscious. The disciples sprawled on the floor, gazing at Chen Nian's calm demeanor, pondering what manner of beast his physique must be. How could it surpass their own rigorous training by such a margin? Of course, not everyone had the opportunity to partake in the elixir of dragons. Chu Wang observed with satisfaction, realizing that Chen Nian could not be measured by ordinary standards. He required a greater challenge to truly test his mettle. Chapter 71. Chen Nian. Do not think so poorly of me, Chen Nian. Follow me. You will practice the new martial technique alongside Ning Ming, commanded Chu Wang as he led several individuals to the back mountain of the 100 Refinements sect. You are all familiar with the inch force. Now, I shall teach you a leg technique known as whip thunder. Allow me to demonstrate its practical application. In the distance, several hundred meters ahead, stood a towering mountain, its base adorned by a magnificent waterfall. Just as Chu Wang finished speaking, the ground beneath him suddenly erupted, and he vanished from sight. In the next instant, a disruption in the waterfall's flow occurred, as the center of the mountain was violently shattered by a single kick, reducing its height significantly. With a swift whip-like kick, he had severed the waterfall and fractured the mountain, as rapid as thunder. This was another of Chu Wang's renowned martial techniques, whip thunder. What do you think? In the blink of an eye, Chu Wang had returned. That will suffice, Ning Ming remarked with a pout. This technique consists of a two-phase explosion. The first phase is an explosive burst from the ground, allowing for an instant approach. The second phase involves the leg strike aimed directly at the opponent's forehead, delivering a lethal blow. Suddenly, Chen Nian raised her hand. Master, what if, like senior sister Ning Ming, I cannot reach someone else's forehead when I lift my leg? Watch your mouth, Ning Ming retorted, delivering a playful kick to Chen Nian. Her fierce demeanor resembled someone ready to leap and strike at Chen Nian's knee. Ahem. Well, you can jump a bit higher, Chu Wang suggested. Next, I shall directly instill the method of this technique into your minds. With that, he pointed, and two streams of energy entered the consciousness of Chen Nian and Ning Ming. In their minds, a golden figure repetitively demonstrated the technique, providing them with a constant reference for its nuances. However, practicing this leg technique should not be done in isolation. You must utilize this, Chu Wang said as he removed a leg binding from his own leg. What is this? As the binding fell to the ground, a thunderous sound erupted, creating a large crater. This is for weighted training, Chu Wang chuckled. I've been bound with about 10 of these, each weighing several tens of thousands of pounds, and I have grown accustomed to it. Goodness. This meant that Chu Wang's earlier lightning-fast kick had been executed while bearing a weight of several 100,000 pounds. How powerful would he be once freed from such burdens? This is the strength of a martial sage. Chen Nian, your cultivation level is relatively low, so bind 1,000 pounds to each limb. Ning, you shall bind 3,000 pounds. Before long, Chen Nian had secured the weights to her body, 4,000 pounds in total across her arms and legs. Lifting her feet had become a challenge, and wielding a weapon felt exceedingly strenuous. Fortunately, her physique had transcended the ordinary, allowing her to move normally under such weight. Though mastering the Thunder Whip kick would require extensive practice. For the next 2 days, Chen Nian trained under the added burden, engaging in various exercises, such as kicking wooden posts and performing squat jumps up and down the mountain. After training, she would share snacks and engage in discussions with Qianlong and Ningming, playing games of Go. At night, lying down, Chen Nian idly browsed the 749 forum, seeking entertainment. A post caught his attention, stating that Flying Fish Island had intertwined with the reverse world, resulting in a plethora of monsters on the island, attracting many adventurers. Flying Fish Island? Isn't that the very place where Lao Ye and Old Xie intended to venture? Wait a moment, the merging of the reverse world with reality, and an abundance of monsters. How was I unaware of this? An abundance of monsters indeed. Chen Nian immediately called Li Xiao. Oh, this is indeed happening. Did you not accompany the martial sage for training? I thought you were informed. Director Li, is it still possible to go there now? Certainly, I'll notify you. You may head over directly. Chen Nian vom Ti Li inform Chu Wu Wang. That's fine, but unless absolutely necessary, do not remove the 1,000-pound burden from your body. It is essential to maintain consistency for it to yield significant results. Understood. Following this, Chen Nian bid farewell to Ningming and Qianlong, expressing his intent to reunite with them another time, and hurriedly departed. On 100 Refining Mountain, a subordinate approached Chu Wuwang and whispered, "My lord, we have made some progress regarding the Wanmowen stronghold you instructed us to investigate. We expect to uncover more details in a couple of days. However, my lord, you typically do not involve yourself in such matters. Why the sudden engagement this time?" The Wanmowen nearly caused trouble for my disciple. Naturally, I must give him a lesson. Chen Nian, as far as I know, he took the initiative to seek out that painting ghost and even eliminated it. That is of no concern to me. If I don't assert some authority, every Tom, Dick, and Harry will come after my disciple. Yes, I will continue the investigation. At Flying Fish Island, the platform appeared to be an unremarkable deserted isle. However, just a couple of days prior, the 749 Bureau detected anomalous spatial mingling here, leaving numerous monsters from the reverse world stranded on the island. Being in no man's land, many young investigators, including Yaya, were dispatched for training. Chen Nian descended and observed a camp below, filled with numerous white tents. This must be the camp established by the 749 Bureau. Chen Nian, Yaya, and Xie Yi were already waiting. We received word from Director Li that you would be coming. Did you not go for training with the martial sage? Why are you causing a ruckus here? Hey, where there are monsters, there am I. I see. Brother Chun is eager for a kill. Every monster he has slain has never lived to tell the tale. Xie Yi remarked. Listening to you is like hearing the voice of wisdom, Chen Nian retorted, pulling the two along. Hurry, let us hunt some monsters. Oh, and please be sure to leave the heads for me. Rest assured, there are plenty of monsters on this island. We will explore during the day to hunt and return to the camp to rest at night. The group began to traverse through the jungle of the island. Chen Nian, could you run a bit faster? Yeah. Unaware that Chen Nian was burdened with 1,000-pound weight, retorted, it's a result of overexertion. My legs aren't as nimble. Seriously, must you always talk about overexertion? Can't you be a bit more reserved? Come on, my friends, enough with the chatter. Chingu Ijia, look, there's a monster ahead. Indeed, 200 meters ahead, a black magic wolf emerged into their line of sight. Yi was the first to arrive, refraining from attacking, as Xie Yi also arrived, immediately casting a binding spell. Bind. Consequently, the magic wolf was anchored to the ground, unable to move. They shared a tacit understanding to leave the creature for Chen Nian to slay. However, just then, another trio of adventurers cut in from the side, the leader acting swiftly, piercing the magic wolf's body with a long spear. Apologies, my friends, but we were a bit quicker. Chao Ming slung the spear over his shoulder, grinning playfully. You're finished. Yeah, retorted. How so? Chao Ming asked. This is Chun Ji's monster. You've stolen it. Chun Ge. Which Chun Ge? I'm still Chao Ge here. Come on. It's just a monster. What is the big deal? Suddenly, two teammates behind them stammered. Chen Nian. Upon hearing that name, Chao Ming's body jolted in shock, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Oh no. Bloodhand Butcher Chen Nian, is that truly him? When did he come to Flying Fish Island? What do we do now? I've heard this person is exceptionally ruthless, killing anyone in sight, which earned him the moniker of Bloodhand Butcher. The group retreated continuously, their voices trembling. Chen Nian strolled forward, raising his hand. What do you intend to do? Chao Ming blanched in fear. You can't possibly want to kill me just because I accidentally stole your monster, right? Chen Nian's hand landed on his shoulder, sending shivers down his spine. We're colleagues. I'm not a demon of slaughter. Don't think so poorly of me. Chen Nian smiled gently. Well, indeed, but you took one of my monsters, so compensating me with 10 should be reasonable, right? Don't you dare say otherwise. Chapter 72. The demonic night raid on the camp. Chen Nian has ceased to feign modesty, embracing a life of leisure. All he requires is for others to capture the monsters, after which he simply slaughters them, reaping the benefits and witnessing a remarkable increase in his blood strength. As the afternoon waned, he received yet another round of divine gifts. 1. Blood strength 3. 2. Instantly filled 10 spirit orifices 3. The execution chains of Oer can now bind even more formidable foes. The third option, an enhancement to his skill set, was an obvious choice. This powerful single-target control ability allows him to restrain mightier adversaries, signifying a capability to transcend great realms and control others, a transcendent challenge indeed. News of Chen Nian's arrival at Flying Fish Island spread swiftly. Some murmured, I feel Chen Nian is not as impressive as they say. Gao Mang, a victim of circumstances, expressed his confusion. I see his movements are clumsy. He lacks the prowess rumored about him. Could it be mere exaggeration? I too feel that in terms of speed, I could outpace him. Another added, it's just that I haven't seen him truly unleash his power. I wonder what the martial sage sees in him. Of course, Yi Ya and Xie Yi also sensed something amiss with Chen Nian. As night fell, the investigators returned to their tents, lighting fires to prepare their meals. Chen Nian and his companions shared a table. Chen Nian, you're not suffering from any lingering effect from your previous injuries, are you? Not all. Chen Nian replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Just then, a staff member responsible for counting personnel spoke up. We expected 27 individuals, but only 26 are present. Has anyone noticed who is missing? It's Lu Sunwen. Earlier, he mentioned needing to find a place to relieve himself and told us to go ahead. Yet, he hasn't returned for quite some time. 2 fifth-tier leaders, who had brought the group for training, decided one would retrieve him, stating, I'll bring him back. These youngsters lack a sense of time. Amy, locate Lu Sunwen as coordinates. Locating. Coordinates found. A projection map appeared, revealing a flashing red dot. The fifth-tier investigator soared into the air, swiftly disappearing into the dark forest. The others paid little heed to the matter. After all, a fifth-tier leader was on the case. What could possibly go wrong? Please, don't kill me. The missing Lu Sunwen found himself naked and bound to a large tree. A demonic creature stood before him, its skin a ghastly blue, possessing the head of a bull, the body of a fish, and the tail of a serpent, with wings protruding from its form. This monster, known as a Lingyu in the Shanhai Jing, resided on this island, often luring passing ships with its sorcery, only to subject them to cruel torment and share their flesh. Little did she anticipate the sudden arrival of a group of youthful and vigorous 749 investigators. With a resounding crack, she relentlessly struck Lu Sunwen's body with her powerful tail, leaving behind gory wounds that painted a horrific picture. After thoroughly tormenting him, the Lingyu used its bull horns to disembowel him, savoring the gruesome feast. Monster, meet your end. With a sudden shout, a terrifying aura surged from the distance, heralding the arrival of the five-realm investigator seeking Lu Sunwen. Oh, I haven't come looking for you, yet you dare to seek me out. Beasts! The investigator swung their blade, only to slice through a mere afterimage. She had vanished from sight, leaving behind a billowing cloud of pink mist that enveloped the area entirely. Come now, let us see who meets their demise first. Me or you. Illusory figures emerged from the fog, disorienting the investigator until, upon regaining their senses, they found themselves ensnared by the tail of a serpent. The creature was a fifth-tier demon, classified as a disaster-level entity. Among the ranks of calamity, disaster, dragon, and ghost, disaster-level monsters surpassed ordinary five-realm investigators in strength. The monster closed in suddenly, severing the investigator's head in a swift bite. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, she unfurled her wings and soared into the air, glancing toward the distant tents and flickering flames, a subtle smirk gracing her lips. A bamboo flute rested in her grasp, its melody capable of summoning the island's creatures to launch an assault against the 749 investigators. Since you enjoy the thrill of the hunt, let's see what it feels like to be the prey this time. In the camp, confusion brewed. Why hasn't he, the team leader, returned with the others? Indeed, it has been quite some time without any news. Suddenly, an eerie sound wafted in from afar, alerting everyone to danger. The ground began to tremble, and the utensils on the table clattered ominously. All personnel remained vigilant. Called another team leader. Instantly, all investigators rose, on high alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. In the darkness of the forest, pairs of glowing eyes flickered to life. Demons, not just one or two, but a horde. What is happening? Prepare for battle. Dozens of demons surged from all directions, nearly encompassing the remnants of all the monsters on the island. The atmosphere grew tense. Yet Chen Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid banquet has arrived at this late hour. A great battle loomed on the horizon. Blades flashed and energies clashed, the resounding clang of metal mingling with the howls and cries of monsters. Chen Nian, what are you doing? Amidst the astonished gazes of others, Chen Nian removed the heavy weights, binding his limbs, and cast them to the ground. Thud! Thud! Each piece struck the earth with enough force to create small craters. What? He has been training with these weights all along? Is he human? No wonder his movements appeared somewhat clumsy. It all made sense now. The onlookers were left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Once freed from the burdens, Chen Nian felt an exhilarating surge through his body, as if even a mere leap could send him soaring. He decided to test the leg techniques taught by his master to see if he could execute them successfully. Like a cannonball, Chen Nian shot forth, moving with such speed that he became a mere blur, instantly arriving before a tiger demon. With a swift lift of his leg, it seemed as though a flash of lightning coursed through the air. The technique invented by the martial saint, Thunder Whip. With a resounding boom, the body of the tiger demon was instantly reduced to a pile of shattered flesh. Chen Nian raised his fist once more. The dragon fist, inch force. A deafening explosion echoed as the force unleashed a celestial dragon, instantly crushing the three demons ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the horde of monsters, wielding a bloodied long knife, confronting the demons with his unparalleled physical prowess. Amidst the carnage, one could still discern the exhilaration reflected in the corners of his mouth. This was the true power of Chen Nian, the blood-soaked butcher. As a disciple of the martial saint, tearing apart demons was indeed a terrifying spectacle. Damn it, how dare these fiends attempt to surround us? Let's annihilate them. Chapter 73. Do you not enjoy feasting on humans? The morale of the group was high, bolstered by the presence of a leader from the fifth realm, making the prospect of confronting these lower-tier demons seem manageable. However, unbeknownst to them, an ethereal purple mist had begun to envelop the area around their camp, reducing visibility to less than 2 meters, casting everyone into a scenario reminiscent of the hidden mist technique from Naruto. Be cautious. These demons have been manipulated to attack us. The mastermind behind this is exceptionally powerful. The leader shouted. Damn, everything is shrouded in darkness. The group tightened their formation, striving to huddle together for mutual protection. Within the purple haze, phantoms of monsters emerged, yet the investigators could not discern reality from illusion, prompting them to unleash attacks continuously. In the shadows, one by one, Investigators were ensnared by serpentine tails and dragged deeper into the mist. Oh! The chilling screams echoed from the depths. The mood plummeted, as an overwhelming dread gripped their hearts like an invisible hand, squeezing tightly. This cannot continue. We must dispel this mist. Otherwise, we won't even know how we perish. I'll take charge. The Fifth Realm leader soared into the air, determined to shatter the illusion of the mist from above. Gathering a significant amount of spiritual energy in his palm, he prepared to strike downward. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a figure emerged from the mist behind him, its serpentine tail coiling around his body. The demon, a creature resembling a giant fish, leaned in close, grinning wickedly as it whispered into the investigator's ear, "It seems you're the strongest among them. And now I've caught you. Once I eliminate you, they shall all become mere lambs for slaughter." Ugh! He felt the constricting tail tightening around him, the sound of cracking bones reverberating through his body. He could never have anticipated that a powerful wild demon lurked upon this island, one whose might surpassed his own. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary capabilities of Chen Nian. An ordinary Fifth Realm investigator could only contend with disasters of the fifth tier. To confront calamities, one requires elite prowess. To face dragon-level threats, one must be a genius. And for the most formidable ghost-level foes, only a super prodigy will suffice. I shall fight you with all my might. With a thunderous explosion, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, dispersing the purple mist and sending the demon reeling back, blood spewing from its mouth. It turned out that the investigator had forcibly detonated his internal spiritual apertures, resorting to a self-destructive attack. The explosion released a torrent of spiritual energy, akin to a balloon bursting, propelling the monster away and clearing the mist entirely. However, the cost was steep. Nearly all his blood vessels ruptured, leaving him a bloodied figure, collapsing to the ground. As visibility returned, the group immediately noticed their severely injured leader. "Leader, are you all right? Do not concern yourselves with me. Flee quickly. That creature is beyond your capabilities to handle." Panic-stricken individuals fled in desperation, yet only to encounter an invisible barrier mere steps away. What is this? A barrier. We are trapped. What shall we do? There is no escape. A profound terror enveloped the hearts of the people, who could hardly fathom that a mere field training exercise would cost them their lives. Leave? Not a single one shall depart today. The monstrous fish soared once more, gazing down upon the terrified investigators, unable to contain its laughter. "Did you truly believe I summoned those beasts to attack for no reason?" Faced with the onslaught of the creatures, they would instinctively tighten their formation, obscured by a dense fog that would further compress their ranks for mutual protection. During this time, I wove a prison of barriers, ensnaring this flock of sheep. "Fear not, I shall not end your lives so swiftly. After all, I have already consumed 2 today, and it is prudent to stockpile sustenance." Upon hearing this, realization dawned upon the crowd. The missing investigators, including the team leader sent to search for them, had met a gruesome fate. Just then, a figure emerged from beyond the barrier, blood-stained and appearing as if returned from a hellish battle. It was Chen Nian. Indeed, Chen Nian had escaped confinement, having been the sole individual to plunge into the fray and slay the monsters at their epicenter. What? The fish narrowed its eyes, displaying a hint of astonishment. It had not anticipated a lone sheep evading capture. Nevertheless, it posed no concern. The creature's aura was merely at the 3rd tier, easily extinguishable. "Chen Nian, do not come any closer. Hurry and call for reinforcements from headquarters," Yaya shouted, though she recognized Chen Nian's formidable prowess. He could not possibly contend with this fiend. Remaining here would only invite death. "What are you saying? We are comrades. I cannot abandon you." Chen Nian raised his gaze to the beast with a bull's head and serpent's tail above, gathering his power as a blood-red bow swiftly took shape. "I do not enjoy looking up at others. Come down." With a thunderous sound, the bow was released like a missile, grazing the monstrous fish as it evaded. This audacious boy dared to initiate an assault against me? A fool courting death. It dove down, intent on crushing this human effortlessly. No, it would be far more enjoyable to torment him before devouring him in front of everyone. Suddenly, The fish found itself immobile. What is happening? Its hands and feet were ensnared by blood-red chains emerging from the void, rendering it powerless to move or escape. The execution chain of Death 032, AOL. To think this skill could directly restrain a 5th-tier demon after enhancement? Greedy wolf arise. As the words left its lips, a massive black wolf emerged from the swirling shadows. Standing beside Chen Nian. Tear her apart. The greedy wolf lunged forward, only to collide with a transparent barrier. Although restrained, she still possessed the formidable spiritual power to conjure a protective shield. Did this mere wolf dare to challenge me? Once this enchantment dissipates, I shall relish in your slow demise, human. Ling, you articulated each word with clenched teeth. Is that so? Chen Nian recalled that the greedy wolf had recently acquired a new skill, enabling it to transform into a monster it had previously devoured. Metamorphosis. In an instant, the greedy wolf's form rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal creature, akin to Godzilla, towering dozens of meters high. This was indeed the very beast Chen Nian had forcefully vanquished with the power of a martial saint in the painting. Ling Yu's expression shifted dramatically, her lips quivering, her eyes betraying an overwhelming disbelief. Sixth tier. Impossible. Chen Nian remarked nonchalantly. By the way, don't you have a penchant for consuming humans? Greedy wolf, devour her slowly. Thus, the greedy wolf shattered her protective barrier with a single step. It then extended its claws, tearing through her wings, causing blood to erupt from her back as her screams filled the air. The devourer shall be devoured. In the final moments of her life, she was engulfed in despair. Chapter 74. Invitation to the Divine Armament Conference. Effect of Blood Hunt Feast activated. Blood intensity 7. With this wave of monster slaying, Chen Nian's blood intensity surged by nearly 20, granting him 2 opportunities to receive divine gifts. The greedy wolf had begun to feast upon the carcass of the demon, and the barrier that had ensnared everyone finally dissipated. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. Did I not see that correctly? Where did that wolf, a beast of legend, come from? Why did it suddenly assist Chen Nian? Its combat prowess is utterly terrifying. That beast must be under Chen Nian's command. A frail leader from the 5th boundary weakly lifted his head, lost in a daze. Just moments ago, despair had filled his heart. Yet now, thanks to Chen Nian, they had witnessed a miraculous turnaround. Truly, he is the disciple of a martial sage, capable of unleashing power far beyond his realm. This is the mark of a true prodigy. Chao Meng, who had previously snatched monsters from Chen Nian, felt a jolt of fear. Fortunately, he had graciously returned the monsters to Chen Nian. Anyone who dares to question Chen Nian's strength from now on is a fool. The nickname Bloodhand Butcher was never misapplied. Chen Nian, how has your summoned beast become so powerful? Yi Yaya inquired with curiosity. The ability to transform had unexpectedly come in handy. Thank goodness you also came to Flying Fish Island, or we might never have seen you again. Why are you all so serious? This is a double entendre. Not being seen literally means invisible, but it also implies being deceased. Ouch. Before Xie Yi could finish his banter, he received an elbow jab from Yi Yaya. Enough of the foolishness. Help tend to our injured comrades first. After a brief moment of recovery, they suddenly spotted a large ship approaching across the sea. The vessel anchored, and a group of individuals disembarked. As they drew nearer, Chen Nian recognized their martial attire and discerned that they were not from the 749 faction. Who could they be, and what business did they have on this deserted island? Soon, a party of over a dozen approached, and the leading man stepped forward, addressing them. Are you from the 749 Bureau? Indeed, and you are? We hail from the Armament Tomb. Armament Tomb? Chen Nian asked Yaya, what organization is that? As the name suggests, it is an organization dedicated to the forging of weapons. Many of the magical artifacts and weapons in our 749 Bureau are sourced from them, including the flying sword you wield. They are perhaps the most authoritative weapon forging entity in the world. The man continued, a few days ago, our mining vessel passed through these waters and was lured into an ambush by demons. Only 1 or 2 managed to escape, and we have come to vanquish the demon and rescue our comrades. And what of you? So many among you are injured. It appears you have just endured a fierce battle. The leader chuckled wryly. The demon you seek. Does it possess the body of an ox, the fins of a fish, and a serpent's tail? Indeed, we just engaged in a fierce battle with it. Upon hearing this, the man was taken aback. So the beast escaped? No, it was slain by one of our investigators. He is the one. The leader's gaze turned toward Chen Nian. Him? The soldiers of the military grave surveyed Chen Nian, their faces adorned with expressions of confusion. Our group arrived with great fanfare, intent on confronting that enigmatic demon, and we even brought 3 experts of the 5th realm. Yet this young man clearly exudes the aura of a mere shattered sky realm. Could he have vanquished the demon? What a jest! The soldiers chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. It is entirely reasonable for you to harbor disbelief. Had I not witnessed it myself, I too would find it hard to believe. By the way, his name is Chen Nian. Chen Nian? That name sounds somewhat familiar. My lord, a subordinate leaned in, whispering. The recent disciple of the martial saint is apparently named thus. What? A disciple of the martial saint? They are no strangers to that name. To be accepted as a disciple by a saint signifies one is undoubtedly among the top talents of our time. For instance, the sword saint's disciple Yi Qinglian and the blade saint's disciple Yunongzhou are both extraordinary prodigies. Nevertheless, despite their astonishment, the soldiers held little fondness for the martial saint, and the reason was singular. Chu Wuong has always looked down upon those who wield weapons, for his philosophy champions the sanctity of the physical body, relying solely on one's own strength, a notion that could be deemed as brawn over brains. Let's first conduct an investigation. The soldiers ventured into the island, and after a thorough inquiry, they swiftly located the demon's hideout, even uncovering numerous torn garments and bones. It appears those disciples indeed met their demise, and the demon has certainly been slain. This implies that we owe a debt of gratitude to the disciple of the martial saint. The soldiers, known for their clear-cut distinctions between favor and resentment, grasped the truth and returned to the 749 camp to express their thanks to Chen Nian. Brother, thank you. You have slain that demon, avenging us in the process. Please accept this invitation. An invitation from the military grave was handed to Chen Nian. He opened it to find the 3 prominent characters' divine arms assembly emblazoned at the top. What is this? A look of confusion crossed Chen Nian's face. Beside him, Yi Yaya exclaimed in surprise. The invitation to the divine arms assembly. Goodness, this is the triannual grand event of the military grave, and those who receive an invitation can select a weapon based on their abilities. Indeed, if you're interested, you are most welcome to attend. Although outwardly courteous, Tang Tai secretly mused that this disciple of the martial saint would surely disdain participating in the divine arms assembly. After all, they rely on their fists and feet for sustenance. Years ago, the military grave had also extended an invitation to Chu Wuong, which he outright declined. Were it not for a favor owed, they would never have considered extending an invitation to the disciple of the martial saint. All right, I shall certainly attend. To their surprise, Chen Nian readily accepted, displaying neither disdain nor contempt. This left the soldiers astonished. They had not anticipated that this disciple of the martial saint would differ from the simple-minded. Godani Chu Wuwang. He seemed rather reasonable. May I bring 2 friends along? Naturally, that poses no issue. Subsequently, the group from the soldiers' tomb departed by boat. On board, Tang Tai could not suppress a joyful hum. Brother, what brings you such delight? He inquired. Consider this. Chen Nian's attendance at the Divine Weapon Conference will undoubtedly introduce him to numerous prodigies from various sects. After all, seizing weapons at the conference is contingent upon one's prowess. If he performs poorly, wouldn't that be a slap in Chu Wuong's face? It will surely challenge his disdain for our martial abilities. Haha, this Divine Weapon Conference promises to be quite entertaining. If memory serves, the disciple of the Blade Saint is also set to attend, correct? Indeed, we may have the opportunity to witness an exchange between the disciples of the Martial Saint and the Blade Saint. Chapter 75, The Dragon God Sequence, a new ability? During the period of adjustment, Chen Nian opened the 2 accumulated divine gifts. The first activation occurred. 3 options immediately appeared. 1. Blood Strength 3, 2. Acquire a random slaughter sequence ability 3. Acquire a random dragon god sequence ability. The possibility of obtaining a dragon god sequence ability among the options was a tremendous surprise for Chen Nian. Previously, through the vampiric bloodline ability, he had inadvertently awakened the divine status of the dragon god after consuming the blood of the little dragon maiden. Now, he could acquire the abilities associated with that divine status through this method. He promptly chose the third option. In the next moment, a plethora of cards surrounded Chen Nian. He selected one, and a radiant light erupted. Dragon God Sequence 090. Comprehension of Dragon Script. Ability Effect. Enables you to understand Dragon Script. Is this really useful? Chen Nian was at a loss for words and subsequently activated the second divine gift. The options reappeared. 1. Blood Strength 3-2. Blood Regeneration Speed 5-3. The blood of the Blood King can be stored externally. Does this mean that in the future, he would not need to summon blood from his body to activate this ability? That would indeed be quite convenient. He would only need to use a blood-holding artifact to store it in advance and carry it with him, allowing for immediate access in battle. This was certainly a notable enhancement. After vanquishing numerous monsters, the spiritual energy Chen Nian absorbed filled 10 or so spiritual apertures within him. Breaking Sky Realm. Level 13. As for his upcoming plans, the Divine Weapon event would commence in 7 days, and he intended to join the festivities. At the same time, beneath the bright moonlight, within a secluded valley, 3 investigators of rank 749 were concealed in the shadows, each one an A-class or even S-class powerhouse. Their presence here was due to a significant stronghold of the 10,000 demon hall hidden within the valley. It was undoubtedly correct. A protective barrier was established here, rendering it undetectable from the outside. Only by breaching the barrier could the true nature of the stronghold be revealed. Let us contact headquarters. Though their ranks were high and their powers formidable, they dared not recklessly engage with the stronghold. Headquarters, this is S-Class Investigator Su Yin. We have discovered a 10,000 demon hall stronghold near the Taiwu mountain range. There are likely 8th-tier great demons within. We require additional personnel for extermination. Received. Dispatching higher-ranked investigators will take some time. Please remain concealed and do not act rashly. After contacting headquarters, Su Yin turned to his 2 companions and said, "Let's lie in wait nearby and observe the situation." Understood. At that moment, a figure plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground. The entire mountain range seemed to tremble in response. Which fool is this? It's over. The demons inside will surely be alerted. Wait, that figure is Chu. Senior Chu? The newcomer was a robust, middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, bandages wrapped around his arms, and dark skin enveloping powerful muscles. He was the martial sage, Chu Wuwang. A few investigators hurried forward. The junior investigator Su Yin from Unit 749 exclaimed, "I have met Senior Chu. What brings you here?" "Naturally, I am here to eradicate the stronghold of the 10,000 demons." It turned out that Chu Wuwang had been discreetly investigating and fortuitously discovered the location of this 10,000 demon stronghold, prompting him to come alone. "Senior, you are here to assist Unit 749. Su Yin rejoiced. "Don't flatter yourselves. What makes Unit 749 so significant that I would come for you? I am here to seek vengeance for my disciple. Not long ago, the spawn of the 10,000 demons nearly dealt a fatal blow to my disciple. They possess quite the audacity." "Your disciple, is he named Chen Nian?" Indeed, at this revelation, Su Yin and the others realized they had inadvertently summoned the martial sage to their aid due to their connection with Chen Nian. Chu Wang surveyed the surroundings. There exists a protective barrier. No wonder it is not easily detected. In that case, he raised his fist. In a blur, moving at a speed that left only an afterimage, he condensed his 5 fingers into a fist and struck forward with tremendous force. Mountain-crushing strike. Boom! The barrier shattered into fragments, revealing the stronghold nestled in the valley. What first caught there, I was a grand altar ablaze with a dim blue flame, surrounded by towering stone tablets inscribed with intricate runes, and behind it stood a magnificent black palace. At that moment, a multitude of demons emerged from the palace, ranging from the lower echelons to the more formidable, numbering at least 100. It seemed this stronghold was quite substantial. Suddenly, a dark mist surged from the palace, coalescing in midair into a demon with jet-black wings, its voice resonating with fury. Who dares to seek death? Upon witnessing this demon, Su Yin and the others gasped in astonishment. It was the 13th of the 10,000 demons, the Darkwing Demon, with a bounty of 200 million on the 749 reward list. An 8th-tier dragon-class demon. They silently rejoiced at their prudence in refraining from rash action, as they had not anticipated such a formidable adversary lurking within. However, the fear dissipated. Chu Wuwang erupted into boisterous laughter, soaring into the air, his voice echoing like an ancient bell, resonating through the cosmos. I am Chu Wuwang, the one who shall annihilate this place. Upon hearing this name, the throng of demons below was instantly struck with terror. Chu Wuwang, the martial sage. The saint has arrived. This is dire. We must flee. Even the formidable Darkwing demon trembled, its eyes widening in panic. What brings the martial sage here? Does he have nothing better to do than to slay demons like those in Unit 749? Curse it. In an instant, its courage evaporated, and its first instinct was to escape. Even among the top 10 of the 10,000 demons, no one dared to claim they could contend with him, let alone itself. Planning to flee? It is too late. From now on, let anyone who dares to harm my disciple reconsider their actions. Chu Wuwang raised his fist once more, delivering a powerful blow from above. This time it was not the mountain-crushing force, but rather the inch punch, heavens opening. The force of his punch obliterated everything beneath him in an instant, reducing it to mere dust. The monsters had barely begun to flee when they were annihilated on the spot. Even the 8th-tier demon could not escape the reach of this punch. It was compelled to activate its dark shield, managing to withstand the impact for merely half a second. Just half a second. No. No. The dark shield shattered, and it too was crushed into particles in the air. The palace, the altar, the stone tablet. Everything was laid waste beneath the might of a single fist. Su Yin and the others stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the sheer power of the martial saint. It was utterly terrifying. At headquarters, reinforcements were deemed unnecessary. The martial saint had already leveled the stronghold. Chu Wuwang descended to the ground, feeling somewhat bored that it was all resolved so swiftly. He ventured into the ruins of the palace, intending to search for any overlooked remnants, only to discover that beneath the palace lay an unexpected subterranean world. It appeared to be an underground storage facility. However, most of the contents had been obliterated, leaving little of interest. Wait, Chu Wuwang noticed a black box, protected by a defensive barrier, remaining unscathed. What treasures could be contained within that warranted such stringent protection? Upon opening it, he found a tome resembling a manual. What language is this? The characters twisted and turned like worms. It was utterly indecipherable. Chapter 76, the ancient text of Dragon Script, 9 Heavens Dragon Chant Command Center. Elder Chu has resolved all the demons in this area. The martial saint? Why did he suddenly intervene to assist us, the 749? It is said that he aimed to give Chen Nian a lesson regarding the Hall of 10,000 Demons, to prevent any random individuals from making a move against his disciple. In any case, no reinforcements are required. Understood. The 749 Bureau finds itself in a bittersweet predicament. Little did they expect to benefit from Chen Nian's influence in such a manner. Under ordinary circumstances, enlisting the help of a saint is no trivial matter. Meanwhile, Chu Wuwang returned with the ancient text and sought counsel from a venerable elder, well-versed in both ancient and modern knowledge. What kind of script is this? I have never seen anything like it. The elder donned his spectacles and scrutinized the text for a moment, his eyes narrowing in sudden realization. This, could it be Dragon Script? Dragon Script? Although I cannot comprehend its content, such a script is recorded in history. It is highly likely to be a genuine Dragon Script manuscript. Chu Wuwang furrowed his brow in confusion. How could such a thing exist within the hall of 10,000 demons' catacombs? Perhaps they fortuitously unearthed the legacy of the human race from Longyuan Town, thus acquiring this artifact. In archaeological terms, this is indeed a valuable treasure. Longyuan Town? It is said that there exists a secluded town harmonious with the dragon clan. They're friends with dragons, practice dragon arts, and naturally can read dragon script. Legend has it that all who emerge from Longyuan town are formidable figures of a tumultuous era. Chu Wuwang stroked his chin, nodding in partial understanding. In any case, since you have no use for this, why not leave it for me to study? Naturally, should any insights arise, you shall not be deprived of the benefits. No way, I shall keep it. Chu Wuwang seized the manuscript with a grin. I will gift it to my disciple. You. Chu Wuwang pondered. Chen Nian and Ningming are quite close to that dragon maiden. So why not show this to them? The elder fumed, his beard bristling. How could you, Chu Wuwang, give such a precious ancient text to your disciple? It is utterly infuriating. If your disciple possesses any skill, let him come to the Divine Armament Conference. I shall see what merit he has. That is certainly out of the question. I am trained in martial arts, as is my disciple. We are not suited for wielding weapons at such events. A crude martial artist, afraid your disciple might not measure up to the young prodigies of other sects. Is that it? How cowardly. Huh. Your provocations hold no sway over me. Farewell. Chu Wuwang opened a group chat to inform Chen Nian and Ning Meng about this matter. Ning Meng expressed disinterest. Thus the ancient text fell into Chen Nian's possession. Dragon script. Upon hearing this news, Chen Nian was unexpectedly elated, for he had previously grasped a sequence ability that enabled him to read dragon script, and now he fortuitously received a manuscript composed in dragon script. Upon taking it into his hands, he indeed found himself able to comprehend the content within. The art of the blade, the dragon's roar in the 9 heavens. The golden-scaled dragon is not merely a creature of the pond. It transforms into a dragon upon encountering the winds and clouds. The dragon's roar in the 9 heavens heralds a stunning transformation, as the winds and clouds converge upon the shallow waters. Upon reading these lines of poetry, Chen Nian was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of dominance, as if the mere emergence of this blade would render it supreme over the world. The dragon's roar in the 9 heavens? I have never heard of it. Indeed, it is an ancient martial art passed down from the dragon's depths to the human race. Chu Wuwang chuckled. If the Blade Saint were to learn of this, he would likely strive to curry favor with me for its secrets. Haha. Chen Nian expressed his gratitude, realizing he had inadvertently gained an advantage. However, given the impressive nature of this blade technique, it would surely require a fine sword to complement it. The blade he had fashioned from his own blood, while possessing hardness and strength, ultimately lacked the spirit of true artistry. Securing an exceptional sword at the Armory Conference would be the perfect pairing for this martial skill. By the way, Master, I intend to attend the Armory Conference to procure a fine sword. Your skills in boxing and kicking are lacking. Why ponder over sword techniques? Of course, my primary focus is on martial arts, with sword techniques as a supplementary means to diversify my combat strategies. Very well, but you must possess an invitation to attend the Armory Conference. They 1T extend an invitation to me, given my prior mockery of them. Chu Wuwang's expression turned troubled. I already have an invitation. What? Chen Nian produced the invitation and recounted the circumstances. Excellent. In that case, let us join the festivities and observe the prowess of those who wield blades and firearms. In the days that followed, Chen Nian departed from 749 and returned home to the harbor district, dedicating himself to the study of the dragon's roar in the 9 heavens. On the morning of the second day, unexpected guests arrived. A sweet girl and a fierce little girl duo. Qianlong, senior sister Ning Meng, what brings you here? Of course, I'm here to be her bodyguard. Quick, order me some takeout. I crave the Overlord Tea Princess. Chen Nian chuckled at the absurdity. It's too early for anyone to be open, senior sister. Chen Nian, I heard you acquired an ancient text written in dragon script. Let me see it. Here. It was indeed dragon script. You can actually comprehend it? I learned it by chance. Qianlong smiled mischievously, raising her slender finger to trace arcs in the air, creating flowing characters reminiscent of gentle ripples. Let me test you. How do you read these characters? You are truly beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Hee hee. Qianlong's eyes sparkled with delight, her affection for Chen Nian deepening upon discovering his understanding of dragon script. By the way, this ancient text contains a fragment of true dragon intent, meant to guide future learners. I can extract it and infuse it into your body. What purpose does it serve? Chen Nian inquired. This intent harbors the essence and key insights of the blade technique. You can learn at an accelerated pace by standing on the shoulders of giants. Is it truly that advantageous? Let's proceed. Chen Nian was overjoyed, as he felt that the intricacies of this swordsmanship were rather profound, requiring considerable time to master. Unexpectedly, a shortcut presented itself. It seemed that flattering her had indeed borne fruit, not in vain. As Qianlong began to cast her spell, a stream of consciousness swiftly flowed into Chen Nian's mind. In an instant, insights akin to mountains and seas surged forth. He found himself momentarily envisioning a figure wielding this sword technique, each move seemingly engaged in a dance with dragons. Previously, Chen Nian had studied a sword style in the Logistics Department 749 titled Startling Swan and Wandering Dragon Blade. However, that swordsmanship possessed form without spirit. The difference was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The dragon's essence captured through imitation could never compare to the authentic. If he could master it, he would surely astonish the world. How does it feel? Thanks to you, the pace of comprehension has accelerated at least tenfold. I'm glad to be of assistance. Do remember to treat us to some milk tea later. Over the next few days, Chen Nian diligently practiced. At last, the day of the Divine Weapon Conference had officially arrived. Chapter 77. The opening of the Divine Armament Convention. The Divine Armament Convention is held at the Armament Tomb Mountain every 3 years, attracting the finest young talents from across the land. This is primarily due to the unparalleled quality of weapons crafted at the Armament Tomb. As long as one possesses the requisite skill, one can partake without cost. After bidding farewell to Chen Nian and Ning Ming, they summoned Yi Yi and Xie Yi to broaden their horizons. Chen Nian, you have finally arrived. Let us hurry. Éclamet Yi Yi, Birimink, vite excitement. It is said that young prodigies from various sects are vying for the weapons this time. It promises to be quite the spectacle. Typically, invitations are scarce, but fortunately, I can accompany you. Wait, neither of you possesses a flying artifact, and my sword can hardly carry 3, Xie Yi remarked. How about we squeeze together? Here's a thought. Chen Nian, you could bind Xie with your blood, suspend him from the sword's tail, and the two of us could stand upon the sword. Wouldn't that work? That is not a bad idea, Chen Nian replied. Xie Yi responded with confusion. Thus, Chen Nian and Yi Yi mounted the flying sword, while Xie Yi dangled in midair, soaring to an altitude of 1,000 meters, en route to Armament Tomb Mountain. Armament Tomb Mountain rose majestically amidst the rugged peaks, enveloped in clouds and mist, presenting a picturesque landscape. Wow, there's so many people. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a constant influx of individuals arriving from all directions, and a variety of luxury vehicles parked at the mountain's foot. The trio successfully landed and proceeded to the entrance, where they were required to present their invitations for verification before entering the mountain. As soon as they touched down, Chen Nian's black card reacted, indicating that members of the Genius Club had also arrived, which seemed reasonable, as those prodigies were indeed entitled to invitations. Please enter. With their invitations verified, the trio stepped into Armament Tomb Mountain. The mountain was adorned with an array of weapons: swords, spears, halberds, staffs, whips, fans, and hammers. Everything imaginable. Along the paths, there stood a veritable forest of swords and blades. Some were rusted with age, while others still glimmered with metallic luster. Before long, they reached a plateau halfway up the mountain, where an arena had been established, surrounded by a large crowd. Esteemed guests, boomed an elderly voice from the arena. This is the Human Armament Arena. Those wishing to seek human armaments should prepare themselves. The event will commence in 1 hour. Human armaments? What does that mean? Chen Nian and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. Is this your first visit? You do not know? The Armament Tomb distributes weapons in 4 tiers: human armaments, spirit armaments, earth armaments, and heavenly armaments, explained a fair-skinned young man clad in white, wielding a long sword. The higher the tier of the weapon, the better it is. This is merely the first threshold, he elaborated. Thank you for the clarification, Brother Xie. Chen Nian replied with a polite smile. He then turned to Yi and the others, saying, "Let us not join the fray. Since we are here, our aim must be the heavenly armament." Such lofty aspirations. There is only one heavenly armament every 3 years. It is not something easily claimed, the young man in white muttered. What if I were to obtain it? Chen Nian countered with a smile. If you manage to acquire it, then I shall. Du shon eat doom. I didn't realize you were such a glutton. Chen Nian teased. You. Never mind. I shan't waste my breath on someone so coarse. The young man in white snorted disdainfully and turned his back on Chen Nian. As Chen Nian returned, he overheard Yi Yaya whisper, "That pretty boy seems rather effeminate, lacking even my masculinity. Indeed, you're my good buddy." Soon, an hour had elapsed. Around the arena, hundreds had gathered, hailing from various sects and factions. Ladies and gentlemen, 100 exquisite weapons are about to emerge. Those who wish to seize them may act freely. Only the capable shall claim them. As the words resonated, a multitude of silver beams descended from the sky, akin to a shower of stars. Indeed, those were nearly 100 exquisite weapons. Act swiftly. That sword shall be mine. That spear looks splendid. It is destined for me. The crowd surged forward, embarking on a fray to claim the weapons from the air, igniting a chaotic melee. Naturally, Chen Nian and his companions did not partake. The man in white also refrained from joining, seemingly unimpressed by the so-called exquisite weapons. It could be said that those vying for them were merely the dregs of the lot. Before long, the multitude of weapons had been claimed. Congratulations to all for acquiring your desired weapons. Those seeking spiritual weapons, please proceed further up the mountain. Onward, onward to the mountain. We have come this far. Naturally, we seek more advanced arms. However, what awaited the crowd was a fork in the path. Guarding the entrance was none other than the senior disciple from the armament tomb who had delivered the invitation to Chen Nian. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are here as ordinary guests may ascend the left path, while those desiring to claim weapons should take the right path. A voice queried, "What is the difference between the two paths?" The left is unobstructed. As for the right, well, you shall face the spiritual pressure from the Mountain Lord. Only those who can ascend within an hour will qualify to contend for the spiritual weapons. So that's it. I anticipated a trial. Naturally, with so many attendees, a selection process is imperative to ensure there are enough spoils. Yi Yaya and Xie Yi were merely there to observe. So they chose the left path. Good luck. We'll await you at the top. All right, you go ahead. Chen Nian followed the others along the right path. As he began his ascent, an invisible and terrifying pressure bore down upon him from above. The sensation was akin to bearing an immense weight upon his shoulders. Many collapsed to the ground, some even unable to rise. Chen Nian himself found it difficult to maintain his footing. However, it was not solely due to the oppressive force from above. Rather, his limbs were already burdened with a weight of 4,000 pounds, which he had scarcely removed per Chu Wuwang's advice. Now, he was effectively under dual pressure. At that moment, the disparity among individuals became evident. There was one who remained utterly unaffected, moving with remarkable speed. Who could that be? It was Yunong Zhou, a direct disciple of the Blade Saint, who had slain demons at the age of 10, battled across realms by 15, and reached the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm by 20, an absolute prodigy. And then there was the robed figure, Li Qingcheng of Qingqing Mountain, reputed to be a once-in-a-millennium genius in Taoist arts. Those who walk ahead are undoubtedly exceptional geniuses. At this moment, as Chen Nian contemplated, the previously elegant young man in white passed by him. Aren't you here to acquire a supreme weapon? How can you afford to lag behind? Chen Nian detected the sarcasm in his tone. You go ahead. I will catch up shortly. He decided to offer a word of caution. Do not overexert yourself, lest you suffer internal injuries. I shall proceed first. His intentions were not ill. Chen Nian smiled, rising to confront the dual pressures, and trudged forward with great difficulty. On the mountain, in the VIP area, seated here were the esteemed elders from various sects, as well as the upper echelons of the Sword-Tomb Mountain, all of whom were prominent figures in the realm of spiritual energy. At that moment, a figure plummeted from the sky, clad in fitted attire, hands wrapped in bandages, with muscles taut and well-defined. Chu Wuwang. What brings him to join the fray? The martial sage? Has he not always looked down upon those who wield weapons? How rare it is. An elderly man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Could it be that Chu Wuwang was provoked by some baiting tactics that day? Speaking of which, the disciple of the Blade Saint, Yu Nongzhou, has arrived, and the disciple of the Tao Saint from Qingxing Mountain, Li Qingsheng, is also present. Yet, why is there no sign of the disciple of the Sword Saint? Chu Wuwang strode forward and boldly seized a chair from one of the esteemed guests, nonchalantly indulging in the delicacies on the platter. Now that everyone is seated, let us watch my disciple's performance. Chapter 78. Chen Nian. Is someone trying to show off in front of me? A single remark from Chu Wuwang incited a cacophony of discussions. His disciple has arrived? What does he know other than martial arts? Why attempt to seize weapons? It is merely a waste of resources. Who is his disciple? I am quite curious to see what remarkable feats he can achieve. On the live broadcast, the initial competitors swiftly reached the finish line. As time elapsed, more participants trickled in. However, it was not until the final 10 minutes that Chen Nian arrived, almost precisely on time. That's him, my disciple. Chu Wuwang pointed to Chen Nian on the screen. Haha, then it seems he might not be up to par. This challenge isn't particularly difficult, yet he appears to be struggling, one observer remarked. Indeed, old Chu, one would expect your disciple to possess formidable physical prowess. I fail to see what sets him apart, another added. Calm down, it's still early. Chu Wuwang leisurely sipped his tea, fully aware that Chen Nian was currently engaged in weight training and had yet to exert his full strength. Of the several hundred participants, 2/3 were eliminated, leaving nearly 100 who succeeded. Congratulations to you all. You now possess the qualification to contend for the spiritual weapons. There are a total of 17 spiritual weapons available, and as always, they will go to those who are capable. However, I implore you to show restraint during the competition. Please do not employ excessive force. Begin. With that declaration, the 17 spiritual weapons were released simultaneously, prompting a frenzied scramble. Securing a spiritual weapon would signify a considerable gain, for these were high-quality items produced by the weapon crypt. In the realm of 749, they would require several hundred contribution points for exchange. Are you not going to compete? The man in white queried Chen Nian. Surely you do not genuinely wish to seize the heavenly weapon? You struggled so much with the previous challenge. Your ambition is commendable. Chen Nian cast a glance at the delicate young man. I shall strive to ensure your downfall. You are utterly. The young man raised his hand, only to dismissively lower it again. Such vulgarity. I shall not engage with you in this manner. Before long, the segment for seizing spiritual weapons concluded. A middle-aged man clad in a trench coat, exuding an aura of authority, hovered in midair. He was Tang Hong, the leader of the Weapon Crypt Mountain. Next, you shall face 3 challenges, each guarded by a sentinel warrior. Defeating these warriors will grant you access to the Earth-grade weapons. His resounding voice echoed throughout the valley. Finally, the main event was upon them. Earth-grade weapons were considered rare and extraordinary in the realm of spiritual energy. The Weapon Crypt Mountain had prepared for 3 years, unveiling only 3 such weapons. What lay ahead was the true contest among the most talented individuals. All participants brimmed with excitement, and the audience's interest was likewise piqued. Fortunately, we live in an age of technology, allowing live broadcasts of each challenge projected on large screens. Those who arrived early at the mountaintop, including Yaya and her companions, were also able to witness the spectacle. Chen Nian advanced with the crowd, soon arriving at the entrance of a canyon. This level is named the Hurricane Stage. The puppet soldiers ahead in the valley continuously unleash devastating wind blades. All must proceed according to their abilities. By conquering this stage, one can advance further. Defeating the final puppet soldier will reward one with the Earth-grade weapon, the wind-wrapped sandgun. Chen Nian mused. It appears that to ultimately qualify for the Celestial Soldier competition, one must successfully navigate through all 3 levels. This serves as a filtering mechanism. The strong advance, while the weak falter. However, this level poses no challenge for me. Those wind blades cannot harm me. With a burden of several thousand gold, I remain unaffected by their force. While Chen Nian contemplated, several individuals ahead had already begun their attempts. Such formidable wind blades. Even with my spiritual energy protecting me, My skin is still vulnerable to their cuts. No, I cannot withstand this. One unfortunate fellow instantly found his garments tattered and his body marred, even losing his trousers to the wind blades, fleeing in sheer embarrassment. A fair-faced youth quickly shielded his eyes with a look of disgust. How filthy. Why are you, a grown man, behaving so femininely and covering your eyes? Mind your own business. The fair-faced youth glanced at Chen Nian. Worry about yourself. This wind domain is not something just anyone can traverse. Be cautious, or you'll end up like that fellow. Rest assured, I have no habit of fleeing in public, Chen Nian replied as he confidently stepped forward, calmly entering the wind field. Blood naturally flowed from his storage gourd, forming a large umbrella in front of him, perfectly shielding him from the incoming wind blades. He does possess some skill. The fair-faced youth looked on in astonishment, cautiously channeling his spiritual energy to protect himself, advancing step by step, unwilling to let his garments be shredded, a potential social disaster. Fortunately, although his spiritual energy was not potent, it was just sufficient to withstand the onslaught of wind blades. In the audience, whispers filled the air. Who is that? He traversed this wind domain without employing any means, as casually as if strolling through a garden, clad in blue robes and carrying a wooden sword. He must be from Qingqing Mountain. Wait, could he be the disciple of Tao Saint Li Qingqing? It is quite possible. Qingqing Mountain's techniques are unrivaled. It is said that this individual possesses extraordinary talent, harmonizing with nature, causing the wind blades to actively evade him. Remarkable, this fellow. Before long, Li Qingqing was the first to reach the end of the wind domain. He turned to face the others, offering a faint smile. Allow me to increase the difficulty for you. With a subtle movement of his foot, a Bagua formation suddenly materialized, illuminating the Sun position. Sun corresponds to wind. In an instant, those wind blades, empowered by his technique, intensified several-fold. Within the wind domain, several individuals struggling to advance were immediately swept away by the powerful wind blades. Their efforts rendered futile. How can he act this way? Yi Yaya exclaimed in indignation. He is merely reducing his competitors. This is a fair contest, after all. Ultimately, to claim the weapon, one must rely on strength. If one cannot even overcome this hurdle, they deserve to be eliminated. Among the audience, a handmaiden nervously clutched her chin, her eyes wide as she fixated on the broadcast screen, daring not to blink. Alas, my lady, if I cannot withstand this, would I not end up like those individuals, left in tatters? The exposure of my disguise would be utterly embarrassing. The young man brandished his sword. A grave expression etched upon his face, his hair wildly dancing by his ears. The ferocious blades of wind assailed him, nearly overwhelming his resolve. How infuriating! That wretched Taoist from Qingqing Mountain is utterly deranged. It is one thing for him to pass through, but why must he bring others down with him? No, I cannot afford to disgrace myself here. Upon my return, I fear I would never again hold my head high before my father. Dozens of individuals struggled valiantly within the tempestuous winds. They were reluctant to surrender, yet progress seemed elusive, and in this precarious state, all their efforts could be rendered futile at any moment. Li Qingqiang, why do you deliberately make things difficult for us? Someone bellowed in protest. I do this for your own good. If you cannot even overcome this challenge, the ensuing competition will only lead to self-humiliation, Li Qingqiang replied coolly. At that moment, amidst the collective struggle, one person surged against the current, unwavering in his speed. It was he. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it was Chen Nian. He could pass through with ease, yet he could not bear the sight of someone flaunting their prowess before him. With a raised fist, he unleashed a powerful blow, the force known as Crushing Mountain. This terrifying energy, akin to Mount Tide descending upon them, collided head-on with a multitude of wind blades. In an instant, it caused a reversal of the wind's direction, even forcing Li Qingqiang to stagger back 2 paces. At that moment, the astonished gazes of the onlookers converged upon Chen Nian. Chapter 79. What's wrong with asking for a girl? The force of that punch caused the entire wind domain to reverse its flow. Such power, how did I not realize that this individual possessed such formidable strength? The other competitors immediately felt a sense of relief. Seizing the moment, they rushed toward the finish line. The pale-faced youth stood in a daze, staring at Chen Nian for a while. So, he had been concealing his true capabilities all along? Fortunately, this person intervened. Otherwise, my first venture out into the world would have resulted in a major embarrassment. He hurried forward, swiftly passing through the checkpoint. However, the most astonished of all was Li Qingcheng himself, a prodigy of the Tao and a disciple of the sage. Although he had merely made a slight move earlier, it was not something an ordinary person could easily withstand. That punch felt as if a mountain was crashing toward his face, the pressure nearly rendering the air itself heavier. This was no ordinary martial technique. How intriguing. It appears that this divine weapon conference may have an unexpected dark horse. Yu Nongzhou, holding a blade in his arms, smiled faintly. This hardly qualifies as a dark horse. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the final contest for the celestial weapons will ultimately be between the two of us. As disciples of the sage, if we were to acquire the celestial weapons from the Weapon Tomb Mountain, it would not only enhance our combat prowess, but also elevate our renown within the spiritual realm, yielding both fame and fortune. It is a pity, however, that Luo Qiufeng did not attend, which diminishes the excitement somewhat. It is said that he began nurturing his sword at the age of 15, and now, after a decade of dedication, he is uninterested in other weapons. Who does not know that his goal is to defeat the new disciples of the Star-Picking Tower? If we were to join the Star-Picking Tower in the future, a confrontation with him would be inevitable. After exchanging a few words, the remaining individuals also successfully navigated this trial. Those who could not make it through had already conceded. When Chen Nian reached the finish line, the pale-faced youth approached, averting his gaze awkwardly and saying, "Thank for earlier, has no one taught you to look someone in the eye when you express gratitude?" "Thank you." Chen Nian smiled and patted the pale-faced youth on the shoulder. "You're welcome. Just remember, once I secure the celestial weapon, you're getting the red stone." "You." Chen Nian mused to himself. This pale-faced youth was quite striking, with a delicate, fair face and clear, sparkling eyes, truly the type that could captivate both genders. Watching him struggle could indeed be a source of amusement. The audience erupted in exclamations following Chen Nian's display. What martial technique was that with such remarkable aftereffects? It seemed to resemble Chu Wuwang's inch force technique. Indeed, that is his new disciple. He truly possesses some talent. This divine weapon conference, initially thought to be a contest between Yu Nongzhou and Li Qingcheng, has unexpectedly taken a turn for the intriguing hearing the praises from the crowd. Chu Wuwang could not help but smirk. This is just the beginning. Chen Nian's punch did not even unleash the dragon chi. He is still far from exerting his full strength. Chen Nian and the others soon found themselves confronting a formidable battle puppet, a humanoid automaton standing approximately 5 meters tall, its imposing presence blocking their path. Defeating this puppet would grant them access to the Earth-grade weapon, the Wind Whirlwind Sandgun. However, each individual was permitted to claim only one weapon, which meant that those vying for the celestial weapons would certainly be reluctant to act recklessly. Who among you possesses an interest in this weapon? Feel free to engage. For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Those with strength showed little interest in lower-grade weapons, while those intrigued feared they might not best the puppet. In light of this, shall I lend you all a hand? Yu Nongzhou stepped forward and with a resonant hum, unsheathed a long knife. The blade sliced through the air, carving a crescent arc. With a clang, the puppet, along with the rocky cliffs flanking the valley, was met with a terrifying crack. The puppet collapsed, revealing the concealed Earth-grade weapon within. Please, make your choice. Yu Nongzhou had no personal interest. His sole aim in vanquishing the puppet was to forge ahead. Behind him, several individuals hastily began to scramble for the weapon. Chen Nian continued onward. Before long, they approached the second checkpoint, where an aged referee awaited at the entrance. This trial was known as the Lava Pass, and participants were required to traverse a volcanic region filled with molten lava. Defeating the puppet at the end of this trial would yield the Earth-grade folding fan, the Flame Mirage. This challenge posed little difficulty. The volcanic area was merely characterized by extreme heat, with occasional fireballs launching towards the crowd. Those who had successfully navigated the first trial faced little pressure here. Upon reaching the base of the trial, they engaged in a fierce battle with the puppet amidst the molten rock, swiftly defeating it. The final trial, known as the Snowstorm Pass, required them to vanquish the puppet at its conclusion to obtain the Earth-grade longsword, the Snow Princess. Before them lay a landscape of icy woods, adorned with crystalline trees, a stark contrast to the previous volcanic terrain. The challenge was not particularly daunting. Soon, they reached the end, where a colossal ice giant obstructed their path. A long sword encased within its transparent chest. The Snow Princess. Such a beautiful sword. The fair-faced youth was immediately captivated. His skills were lacking, and seizing a celestial weapon was beyond him. Yet claiming this Earth-grade weapon seemed feasible. The sword's exquisite appearance resonated with his own affinity for swordsmanship. Without hesitation, he soared into battle against the ice giant. His lithe figure danced elegantly, the long sword in his grasp weaving intricate patterns as he relentlessly shattered the icy behemoth. Such graceful swordplay, Chen Nian mused. Have I never encountered this before? Which sect does he belong to? In the audience, confusion reigned. Though the swordsmanship appeared formidable, no one could identify its origin. After observing for a time, an elderly man suddenly chuckled knowingly. I recognize his lineage. Ha ha! Old man, do enlighten us. Cannot say. Curse you, riddle master. The elder stroked his beard, chuckling. In the realm of spiritual energy, aside from the star-picking tower, the foremost swordsman is the sword saint Yi Shao. However, prior to his ascension to greatness, there existed a female swordsman who was renowned for her exceptionally graceful and fluid swordsmanship, captivating all who beheld it. In her time, she was revered as the Sword Fairy. Eventually, during a swordsmanship competition, the female swordsman was defeated by Yi Shao, and through their shared passion for the sword, they became entwined, creating a beautiful tale. The technique he wielded was none other than that of the illustrious Sword Fairy, named Peach Blossom Moonfall. I recall that they had a daughter. Yi Shao, favoring sons over daughters, was reluctant to teach her the art of the sword. Hence she learned from her mother. Disguised as a man, she clearly wished to remain unrecognized. So I shall refrain from unveiling her secret. Before long, the ice giant was shattered by the handsome young man, and victory seemed imminent. Brother Yu, I desire that sword as well. Could you help me retrieve it? A young woman playfully implored Yunongzhou, who was her senior. But we practice the saber. What purpose do you have for this sword? He queried. Oh, it is simply too beautiful. It would make a lovely addition to my collection, wouldn't it? She replied with a charming tone. Very well, he conceded, raising his hand. With a resonant hum, the saber sliced through the air, piercing the nearly disintegrated ice giant. Simultaneously, he retrieved the Snow Princess sword. Here, he said. You are so kind, brother. Thank you. Their actions undoubtedly rendered the handsome young man's considerable efforts futile. He returned in a fit of rage, glaring at the pair. How could you do this? What of it? You've struggled for so long and achieved nothing. Can you blame anyone? The junior sister retorted with a cold laugh. But I'd already severely weakened that puppet. This is clearly an act of theft. Brother, you could have effortlessly resolved this. Moreover, what is the harm in allowing a girl to claim it? Why must you be so petty? Chapter 80. He is a disciple of the martial saint. The young man, unexpectedly bullied on his first descent from the mountain, found himself at a loss for words. Judging by the woman's tone, she was indeed a junior sister of Yunongzhou. The rules permitted each individual to wield only one weapon. Yet there were no restrictions on exploiting loopholes. His frustration was palpable. He contemplated rushing forward to reclaim his sword, but as he approached, he witnessed Li Qingcheng point a finger into the void. Like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, the air rippled with force. The young man was instantly jolted back, staggering several steps before regaining his balance. Dear guest, do not misjudge yourself. Although Li Qingcheng found his junior sister's actions somewhat inappropriate, he remained protective, considering it trivial to offend an outsider over such matters. The young man felt an overwhelming urge to discard his facade and confront the woman. If only his father, with his bias against women, had allowed him to practice swordsmanship instead of having to secretly train with his mother, he would not possess such meager skills. A wave of grievance surged within him. His clandestine venture to the Divine Weapon Conference aimed to demonstrate his prowess, compelling his father to acknowledge him despite his gender prejudices. Yet this was the outcome. Never mind, he thought, it is not worth exposing my identity over this petty affair, for only I would be embarrassed. No one in the VIP seats came to his defense. After all, one party was a disciple of the esteemed Qingqing Mountain, while the other was an obscure individual. There was no sense in offending someone over such trifles. Ha! This sword is truly exquisite. I shall hang it above my bed, a constant reminder of my brother. Do not be foolish, the young man retorted. My brother is scolding me, the woman whimpered. I cannot endure such humiliation. You must help me avenge this insult. Suddenly, a blood-red hand struck unexpectedly from the side, snatching the sword from her grasp. The shu-edgy sword landed firmly in Chen Nian's hand. What are you doing? The woman initially stood in shock. Then her expression hardened with fury. How dare you steal my sword? You have quite the audacity. Chen Nian smiled lightly. My apologies, but I am indeed the petty man you speak of. What can you do about it? Insufferable. Come at me. The woman, enraged, launched an attack aimed at Chen Nian's chest, intent on reclaiming the shu-edgy sword. In an instant, a crimson palm loomed larger in her vision. Slap! The woman was forcefully struck away, and had it not been for Li Qingqing's magical intervention, she would have surely fallen disgracefully. However, a large, red handprint now graced her face. The people of Bingzhong Mountain had advised to avoid excessive force. Chen Nian was there to acquire weapons without cost, and it was essential to maintain courtesy towards the organizers, refraining from unnecessary violence. What relief! The young man, witnessing the scene, could hardly contain his excitement, cheering for Chen Nian's delightfully satisfying blow. The woman, gingerly touching her stinging cheek, was engulfed with disbelief and resentment. My brother dared to strike me. My father has never laid a hand on me. You must help me seek vengeance, or I shall have no face to show in the future. Li Qingqing furrowed his brow. Originally, given his esteemed status, he would not concern himself with trivial disputes, as taking action would diminish his dignity. However, the circumstances changed when a member of the Qingqing Mountain was assaulted. If outsiders dared to bully them, it would be unbecoming for him, as the senior brother, to remain passive. Others might perceive Qingqing Mountain as easy prey. The rest harbored a favorable impression of Chen Nian, having received his assistance during the hurricane checkpoint, and thus they kindly urged him to reconsider. Brother, perhaps you should return it to them. Indeed, disregarding the formidable prowess of Li Qingqing, the adversary's affiliation with Qingqing Mountain made confrontation unwise. Even if he managed to exit unscathed today, future encounters would likely prove troublesome. At that moment, a fair-skinned youth positioned himself beside Chen Nian. From now on, you're my brother. I shall protect you. The youth's admiration for Chen Nian surged instantly. Regardless of whether he was standing up for him, this demeanor was undeniably appealing. He resolved to forge a friendship with this individual. As for the background, his was that of the Sword Saint, the most illustrious sword sect in the realm. Senior brother, you must help me teach him a lesson. His face is bruised, and he has been humiliated in public. You cannot stand idly by. Li Qingqing, urged once more, had no choice but to act. A terrifying spiritual force coalesced at his fingertips and was directed towards Chen Nian. Breaking wind finger. As the gesture was executed, a tempest erupted around them, with sand and stones swirling violently. The sheer force of his finger unleashed a powerful wind pressure, embodying the terror capable of shredding anything in its path. Chen Nian responded with a simple yet profound punch, a direct and unembellished blow. Although the finger and the fist never truly met, the two terrifying energies clashed invisibly, creating ripples in the air. This opponent possessed considerable skill. It appeared that a serious approach was warranted. Suddenly, a Taiji Bagua formation materialized beneath Li Qingqing's feet, illuminating the Li fire hexagram. Consequently, his fingertip ignited, the air distorting from the intense heat, imbuing his strike with formidable fire energy. The mastery of Qingqing Mountain was unparalleled. They commanded the natural forces and transformed the elements to their will. Chen Nian, however, opted for a more straightforward approach. He momentarily retracted his fist, transforming it into a palm before advancing again. First, he gathered his force, then concentrated it, culminating in an explosive release. The energy from his entire being surged into his palm, erupting forth. One force shatters myriad laws. Boom! Li Qingsheng was instantly forced back. Fortunately, the formation disc he carried emitted an energy barrier, shielding him and his accompanying junior sister. Otherwise, that punch would have left him in a dire predicament. Impossible. A wave of intense shock surged within Li Qingsheng. The initial retreat had been due to underestimating his opponent, but this second encounter was a direct confrontation. Although he had not exerted his full strength, he had been earnest. He never anticipated that the result would trigger his protective artifact. This implied that Chen Nian's punch had the potential to inflict harm upon him. His aura was merely that of the early stage of the Breaking Sky realm. He himself was at the pinnacle of the Breaking Sky realm, and even crossing into the Star Sphere realm posed no challenge, indicating his exceptional standing. It is said that beneath the realm of the Starry Abyss, the mightiest among them pales in comparison. The power that this individual just unleashed implies that his worth exceeds my own. You are astonishingly powerful? The young man, taken aback, gazed at Chen Nian, ready to summon a protective talisman to shield him from harm, only to find it entirely unnecessary. A chorus of astonishment echoed around them. He actually held the upper hand? This is inconceivable. His opponent is a disciple of the Tao Sage. Who exactly is he? Such terrifying prowess. People stared at Chen Nian in disbelief. The distressed junior sister stood frozen, touching her flushed face in silence, unable to utter a word. It was her first time witnessing her senior brother falter against peers. At that moment, Yunongzhou, the disciple of the Blade Sage, stepped forward, chuckling as he patted Li Qingsheng's shoulder. Haha, my friend Li, there is no need for astonishment. I believe I now know who he is. Who? If my conjecture is correct, he is a disciple of the Martial Sage. Chapter 81. The emergence of celestial warriors and the commencement of the contest. The moment Yunongzhou's words left his lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. A disciple of the Martial Sage? No wonder this young man possesses such formidable strength. Recently, I had often heard whispers of his exploits. Tales of him vanquishing powerful foes across borders, which I had dismissed as mere bravado. Yet now, witnessing his true self, I can only conclude he is unfathomable. The fair-skinned youth stared at Chen Nian in utter disbelief. He had not anticipated that this individual was a disciple of Chu Wuwang. Until now, he had remained inconspicuous. Recently, I had frequently heard of his deeds atop Peach Mountain, where he was hailed as a prodigy emerging from obscurity. I never imagined I would encounter him personally. It follows that he indeed possesses the capability to seize the ultimate celestial weapon. Alas, ordinarily, I would surely cheer for him, but doing so would mean paving the way for my own demise in the end. Wouldn't it? Li Qingsheng, sensing the shift in power dynamics, allowed the 8 trigrams array to dissipate like fireflies. Upon learning of Chen Nian's identity, he relinquished any thoughts of contending with him here. Even if he were to emerge victorious, it would likely come at a great cost, forfeiting his eligibility to compete for the celestial weapon. If a confrontation were to occur, it would be saved for the final round. So be it. A mere earthly weapon is not worth my effort to contest. I shall leave it to you all. Senior brother. The anxious junior sister stamped her foot, only to be silenced by a flash of green light sealing her lips, allowing her to emit only muffled sounds. Li Qingsheng cast a glance her way, choosing not to respond further, and continued on his path. Seeing her protector depart, the junior sister dared not utter another word and could only retreat, nursing her swollen face in silence. The fair-skinned youth was overjoyed at this turn of events, feeling a sense of satisfaction swell within him. At that moment, Chen Nian approached him, wielding the Shueji sword. According to the rules of the Armament Tomb Mountain, each individual is permitted to claim only one weapon. Surely, this fellow intends to compete for the ultimate celestial weapon. And with that Shueji sword in hand, could it be that he wishes to bestow it upon me? Indeed, Chen Nian tossed the Shueji sword toward him. The blade was elegant and elongated, radiating a chilling aura and exuding a sharpness that attested to its exquisite craftsmanship and quality. Thank you. We have only just met, and you are already gifting me such a precious item. I feel rather embarrassed, the fair-skinned youth thought to himself, contemplating the opportunity to repay this gesture in the future. You have misunderstood, Chen Nian spoke softly. I am entrusting this to you for safekeeping. Once I acquire the celestial weapon and depart from the armament tomb mountain, you shall return this sword to me, thereby adhering to the rules. What? The fair-skinned youth's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Are you attempting to exploit a loophole? I already helped you by confronting that woman, and now you wish to claim this sword for free? It looks rather appealing, but do not harbor such fanciful thoughts. Chen Nian smiled teasingly. You. The fair-skinned youth was infuriated, stamping his foot in frustration. How can you, a grown man, resort to stamping your feet? To speak frankly, I have a friend named Laowa who is far more masculine than you. Her mastery of disguise is quite comprehensive, with her countenance bearing only a faint resemblance, even possessing an Adam's apple, leading ordinary individuals to never perceive her as a woman. Very well. How do you intend to deal with this sword? I have a friend, an ice-wielding girl, whose abilities complement this sword perfectly. I plan to gift it to her. Chen Nian remarked. Is it truly destined for a woman? Bah, you. The pretty boy grasped the hilt of the Shui sword, the icy crystals of the sheath numbing his palm, treating me as a mere storage unit. We assist each other. Mutual benefit is the essence of goodwill. Then I wish you prosperous martial fortunes. Farewell. Although his expression was one of disdain, the pretty boy prepared to acquiesce to Chen Nian's request and temporarily safeguard the Shui sword. He was ready to depart, fully aware that he lacked the qualifications to participate in the final contest for the celestial weapon, having merely learned some sword techniques from his mother. If only his scoundrel father were willing to teach him, perhaps he would have a place among them. Regrettably, he preferred to invest more effort in instructing Luo Qiufeng than in fostering his own daughter. Contemplating this, a sense of melancholy enveloped him, and his solitary figure appeared particularly desolate as he walked away. Hey! Suddenly, Chen Nian's voice echoed from behind. What is it? The pretty boy's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, believing Chen Nian had a change of heart. If I secure the celestial weapon, remember the redstone. The final segment would not be filled with laughter and jest. The contest for the celestial weapon. It takes a full 3 years for the Bingzhong Mountain to forge an extraordinary weapon. Why would Bingzhong Mountain bestow such a precious weapon upon someone? The reason is simple. The one who claims the weapon must be a prodigious talent from the spiritual realm. And establishing a rapport with such a genius equates to gaining an ally. Should Bingzhong Mountain face calamity, those who have wielded its weapons would lend their aid, albeit in varying degrees. Thus, while there may be no saints presiding here, the true power might surpass that of the saints. Nearly 20 individuals are set to participate in the final round. Most are young prodigies from various sects, aware that they cannot rival the disciples of the saints. Yet they cling to a thread of hope. What if? Esteemed young talents, welcome to the final trial. A figure descended from the heavens, the master of Bingzhong Mountain, Tang Hong. He raised 2 fingers, channeling an aura towards the mountain. Suddenly, the entire Bingzhong Mountain trembled violently. The resounding clang of myriad weapons reverberated painfully in the ears, and all the weapons embedded in the mountain began to shake uncontrollably. Even the newly emerged earthly weapons could not cease their humming. What could these weapons fear? Look up. Something is rising. Atop the mountain, an ancient altar ascended slowly, surrounded by 9 coiling dragon pillars interconnected by chains. Converging at the center where a blade awaited, that 5-foot-long sword was plunged into a pool of blood, pulsating with a dark crimson glow. This is the celestial weapon, known as Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. The name evokes an intense aura of lethality. Indeed, even from a distance, merely gazing upon it causes one's eyes to ache. Subsequently, Tang Hong began to recount the origins of this blade. Deep within the vast mountains of the southern wilderness, the Mantis Demon Clan, under the reign of their bloodthirsty king, took the very first drop of morning dew as the essence for forging, utilizing the eyeballs of 900 children from their kin to form the blade's body. On the day the sword was completed, the entire clan was mercilessly slaughtered, 3 years ago, I, along with several companions, journeyed through the southern wilderness and fortuitously encountered that ruthless demon king. After vanquishing him, we seized the cursed sword. I then brought it back to the Valley of Armaments, where I painstakingly forged it over 3 years with lava, tempest, and mysterious ice, purging its demonic aura and the insidious influence that corrupts the mind, resulting in the divine weapon you see before you. To tame it will not be an easy feat. Gather around the altar. For the next quarter of an hour, no one is permitted to engage in combat. After that, the final contest for possession will commence. Chen Nian's heart blossomed with joy. This blade was truly tailor-made for her. Chapter 82. The domain unfolds, the boundless slaughter realm. As the words fell, everyone rushed toward the altar. One must endure for a quarter of an hour atop it to qualify for the ensuing contest. The spectators outside began to fervently debate the outcome of the struggle. Who do you think will ultimately seize the celestial weapon? I observed that the martial saint's disciple, Chen Nian, shines with remarkable potential. No, Li Qingcheng did not exert his full strength earlier. Let us not forget he stands at the pinnacle of the breaking sky realm, towering half a realm above that boy. Moreover, the disciple of the blade, Saint, remains inscrutable. He may very well not be inferior to Li Qingcheng. Amidst the heated discussions, Li Qingcheng's junior sister cast a disdainful glance at the fair-faced youth. A man who dares to rely on another man as protection is simply shameful. Upon hearing this, the young man's ire ignited. What do you mean? Are you implying that a woman should naturally be shielded by a man? Is there an inherent gender advantage? How vulgar. Who are you insulting? I insult whoever offends me. The two exchange barbs, nearly reaching the point of hair pulling. Just wait. My senior brother will surely teach that boy a harsh lesson. That remains to be seen. Your senior brother did not fare well earlier. The moment the words escaped, the fair-faced youth felt an odd sensation. Chen Nian was still contemplating how to make me red with anger. Why did I inadvertently speak in his defense? At the altar, everyone had already taken their positions. As Chen Nian ascended, he was met with a chilling wave of bloodthirsty energy. The blood mist swirled around him like a malevolent specter, its icy breath seeping into his body, causing goosebumps to rise uncontrollably. It seems that enduring for a mere quarter of an hour here will not be a simple task. However, for Chen Nian, it posed no challenge. Now, he could withstand even the madness of the evil god's fire. And with the innate ability of the boundless slaughter realm, why should he fear this meager, bloodthirsty energy? Moments later, the others around him began to exhibit various signs of discomfort. Some turned pale, others trembled, while a few had bloodshot eyes. No, I cannot endure any longer. One individual spewed forth blood into the central blood pool, ultimately unable to withstand the pressure, hastily retreating. I too am on the verge of collapse. Another half kneeled, veins bulging, as if they might burst at any moment. Soon, nearly half of the participants had been eliminated, leaving around 10 remaining. Aside from Chen Nian, Li Qingcheng, and Yunongzhou, who felt no pressure, the others were under significant strain, many struggling desperately, teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Li Qingcheng took action once more. A Bagua diagram appeared beneath his feet, and he formed a Tai Chi stance with his hands. As his arms moved counterclockwise, he began to manipulate the bloodthirsty energy around him. The energy coalesced beneath him, like rivers converging into the sea, ultimately propelled forth by a singular palm strike. The torrent of bloodthirsty energy surged directly towards Chen Nian. Originally, he was channeling the malevolent energy that surrounded the others, intending for Chen Nian to bear the full brunt of it. It was akin to the grand art of cosmic relocation. The pressure on the others suddenly diminished. Yet Chen Nian might have to endure tenfold the previous oppression. Let me observe how you will respond. Li Qingqing's lips curled into a faint smile. The profound, mystical arts of Qingqing Mountain were unpredictable, and he aimed to see Chen Nian falter in disarray. Of course, this did not contravene the rules against fighting. He merely redirected the malevolent energy to Chen Nian. A torrent of sinister energy surged forth, akin to a reawakened primordial beast, swiftly engulfing Chen Nian. This is bad. The pale-faced youth instinctively bit his lip, gripping his clothing tightly, undoubtedly aligned with Chen Nian in spirit. What did I just say? The senior brother shows no mercy. He has no chance. The junior sister beside him sneered, arms crossed, satisfaction evident in her demeanor. The elders seated in the VIP section also witnessed this scene. That lad from Qingqing Mountain is merciless indeed. Chu Wang, your disciple may be in for a rough time. Chu Wang couldn't help but furrow his thick brows. He acknowledged Chen Nian's combat prowess. Yet this kind of trickery was the forte of the Taoists from Qingqing Mountain, and he might truly be eliminated. On the altar, Chen Nian covered his eyes with his palm, his head bowed, his form disheveled. Just when everyone thought he was on the verge of collapse, Chen Nian suddenly lifted his head, a wild grin forming at the corners of his mouth. His hand gradually moved away from his eyes, revealing a pair of breathtaking crimson eyes. The domain unfolded, the realm of boundless slaughter. In an instant, everyone on the altar was enveloped in the realm's space. What is happening? Why has the surrounding environment transformed so drastically? People glanced around, only to see a blood moon hanging in the sky above, with an endless sea of blood beneath their feet. This place resembled a silent hell, a terrifying sight tenfold more than the altar steeped in malevolent energy. Li Qinggen trembled, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. This is Chen Nian's trick? He can wield such sorcery, a domain type. The next moment, an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth like a violent tide into the minds of the crowd. What is happening? My head. It hurts. Kill me, kill me. No. Some knelt on the ground, wailing, others bled from their eyes, and some repeatedly slammed their heads against the pillars, oblivious to their own injuries. Even Li Qingsheng, a prodigy of unparalleled Taoist arts, found his eyes bloodshot, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his form swaying unsteadily until he ultimately lost his balance and fell to the ground. Gone was the earlier composure and ease. To outsiders, this scene was utterly hair-raising. What has suddenly become of them? Why did everything change so abruptly? Was the malevolent energy on the altar so intense? No, it was not the altar, but rather Chen Nian's sorcery. The formidable techniques capable of ensnaring the disciples of the Tao Saint are truly terrifying. A quarter of an hour has elapsed. Only 3 individuals remain at the altar, while the others have fled in disarray, most of them being carried away on stretchers. Li Qingsheng sits upon the ground, forcibly channeling his meditation technique, gradually restoring his normal state. Had he been able to act earlier, Chen Nian would have seized the opportunity while he was seated in meditation. Thus, this very rule has inadvertently aided him. The last remaining individual is Yu Nongzhou, who cradles a dagger and leans nonchalantly against a spiraled dragon pillar, solely focused on self-preservation. You 3 may now commence your contest for the Divine Soldier's allegiance. With your distinguished statuses, remember to exercise restraint. As the 3 disciples of the saints vie for supremacy, should one perish here, the wrath of the saint behind them would be unbearable, even for the heart of the Armory Mountain. Li Qingsheng slowly rises, casting a cold gaze towards Chen Nian. To his surprise, he finds himself at a disadvantage once more. Yu Nongzhou, shall we join forces to eliminate him first, and then determine our own fates? Yu Nongzhou laughs heartily, clutching his dagger. I cannot afford to lose face. You may handle him yourself while I await the outcome of your duel. Do you aspire to be the fisherman who profits from our struggle? Very well. I wield a sword and have no interest in this accursed dagger. I shall assist you in dispatching him with ease. Li Qingsheng steps forward. Come, it is time to test your true capabilities. Chapter 83. I can err countless times. You may only err once heaven is represented by Qian and earth by Koan. Commence. Li Qingsheng raised his 2 fingers, stepping onto the Bagua formation, instantly enveloping Chen Nian within its confines. Clad in a flowing azure robe, he looked down with an air of superiority, stating coolly, in this formation, I am the sovereign of heaven and earth. Oh, Chen Nian raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. Suddenly, the position of Zhen beneath his feet illuminated with a radiant glow. Zhen corresponds to the mountain. Li Qingsheng elevated his fingers. Landslide. As his words fell, the ground beneath Chen Nian erupted violently, sharp stone spikes thrusting upward. Reacting instinctively, Chen Nian leapt to escape, but his burden limited his height, eliciting a derisive laugh from Li Qingqing. Strength without agility, a foolish martial brute. The Zhen position on the bagua flared with a thunderous blue light. Li Qingqiang pointed, and bolts of lightning surged forth towards Chen Nian. As the thunder grew in his vision, his blood coalesced into a protective barrier, completely encasing Chen Nian. Boom! With a deafening roar, a hole was blasted through his blood barrier. Had his defense been breached? Indeed, as a disciple of the Tao Saint, he was on an entirely different level than mere rabble. The force of the attack surpassed the realm of the breaking sky. A smirk crept across Chen Nian's lips. This was becoming interesting. After slaying countless weaklings, a challenge of this caliber was necessary to elevate his prowess. Truly, the Taoist of Qingchang Mountain possessed extraordinary skills. Relying not on sequential abilities, but drawing upon the power of heaven and earth through personal cultivation. That was his true strength. Wait, Chen Nian withstood the direct onslaught of the lightning and emerged unscathed? The opponent's realm was significantly superior. The lineage of the martial saint is renowned for their physicality. He was merely a resilient punching bag. In mere moments, Chen Nian had drawn his bow, countless droplets of blood coalescing into an arrow. Bang! Accompanied by a resonating explosion in the air, the arrow shot forth. Before Li Qingqiang, 3 earthen walls suddenly rose, forming a triple layer of defense. Boom! In the next instant, all 3 walls were pierced by the arrow. Gasps filled the air. The power behind Chen Nian's shot was formidable. A mere parlor trick. The Sun position beneath him glowed, and a violent wind surged around him, twisting the direction of the arrow by 180 degrees. With a thrust of his hands, "Here, take this." The Blood Moon Great Bow redirected the arrow back towards Chen Nian. This miraculous reversal of fortune astounded the onlookers. With a powerful fist, Chen Nian shattered it mid-air, suddenly feeling the temperature rise above him. Looking up, he saw several massive fireballs descending like meteors. Li Wu. With a crisp clang, Chen Nian cleaved the fireballs in 2. He charged once more at Li Qingqiang. Dream on, Gun Shui. A torrential wave surged forth. But Chen Nian braced himself with his blood barrier, still being pushed back. Using the principles of the bagua, he commanded wind, fire, water, and earth. Li Qingqiang merely needed to remain stationary to thwart his adversary. A smirk played upon his lips. As long as he prevented this young man from closing the distance, he would remain invincible. Given the lamentably sluggish speed of his opponent, the notion of approaching him was nothing short of a fantasy. Even if fortune favored the fool and he managed to rush forward, with my triad of protective barriers forged from earth, wind, and water, he would be utterly incapable of breaching my defenses. How could I possibly be defeated? Absurd. At this juncture, Chu Wuang found himself musing in disbelief. What was this young man thinking? By now, he should have discerned the strength of his opponent. Why had he not yet released his burdens? With a speed advantage, Chen Nian had a substantial opportunity to triumph over Li Qingqiang. For Chu Wuang, if Chen Nian could surpass Li Qingqiang by more than half a realm, it would be a source of pride. As for claiming that blade, he could always step in and, at worst, shamelessly demand it. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck Chu Wuang. Could it be that Chen Nian intended to conserve the majority of his strength for a subsequent confrontation with Yunongzhou? To face 2 disciples of the sage in succession? How audacious! Look at him! Before my senior brother, he resembled an uncivilized monkey, merely jumping about. Go for it, senior brother. Avenge your junior sister and deliver a resounding thrashing. The 2 had been engaged in combat for over 100 exchanges. Chen Nian had also formulated a strategy to overcome his opponent. Although his most potent attack, the inch-power dragon fist, possessed significant reach, its might diminished with distance. The energy would weaken as it spread, only achieving its full potential within a 10-meter radius. If he could close that distance, a single punch could secure victory. However, each attempt to approach was thwarted either by being swept away by water, struck by thunder, or blown away by wind. A plan was necessary. Eureka! Chen Nian summoned a vast quantity of blood, enveloping his body in a spherical cocoon. What was this? Was he preparing to abandon the offensive and retreat like a turtle? Some spectators could not help but burst into laughter. How ludicrous! A disciple of the martial sage reduced to hiding. A few of Chu Wuong's friends shook their heads in amusement. Old Chu, you really made the trip today. You have my sympathies. But fear not. Your disciple's realm is significantly lower. It is only natural he cannot prevail. More practice is necessary. You all misunderstand, he thought. Alas, old Chu remained ever so stubborn. Wait, what was that young man doing? Several crimson tendrils coalesced into a spring-like net, and at the moment of maximum tension, Chen Nian shot forth like a cannonball. The onlookers suddenly understood. He sought to leverage the immense inertia to compensate for his speed disadvantage and close the gap. Li Qingsheng was no fool. Upon witnessing the sphere approach, he summoned a colossal wave, intent on sweeping it away. Yet, at the very moment the tide surged forth, the blood barrier abruptly dissipated, transforming into a massive blood blade measuring 10 meters in length. With a single slash, the wave was cleaved in two. Chen Nian burst forth from the fissure, now perilously close to Li Qingsheng. The latter remained unperturbed, intent on employing a technique to shift his form and create distance once more. He had already inscribed a formation over 100 meters away, poised to teleport to its heart at the moment he activated the spell. What is happening? Li Qingsheng suddenly realized he could not move. His limbs were ensnared by blood-red chains that had emerged from the very fabric of space, rendering him immobile. Sequence 032, the execution chains of hour. All displacement is forcibly prohibited. Chen Nian's entire being erupted with spiritual energy, coalescing into his fist, an ominous aura gathering quietly around him. Wind converges. Earth collapses. Water arrives. In an instant, Li Qingsheng was enveloped in 3 layers of defense. The first layer, a hurricane wall, could shred the attacks of his adversaries. Even if it could not, it would still create immense resistance. The second layer consisted of towering stone walls, dozens of meters high, imbued with abundant spiritual power, capable of withstanding a strike from a peak-breaking sky realm expert. The final layer was a water barrier, a gentle wall of water enveloping him, softening any incoming attack. Li Qingsheng was far from